Chapter 1. I am an abandoned child. Do you believe in the existence of feng shui? Have you heard of certain folk taboos? Do you believe that there are things in this world that science cannot explain? Have you heard the saying that if shoes face the bed, ghosts will visit? Do you know that one should not casually disclose a birth chart? Are you aware of the reason why paper figures should not have eyes drawn on them? Do you understand why one should not casually gaze upon a corpse's eyes? The taboos and customs bequeathed by our ancestors are sometimes not mere coincidences. I am an abandoned child. My name is Li Ziwei, and I was born in 1989 at the tail end of the 1980s. I was born with a pair of yin-yang eyes, which my master sealed shortly after my birth. Throughout my life, I have encountered numerous bizarre and extraordinary events. The awakening of countless corpses beneath the Chujian River, the ancient corpses in the Qinling tombs, the red-clad vengeful spirits of the Republic of China, the immortal beings of the Tang dynasty. Why does the Taoist from Longhushan cause me such profound heartache? Why does the Ma family of northeast China, known for their exorcism practices, regard me with such trepidation? Why do descendants of Zhong Kuei insist on forming a brotherly bond with me? What secrets lie behind the figure of the coroner Song Si? Allow me to narrate it all. My master is a Taoist priest, and I have been studying various Taoist arts under him since childhood. The events surrounding my birth are tales I later heard from my master. I was born in Hangzhou, a place that, though impoverished and underdeveloped, spans a vast area of nearly 20,000 square kilometers and is home to a city with a population nearing 10 million and a rich history. On the day of my birth, a solar eclipse occurred. This was revealed to me by my master. As I grew up, he claimed that my fate was unique, unlike that of ordinary people. My biological parents, unable to provide for me, were advised against recognizing or meeting me, for it would bring them calamity. I can hardly recall the memories from my infancy. Much of what I know comes from my master's accounts. He recounted that a few months after my birth, my biological parents wrapped me in bedding, inscribed my birth chart on a piece of yellow paper, and placed a pale yellow jade pendant around my neck. On a silent, starless night, they abandoned me at the entrance of a wealthy community along the bustling riverside of our city, where I was merely 2 months old. It was the late 1980s, a time when the preference for sons over daughters was rampant. Undoubtedly, they never intended to forsake me. By choosing to leave me in an affluent area, they likely hoped I would lead a better life. They believed I would be adopted by a wealthy family, ensuring a future free from want. Yet fate intervened when my master, Li Mufeng, happened to be there performing fortune-telling and stumbled upon me, wailing inconsolably. Thus, instead of the life of a pampered heiress, I was thrust into the role of a struggling female Taoist priest. To put it bluntly, my master altered the trajectory of my destiny as a privileged girl. Li Mufeng, my master, is notoriously disheveled. On that day, he donned a tattered, loose Taoist robe, riddled with holes, presenting a rather unkempt appearance. He is a Taoist priest wearing a pair of blue cloth shoes, his hair tied up in a bun, secured with a greasy wooden hairpin, resembling a beggar on the streets, yet also an enigmatic old sage. Approaching the age of knowing one's fate, his hair had begun to show hints of gray, yet his countenance radiated a calm demeanor, his complexion rosy and vibrant, speaking with a booming voice that resonated like a bell. He carried a brown-gray cloth bag on his back, containing various essential talismans and items. Beside him stood Zhang Jianjun, the businessman who had invited Li Mufeng for consultation, impeccably dressed in a suit, of modest height, yet exuding an air of competence and composure. Next to him stood a woman in her 30s, elegantly attired in a white dress, her flowing hair cascading like a waterfall, her beauty remarkable. She is named Nailin Hongxiu, the wife of Zhang Jianjun. Following the couple were 2 young assistants, standing respectfully. Li Mufeng, a Taoist priest, practices not the traditional arts, but the mysterious Qixing Dao. From the moment he began teaching me, he repeatedly claimed descent from the lineage of Li Chunfeng, the renowned figure who, along with Yuan Tiangang, calculated the prophetic diagrams. He is said to be a famous Taoist from the Tang dynasty, known for his esoteric knowledge of numerology, astronomy, geography, and the ability to discern dragon veins, predict yin and yang, and observe the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, capturing demons and spirits. Initially, I found it hard to believe, perceiving him merely as a stern and eccentric old man, until I mastered his skills, which shifted my perspective. However, that is a tale for another time. Li Mufeng picked up the yellow paper I had with me, examined my birth chart, and after some calculations, his expression turned grave, his demeanor stiffened, and he drew a sharp breath. Ding was fire, the stars fall. Fire is strong while water is weak. Born at the time of the sun, a life of solitude, celestial bodies shift, destiny bears Z-way. Li Mufeng marveled, astonished. Mr. Li, how can there be a baby girl? Zhang Jianjun inquired, surprised, as his wife hurried over to cradle me, checking my condition. The child is likely hungry. She must have been left here for 2 or 3 hours. Zhang's wife murmured gently, gazing at me with warmth. In these times, it must be difficult for families to support a child, and with a daughter to boot, they probably hope to find her a good home. Li Mufeng sighed, turning his attention to the pale, yellow jade pendant around my neck. He picked it up for a closer look. The pendant appeared rather rustic, akin to trinkets found at roadside stalls, engraved with peculiar lines and a strangely shaped bird. Though it was not made of fine materials, it seemed rather unremarkable. As Li Mufeng examined the pendant, he discreetly employed some techniques to delve deeper, his eyes gradually revealing a flicker of astonishment, even widening in shock. How intriguing! How intriguing! He chuckled, squinting his eyes in delight. It seems that I, Li Mufeng, have a successor. Ha! Mr. Li, how about we adopt this girl? Zhang Jianjun proposed respectfully. Today, you have just helped us with our feng shui. Encountering this girl must be fate, and we currently have no offspring. Zhang Jianjun is a businessman in Hangzhou dealing in hardware and building materials. His business modest yet stable. In recent years, he has benefited from a thriving market, which allowed him to invest in this property. After moving in, he encountered a series of strange occurrences, and his business faced numerous challenges, prompting him to seek out my master for assistance with the feng shui. Mr. Zhang, this girl is destined to inherit my mantle. I intend to adopt her as my disciple and impart my knowledge to her, Li Mufeng said, stroking his beard, his mood noticeably elevated. However, I must travel to Yanbei in a couple of days to attend to some matters, and I may be gone for around 3 years. Mr. Zhang, I would appreciate your care for this girl during that time. When I return in 3 years, I shall take her back. Also, consider the fee for today's consultation as her maintenance cost for these 3 years. I shall not charge you. Li Mufeng added with a smile. He understood that his journey to Yanbei would require an extended absence. No charge? We are immensely grateful. Truly humbled. Let me congratulate you in advance, Mr. Li. Rest assured, for the next 3 years, I will take excellent care of this girl. Zhang Jianjun replied earnestly, glancing at his wife, who was gently soothing me in her arms, her face filled with tenderness. Zhang Jianjun felt elated. Li Mufeng was a remarkable figure, charging at least 6 figures for a consultation. Yet he had waived the fee in exchange for the girl's upbringing. Additionally, please refrain from taking her near the sea, lakes, or rivers before she turns 3, as her fate is influenced by fire and water, which poses a potential risk. Please pay heed to this matter. Li Mufeng's expression turned solemn as he stroked his beard. He had spoken of my fiery nature before the age of 3. Water could pose a significant threat to my life. Rest assured, Mr. Li, my wife, and I will heed your advice and will raise her as our own daughter, Zhang Jianjun assured him respectfully. Nailin Hongxiu gazed at me with boundless affection. Then we are in your debt, Mr. Zhang. Li Mufeng gently touched my forehead 3 times, performing a hand gesture over my eyes, which I later learned sealed my innate yin-yang eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Ah, Mr. Li, you are too gracious. Zhang Jianjun expressed his gratitude, bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. Thus, my master, Li Mufeng, boarded the vehicle arranged by Zhang Jianjun. As he seemed to recall something, he rolled down the window and declared, "By the way, from this day forth, this girl shall be named Li Ziwei." At that moment, I seemed to hear the name, and with a gasp, I burst into tears. The crowd around me was taken aback, stunned by my sudden outburst of sobs. Only Li Mufeng laughed heartily as the car slowly pulled away. Soon after, the vehicle vanished into the shroud of night. Chapter 2. Shoes not pointing towards the bed? After Li Mufeng departed, Zhang Jianjun and Nailan Hongxiu, slightly weary, turned to head home. Thus, I was taken back to their residence by the couple. Upon seeing me peacefully asleep, Zhang Jianjun and Nailan Hongxiu retreated to the living room. With the addition of a girl to their household, Zhang Jianjun and Nailan Hongxiu felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Firstly, they had never raised a child before and lacked experience. Secondly, I was entrusted to their care by Li Mufeng for 3 years, a significant responsibility indeed. As the saying goes, the debt of nurturing is greater than the heavens, even for a mere 3 years. I remained profoundly grateful to them. In my early years, I was frail and often fell ill, requiring care even in the dead of night. It was not until I turned a year old that my health began to improve somewhat. That year, Zhang Jianjun's business was beginning to flourish, and Nailan Hongxiu occasionally assisted him with company affairs. When I was just over a year old, Zhang Jianjun sent me to their rural hometown, entrusting me to his parents' care. Zhang Jianjun's parents, my grandparents, were now in their 50s but still enjoyed good health. Upon first meeting me, they beamed with delight, their faces lighting up with smiles. As night fell, the summer evenings in the countryside unfolded a tapestry of mysterious and bizarre wonders. In the village, there was an old man with the surname Ma, barefoot doctor. Whenever I felt unwell, my grandfather would take me to see him. Old man Ma's face was lined with wrinkles, his hair a snowy white in summer. He preferred to wear a white tank top and gray shorts, often wielding a large fan. He held some superstitious beliefs, frequently speaking of folk taboos and sharing strange tales from the village. On summer nights, villagers enjoyed gathering in his courtyard, listening to his peculiar stories. That night, the stars twinkled, and the moon cast its luminous glow. Do you know? When you sleep at night, the toes of your shoes must point outwards, never towards the bed. Old man Ma squinted, his voice dripping with mystery as he addressed the crowd. Why is that, old man Ma? The question came from Aunt Lu, a villager dressed in a floral short-sleeved shirt, fanning away mosquitoes with her hand. My grandmother, beside me, was cracking sunflower seeds while inquiring. Could you please clarify? Why can't the shoes point towards the bed? Old man Ma took a sip of liquor, then inhaled from his water pipe, his gaze calm and profound. Let me tell you a story, one I heard from my father. Old man Ma opened his eyes, gazing into the endless darkness, as if recalling distant memories. It was during the Republic of China era, at the eastern edge of the village, where an old house sheltered a mother and daughter who relied on each other for survival. The mother's name was Guilan. Nearing 50, her husband had not returned after going to war in his youth. She toiled alone, her back often appearing slightly hunched. Her daughter, Xiaofeng, was in the bloom of youth, possessing delicate features and always sporting a ponytail. The villagers often remarked on Xiaofeng's beauty. One day, while visiting the market, Xiaofeng encountered a stall selling antiques and was captivated by a pair of exquisite embroidered shoes. The craftsmanship of the shoes was remarkable, with intricate patterns and precise stitching, clearly a superior item. Xiaofeng was irresistibly drawn to those embroidered shoes, her longing difficult to suppress. After inquiring about the price and finding it reasonable, she could not help but purchase a pair. That very night, unable to resist, she slipped on the shoes. Admiring them closely, she found them ever more enchanting and cherished them dearly that night. She placed the shoes beside her bed. At that moment, the shoes were positioned with their toes pointing towards the bed. In the deep of night, half asleep, Xiaofeng seemed to hear faint footsteps approaching, drawing nearer until they halted by her bedside, then fell silent. Xiaofeng, not yet asleep, felt a chill run down her spine as the footsteps reached her bedside suddenly. A thought struck her, and her heart raced, her skin prickling with fear, her body frozen in terror. For that night, her mother, Guilan, was not home. In other words, she was alone in the house. So, from whence did those footsteps originate? Caught in this realization, Xiaofeng's mind went blank, her breathing quickened, her thoughts seemingly paralyzed by terror. Bathed in the faint glow of moonlight, she glimpsed a woman clad in theatrical garb. The woman wore an eerie costume, red as blood, shimmering with an unsettling light under the moon's glow. Her complexion was ashen, devoid of color, with sunken black eye sockets and no whites in her eyes, her blood-red lips slightly parted, displaying a strange purplish hue with a trace of fresh blood at the corners. At that moment, the woman's pale arm slid slowly along the edge of the bed, leaning forward, inching closer to Xiao Feng's bed. "Ah, you old man Ma, you tell these terrifying tales just to frighten us." The village widow Wang exclaimed angrily, her face pale with fright, momentarily lost in the narrative. Old man Ma squinted, observing Wang's reaction through the dim moonlight as she scolded while nervously clutching her ample bosom, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Oh, there's nothing to fear with so many people around. Come on, Uncle Ma, continue your story." Uncle Gongzi, a neighbor, quickly urged. Having been engrossed in the tale, he felt his interest wane as Wang interrupted the narrative. "Heh, no worries, with so many around, there's nothing to fear. Now, let me continue." Old man Ma chuckled, resuming his storytelling, a wisp of white smoke curling in the night air, as if the tale returned to its original scene. By the faint moonlight, Xiao Feng saw the woman in theatrical garb climbing onto her bed, her voice echoing, "Return my shoes. Return my shoes." Xiao Feng trembled uncontrollably, her body seemingly nailed to the bed, unable to move. She watched helplessly as the woman loomed over her, leaning in, her ghastly pale face inches from Xiao Feng's. "Have you seen my shoes?" The following day, Xiao Feng's once delicate features became contorted and grotesque. Her hair became a wild tangle, alternating between fits of manic laughter, chilling and terrifying, and bouts of heart-wrenching sobs that sent shivers down the spine. Her mother, Guilan, sought the assistance of the village shaman, also known as the fairy lady, to help with the situation. "Granny Lu, my girl seems to have encountered a malevolent spirit. Please save her," Guilan implored the shaman. The shaman, clad in peculiar, ancient robes that appeared to have not been washed in years, bore a face adorned with strange symbols, high cheekbones, and an enigmatic gaze. She encircled Xiao Feng, muttering incantations, her hands dancing in the air, sometimes raised high, sometimes lowered, performing mysterious gestures. Xiao Feng appeared enveloped by an otherworldly force, occasionally letting out piercing shrieks, at times deep, guttural roars, as if transformed into another being, her face twisted in terror, her eyes filled with malice. "Let go of me, you old hag. Mind your own business." Xiao Feng struggled violently, attempting to break free from the grip of several robust villagers holding her down. The shaman continued her chant, wielding a red whip inscribed with symbols, striking Xiao Feng with force. The sound of the whip slicing through the air echoed around the gathered villagers. Xiao Feng's face contorted in agony as she emitted a chilling wail, the voice eerily reminiscent of another woman rather than her own. "Old hag, just wait." Xiao Feng spat defiantly, then suddenly closed her eyes, foaming at the mouth, and fell unconscious. The shaman and Guilan proclaimed that the shoes Xiao Feng had bought were cursed, exhumed from a grave. When she slept with the shoes pointed towards the bed, the vengeful spirit had attached itself to her. The shaman warned that the spirit was malevolent, and her powers were limited. She could only temporarily suppress it, unable to drive it away from Xiao Feng's body. Guilan wept inconsolably, wiping her tears as they carried Xiao Feng home. The following morning, the shaman was found dead in her home, her body horrifyingly distorted, blood streaming from her orifices. In the days that followed, villagers frequently heard the haunting sounds of opera emanating from Xiao Feng's house in the dead of night, the melodies drifting eerily, like a ghost lamenting in the darkness. "Ah, this is too terrifying. My hair is standing on end." Widow Wang instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, her body trembling slightly. Old man Ma took a few puffs of a cigarette, then turned serious and spoke. "I am recounting this story to you, and I assure you, it is true. It is not a fabrication of my imagination. I too heard that operatic singing in my childhood. Do not think for a moment that I jest with you. Is that really true? Don't scare me," Aunt Lu retorted. "It is indeed quite terrifying. I fear I shall not be able to sleep tonight." Widow Wang, feeling a bit apprehensive, had initially sat at a distance, but now moved her chair closer to the group. "If you can't sleep, I shall keep you company," Uncle Gongzi jested with a laugh. "Get lost." Widow Wang shot him a glare and spat disdainfully. "What reason do I have to comfort you? This matter is indeed genuine. I swear it. Old man Ma grew agitated, ready to swear an oath to prove he was not lying. Oh dear, there is no need for such oaths. It's rather inauspicious at this hour. Aunt Lou hurriedly intervened, for swearing at such a late hour felt ominous. Remember, shoes facing the bed invite spirits to join you. Old man Ma chuckled, as wisps of white smoke curled from his lips. In this rural night, discussing such bizarre tales was rather commonplace. Cradled in my grandmother's embrace, she did not appear overly frightened. I nestled against her, munching on watermelon while listening to their tales, feeling no fear whatsoever, for I could not comprehend the gravity of their words at that time. Yet, on the way home with my grandmother that night, through the hazy darkness, I seemed to hear the faint echoes of a woman's operatic voice emanating from the east end of the village. Chapter 3. The Dragon Vein of Northern Hubei. In a certain mysterious location in northern Yin, a massive round table was set, at the center of which sat an elderly man with white hair. Surrounding the table were numerous individuals. Their expressions varied, but all were filled with a sense of reverence. The old man's demeanor was resolute, his gaze revealing a profound depth, and his countenance exuded an air of authority without requiring anger. The elder, surnamed Yi, was one of the founding figures of the Huaxia nation, a hero known to nearly every Huaxia citizen. Li Mufeng, too, shed his usual playful demeanor, adopting a serious expression as he sat quietly. We are all distinguished representatives of the Huaxia Xinmin lineage. The reason for convening you all here is that our archaeological team has uncovered a vast ancient tomb complex in northern Hubei, which reportedly contains 18 royal tombs, the elder announced. The geographical position of northern Hubei is exceptionally advantageous, nestled amidst mountains and rivers, with the Yangtze River's dragon veins swirling majestically. I believe Elder Yi wishes for us to investigate the dragon veins corresponding to these ancient tombs, remarked a middle-aged Taoist priest dressed in black and white robes while respectfully holding a whisk. Indeed, Wang Daochang of Zhongnanshan has accurately discerned my intentions. Elder Yi nodded slightly, his voice low and serious. While locating the ancient tombs is the overt objective, we understand that these 18 dragon veins are currently under our protection. However, foreign forces have already infiltrated. The dragon qi within these veins is a crucial component of the feng shui of northern Hubei. Should foreign powers disrupt the dragon veins and cause a leakage of dragon qi, the consequences would be significant. While it may not shake the foundation of our Huaxia, it would still have a profound impact. Foreign forces harboring ill intentions towards Huaxia shall not prevail. I, Zhang Wuji of Wudong, shall be the first to join this endeavor, declared a man in his 40s, clad in white, with distinct features and a graceful demeanor. His brows furrowed with righteous indignation. I, Zhao Changyi, the headmaster of Longhushan, also pledged to contribute to the safeguarding of Huaxia's dragon veins, spoke the venerable Taoist clad in purple, wearing a black headpiece. I, from the Maoshan sect, likewise express my willingness to participate in this mission, came the voice of Shouwu, the foremost elder from Maoshan, who, despite being over 60, maintained an ethereal presence in his yellow robe. I, from the Yixing immortal lineage, shall also partake in this endeavor. My Shangxi corpse-driving lineage is in full support of this mission. The Miao medical lineage shall join as well. Amitabha, our Buddha is compassionate. We at Leiling Temple are duty-bound to protect Huaxia. The representatives of various sects echoed their agreement, expressing their willingness to participate in the safeguarding of Huaxia's dragon veins. As distinguished representatives of Huaxia's Xinmin lineage, I am heartened by your commitment to this cause. Elder Yi remarked, nodding solemnly, I have several matters to discuss with you all. This operation must remain highly confidential. It is an endeavor of the civil Xinmin forces, and I hope everyone can manage this issue without resorting to military power. The involvement of military forces could easily provoke international scrutiny. Moreover, the external forces that have infiltrated carry a high degree of danger, including many adept practitioners from foreign Xinmin lineages. I implore all sects to support one another and minimize losses for our Huaxia Xinmin lineage. I concur with Elder Ye's sentiments. This time, I hope all sects can set aside past grievances and unite against external threats, Li Mufeng declared resolutely. At that moment, the serious-faced Li Mufeng failed to notice the glances of other sect representatives, which carried a mix of fear and disdain, wary of associating with anything deemed unclean. Wang Daoshang of Zhongnanshan cast a contemptuous glance at Li Mufeng, inwardly thinking that had he not been outmatched, He would have fought to reclaim the sword manual of Zhongnenshan. Zhao Changyi of Longhushan recalled a past conflict involving his inner disciples and Li Mufeng that had resulted in substantial compensation in high-grade magical artifacts. Li Mufeng, a descendant of the Li Chuanfeng lineage, was uncertain of how many generations had passed since then. His reputation had suffered due to his challenging years of cultivation, unlike other sects with deep-rooted histories. He was often seen as a lone figure, occasionally acquiring valuable artifacts, but his notoriety remained as the cunning old rogue adept at extortion. Very well, Elder Yi nodded after listening to Li Mufeng's words. In our endeavor to protect the dragon veins of northern Hubei, I hope everyone can unite and strengthen cooperation to fulfill this mission. I extend my gratitude to you all. In addition, the Huaxia Dragon Group will dispatch some forces to assist in our operations. Upon arriving in northern Hubei, there will be personnel to guide you to the ancient tomb complex. Elder Yi added, I entrust the protection of Huaxia's northern dragon veins to you esteemed leaders of the Xinmen. The Huaxia Dragon Group, a mysterious organization, directly answers to the highest echelons of Huaxia's leadership, independent of any ordinary unit's jurisdiction. They engage in handling all non-standard incidents and executing special national tasks, operating discreetly without following conventional routes. The Assembly of Representatives expressed their agreement, and Elder Yi subsequently announced that they would depart early the next morning from northern Yin, with all participants being flown to designated locations in northern Hubei. As people began to rise and leave, designated personnel guided them to their accommodations for rest. Li Mufeng, please stay a moment. Elder Yi called out to him with a warm smile, halting his departure. What is it, Elder Yi? Li Mufeng, intending to slip away, paused at the elder's summons. Let's share a drink later. I recently acquired 2 bottles of aged wine, Elder Yi said, his earlier seriousness replaced with a friendly demeanor. Ha ha, splendid. Lead the way, Li Mufeng exclaimed, shedding his previous gravity and rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation, following Elder Yi. 20-year-old Mao Dai, Elder Yi said kindly, I knew you would appreciate this, so I waited for your arrival before opening it. Upon hearing this, the prospect of 20-year-old Mao Dai made Li Mufeng's eyes gleam with excitement. The two soon rose, with Elder Yi, observing Li Mufeng's eager expression, laughing heartily as he strode forward. You truly have a kind heart. Elder Yi, Li Mufeng chuckled as he followed Elder Yi to his residence, in a quaint, ancient courtyard. The architecture exuded a classical charm, dating back to the Ming dynasty. Over the years, it had undergone renovations and repairs. Set against a backdrop of mountains and rivers, with exquisite landscaping that revealed regular maintenance. The pathways were clean and tidy, adorned with blue bricks and white stones, surrounded by crystal-clear waters, featuring an island in the lake and a bridge crossing over. Elder Yi resided in a lakeside villa, modest in size but equipped with all necessary amenities. Elder Yi, the environment here is splendid, with mountains and waters, fresh air, and the harmonious presence of both earth and water dragons. The pavilions and fragrant blooms create an ideal atmosphere for cultivation and tranquility. Wait. Li Mufeng's expression shifted as he pondered. Is this the White Tiger Zhaotang formation? What do you mean by White Tiger Zhaotang? Elder Yi inquired, rising in surprise and curiosity. Li Mufeng contemplated quietly, recognizing that the so-called White Tiger Zhaotang merely enhances personal wealth but is detrimental to one's social connections. The configuration of the Azure Dragon on the left and the White Tiger on the right. The Azure Dragon typically occupies a higher position, contributing to comfort. The Azure Dragon symbolizes connections, while the White Tiger represents wealth. The belief is that strengthening the White Tiger position while weakening the Azure Dragon can benefit financial fortune at the expense of personal relationships. Elder Yi's esteemed status likely attracted various power struggles. If the focus remains solely on enhancing wealth while depleting social ties, Elder Yi could potentially lose allies in future conflicts, jeopardizing his interpersonal relationships. Are there those who wish to harm Elder Yi? Li Mufeng mused, realizing that the White Tiger Zhaotang was a configuration that traded interpersonal connections for wealth and prosperity. Such feng shui arrangements often carry inherent advantages and disadvantages. For those already in high positions, residing long-term within such a setup could preserve wealth but gradually erode their influence and relationships, posing significant risks to Elder Yi. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Mufeng furrowed his brow. Who orchestrated this scheme? Is there an intent to usurp Elder Yi's authority? At this moment, Mr. Yi seemed to have noticed the change in Li Mufeng's expression. Old Li, what's the matter? You seem rather mysterious. Speak plainly. If there is nothing amiss, let us go drink. Mr. Yi's hearty voice resonated. Have you offended anyone recently? Someone who might want to bring you down? Li Mufeng recounted the incident at the White Tiger Hall to Mr. Yi. Upon hearing it, Mr. Ye's expression became quite complex, his brows knitting into a tight lock. Ultimately, he sighed and shook his head. Some matters, even if I am aware, I can only accept. It is unwise to speak indiscriminately. Turning around, Mr. Yi stood up and called out, and soon a middle-aged man in a black suit, around 40 years old, approached with a respectful demeanor. After Mr.Ye briefed him, the man nodded and hurried off. The two continued to sip their tea, refraining from discussing the matter of the feng shui any further. Perhaps Li Mufeng gleaned some understanding, and Mr.Ye might have known as well. Yet sometimes, it is better to feign ignorance to alleviate worries and troubles. Old Li, come and taste this freshly cooked wild turtle, paired with my fine liquor. Old Yi, where did you procure such a delicacy? This one must weigh around 10 pounds. If you come, I must certainly treat you to something good. It has been a while since we shared a drink. Old Yi, you are so considerate. I have a few fine items to give you later, useful for self-defense. Ha ha ha, then I shall thank you in advance. The jovial exchange of conversation and hearty laughter continued unabated. Mr.Ye and Li Mufeng have known each other for nearly 20 years. Over the years, they have become well acquainted with each other's temperaments, finding a rare camaraderie, often treating each other as brothers in private. Both being fond of a drink, their shared taste made their friendship even more harmonious. They traversed topics from the rise and fall of historical dynasties to the intricacies of various philosophies. The following morning, at an airport in the outskirts of Yanbei, a medium-sized passenger plane had opened its doors, awaiting the personnel from the Shinmen to board for their journey to Hebei. Everyone had arrived early at the location. Mr.Yi, clad in military attire, appeared at the boarding gate, his expression solemn as he surveyed the group, offering a few brief words of instruction. I hope you all successfully complete this mission. I will be here to support you at any moment. Once this task is accomplished, I will personally host a celebration for all of you. Mr. Ye's passionate voice served as a rallying call before their departure, and then, with a grave demeanor, he stood at attention and saluted the group with his right hand. Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we will ensure the mission is a success. The crowd replied with fervor, quickly boarding the aircraft. As the sounds of engines roared to life, the plane taxied down the runway and ascended into the sky, heading toward the mysterious direction of Hebei. Chapter 4. A perilous plunge into the fish pond. Time flew by swiftly over the course of 2 years. Zhang Jianjun, my adoptive father, found his business flourishing. His career reaching new heights. A critical factor in his success was the enhancement of the feng shui of his residence, skillfully executed by Li Mufeng. Zhang Jianjun not only secured several significant engineering projects but also nearly monopolized the installation of hardware windows and doors in various neighborhoods. Those familiar with the circumstances of that era would know that many of the older neighborhoods now feature security window grills, a necessity due to the occasional thefts that occurred at the time. Installing such protective measures greatly mitigated the occurrence of these crimes. Zhang Jianjun adeptly capitalized on this trend, showcasing his keen foresight. Interestingly, I had always possessed a natural talent for languages, my charming demeanor making me quite endearing. The couple grew increasingly fond of me, with their first order of business upon returning home each day being to embrace and entertain me. I, too, was not shy. From a young age, I never cried or fussed regardless of who held me. Hong Xiu, who had not borne children over the years, devoted most of her energy to me, treating me as her own daughter. Each time Zhang Jianjun indulged in drinks with relatives and friends, he would boast about how I was different from other children, predicting that I would not be an ordinary person in the future. Just wait and see. By the age of 3, I had already learned many languages through the television of that era, particularly excelling at the various advertisements that aired. The past few years were relatively peaceful. However, everything changed when Hong Xiu became pregnant, transforming our previously stable life into a turning point. During the time Zhang Jianjun admitted Hong Xiu to the hospital to await childbirth, I was about to face the first major calamity of my life, one that nearly cost me my life. That day coincided with my 3rd birthday, and on this very day, I narrowly escaped death. Aunt Lu, who worked as a domestic helper in our household, hailed from the same village as Hong Xiu's mother, albeit being 7 or 8 years her senior. Now in her 40s, Aunt Lu was of modest height. Her skin somewhat darkened, yet her round face always radiated warmth and cheer, embodying the quintessential image of a rural woman. On that day, it was just Aunt Lu and me at home. since Zhang Jianjun and Heng Xiao were at the hospital. They were unable to celebrate my birthday with me. Before leaving, they instructed Aunt Lu to ensure I stayed indoors and not venture out anywhere. In that era, landline telephones were the norm, as mobile phones were not yet widespread. Only a few affluent individuals could afford the bulky mobile devices. While Aunt Lu was busy washing clothes and cleaning the house, demonstrating her remarkable diligence and skill, the home was kept impeccably tidy. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Aunt Lu's husband calling. She hurried over to answer. "Hello?" Aunt Lu was engrossed in her conversation with him, occasionally furrowing her brows and displaying a hint of concern. I referred to her husband as Uncle Zhang, and he was calling to discuss their child's early romantic involvement. Meanwhile, in a corner of the living room, my small figure, seizing the opportunity while Aunt Lu was distracted, darted out of the house like a wild horse freed from its cage. I stealthily opened the door and ran to the neighbor's door, knocking and calling out for my neighbor. "Brother-in-law, is brother-in-law home? Is brother-in-law home?" I chirped in my childish voice at the door. The door swung open, revealing a frail old woman with a head of white hair and a gaunt face. Her skin was wrinkled like the bark of an old tree, with age spots scattered across her hands. The elderly woman walked with a slight tremor, as if she might fall at any moment. This was Anin's grandmother. She was in her 70s, her age rendering her somewhat frail. "Ah, it's ZY. Come in." Upon seeing me, the neighbor's grandmother's face broke into a smile, her features crinkling with wrinkles. "Grandma, I want to go in. Can I ask brother-in-law to come downstairs to play with me?" I exclaimed with sparkling eyes, eager to play games with Anin. Dressed in a cartoon t-shirt, Anin dashed out, taking my hand and pulling me toward the stairs. Yet, I sensed something peculiar about Anin's home. An indescribable feeling that lingered in the air. If only my master were present, he would undoubtedly detect the strange, imperceptible dark energy that filled the room. Anin, slightly older than me at 6 years, was 3 years my senior. Anin's grandmother had recently been feeling unwell, often experiencing tightness in her chest, so she retired to her room for a rest, leaving us to our own devices. It was a gloomy, oppressive day, and the courtyard of the neighborhood exuded an eerie stillness. Anin led me to the community garden, where we resembled two liberated birds, frolicking about. Our attention was soon captured by a fish pond. The pond, approximately 7 or 8 meters wide and over a meter deep, was adorned with vibrant aquatic plants and smooth pebbles, housing numerous beautiful fish, golden, red, black, and speckled varieties, all swimming gracefully. In an instant, I was entranced by the sight of these fish. Suddenly, an inexplicable chill swept through the air, causing me to shudder. If anyone had been watching at that moment, they would have seen me seemingly possessed, my body moving in an unnatural manner, step by step. Toward the pond, my face bore an expression devoid of emotion, tinged with a hint of the uncanny, as if another force was controlling my actions. With a splash, I lost my balance and tumbled into the pond, breaking the surface of the once calm water and sending a cascade of droplets flying. I struggled desperately in the water, my hands flailing as I sank deeper. If my master had been there, he would have noticed a dark energy coiling around me, and behind me stood a shadowy figure. Upon closer inspection, it bore the visage of a man. "ZY, keep going. You'll soon be able to touch the fish." Anin believed I was fishing in the water. At that moment, she not only remained oblivious to the danger, but also cheered me on enthusiastically. In an instant, the fish in the pond seemed to be startled by some unseen force, swimming frantically in all directions. Meanwhile, I, unable to swim, found myself bobbing up and down in the water. The once crystal-clear pond became murky due to my thrashing. In a daze, it felt as though a dark hand was gripping me tightly beneath the surface, rendering me immobile. Despair and helplessness filled my eyes as I choked on water, my throat producing indistinct cries for help, but the water plants entwined my limbs like demonic tendrils. Before long, I ceased my struggles. I sensed that I was on the verge of losing consciousness. My lips turned a shade of purple, and my complexion grew pale. Gradually, I stopped thrashing about, and ultimately, it felt as if I had plunged into an endless abyss, where I drifted into a deep slumber. A dark essence swiftly surged into my body. I seemed to dream, in which a man clad in white, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and a tall frame, appeared. Though I could not discern his features, I could hear his voice, now distant, now near, anxiously calling out to me. Ziwei, wake up, Ziwei, you must awaken. Ziwei, Ziwei. It felt as though an eternity had passed in that fleeting moment. I vaguely heard many voices calling my name, those of Aunt Lu, Zhang Jianjun, and Anne's father, and my master, Li Mufeng, but I could not open my eyes. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the depths of my consciousness. Akin to a cosmic explosion, I reached out towards that radiant beam, seemingly yearning to grasp it. Chapter 5. Surviving a great calamity, I found myself lying on a hospital bed, my body adorned with numerous tubes. Surrounded by people whose faces were etched with concern, it turned out that shortly after I had fallen into the community pond, and Anne's father, Chen Xiaoping, had returned home for a moment and spotted me unconscious in the water. He promptly rescued me and rushed me to the hospital. The community was less than 5 minutes away from the hospital, and upon arrival, I was immediately taken into the operating room for urgent care. The doctors examined me repeatedly, confirming that I had stopped breathing and had no heartbeat. Clinically, I was declared brain dead. My master, Li Mufeng, who had originally planned to pick me up that day, arrived at Zhang Jianjun's residence just in time to learn of the situation and rush to the hospital. At that moment, I lay silently on the hospital bed, my complexion ashen, connected to an array of tubes and lines. Beep. The sound of the heart monitor pierced the air, its readings flatlining into a straight line. A wave of shock swept through everyone present, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow enveloped the room. The doctor, with a hint of regret, approached Zhang Jianjun and bowed slightly. Please accept my condolences. Li Mufeng's expression revealed concern and urgency as he rushed to my side. Don't panic. Let me take a look. There may still be hope. His face was grave, brows furrowed deeply. He lifted my eyelids and checked my pulse with 2 fingers, then swiftly retrieved vermilion powder, sketching talismans upon my body while muttering incantations. What are you doing? This is a hospital. Do not act recklessly. A middle-aged doctor in a white coat admonished sternly. Zhang Jianjun, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly intervened. Doctor, please allow Mr. to try. Dressed in a tattered Taoist robe, Li Mufeng formed hand seals, his demeanor solemn as the air around us began to ripple. Lingbao Tianzuan, comfort the formed, disciple soul, 5 organs of the dark. Qinglong and Baihu, in opposition. Zhuke and Su Nw, guard my true self. Urgent as the law commands, as the final stroke of the talisman was completed, an imperceptible aura of light emanated from my body. Li Mufeng's eyes narrowed, exuding a chilling intent as he shouted, "Come forth!" A gust of cold wind swept through the room, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. An unseen dark essence slowly emerged from my body, though the others remained oblivious to its presence. This dark essence took on the form of a man, trembling as it knelt on the ground, emitting a plea that only Li Mufeng could hear. "Spare me, master!" Li Mufeng's expression turned icy, laced with murderous intent as he addressed the air. "I grant you 3 breaths. If you do not depart within that time, I shall ensure your soul is shattered, leaving you forever unable to reincarnate." Zhang Jianjun and Anne's father found the scene incredulous, while the hospital staff regarded Li Mufeng as if he were insane. All looked on in disbelief as he conversed with the air. Yet Li Mufeng's sole focus was to pull me back from the brink of death. 3 breaths passed, and the dark essence rapidly drifted towards the window, dissipating completely in an instant. I cried out, suddenly feeling as though the hand that had been stifling my breath had released its grip, and I quickly regained my ability to breathe, leading to the moment of my awakening. "Wonderful! Mr. Li, Ziwei has awakened." Zhang Jianjun exclaimed in jubilation, his face alight with disbelief. "Thank goodness, Ziwei is safe." Aunt Lu wept tears of joy, her rough hands wiping away her tears. This is truly a medical miracle. Her heart had stopped beating. The doctor marveled, astonished, and swiftly approached to assess my condition. Li Mufeng, observing the dissipating dark essence, calculated briefly, then turned to the others, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, all is well. Ziwei was merely affected by some malevolent influence. But she is now out of danger. Mr. Li, your timely arrival was invaluable. Had anything happened to Ziwei, I wouldn't know how to face you." Zhang Jianjun expressed his profound guilt, fearing Li Mufeng would blame him for not watching over me. His demeanor tense with anxiety. "This is not your fault. Ziwei is destined to encounter some tribulations. You have done exceptionally well in protecting her. Otherwise, under the care of an ordinary person, she might have perished long ago. Li Mufeng replied courteously, waving his hand. Upon my return, I intended to take Ziwei to Ganzhou, where I shall personally guide her. Mr. Li, could you possibly stay in Hangzhou for a few more days? My wife has regarded Ziwei as her own for the past 3 years, and their bond is profound. Would it be possible to wait until she has given birth before taking Ziwei away? This would allow her to focus on her delivery without worry, and she would like to spend a little more time with Ziwei, Zhang Jianjun implored anxiously. His wife, Hong Xiu, was currently hospitalized, and if she were to learn that Ziwei had suddenly been taken away by Mr. Li, it would undoubtedly affect her emotional state, leaving her heartbroken at the thought of losing a child. Very well. I shall remain here for a while longer, waiting for my disciple to recover fully before I depart, Li Mufeng replied, his dark eyes narrowing slightly, deep as a pool. Moreover, let us keep Ziwei under observation in the hospital for another day. If all is well, we shall discharge her tomorrow. As he turned. A subtle smile graced Li Mufeng's lips as he cast a meaningful glance at An's father, indicating he wished to speak with him outside the ward. Having never encountered such a scene, An's father felt as if Li were an extraordinary figure. He hurriedly followed him out of the ward and into the hospital's corridor. Master Li Mufeng. Li Ziwei is my disciple. I am deeply grateful for your swift action in bringing her to the hospital today, Li Mufeng said, giving a slight bow to An's father, for he had saved my life. And thus Li Mufeng felt immense gratitude. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Chen Xiaoping, An's father and also a neighbor of Brother Jianjun. I cannot thank you enough for today's events, but what you said to the heir earlier. Chen Xiaoping's expression was tinged with apprehension, his face filled with curiosity. Could it be that there truly are? He hesitated, unable to utter the word that lingered on the tip of his tongue. Li Mufeng scrutinized Chen Xiaoping, who appeared to be in his 30s, of average build, neither overweight nor underweight. His eyebrows were centered and angled downward, and the distance between his eyes was somewhat wide, with an underdeveloped upper lip and somewhat chaotic facial features. Your family lineage is dim. The position of your father appears dark and sunken. Your father must have passed away quite early, am I correct? Li Mufeng's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze penetrating as he fixed it on Chen Xiaoping's face. You are indeed remarkable, Mr. Li. How did you know? Chen Xiaoping exclaimed, astonished. He felt an overwhelming sense of wonder. This Taoist was unlike anyone he had ever met. Not only had he swiftly restored Ziwei's consciousness, but he had also discerned the truth about his father's early demise upon their first encounter. At this moment, Chen Xiaoping felt he had truly encountered someone extraordinary. Your parents' positions of the palace master are compromised, and the position of the matriarch exhibits some signs of dullness, with indications of darkening. The center of the brows, a wisp of black energy mingled with lingers. If I am not mistaken, your mother's health has recently deteriorated, and you may also be facing a calamity, with your family's health at risk. Li Mufeng's expression remained as calm as water, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent sage. As he looked at Chen Xiaoping and said, Sir, save me, with a thud, Chen Xiaoping knelt on the ground, his face etched with worry as he confessed, to speak candidly, this situation has persisted for some time. Recently, during the Qingming festival, my mother wished to return to pay respects at the grave, but my wife and I, each managing our own businesses, were both exceedingly busy. My mother's health is frail, so we dissuaded her from making the journey. Since my hometown is in a remote mountain village in Shaanxi, it takes nearly an entire day to return. The elderly have difficulty walking, and for the past 2 to 3 years, we have not returned for the Qingming festival. Chen Xiaoping's eyes were slightly reddened, and at a critical moment, his nose tinged with a hint of sorrow as he continued. My father passed away early, and for these years, my mother has often been alone at home caring for the children. Her health, which was previously stable, has declined significantly in recent years. Over the past 3 years, my mother has frequently mentioned dreaming of my father at night, expressing that he is not well and wishes to take her with him. I merely regarded it as a manifestation of her longing for him, not giving it much thought. At this moment, Chen Xiaoping's expression turned somber, his head bowing occasionally as he sighed deeply. In the past 2 years, my wife and I faced considerable difficulties in our businesses, devoting almost all our energy to work, leaving little time to accompany our children and my mother. Recently, my wife, Chen Jia, encountered health issues and was hospitalized for over a month. This year, I also experienced 2 minor car accidents, thankfully without significant consequences. Our child, Anan, often appears dazed and occasionally has fevers, murmuring in his sleep about seeing his grandfather. With a furrowed brow, Chen Xiaoping continued, his gaze distant, we have sought out several masters and priests to exorcise evil spirits and have conducted various rituals, spending a considerable amount of money. However, none have yielded substantial results. Master, please help me. Money is not an issue. In that moment, Chen Xiaoping felt that Li Mufeng was his only savior. After listening to Chen Xiaoping's plight, Li Mufeng displayed minimal emotional reaction. His gaze shifted slightly, fingers unconsciously calculating as if deducing certain matters. At this juncture, Li Mufeng began to understand that Chen Xiaoping's family was likely entangled in some misfortune. He helped Chen Xiaoping to his feet, his hands steady and strong, a faint smile gracing his rosy face. Please rise. Later, take me to your home for a visit. I wish to ascertain the underlying issues. Wonderful, thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Xiaoping's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Chapter 6, 7-Star Path, Li Mufeng upon returning to the ward. Li Mufeng spoke earnestly to Zhang Jianjun, mentioning that he might need assistance visiting Chen Xiaoping's home in the evening and requested Zhang to oversee him in the hospital until he returned. Mr. Li, is there something amiss at Brother Chen's home? Zhang Jianjun inquired, turning with an expression full of curiosity. Li Mufeng waved his hand, speaking in a solemn tone, it cannot be explained in a moment. ZY is somewhat weak at present, however, there is no immediate danger to her life, so there is no need for concern. With that, Li Mufeng and Chen Xiaoping descended the stairs. It was mealtime, and Chen Xiaoping suggested they dine first. Chatting as they ate, Li Mufeng, feeling a pang of hunger, agreed, noting that some matters are indeed more convenient to address under the cover of night. In the realm of cultivation, it is often deemed inappropriate to investigate certain malevolent occurrences during the daytime, as the abundant yang energy tends to conceal many malevolent entities. Before long, Chen Xiaoping led Li Mufeng to a well-appointed restaurant adorned with elegant decor. During the meal, Chen Xiaoping displayed utmost respect, treating Li Mufeng to fine wine and serving tea graciously, exuding courtesy. Li Mufeng maintained a calm demeanor, accustomed to such formalities. Mr. Li, please do not stand on ceremony. Allow me to toast to you, Chen Xiaoping said, his expression filled with reverence, slightly bowing as he clinked glasses with Li Mufeng. Having witnessed Li Mufeng's prowess at the hospital, Chen Xiaoping regarded him as an extraordinary figure. Li Mufeng accepted the toast without formality, indulging in several cups of wine before savoring the exquisite dishes presented by the restaurant. During that era, many individuals did not enjoy a high standard of living. For many families, being able to eat meat daily was already considered fortunate. Given the hardships of those times, dining out was a luxury reserved for those with better financial means, making Chen Xiaoping's lavish spread particularly noteworthy. Li Mufeng understood Chen Xiaoping's anxiousness and seriousness regarding the matter. He thought to himself, very well, I shall finish my meal and then assist in resolving your troubles. However, he did not anticipate that this matter would not be resolved quickly, ultimately taking several days to address. Who exactly is Li Mufeng? He is a descendant of the renowned Tang dynasty Taoist Li Chunfeng, belonging to the lineage of the 7-Star Path, now in its 19th generation of direct inheritance. Indeed, it is a singular lineage. The lineage of Li Chunfeng has always been direct, devoid of any senior or junior disciples. Each successor stands alone, and it is already a stroke of fortune for this lineage to have reached him. Li Chunfeng is most famous for co-authoring the 2A Bei 2 with Yuan Tiangang, as well as for his work Si Zhan, a treatise on weather prediction and celestial phenomena, recognized as one of the earliest meteorological texts in history. Of course, it is worth noting that earlier masters were also capable of predicting weather patterns. As early as the Three Kingdoms period, figures like the Yellow Turban Taoist could summon winds and rain, while Zhuge Liang could observe wind directions and discern clear or rainy weather. However, those individuals were not inclined to write, unlike the diligent Li Chunfeng, who left behind some works for the benefit of future generations. As for the inheritance of the 7-Star Path, it primarily consists of an ancient sword known as the 7-Star Sword and 3 volumes of cultivation techniques. Point 1 is the Li Hua Qi Xingju, a fire-based cultivation technique with 7 levels, focused on meditative absorption of the world's spiritual energy, supplemented by rare materials to enhance and stabilize one's power. This technique not only cultivates personal strength but also includes various offensive capabilities, allowing the practitioner to harness the fire energy of nature. At the highest level, one can unleash Nan Ming Li Hua, a primordial fire associated with the divine beast Shu Ke, manifesting as pure white and possessing formidable power. Capable of incinerating all, particularly harmful to malevolent spirits and entities, Li Mufeng once stated that even in the ancient primordial era, no flame could surpass the Nan Mingli Hua, the legendary Bodhidharma, who crossed the river on a reed, captured a wisp of Nan Mingli Hua and infused it into a sword, which he named the Nan Mingli Hua sword. Among the techniques of the seven-star path, another volume is titled Qi Xing Jianzhu, which specializes in swordsmanship, comprising 7 levels of sword techniques, each representing different levels of power, requiring practitioners to reach a certain realm before being able to employ them. The final and most formidable tome is the Si Xiang de Yin Shu, encompassing the fields of feng shui, physiognomy, talismans, qimenduanjia, and formations, each containing immense potential. Mastery of any one of these disciplines typically allows one to become a remarkable individual. Regrettably, Li Mufeng's generation has only preserved the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju and Si Xiang de Yin Shu, while the iconic 7-star sword and 7-star sword technique have been misplaced by a senior ancestor in an unknown era. It is said that the combination of the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju and the 7-star sword with the 7-star sword technique is essential to fully unleash one's cultivation potential. Lacking any component would significantly diminish effectiveness. Li Mufeng has spent his life traveling far and wide, capturing demons and dispelling evil, both in search of the 7-star sword and the 7-star sword technique, and in quest of a successor to carry on the lineage of the 7-star path. This is the destiny of every disciple of the 7-star path. Should he recover the 7-star sword and the 7-star sword technique? Even the heads of Maoshan or those hidden masters would pose no threat to him. Of course, one may wonder if Li Mufeng possesses any other abilities beyond these. That is certainly not the case. Over the years, Li Mufeng has traversed the land, engaging in numerous discussions and competitions, and throughout this journey of intellectual exchange, he has acquired a wealth of spoils. For instance, the pure yang sword technique from Zhongnan Mountain, high-grade magical artifacts from Longhu Mountain, the comprehensive Gu technique compendium from the Miao region, Miao medical practices, and the secrets of thunder talisman crafting from Mao Shan, among others. Indeed, Li Mufeng has gleaned various advantages from the diverse sects he has encountered. Thus, it would not be an exaggeration to describe him as a veritable treasure trove or a collector. Naturally, I was initially unaware of this until I began to learn more and more. And Li Mufeng would occasionally bestow upon me some excellent materials from other sects, gradually revealing the vast array of treasures he possessed. After all, each major sect specializes in its own domain. And Li Mufeng believes there is no harm in actively learning techniques from other sects to amalgamate the strengths of many and remedy one's own weaknesses. He hopes that this spirit of his can be passed on. Over the years, Li Mufeng has indeed become a prominent figure. Some events I later heard from others revealed his remarkable feats, and I learned just how formidable he truly is. Therefore, should I, Li Ziwei, falter in my actions or develop undesirable habits in the future, it is undoubtedly a reflection of my master, Li Mufeng. After all, I have learned everything from him, and the responsibility lies entirely with my master, Li Mufeng, rather than with me, Li Ziwei. Chapter 7. The ancestral tomb faces trouble. After dinner, Chen Xiaoping drove Li Mufeng toward the Yunshui Huafu community. Once the car was parked, Chen Xiaoping quickly rushed ahead to lead the way. Guiding Li Mufeng to his home, by this time, it was already 7 in the evening. Due to the June weather, the sky still retained a hint of brightness at this hour. The sky was a deep shade of blue, and the dim light cast shadows upon the buildings of the community, imbuing the atmosphere with a profound sense of depth that seemed to create a somewhat oppressive ambience. Li Mufeng surveyed the community, noting that it had been some time since his last visit 3 years prior, and there had not been any significant changes, aside from the community appearing slightly less new, with a layer of dust and some signs of wear. The overall environment remained largely unchanged. The streetlights within the community began to flicker to life, yet they appeared dim, emanating a feeble and ineffective glow. These lights failed to illuminate the entirety of the night, instead accentuating numerous dark corners and blind spots, lending an eerie feeling to the night. However, as a practitioner, Li Mufeng's vision remained unaffected, regardless of how deep the night became. Soon, he followed Chen Xiaoping to the entrance of his home, where Chen promptly opened the door and invited Li Mufeng inside. Nodding in acknowledgement, Li Mufeng stepped through the threshold and began to take in his surroundings. Chen Xiaoping's home was elegantly adorned in a traditional Chinese style. While neighboring Zhou Jianjun's residence had a different layout, Chen Xiaoping's abode successfully avoided the adverse effects of the previous U-shaped construction and the sharp angles from outside. Furthermore, the family had previously consulted several feng shui masters, resulting in an overall layout that was not without merit. Upon entering, there was a screen adorned with various small ornaments, leading into a spacious living room where a beautiful crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, lending an air of opulence to the decor. As Li Mufeng ventured further inside, he found himself on the balcony, which was quite expansive and adorned with verdant plants. In the northwest corner of the house stood a piano, while the northern section housed a television, a fish tank, vases, a dining table, a sofa, and plants, all meticulously arranged according to the principles of the five elements and feng shui. Li Mufeng paced around the house for a while, scrutinizing the various items and decorations before stepping onto the balcony and peering back into the interior, lost in thought, though the nature of his contemplation remained a mystery. Traditionally, there are certain beliefs surrounding the feng shui of residential properties, particularly concerning the five elements and the 8 trigrams. The true north is associated with water, making it suitable for fish tanks or water-related objects, while the northwest pertains to metal and is ideal for displaying white, gold, or silver metallic ornaments. The west is linked to descendants and is favorable for metal ornaments or white vases, while the southeast represents wealth and is suitable for wooden items. The southwest relates to marriage and romantic prospects, where natural crystal chandeliers or gemstone decorations can be beneficial. It appeared that many of the items in Chen Xiaoping's home were arranged in accordance with these elemental principles, with little misalignment suggesting he had indeed sought professional feng shui advice. Likely, it was due to the supportive feng shui layout that Chen Xiaoping had thus far avoided any serious incidents. However, upon closer inspection, Li Mufeng noticed that the metal strings of the piano had begun to rust. It was summertime, yet the plants on the balcony showed signs of wilting, and the white vase bore visible cracks, while the fish tank, having been unplugged to change the water, left most of the fish belly up. Li Mufeng pondered quietly to himself. It seemed that the previous consultation had indeed provided some small enhancements to the feng shui, and the consultant had possessed a modicum of genuine skill, which had temporarily staved off adverse events for Chen Xiaoping's family. Otherwise, it would stand to reason that something untoward should have occurred long ago. Currently, however, the arrangement of these feng shui items had begun to falter, indicating that the beneficial effects of this setup would likely not endure much longer. Who is it? A door opened, revealing an elderly woman, Chen Xiaoping's mother. She inquired, her unsteady gait betraying her frailty as she slowly emerged from her room, each step accompanied by an eerie dragging sound. Mother, this is Mr. Li, who has come to assist us with the feng shui, and he is also Ziwei's master, Chen Xiaoping explained, quickly moving to support his mother and help her to the sofa. Hello, Mr. Li, Chen Xiaoping's mother greeted weakly. The elderly lady appeared quite frail, her health evidently deteriorating. Greetings, Li Mufeng replied, carefully observing Chen Xiaoping's mother and furrowing his brow. The elderly woman was petite, with a narrow forehead, a somewhat sunken nose, yellowing hair, a pallid complexion, and dark circles around her eyes. She on the verge of death. Li Mufeng mused internally, recalling the divination techniques mentioned in the 4 symbols de yin art, which indicated that such a visage often belonged to those nearing their end. This woman's features suggested she had little time left. Madam, have you encountered any unusual occurrences recently? Li Mufeng inquired with a warm smile. His demeanor gentle. Li says that our family may have attracted some unclean entities, which is why he has come to help, Chen Xiaoping quickly clarified, concerned that his mother might misunderstand Li Mufeng's intentions. Mr. Li, I often dream of my deceased husband visiting me in dreams, saying he is not well where he is and wishes for me to join him. In the past, I would dream of him occasionally, but now the frequency has increased, and I often wake up startled from such dreams, Chen Xiaoping's mother confessed, her eyes reddening, and her wrinkled cheeks trembling at the thought of her late companion. I frequently tell Xiaoping that we should visit his grave during the Qingming festival, but he has been reluctant to go. Being this old, I cannot make the journey alone. I fear my husband is blaming me and wishes to take me with him. She lamented, tears streaming down her face, her emotions running high. In truth, the tradition of honoring ancestors during the Qingming festival has been deeply rooted in Chinese culture since ancient times. But does the absence of such commemorations truly affect one's fortune? There is no definitive answer to this question. Elders often say, do not visit graves during a leap month, or misfortunes will befall you. This means that the leap month is considered an illusory month, prone to complications, making it unsuitable for significant events such as moving, marrying, or visiting graves, lest one face adverse outcomes. Of course, some regions advise visiting graves 1 or 2 days prior to Qingming to clear away weeds surrounding the graves. It is generally advised that children under 6 and menstruating women refrain from grave visits during Qingming to avoid attracting unclean entities. However, customs vary by locality, and individuals should adhere to the traditions of their respective regions. Madam Chun, have you felt your health declining recently? Do you often wake in the night from dreams, feeling as though you are nearing your end? Li Mufeng did not intend to be indirect and spoke plainly about what he perceived. Yes, I have been feeling increasingly unwell lately. Sometimes it feels as if my husband is coming to take me away, and I still remember him speaking to me, she replied. The elderly lady spoke in a frail voice, her demeanor trembling as she remarked, "It appears the ancestral grave has been compromised, and the living are unsettled. It seems your family's ancestral burial site has encountered some misfortune." Li Mufeng silently pondered. Boss Chun, I suspect there may be an issue with your father's grave's feng shui. I recommend returning promptly to investigate. This matter is rather urgent, and delay could lead to unforeseen complications. With a grave expression, Li Mufeng stated, "This is not merely to frighten you. The current symptoms clearly indicate that there is a significant problem with the Chen family's ancestral grave. Mr. Li, shall we set off for my hometown in Shaanxi first thing tomorrow morning?" Chen Xiaoping inquired earnestly, tinged with urgency. The journey from Hangzhou to Shaanxi is indeed quite a distance, and traversing inner-city routes back then was rather arduous due to underdeveloped highways. Li Mufeng had initially hesitated about making the trip, as it would likely take several days of upheaval. However, he recalled that Chen Xiaoping was a neighbor of Zhou Jianjun, and it was he who had discovered ZY in the water and rushed her to the hospital, thus establishing a bond of fate between them. Deciding to assist him as a means of repaying the favor of saving ZY, Li Mufeng proclaimed, "No need for concern. Since I've arrived, I shall help you resolve this matter. Here is the plan. You shall come to fetch me tomorrow morning, and I will first visit the hospital to check on my precious apprentice. The issues concerning your family must be addressed at the ancestral grave site." Li Mufeng waved his hand dismissively. Chen Xiaoping was overjoyed and hastily expressed his gratitude. Li Mufeng then produced a yellow talisman and handed it to him, reassuring, "Rest assured, with the old Taoist present, there is no need for worry. Here, take this calming talisman for your mother. She should carry it with her and place it under her pillow while sleeping, as it will shield her from nightmares and malevolent influences." Observing the elderly lady's frail condition, Li Mufeng hoped she could hold on until the issue with the ancestral grave was resolved. "Thank you immensely, Mr. Li," Chen Xiaoping said, carefully accepting the talisman with both hands before passing it to his mother and instructing her to keep it close. "You stay home with your mother. I will head to the hospital alone," Li Mufeng declared, preparing to leave. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back to say, "There may be some uncontrollable dangers during this trip, so it would be wise to bring someone along for your protection." The situation appeared to be more complex than anticipated, and Li Mufeng suspected that the feng shui issues surrounding Chen Xiaoping's ancestral grave might be of human origin. "Mr. Li, is there a particular type of person I should bring?" Chen Xiaoping asked respectfully, curiosity etched on his face. "Someone young and strong, with good physical fitness will suffice," Li Mufeng replied before turning on his heel to depart. Contemplating the possibility of needing to relocate earth and disturb graves, in case of encountering malevolent spirits, having someone capable along could provide additional support for Chen Xiaoping. "Mr. Li, allow me to accompany you." "It is quite close, just a few minutes away," Chen Xiaoping insisted, bowing slightly in respect. "No need for such trouble. The old Taoist is perfectly fine walking to digest the meal from last night." Li Mufeng chuckled, patting his belly. "You go about your business. There's no need for such formality. Just come to the hospital early tomorrow to pick me up." As Li Mufeng turned to leave, Chen Xiaoping and his mother quickly rose to see him out, their expressions filled with gratitude as they watched him disappear down the corridor. The hour was nearing 9 o'clock. Walking along the street toward the hospital, the dim streetlights illuminated the path, casting a slender silhouette of Li Mufeng. "Perfect timing to head to Shaanxi. Perhaps I might encounter the old Wangba and young Wangba who handle corpse transportation," he mused to himself, chuckling as he strode toward the hospital where he was staying. Chapter 8. The Dragon Vein of Fengshui Mountain. After a short while, Li Mufeng arrived at the hospital only to find Zhang Jianjun absent, leaving Lu Yi to keep vigil in the ward. Zhang Jianjun's wife, Nailin Hongxiu, was also hospitalized for childbirth, prompting him to ask Lu Yi to stay with ZY. He had gone to check on Hongxiu in her ward. Upon entering, the door creaked softly as Li Mufeng stepped inside, prompting Lu Yi to rise hurriedly, greeting him, "Mr. Li, you have arrived." "Yes. You may wish to return home to rest. I will stay here with my little apprentice tonight," Li Mufeng said affectionately, gazing at the child in the hospital bed, his heart heavy with compassion for his beloved apprentice. "Very well, then I shall trouble you, Mr. Li. I want to leave. I've brought a folding bed and will rest in the corridor. If anything is needed, please call for me at any time," Lu Yi replied, having previously witnessed Li Mufeng's abilities and understanding Zhou Jianjun's esteem for him. "All right," Li Mufeng acknowledged, taking a seat beside the bed, his gaze filled with warmth and kindness. At that moment, I had awakened, and though I was only 3 years old, I seemed quite perceptive. Blinking my eyes and looking at Li Mufeng, I called out, "Hello, Grandpa." "Grandpa? Ha!" Li Mufeng burst into laughter, his heart brimming with joy. "Don't worry, my dear apprentice, everything will be fine in a few days. I will take you back to Ganzhou, and from now on, I shall be your master." "What does a master do? Will you teach me skills?" I inquired with wide, curious eyes that sparkled like purple grapes. "Indeed, in the future, the old Taoist will teach you skills." "What do you wish to learn?" Li Mufeng said, his eyes gleaming with delight, as if beholding a treasured gem. "What skills do you possess?" I asked innocently, filled with curiosity about this suddenly appearing grandpa. "What skills do I have? Let me think. Anything that others can do, I can do too, and what others cannot, I can also manage." "Ha!" Li Mufeng chuckled, recalling the various techniques and treasures he had accumulated over the years, his eyes sparkling mischievously. "I want to become like Sun Wukong. Is that possible?" I asked eagerly, having been captivated by the long-running television adaptation of Journey to the West, which had left a lasting impression on my childhood. Ha! You wish to become the great sage equal to heaven? Sun Wukong? The old Taoist cannot yet grant you such prowess," Li Mufeng replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he rubbed his hands together awkwardly. "However, I can teach you a variety of skills to subdue demons and eliminate evil. Are you willing?" Li Mufeng looked at me, his affection growing stronger with each passing moment. "Fight monsters? ZY is willing. ZY loves fighting monsters the most," I exclaimed excitedly, waving my little arms. Children hold a deep admiration for the figure of Sun Wukong, and every child dreams of being like him. Possessing extraordinary skills, vanquishing demons, and upholding justice, I was no exception. Even though I was a little girl, the influence of television had instilled a fierce spirit within me. Very good, Li Mufeng repeated, his heart swelling with pride, a broad smile lighting up his face as he looked at me. At that moment, Li Mufeng felt as if he were on cloud 9, finally gaining an apprentice after a lifetime of searching for someone to inherit his legacy. Finding a successor in his 50s was not a bad thing at all. There was still time to teach. After discussing various topics, I soon lost track of the details, but I remember Li Mufeng sharing many tales of his encounters with demons, which I absorbed like a delightful story. Enraptured for a while, before long, slumber overtook me once again. The following morning, Lu Yi fed me breakfast, while Chen Xiaoping had arrived at the hospital early, accompanied by 2 young men. One was robust and appeared quite strong, with a hint of fierceness in his eyes. The other was leaner and not particularly tall, but his arms were well defined, and his demeanor was serious. It was evident they were both capable individuals. These 2 young men were temporary hires brought along by Chen Xiaoping, named Ali and Amin. Both were adept at driving. "Little ZY, Master has to step out for a while. I will return to fetch you once I am done," Li Mufeng said with a smile, gently patting my head, exuding tenderness. "Okay, Master, ZY will be good," I replied obediently, as a child. I was sweet and endearing, a delightful little girl that anyone would love. Li Mufeng smiled warmly at my response, ruffling my hair once more before turning to push open the ward door and step outside. "Let us go. It's time to set off," Li Mufeng addressed Chen Xiaoping. "Very well, Mr. Li, please follow me this way." Hangzhou is approximately 800 li from Shaanxi in a straight line. However, the roads along the way are not particularly well developed. Li Mufeng and his companions must traverse a towering mountain peak, with all routes following the winding mountain roads. This mountain is named Fengshui Mountain, standing at nearly 2,000 meters, piercing the clouds. All vehicles bound for Shaanxi must ascend the mountain road to reach the summit. then descend via another mountain road on the opposite side. The peril associated with this mountain is considerable. Its peak is perpetually capped with snow, and numerous accidents involving tour buses occur frequently due to driver fatigue or the treacherous, winding roads where vehicles often plunge from the mid-slope curves. Local residents are no doubt familiar with such incidents. Teo addressed the issue concerning his ancestral grave. Chen Xiaoping felt compelled to trouble Li Mufeng to accompany him back to his hometown, lest prolonged delays lead to unforeseen complications. Observing the arduous journey ahead, Chen Xiaoping felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Mr. Li, I appreciate your efforts on this journey." "Not at all," Li Mufeng replied, half closing his eyes in the car, appearing to doze, occasionally lifting his eyelids to gaze at the scenery outside. The mountain ridges stretched endlessly. As the vehicle ascended gradually, the air began to thin, and the comfort of the valley below seemed to fade away. It was a clear day, yet the air turned brisk, with the temperature steadily declining. The summit was perpetually adorned with glistening white snow, and astonishingly, the pine trees at the peak were encrusted with transparent ice crystals, rendering the September frost scenery quite picturesque. Even in September, the snow showed no signs of melting, and the staff at the mountaintop rest area were clad in green military coats to ward off the cold, presenting a truly remarkable sight. The driver, a robust man named Ali, suggested that for safety's sake, they take a brief respite at the summit. The others concurred, as the winding mountain roads had even made Chen Xiaoping feel a bit queasy. Once the vehicle was parked, Li Mufeng stepped out and strolled around the summit, approaching the cliff's edge to admire the serpentine mountain road and the undulating peaks, appreciating the breathtaking views. "Ah!" Li Mufeng exclaimed in astonishment as he retrieved a feng shui compass from his belongings. Squinting slightly, this location was, astonishingly, a naturally formed, colossal dragon vein. The direction towards Izhou represented the dragon's body and head, while the area surrounding Fengshui Mountain was precisely at the dragon's neck. Towards Guichuan lay the dragon's tail, extending for over 100 li. Upon closer inspection, the dragon's claws were situated southeast of Qianzhou and towards Yongzhou, with the entire dragon vein undulating for nearly 1,000 li. Had he not reached the peak of Fengshui Mountain, it would have been quite difficult to discern this natural, immense dragon vein from a typical vantage point. The entire dragon vein exuded a formidable presence, akin to a soaring dragon in flight. Winding endlessly, a powerful dragon energy subtly captivating the heart and mind. Magnificent! The heavens and earth have always possessed spiritual energy, gathering within mountains and rivers, manifesting in the winds and clouds. Thus is the dragon vein. Wherever there is a dragon vein, there must be treasures, indicating the likely presence of significant tombs. This terrain is perilous, a strategic location in ancient times, truly formidable and majestic. Li Mufeng silently employed the four symbols great divination technique to deduce further. Inwardly astonished, goodness, there must be a significant tomb here. After observing the summit for a while longer, Li Mufeng became increasingly alarmed. Holding the compass, he wandered about, ultimately focusing his gaze on a not particularly tall peak 80 li to the northeast. Li Mufeng mused that this marked the dragon's throat, the very locus of the dragon vein's energy. He smiled broadly and promptly stowed the compass away, contemplating that this treasure trove awaited the right moment. He would inform Ziwei later to see if she could unearth some substantial opportunities from it. The locale of the natural dragon vein's energy likely harbored significant tombs or rare treasures. Practitioners often sought to explore such places, primarily to seek substantial opportunities. Acquiring valuable insights or treasures would undoubtedly aid their future growth. His old master still retained a modicum of conscience, occasionally remembering him. After a while, Chen Xiaoping approached to announce, "Mr. Li, we can set off now." "Indeed. Let us go." Li Mufeng turned his head and followed Chen Xiaoping back into the car, which then slowly navigated the winding mountain road towards the other side of the mountain. Earlier, a rain had fallen along the route, and the mist at the mountain's peak perpetually lingered in the valleys, resembling a fairyland. Chapter 9. The Chen family ancestral home. After approximately 4 hours of travel, the vehicle finally arrived at Chen Xiaoping's ancestral village as darkness fell. This was a relatively remote mountain village located in the western part of Shaanxi, where dim yellow lights flickered to life as night enveloped the area. "Mr. Chen, we are nearly there," Ali remarked. As night descended, the vehicle moved very slowly along the route. Those who have lived through such times know that, especially in relatively isolated areas, electricity was not yet available. During that era, The power system was underdeveloped, and many households in the mountains relied on candles or oil lamps for nighttime illumination. With flashlights in hand, Chen Xiaoping and Li Mufeng traversed the village path for several dozen meters before stopping in front of an old ancestral home that exuded a sense of history. Mr. Li, this is my ancestral home. Since night has fallen, we might as well stay here for the night, and we can visit the ancestral grave tomorrow, Chen Xiaoping respectfully suggested. Very well, Li Mufeng nodded. Before entering, he knocked 3 times on the door in a specific pattern, one heavy knock followed by 2 light knocks. After a brief moment of silence, he opened the door and stepped inside. Why is that? Chen Xiaoping inquired, somewhat curious, as it was his first encounter with such a practice. Li Mufeng smiled slightly and offered a brief explanation. Your ancestral home has been uninhabited for many years, to prevent wild beasts or other entities from nesting within. Knocking beforehand signifies the return of the living, providing notice to anything inside. Li Mufeng spoke with a serious demeanor. Of course, it is best if nothing is present. This is merely a habit among those who traverse the world, as one can occasionally encounter unnecessary troubles. There are folk tales suggesting that knocking at midnight draws spirits forth. The specific pattern of 1 heavy and 2 light knocks is primarily due to the difficulty for humans to maintain a consistent rhythm and weight, while spirits are often uniform in their rhythm and intensity. However, these are merely popular beliefs. Li speaks wisely. I shall certainly bear this in mind. Suddenly, in accordance with the teachings of Li Mufeng, Chen Xiaoping knocked 3 times on the heavy door with a light touch, waiting for 10 breaths before he retrieved a key and unlocked the formidable copper lock hanging from the entrance. The 2 men behind him exchanged glances, revealing amused smiles and a hint of disdain in their eyes, seemingly mocking Li Mufeng for his exaggerated caution and superstitious beliefs. Of course, this scene did not escape Li Mufeng's notice. He thought to himself, when you encounter those terrifying entities, you will truly understand what genuine superstition is. Ignoring their reactions, Li Mufeng followed Chen Xiaoping into the house, with the 2 men trailing closely behind. Chen Xiaoping's ancestral home was a traditional Sihiyuan, and upon entering, they were greeted by a modest courtyard. Elongated yet not particularly wide, in the courtyard stood some bamboo racks for drying clothes, while a tree flourished in the eastern part, and a well occupied the northwestern corner. The yard was overgrown with weeds, appearing quite desolate due to years of neglect. The well featured a sophisticated iron lever mechanism for drawing water, a remarkable convenience for the time, as many families could not afford to dig their own wells and relied on public ones. Those familiar with that era would likely recognize such a water source. In the southeastern corner of the courtyard, a side chamber was constructed, marked by a circular archway made of wood mixed with earth, exuding a quaint charm. Beyond the archway lay a side courtyard that housed the kitchen and toilet, accessible from the main entrance or through the archway itself. This side courtyard was overrun with weeds, presenting a rather chaotic appearance, and the overall condition of the yard seemed somewhat dilapidated. Before long, the group moved through the modest courtyard and entered Chen Xiaoping's main hall. Chen Xiaoping produced several large red candles and a few oil lamps, and as they lit the candles, the dim lighting of the old house brightened slightly. He placed the candles and lamps on the altar table and instructed the 2 men to tend to the food and luggage they had brought, also reminding them to prepare the rooms for the night. After about half an hour, the house was tidied up to a reasonable extent. It was unclear where the lean man had procured a small table and several benches, but the 4 of them sat together in the hall, sharing a simple meal of the food they had brought from the journey. Chen Xiaoping opened a bottle of fine wine, pouring a full glass for Li Mufeng, and said, Mr. Li, our village is quite remote, and I apologize for any inconvenience you may encounter here. Once everything is settled and we return to the city, I will be sure to express my gratitude properly. Chen Xiaoping felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having been away for so long, the condition of his family home was indeed less than ideal. It's of no consequence. We have traversed the world for many years. What have we not encountered? Even in the most treacherous of places, such as the mass graveyards or the tombs of ancient demons, I have taken refuge. This is nothing, Li Mufeng replied, waving his hand dismissively as he grabbed a slice of marinated beef, washing it down with the wine poured by Chen Xiaoping. At this point, one might wonder, aren't many Taoists averse to consuming beef? However, Li Mufeng, a practitioner of the 7 Stars Tao, held no such taboos. After all, he was alone and not bound by strict doctrines. That is indeed acceptable, Chen Xiaoping remarked, secretly admiring Li Mufeng's nonchalance, while the two younger men furrowed their brows slightly but remained silent, continuing to eat. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a shadow slowly entering the room. Li Mufing's expression tightened, and he frowned slightly, sensing an aura of death emanating from the newcomer. "Who goes there?" he demanded. The robust Ali immediately turned to the door, alertly calling out, "Is that you, Xiaoping?" An elderly voice responded from outside, and an elderly, diminutive figure slowly stepped in. "Don't be alarmed. It's me. Old Wang, your neighbor." Qin Xiaoping waved his hand to signal Ali and Ming to remain calm. He then approached, saying, "Old Wang, what brings you here? I just settled down not long ago and hadn't had the chance to visit you." "Oh, Xiaoping, it's been a while since you returned. I saw your lights were on, and I thought a thief might have come in, so I came to check," Old Wang replied. His frail form was clad in worn, faded blue garments, leaning on a wooden cane, and wearing a black hat. The night was dark, obscuring his expression from view, but Qin Xiaoping greeted him warmly, inviting him to sit and share some food. Li Mufing lifted his gaze, observing Old Wang's figure with curiosity. This old man should have passed away long ago. How had he returned as a living corpse? It seemed Old Wang sensed Li Mufing's scrutiny, glancing around before halting his steps and proceeding forward with a hint of trepidation. "I want to eat. At my age, I can't manage much. I just came to see you." Old Wang's voice trembled as he lightly patted Qin Xiaoping's arm before turning to leave. "Let me walk you out, by the way. I brought some things with me. Please take them back," Qin Xiaoping said eagerly, helping Old Wang toward the door. He quickly rushed to the vehicle and retrieved a box of milk and a box of fruit, hastily delivering them to Old Wang's home. "You've always been the best to me, Xiaoping." Old Wang did not take the items from Qin Xiaoping but turned to look at him, then glanced back toward the hall. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoping took the items directly to Old Wang's home. Li Mufing exuded an aura akin to a towering mountain, causing Old Wang to hesitate, slowly retreating back to his own dilapidated wooden house. Once Old Wang left, Li Mufing turned his attention back to the meal, continuing to eat and sip the wine brought by Qin Xiaoping, quietly contemplating the implications of the old man's presence. Sensing that he was not merely an ordinary being, but likely an entity of the supernatural, it seems this quaint village harbors many peculiarities. But now that I, the Taoist priest, am here, even dragons must bow before me. Li Mufing mused, taking a hearty gulp of his drink. After escorting Old Wang home, Qin Xiaoping returned to his own ancestral dwelling, greeting the others and sharing the background of Old Wang. It turned out that during his childhood, Old Wang had treated him exceptionally well. Having lost his father at an early age, Old Wang had essentially adopted him, providing considerable support to his family, often bringing him treats such as a fresh egg or roasted sweet potatoes. When he lacked pocket money while studying, Old Wang would discreetly slip him crumpled bills. In Old Wang's heart, Qin Xiaoping was like a son. Old Wang had lived alone for many years without children, always showing great concern for Qin Xiaoping. In the past, when village children bullied him, Old Wang would step in to reprimand them. However, Qin Xiaoping had not returned home for many years, thus forgetting to visit Old Wang upon arriving. After listening to Qin Xiaoping's account, Li Mufing nodded, advising everyone to refrain from wandering around the village that night and to rest well to conserve their energy. The next day, afternoon, they would go to visit his ancestral grave. With that, Li Mufing said no more, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard as he contemplated setting up a defensive formation should anything sinister venture near during the night. In the courtyard, Li Mufing placed several 5 emperor coins and peachwood nails at each of the 4 corners and strung red threads with bells at both the main entrance and the archway leading to the side courtyard. Once everything was in place, he clapped his hands together, satisfied, and decided to retire for the night. Should anything intrude, it would surely trigger the red threads and bells. Li Mufing turned toward the room Qin Xiaoping had prepared for him. Inside was a simple wooden bed, a small bamboo table, and a bamboo chair, all adorned with a newly brought summer mat, a pillow, and a thin quilt. Although the two men had tidied the room, it still bore the musty scent of aged belongings, causing a slight discomfort to his nose. Having just returned to this old house, he could only make do for the time being. Placing his brown-gray cloth bag on the table, Li Mufing reclined against the headboard of the bed. He murmured to himself, pondering which ill-intentioned individual had constructed the archway and side courtyard, as such a setup was designed to render their home desolate and uninhabitable for the living. Speaking of which, many may be unaware that in the realm of feng shui, The placement of a circular archway at the main entrance or within the courtyard carries profound significance if one pays close attention. It becomes evident that numerous tombstones are designed with a rounded top and square sides. The installation of a circular archway in a home directly counters the malevolent energy associated with tombstones, which is considered highly inauspicious in feng shui. Each time a living person passes through such a portal, it is akin to traversing a tombstone, a harbinger of great misfortune. The presence of a circular archway can easily transform a dwelling meant for the living into one shrouded in the aura of the deceased. Consequently, the inhabitants of such a home may experience a decline in fortune, face difficulties in financial pursuits and career advancements, attract disputes and legal troubles, suffer from persistent health issues, and become prone to accidents. Insomnia and nightmares. Over time, a series of physical ailments may manifest, of course. This is merely a folk belief. Its truth is subjective, depending on one's convictions. Li Mufeng leaned against the bed, contemplating silently. It appears this village still holds practitioners of the arcane. This residence is imbued with a heavy aura of negativity. How could Chen Xiaoping have constructed the house so haphazardly, transforming an ancestral home into something resembling a haunted dwelling? Li Murong, without further thought, reclined on the pillow and closed his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Outside, the others gradually retreated to their respective quarters. The hour was late, and everyone was preparing to rest. The night was dark and windy, with shadows dancing among the trees. Occasionally, the croaking of frogs, the chirping of cicadas, and the distant barking of dogs from the village added to the tranquility of this already serene rural night. Chapter 10. Midnight Corpse Puppet. Around midnight, the village was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, the bells in the courtyard began to ring with an eerie clamor, echoing like a death knell in the night. Li Mufeng's eyes snapped open. Something is amiss. In a swift motion, he rose and retrieved a peachwood sword, approximately 2 feet in length, from his bundle, darting to the entrance of the main room. He beheld the bells on the red thread swaying erratically, and then he heard a piercing scream in the dark corner of the courtyard. The thin figure of Ah Ming lay trembling on the ground. Terror-stricken, with several claw marks marring his body and his chest a gruesome mess, the wounds beginning to show signs of necrosis. "Master, save me! Help me!" Ah Ming cried out in fear and agony before collapsing. "Unconscious! Good heavens!" Li Mufeng muttered under his breath. This fool chose the worst place to relieve himself. Observing the scene before him, Li Mufeng deduced that Ah Ming had ventured out in the dead of night to use the restroom. But, deterred by the overgrown weeds in the side courtyard, he had instead chosen to urinate at the very focal point of his own protective array. Human waste is considered impure. Once it contaminates the focal point, the array quickly becomes ineffective, allowing malevolent forces to infiltrate the home point. One could hardly say Ah Ming was lucky. Of all places, he had to choose the focal point. It seems something has indeed breached the premises. Li Mufeng effortlessly lifted the frail Ah Ming, as if he were a mere chick. Anyone witnessing this would surely be astonished. Though Li Mufeng appeared aged, his strength was formidable. "Mr. Li, what has transpired?" Despite having received some training, Ali's vigilance remained high. Upon hearing the commotion, he swiftly arrived at the main room, finding Ah Ming on the ground, his chest a bloody wreck, and immediately inquired, "Mr. Li, what has happened to Ah Ming?" "Youth, something has entered. It may not be human," Li Mufeng replied gravely, handing him a blue talisman. "Take this talisman and place it in your breast pocket. If anything attempts to harm you, you can strike it with this." He then produced a protective talisman, placing it on Ah Ming's chest, and from his waist, he conjured a black pill, which he fed to Ah Ming. Li Mufeng instructed Ali to fetch some gauze to staunch the bleeding. If Ali recognized this talisman, he would discern it as a powerful protective charm, designed primarily to expel malevolent spirits. Any nearby entity would trigger its protective mechanism. The black pill Li Mufeng administered to Ah Ming was an antidote for corpse poison, extorted from the elder Huang of the corpse-driving lineage. Although such pills are quite valuable, saving a life took precedence. Ali, wary, accepted the talisman from Li Mufeng. "Mr. Li, how do I use this?" he asked. "The talisman is straightforward. If anything approaches, simply hurl it at it." Without further ado, Ali swiftly returned to the inner room to retrieve the medical kit, gathering supplies to dress Ah Ming's wounds. After considerable effort, he finally managed to halt the bleeding. Once he completed this task, Ali stood, anxiously surveying the surroundings. He quickly drew a short dagger from his waist, his expression vigilant, positioning himself protectively in front of Ming. For the moment, the malevolent entity had yet to reveal itself. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoping, having indulged in some drink, remained blissfully asleep in his room, unaware of the commotion. Noticing Ali's heightened alertness, Li Mufeng spoke in a low voice. "You should go safeguard Chen Xiaoping with me here. There should be no cause for concern." A rustling sound echoed from the rooftop. The entity had returned. "Humph!" Li Mufeng's gaze sharpened, and he scoffed, directing his attention to the ceiling. In an instant, he dashed towards the southeastern wall. Leveraging his position to effortlessly leap atop the courtyard wall, with a swift movement, he darted towards the rooftop like a fleeting shadow on the roof. A dark figure sensed the immense, authentic energy emanating from Li Mufeng and attempted to flee in haste. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Mufeng called out, propelling himself forward to intercept the shadow's escape route. The figure emitted a guttural growl, realizing it could not elude capture, and lunged at Li Mufeng. "Beast, you have no inkling of my capabilities." Li Mufeng stood firm, his expression one of disdain as he regarded the corpse puppet. The moment the shadow lunged towards him, Li Mufeng uttered a cold huff. Forming a hand seal and reciting incantations. Essence of heaven, expanse of earth, heart like a divine motion. All elements conjured, forces align, commands executed. Swift. He then pointed a finger at the figure's forehead, unleashing a powerful force that caused the shadow to freeze momentarily before careening backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing to the ground in the courtyard in that instant, a pungent stench of decay assaulted Li Mufeng's senses. He realized this was a corpse puppet forged from a deceased body. The dark figure lay motionless, as if its soul had instantaneously vanished, collapsing in the courtyard. With a graceful leap, Li Mufeng descended from the rooftop. A smirk gracing his lips. "It seems the practitioners of corpse driving in Xiangxi are not limited to the Huang lineage. Many possess the skill to drive and refine corpses." Narrowing his eyes, he examined the dark entity before him. Under the pale moonlight lay a decaying body, exuding a foul odor, sprawled across Chen Xiaoping's courtyard. The corpse bore a grotesque visage, its mouth adorned with protruding fangs, its skin a ghastly shade of blue-gray. Numerous corpse spots marred its face and neck, its eyes dark and hollow. Clad in a black-red burial garment, its fingers sported unnaturally long nails that appeared razor-sharp. This merely a walking corpse. This is a rather rudimentary corpse puppet, a product of the less proficient corpse-rearing techniques. However, the threat it poses to the living is significant, and an ordinary person would find themselves utterly helpless against it. Li Mufeng exclaimed in astonishment. This is indeed a technique of the corpse drivers. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mufeng formed a hand seal. Invoking the 7 stars of leaving fire, the corpse puppet on the ground spontaneously ignited with yellow-red flames, crackling ominously. Soon, the puppet was reduced to a charred mass, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the village, an elderly man turned pale, his body swaying as he spat out a mouthful of blood, as if suffering from severe backlash. "Who dares?" The elderly man erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Typically, to avert unnecessary troubles, Li Mufeng would incinerate such corpses directly upon encountering a corpse puppet. Of course, this method would inflict a certain degree of damage on the controller's spirit, temporarily affecting the practitioner's mental state as well. After dealing with the corpse puppet, Li Mufeng swiftly made his way to the entrance of the Chen family ancestral home. He surveyed his surroundings, but for the moment, nothing seemed amiss. The darkness of the night was profound, and it was nearing 3 in the morning. Thus, Li Mufeng decided against further investigation, opting to defer any plans until the morrow. After expelling several mouthfuls of dark blood, Ming, lying on the ground, awoke in pain. His face still bore a pallid hue, though his lips had regained some color, no longer appearing as black and purple as before. He gazed at Li Mufeng and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, there are ghosts. Help me. I just saw a ghost." Upon seeing Ming awake and realizing that the antidote to the corpse poison had taken effect, alleviating his life-threatening condition, Li Mufeng assumed a demeanor of a sage. His hands clasped behind his back, and a faint smile gracing his lips. "It is not a ghost, but a puppet crafted from a corpse. However, it has already been dealt with." "What?" The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Subsequently, Li Mufeng assisted Ming to his feet and led him into the inner room. where he briefly explained the events that had transpired. Li Mufeng pondered to himself that tonight's resolution of this corpse puppet was merely the beginning. It seemed clear that someone in this village sought to bring about Chen Xiaoping's demise. Who could it be? Furrowing his brow, he mused that the practitioners of corpse manipulation in Xiangxi were indeed numerous. Chapter 11. The Outsider Corpse Handler. A corpse puppet, as the name suggests, is a puppet crafted from a deceased body. Such entities lack intelligence yet can move with remarkable swiftness. Corpse puppets feel no pain and can carry a fragment of the controller's spirit. Under this influence, they can unleash greater combat prowess than ordinary corpses. Many within the lineage of corpse handlers possess the ability to create corpse puppets, though the crafting process is classified into various tiers. The most basic type is known as a walking corpse, with higher classifications including spirit corpses, iron corpses, copper corpses, silver corpses, and gold corpses. The lowest tier, the walking corpse, is generally not too troublesome to eliminate. One simply needs to sever the link between the controlling spirit and its puppet through incantations, rendering the corpse puppet immobile. And of course, there are physical methods to deal with corpse puppets, though they tend to be rather bloody. And I shall refrain from detailing them further. One can imagine the scenes. Beyond the adeptness of corpse handlers in crafting these entities, some malevolent practitioners, in a bid to leave no evidence of their wrongdoing or to forge protective puppets, often resort to creating a few corpse puppets to inflict harm when necessary. The crafting of corpse puppets is a complex task that incurs heavenly retribution. Thus, aside from corpse handlers and certain wicked cultivators, the majority of other practitioners seldom engage in such creation. The corpse encounter tonight was fashioned by a practitioner of corpse handling, with the intent of assassinating Chen Xiaoping. Following Li Mufeng's revelations, the group was engulfed in fear, their sleep entirely vanquished, left incredulous. Mr. Li, thank you for saving my life today. Chen Xiaoping promptly bowed in gratitude towards Li Mufeng. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoping seemed to recall something, a hint of fear creeping into his voice as he spoke slowly. Indeed, there are legends about corpse handlers in our village. Furthermore, there is currently a corpse handler among us. This village is called Chenjia Village, once home to over 100 households, predominantly bearing the surname Chen. Approximately 40 years ago, during a period of war in China, some individuals, seeking refuge from the chaos, found their way to this village. The village chief, witnessing the plight of these displaced citizens, convened with the villagers and offered them shelter in the old, dilapidated houses and uninhabited spaces within the village. Among them was a family of 4 with the surname Lei, who appeared rather unremarkable and simple. Later, according to the village elders, the Lei family was believed to be the renowned corpse handler. They had employed some means to save the entire village. The elders recounted that when the war encroached upon their village, soldiers invaded, and the village chief had led the villagers to seek refuge in the mountains or caves. Fearing to emerge, the soldiers, finding no living souls, resorted to slaughtering any animals they could find, leaving no survivors in their wake. One mischievous child, longing to retrieve something from home, was tragically stabbed to death by a soldier. The villagers remained hidden in the mountains for many days, too terrified to descend at that time. A certain adept felt that if things continued as they were, the villagers would perish from hunger. Thus, one night, employing unknown methods, he ensured that those soldiers met their demise, their deaths gruesome and terrifying, as if they had encountered wild beasts, with much of their blood seemingly drained. Days later, the village chief, noticing the silence, returned with the villagers. They discovered the bodies of the soldiers strewn across the village, their eyes bulging and faces contorted in death, many bearing bite marks on their necks, with some bloodstains long since dried. An outsider bearing the surname Lei suggested to the village chief to send some able-bodied young men to carry the corpses to a makeshift graveyard in the mountains, to which the chief readily agreed. The village chief knew his people well. He understood that the villagers had lived in the mountains for generations, and no one could escape his notice. Thus, it was evident that such actions could not have been perpetrated by a local. He suspected that the Lei family had saved the village, for they did not seem to fear the corpses as others did. Later, the chief discreetly inquired with the Lei family whether they had taken part in the soldiers' demise. But the Lei family merely smiled, stating that they had remained hidden in the cellar and were unaware of the events that transpired. The village chief did not press further. After all, without any evidence, such matters could not be substantiated. Eventually, the refugees settled in the village, integrating into the local populace. As the years passed and peace returned, The villagers gradually forgot the incident, continuing their tranquil lives. Upon hearing this, Li Mufeng smiled and said, "Do not worry, Mr. Chund. My purpose here is primarily to assist you with the feng shui of your ancestral grave. Should I encounter that corpse handler, I possess the means to ensure your safety." Chen Xiaoping and the others quickly expressed their gratitude, yet unease lingered in their hearts. Chen Xiaoping's gaze wandered, lost in thought, as he stared blankly at the wall. Soon, everyone retired to their rooms for rest. In reality, while Li Mufeng was dealing with the walking corpse, a few miles away, in a stilted building, an elderly man with a cold demeanor sat cross-legged on the ground, performing strange gestures with his hands. Surrounding him were yellow paper, incense, and various ritualistic items. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned pale with panic as he realized that the walking corpse he had painstakingly crafted had been destroyed by an unseen hand, inflicting severe backlash upon him. Who is this formidable adept? With just one move, they obliterated my meticulously crafted corpse puppet. The elderly man, dressed in the garb of a common farmer, appeared anxious, his lips pale, and his eyes clouded, reminiscent of murky water in a swamp, obscuring whatever lay within it. Seemed that Chen Xiaoping had indeed summoned a powerful figure. The elderly man's thoughts turned dark as he resolved. "Even if you have summoned an adept, I shall demand blood for blood from you, Chen Xiaoping." The flickering candlelight cast a sinister shadow across his features. He promptly gathered the items strewn about him, concealing them in a hidden wooden box before swiftly extinguishing the flames. Darkness enveloped him. His expression became obscured, leaving only a faint silhouette trembling in the moonlight that seeped through the window. This night passed without incident. In truth, there are numerous tales surrounding the lineage of corpse handlers, some more credible than others. The most common narrative speaks of those who died far from home, whose families desired their remains to be returned to their ancestral lands for burial. Consequently, they would hire a corpse handler to undertake this solemn task, escorting the deceased back to their homeland under the cover of night, allowing the departed souls to return home. The intricacies of this practice are said to be rather nuanced. The key aspects of a corpse handler's craft revolve around two critical elements. First, the use of substances that prevent the body from decaying rapidly, akin to modern preservation techniques. Second, the ability to animate the corpse. In essence, it involves stimulating a certain part of the nervous system of the deceased, eliciting a stress response through external stimuli of specific frequencies. For instance, the techniques commonly employed by corpse drivers include the use of a controlling bell, a copper gong, funeral songs, and various incantations, all of which serve as traditional means to awaken the dead. Consequently, the task of transporting corpses becomes less arduous for the corpse drivers. However, it is important to note that these are merely folklore, and their veracity remains unsubstantiated. Chapter 12. The Enmity of the Lei Family. The next morning, at the hour of the rabbit, sunlight streamed into the village, and one by one, the villagers rose from their slumber. The night before, just before retiring, Li Mufeng had administered a healing elixir to the injured Ming. And today, Ming appeared considerably improved. Apart from a pallid complexion caused by blood loss, he showed no significant ailments. "Boss Li, you will need to procure a few items this morning, as they may prove useful when we visit the ancestral grave this afternoon," Li Mufeng instructed, addressing Chen Xiaoping. A rooster over 3 years old, black dog blood, ink thread, cinnabar, yellow paper, and yuanbao candles. Please find a way to acquire these today. Understood, Ali. You will think of a way to gather these items this morning. If they are unavailable in the village, drive to the town to procure them, Chen Xiaoping promptly relayed to his companion. Ali, recognizing the importance of Li Mufeng's request, Ming remained somewhat weak today, not suited for excessive exertion. While Ming rested in the courtyard, Li Mufeng took a leisurely stroll around the village. Chen Xiaoping, undeterred, unloaded various items from the vehicle, carrying milk, fruit, and other goods to visit some neighbors. Upon hearing that the businessman Xiaoping had returned, many villagers emerged to catch a glimpse. There were elderly men and women, robust young men, and some innocent children, including several older folks puffing on their hand-rolled cigarettes, calling out, "Pingzi is back. Didn't your old mother come with you? Pingzi, come have lunch at my house. We're slaughtering a chicken today. It's been ages since I last saw you. How long will you be staying this time?" Chen Xiaoping warmly responded to each inquiry, distributing fine cigarettes among the villagers and gifting a few bags of candy purchased from the city to the children, who eagerly savored the treats. One must admit that Chen Xiaoping was quite well-liked and adept at socializing, as the villagers displayed great enthusiasm and treated him with respect. Yet amidst the crowd, a pair of malevolent, hate-filled eyes fixated on Chen Xiaoping. Their owner wearing a grim expression that stood out starkly against the rest of the jubilant assembly. As an experienced businessman, Chen Xiaoping easily detected the unusual gaze and soon identified the silent figure lurking behind the crowd, the old man Lei. Dressed in a faded Zhongshan suit, the elder bore a serious demeanor and appeared rather aloof, his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from greeting Chen Xiaoping. "Old Master Lei, how have you been lately?" Chen Xiaoping took the initiative to approach and greet him, presenting 2 boxes of gifts with genuine warmth. "Do not trouble yourself with my well-being. I am quite healthy for an old man." Old Master Lei's expression remained rigid, his tone harsh, showing no courtesy to Chen Xiaoping. "Old Lei, why must you be like this? Pingzi merely greeted you. Why respond so harshly?" An esteemed elder from the village voiced his discontent towards old Lei. "Indeed, why speak so unkindly?" Others chimed in, adding to the chorus of criticism. Chen Xiaoping stood momentarily taken aback, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly retrieved his phone and called Ming, asking him to fetch some items from the car. Before long, Ming returned with 2 bottles of fine liquor and a high-quality cigarette, the bag also containing 5,000 yuan. Chen Xiaoping hastily accepted the items and approached old Lei once more. "Old Master Lei, I did not bring much back this time. These are specially for you as a token of respect. Please accept them," Chen Xiaoping said with utmost respect, presenting the offerings. With a sharp motion, old Lei swiftly swatted Chen Xiaoping's hand aside, causing the gifts to tumble to the ground. The bottles shattered, scattering shards and soaking the 100 yuan bills that lay strewn about. "Take your things away. Do you think these trifles can buy my son's life?" Old Lei spat venomously before turning away, hands clasped behind him as he strode off. What a foul temper old Lei has. It has been years since his son assisted Pingzi, and he still blames him for the unfortunate incident. Indeed, Pingzi has generously given him tens of thousands in the past. Quite so. His son's accident was due to his own drunkenness while working. How can he possibly blame Pingzi for that? The villagers' murmurs echoed around, and Chen Xiaoping lowered his head with a sigh. After all these years, old Lei had yet to let go of the past. Li Mufeng, standing a short distance away in the crowd, observed the unfolding scene with a keen gaze, his expression grave as he scrutinized old Lei. The old man walked with a steady gait, his visage lined with age, white hair cascading down, eyebrows sagging, eyes bulging with a fierce glint, and a prominent red mole on the bridge of his nose. His countenance bore the marks of a man cursed with the fate of losing a spouse and child. Such a heavy aura of death, Li Mufeng suddenly noted, sensing a potent energy emanating from old Lei, leading him to surmise that this man was indeed a corpse driver. Lei is the lineage of the Lei family, renowned for their corpse driving, reduced to this sole elder? Li Mufeng muttered softly before redirecting his attention toward the hillside at the back of the village. Standing on the hillside, Li Mufeng surveyed the village's layout. It was undeniable that this small mountain village in Xiangxi was exceptionally picturesque, with lush green mountains and clear waters exuding the essence of pristine nature. Stilted buildings were scattered throughout the ancient village, and wherever one looked, the greenery flourished, jagged peaks rose majestically, the waters meandered, and wisps of smoke curled upward, creating a scene that resembled a breathtaking painting. Yet, due to the hillside's lower elevation, Li Mufeng could not discern the feng shui layout from his vantage point, prompting him to continue his ascent toward the mountain's summit in hopes of gaining a clearer perspective. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Li Mufeng reached the mountain's peak, which stood around 300 meters high. As a practitioner of the arts, he possessed considerable stamina, and thus the climb posed little challenge. Standing at the cliff's edge, Li Mufeng clasped his hands behind his back and began to scrutinize the feng shui layout of the surrounding village. As the saying goes, outsiders observe the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. The village nestled at the foot of the mountain, with a broad river encircling it. The river flowed a considerable distance before abruptly curling back, winding in a serpentine fashion, resembling a jade belt encircling the area, appearing akin to a water dragon coiled in repose. However, at this dragon's coil, numerous openings were discernible, seemingly excavated by human hands, arranged in a lock-like formation. Strategically positioned along the dragon vein, effectively imprisoning the water dragon's flow. Though the water dragon vein had not completely transformed into a stagnant one, it was nonetheless unable to ascend, trapped in a state of limbo, a true locking of the dragon's fate. Li Mufeng inhaled sharply, astonished. Chapter 13. The 9 locks of the dragon. Just as humans possess 9 locks, so too do dragons. The so-called 9 locks consist of 2 resembling the azure dragon coiling around, securing the positions of the dragon's shoulders and neck, while the 3rd and 4th locks resemble chains of soul binding, constricting the dragon's claws beneath its wings. The 5th and 6th locks resemble golden chains, binding the dragon's abdomen. The 7th and 8th locks mirror the white tiger coiling, trapping the dragon's tail at the white tiger's position, while the 9th lock serves as the master lock, securing the area beneath the dragon's sinews. Since ancient times, it has been said that emperors would send capable individuals to obliterate the world's dragon veins, and the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty once dispatched Liu Bowen to eradicate all dragon veins to prevent the emergence of new emperors, thereby ensuring the eternal reign of the Ming dynasty. According to folklore, Liu Bowen is said to have severed the 99th dragon vein, the last of which was located in the Changbai mountain region. Originally, Liu Bowen intended to lead a group to sever this final dragon vein, but unexpectedly, the entire party fell ill, including Liu Bowen himself. During his illness, Liu Bowen dreamt of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara, who cautioned him that the dragon vein represented the flow of heaven and earth's energy. Each severing would be recorded in the heavenly archives. Should he sever the 100th vein, he would incur divine retribution, likely resulting in the extinction of all individuals bearing the surname Liu. Awakening from this dream, Liu Bowen resolved to spare the last dragon vein of Changbai Mountain, which ultimately led to the downfall of the Ming dynasty centuries later. Certainly, these tales are mere folklore, their authenticity unprovable. When viewed from the perspective of emperors, such matters are rather commonplace, for throughout history, every sovereign has aspired for their dynasty to endure for millennia. However, acts that defy the natural order often meet with dire consequences. The universe is inherently mysterious. The continuous movement of the Earth's crust and the relentless erosion by rivers over time give rise to new dragon veins while simultaneously witnessing the decline and demise of the old ones. This is the immutable law of nature, where the forces of the natural world perpetually thrive. Although the dragon vein may be constrained, its vital energy still persists. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of this region, while perhaps lacking individuals of high status and power, enjoy good health and prosperity, nourished by the dragon energy of the land, which also fosters a flourishing culture and successful merchants. Indeed, there has long been popular lore suggesting that the layered mountains of Shaanxi, with their perilous peaks, conceal many small dragon veins. Historically, Shaanxi has also produced numerous luminaries. In ancient times, there existed a village renowned for its scholars, which birthed many generals, heroes, and notable figures. Even in modern times, Shaanxi has seen the emergence of exceptional writers, some of whom hail from villages that have produced graduates of the esteemed institutions of our nation. Many renowned individuals throughout history have originated from Shaanxi. A fact well known to the locals. It is said that the high-ranking officials of our nation once issued a stringent decree to the practitioners of the mystical arts, forbidding any alteration or interference with the dragon veins of our land. The edict emphasized that no one was permitted to recklessly alter, sever, or liberate the dragon veins. This aligns with the ancient belief in the natural evolution of the cosmos, where all things thrive and persist. The highest authorities wish for the dragon veins of our land to exist in a state of free development, free from external meddling, and to maintain a balance. Should any practitioner of the mystical arts be found participating in actions that disturb or corrupt the dragon veins, they would face the gravest consequences, including a lifetime of confinement. Should they resist, immediate execution would follow. Li Mufeng sighed, realizing that this was indeed the dragon vein locked away by ancient emperors. Though the dragon vein itself was not dead, the likelihood of a person with imperial destiny emerging from this place was exceedingly slim. There is a saying that a dying camel is larger than a horse, while the dragon vein may be bound. The aura and energy it harbors continue to cleanse and invigorate the residents. Fortune and misfortune often intertwine. While Qinjikan exists at the tail end of the dragon vein, an inconsequential location, it nonetheless receives the influence and protection of the dragon vein. In recent years, the elders of the village have enjoyed longevity, and occasionally, individuals of scholarly pursuits or successful businesspeople emerge from this humble abode. Chen Xiaoping is one such prosperous businessman. Li Mufeng mused that perhaps it is a matter of fate that all things in the world have their destined course. Unless mandated by official duties, Li Mufeng, despite his profound abilities, had no desire to interfere with the grand destiny of the nation's dragon veins. Upon returning to the village at the foot of the mountain, Li Mufeng found that Chen Xiaoping and Amin had not yet returned. He opted to move a chair from the main hall to the yard, where he closed his eyes to rest. Li Mufeng was eager to resolve the matters concerning Qinjikan swiftly, so he could return to Hangzhou and bring Zui back to Ganzhou. Currently, there were two significant matters that Chen Xiaoping needed to be informed about. Firstly, the corpse encountered last night was likely the result of the alchemy practiced by Lei Lauer, who indeed was a practitioner of the mystical arts, and the feng shui of Chen Xiaoping's ancestral grave was probably influenced by him. Secondly, Grandpa Wang next door had passed away. The individual who had visited last night was, in fact, already deceased, merely drawing upon his final breath to visit Chen Xiaoping. Reflecting on Grandpa Wang's corpse energy and the signs of death that had adorned him, Li Mufeng pondered the depth of this old man's obsession. Before long, Chen Xiaoping returned with Amin, his face a mask of grief. Amin walked silently behind him. "Mr. Li, Grandpa Wang has passed away," Chen Xiaoping lamented, his visage etched with profound sorrow. This elder, who had watched him grow up, had finally relinquished his lingering attachment after one last glance at him the previous night. It turned out that today, Chen Xiaoping had searched for Grandpa Wang amidst the crowd, only to realize he had not seen him for quite some time. After knocking on Grandpa Wang's door and receiving no answer, he pushed it open to find it unlocked. Inside, he discovered Grandpa Wang peacefully lying on his bed, having long since departed from this world. In a state of urgency, Chen Xiaoping rushed into the village, calling out the news. Soon, the village chief and several elders arrived, as neighbors gathered in response to the news. "Do not grieve too deeply. He was meant to depart long ago. When he visited last night, I sensed the aura of death surrounding him, and the signs of decay were evident on his neck," Li Mufeng remarked, sensing the weight of emotion. "Grandpa Wang likely held you in such high regard that his attachment prevented him from letting go. Only to release it after seeing you, he harbored no malice towards you. Rather, he was a man of deep loyalty and affection. Perhaps your prolonged absence from the village and his longing to see you were the reasons behind his tenacity to hold on until today." Li Mufeng spoke truthfully, for he had known all along that Grandpa Wang should have passed long ago. Upon hearing Li Mufeng's explanation, Chen Xiaoping's composure shattered, and he rushed out of the house. Overwhelmed with sorrow, in an instant, he found himself at Grandpa Wang's bedside, kneeling before the lifeless body and weeping uncontrollably. The onlookers were likewise moved by the scene. Indeed, many elders linger on the edge of death, clinging to life in hope of seeing their loved ones one last time, reluctant to let go. Some, in their final moments, may exhibit a phenomenon known as retrospective vitality, where their spirits seem to rejuvenate, allowing them to fulfill their last wishes, often appearing vibrant and engaged. During such moments, their willpower commandeers their faculties, igniting their remaining energy to accomplish deeply desired tasks. Once these tasks are completed, their vitality fades, and they depart from this world. Li Mufeng, accustomed to the cycles of life and death, did not find this phenomenon extraordinary, having witnessed it numerous times before. He could only lament that the departed seemed to flow through time, unceasing and relentless. Chapter 14. The village chief's thoughts. Li Mufeng did not linger long, choosing instead to stroll along the road outside the village. Soon after, Ali returned from town with various items, having completed the shopping list. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoping mourned deeply in Grandpa Wang's home, utterly heartbroken. With no heirs, it fell upon Chen Xiaoping to ensure that Grandpa Wang's funeral was conducted properly, honoring the emotional investment he had made in the elder's life. After a while, Chen Xiaoping retrieved a sum of money from the vehicle, a thick stack of bills, and entrusted it to the village chief, asking him to assist in organizing Grandpa Wang's burial. Given Chen Xiaoping's frequent absences, he was not well versed in the customs of the village, especially regarding funeral rites, while the village chief was well acquainted with these traditions. The village chief readily agreed, offering words of comfort to Chen Xiaoping. The more Chen Xiaoping reminisced, the more sorrowful he became. Having lost his father at a young age, he regarded Grandpa Wang as a father figure who had treated him with the affection of a son. In years past, whenever he returned, Grandpa Wang would come to visit with his cane, inquiring about his life in the city. Pingzi, What do city folks look like? Pingzi, take care of your health and drink less alcohol. Pingzi, you should hurry and have a child. Pingzi, when will you return next time? Upon reflecting on these matters, tears involuntarily streamed down Chen Xiaoping's cheeks. It is often said that a man seldom sheds tears. Yet he has not yet reached the depths of sorrow. Chen Xiaoping had previously expressed to Grandpa Wang his desire to invite him to the city for a brief stay, but Grandpa Wang had consistently declined. He feared being a burden to Chen Xiaoping and often remarked that he could not part with this familiar place, feeling uncomfortable in unfamiliar surroundings. The village chief, having been a long-time acquaintance of Grandpa Wang, did not hesitate in this matter, confident that under the chief's arrangements, the funeral would indeed be conducted with great dignity. Before long, a dozen men arrived in the village, bustling about in front and behind Grandpa Wang's home. They began constructing a spirit altar and a canopy, and soon after, they carried the coffin into the main hall, commencing the arrangement of the altar's environment. Some individuals rode tricycles to the town to procure various items and ingredients needed for the funeral. In no time, the spirit altar was set up quite impressively. Around noon, the village chief invited Chen Xiaoping and a few others to his home for lunch, to which Chen Xiaoping readily acquiesced. Being a native son returning home, he was met with the villagers' warm hospitality, and the chief held him in high regard, extending a particularly cordial welcome. The chief's residence was situated to the east of his own, and shortly thereafter, they arrived at the chief's home. The village chief was named Chen Dagui, and his wife was called Su Fengping. The chief had a son named Chen Wenwu, who was in his early 30s. He had married a woman from a village across the river and had a son who was now just over a year old, with his wife caring for him at home. Su Fengping and her daughter-in-law prepared a sumptuous feast of Tujia cuisine, featuring stir-fried rooster, dried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised fish with wild vegetables, rice tofu, blood rice duck, pickled radishes, pickled cucumbers, among other dishes, including several exotic meats whose origins were unclear. The table was laden with an abundance of food, some of which appeared to be game procured from the mountains. Pingzi, you've arrived. Please, make yourselves comfortable. The village chief and his wife warmly beckoned. Uncle Chen, I've brought you 2 bottles of fine wine. Do savor them later. Chen Xiaoping exclaimed as he entered, handing the gifts to the village chief. As the saying goes, one should not fault the abundance of gifts. Chen Xiaoping was well regarded in the village. He never visited others empty-handed. Dear nephew, why bring gifts? What brings you back this time? The village chief promptly stood to exchange pleasantries. Chen Xiaoping presented 2 bottles of excellent white liquor, which the chief joyfully accepted. Uncle Chen, I primarily returned to pay my respects at my father's grave. This is Mr. Li Mufeng, a highly skilled feng shui master I've invited from afar. Chen Xiaoping introduced. Greetings, village chief Chen. I am honored. Li Mufeng nodded respectfully at Chen Dagui. Additionally, these 2 are my helpers, Amin and Ali. Chen Xiaoping introduced them briefly. Amin and Ali chimed in. Hello, Uncle Chen. Greetings to you all. Please, do not stand. Have a seat. Su Fengping quickly arranged chairs for the guests. Is there an issue with your father's grave? Chen Dagui inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Recently, Chen Xiaoping recounted some recent events from his family, including Li Mufeng's insights and the incidents that transpired at their home the previous night. That Lei Lao's son is truly a scoundrel, Chen Dagui exclaimed, his frustration evident. It was his son who faced misfortune while working with you. Why must he trouble you? Besides, did you not already compensate their family generously? His anger was justified, for after the incident involving Lei Lao's son, Chen Xiaoping had publicly compensated them with 50,000 yuan, a substantial sum in those times when rice cost only 5 jiao per jin, and even prime real estate in the city was priced at merely a few hundred yuan per square meter. 50,000 yuan was indeed a staggering amount, and many villagers envied Chen Xiaoping for his generosity. Everyone understood that Lei Lao was ungrateful and blind to kindness. After all, in this village, most earn their living through arduous farming, barely scraping together 2 or 3,000 yuan a year. 50,000 yuan was an astronomical figure in those times, and Chen Xiaoping had acted commendably. Uncle Chen, I must take some responsibility. After all, I took him out to work and failed to bring him back safely. Sigh. Chen Xiaoping sighed, lamenting the situation. This is not your fault. Everyone has their own fate. The village chief, Chen Dagui, reassured him. Dear nephew, if my son were to work alongside you and something were to happen, I would never hold you accountable. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily taken aback, grasping the underlying implication of the village chief's words. Chen Dagui hoped his son Chen Wenwu would join Chen Xiaoping in his endeavors. Uncle Chen, we are not overly busy at the moment. When the time comes, there may be an opportunity for Wenwu to assist, I assure you. He will not be treated poorly. Chen Xiaoping, being perceptive, understood the village chief's intentions without committing to anything immediately, suggesting they would see how circumstances developed in the future. Pingzi, if that is the case, I shall raise a toast to you. I will thank you on behalf of my brother Wenwu. Chen Dagui lifted his cup in gratitude. Chen Xiaoping promptly raised his cup and took a sip alongside the village chief. In his heart, Chen Xiaoping planned to attend to his matters first before considering this prospect further. The incident involving Lei Lair's son still cast a shadow over him, and he hesitated to take the villagers out to work again, fearing the repercussions if anything were to go awry. Moreover, Chen Xiaoping was uncertain whether he could navigate his current predicament, as the compensation related to the recent incidents had already amounted to a significant sum. Soon, under the village chief Chen Dagui's enthusiastic hospitality, everyone gathered around the table to partake in lunch. The village chief brought forth a jar of unknown liquor, filling each person's cupli Mufeng relished the meal. As the ingredients of the Xiangxi countryside were of exceptional quality, far surpassing anything available in the city. Amin and Ali, seemingly having not tasted authentic Xiangxi farmhouse cuisine in ages, were thoroughly satisfied with the feast. After the meal, Chen Dagui's daughter-in-law graciously poured each person a cup of tea made from mountain spring water, renowned for its purity and the refreshing sweetness of its leaves. Noticing the time, Li Mufeng felt it was nearly time to depart, and he spoke briefly with Chen Xiaoping, indicating that it was time to head to the ancestral grave. Uncle Chen, I want to take up more of your time. I must attend to matters at my father's grave. I will return to visit you, Chen Xiaoping said, rising to bid farewell to the family. Chen Dagui and his wife walked them a fair distance as they departed. In those times, the relationships and emotions among rural folk were remarkably sincere. When guests arrived, hosts would warmly invite them to dine, presenting the best of what they had. Turning back, Chen Xiaoping and his companions returned home to gather essential supplies purchased by Ali earlier that morning, setting off towards the direction of the ancestral grave. Once noon had passed, they could ascend the mountain to visit the grave. Chapter 15. The feng shui of the ancestral grave. Chen Xiaoping's father was interred in a venerable ancestral mountain that had been the resting place of generations past. Those hailing from rural backgrounds would likely comprehend the significance of an ancestral mountain. Ancestral mountain, as the term suggests, refers to the mountain of one's ancestors and is also a concept within the realm of feng shui. In ancient times, certain regions were referred to as family mountains or public mountains. Presently, the majority of places refer to the act of tomb sweeping as Sa Mu, though it was historically known as Sa Zu Shan. Sa Shan, or Sa Zu. Typically, ancestors up to 3 generations would be interred on the same mountain, predominantly organized by village. It is well known that villagers would not bury their forebears in the mountains of another village. Generally, each village would possess a mountain, and in larger villages with significant populations, there might be several ancestral mountains. These mountains were usually designated for burial, situated not too far from the village, and often chosen for their favorable geomantic qualities. The principles of ancestral tomb feng shui can be traced back thousands of years in Chinese civilization. Within this domain, numerous schools of thought have emerged, countless in number, yet they can broadly be categorized into 2 main types, the form school and the qi school. The most renowned figure of the form school is the Taoist Guopu from the Jin dynasty, whose classic text on burial practices has endured through the ages, revered by succeeding generations as a cornerstone of feng shui. He is highly respected among practitioners of the form school and is posthumously honored as one of the 12 true monarchs of Xishan in the Taoist tradition, recognized as one of the founders of orthodox feng shui in China. The qi school, also known as the 3 Yuan qi school, is most famously associated with its founders, Wang Ji and Chen Tuan from the Song dynasty. They primarily built upon the theoretical foundations of the form school, integrating concepts from the I Ching and elements of astrology. The later qi school regards Yang Junsong, also known as Yang Shu Mao, as its ancestral figure. Historically, the form and qi schools have engaged in conflicts and competitions, each asserting their superiority, often leading to a division of allegiances. Li Mu Feng practiced the esoteric art of Qimen Feng Shui, a technique developed by Li Chunfeng known as the 4 images de yin method. The feng shui principles he adhered to harmoniously combine the essences of both the form and qi schools, reflecting the pinnacle of their teachings. Soon, Chen Xiaoping led Li Mufeng and others over a gently sloping hill, navigating a winding path until they arrived at a flat area halfway up a slope, where they beheld the grave of Chun Xiaoping's father. Afternoon, the yang energy began to wane, and the yin energy started to rise. Noon marks the transition between yin and yang, and thus, in ancient times, the most heinous criminals were often executed at 1:15 noon. This time is characterized by the peak of yang energy, particularly at 12:45, the moment of the day when yang is most potent. During this time, the souls of those executed were often obliterated by the overwhelming yang energy, leaving them with no chance of reincarnation. Consequently, the most ruthless offenders were frequently subjected to execution at this precise hour. Once noon passed, the day marked a transition between yin and yang, which is why most feng shui practitioners rarely choose to conduct observations in the morning. The excessive yang energy during this time is unfavorable for discerning the subtleties of feng shui. Many areas enveloped in yin energy do not reveal themselves well in the morning, but in the afternoon, they become more discernible. Upon reaching the gravesite, Li Mu Feng instructed a Ming and a Song to tidy up the weeds on either side of the grave. With his grayish-brown bag slung over his shoulder, Li Mu Feng squinted as he surveyed the surroundings, pacing around the grave from various angles, stepping in peculiar patterns. He circled the grave several times with his compass, calculating the feng shui conditions of the site. Before long, the weeds were cleared away, revealing a patch of ground. The grave faced southwest, with a stream flowing from the foot of the mountain, moving from right to left. The slope was gently undulating, overgrown with weeds and dotted with numerous pine trees, many of which had their lower trunks coated in a mysterious white substance, with some transparent bags hanging from their branches. Surrounding the area were several other graves, both new and old, with some scattered paper money and flower wreaths dampened by rain. Sitting in Jin facing Kuan Shun, water flows from the right to the left in the Ding direction. Divine water passes before the hall. This is indeed a prosperous feng shui for descendants, Li Mu Feng calculated. However, the initially favorable conditions for gathering energy have been compromised by external interference, transforming it into a feng shui that brings unrest to the descendants. After the weeds were cleared, Li Mu Feng noticed a crack about half a finger's width at the head of the grave. A faint aura of malevolence flickered through the fissure, barely noticeable without careful observation. Mr. Chun, the feng shui of your ancestral grave was originally a favorable Shaoyang site. Had it not been disturbed, it could have sheltered your family in wealth and prosperity, Li Mu Feng stated solemnly. However, it has now been tampered with. External objects have been used to gather malevolence, while the inherent energy of the tomb has been discharged. If I am correct, something has been placed inside the grave. What? Chun Xiaoping exclaimed in disbelief. Are you implying that someone has placed something in my father's grave? The grave has already become saturated with malevolence. If your father's remains are subjected to this energy for an extended period, not only will he find no peace, but profound resentment may also arise, adversely affecting your family's tranquility. Li Mu Feng emphasized the gravity of the situation. Then, Mr. Li, how should this be resolved? Qin Xiaoping asked, visibly anxious. This location is no longer suitable as a burial site. The grave must be relocated, Li Mu Feng declared decisively. Otherwise, within a year, not only will your elderly mother pass away, but you and your spouse, as well as your child, will face calamities, and in severe cases, it could lead to loss of life. Is it truly that dire? Qin Xiaoping gasped, filled with dread. What should we do? Who wishes to harm me? Consider who might hold such intentions against you, Li Mu Feng replied dismissively. However, do not panic. With my assistance, I will ensure your family's safety. This matter may require a relocation of the grave. When you return to the village later, gather a few robust young men. Tonight at midnight, we shall take action. Relocate the grave? Qin Xiaoping echoed in astonishment. Is there no alternative? I do not wish to disturb my father, Mr. Chun. You are unaware of the significance. Each grave possesses its unique feng shui. The essence of Yin residence lies in gathering energy and sustaining life. This tomb has already become enveloped in malevolence, rendering it incapable of gathering energy, and interring here will no longer benefit your family's fortune. Li Mu Feng then approached the grave, pointing to the soil atop the burial site. If you doubt my words, dig down approximately a foot, and you will find the soil has turned black or even takes on a purplish hue. Chun Xiaoping appeared troubled, incredulous at this revelation. Li Mu Feng took his hand and led him to the grave. Picking up a sturdy branch nearby, with a display of force, he thrust the branch into the earth to a depth of about a foot. Then, with a swift motion, He drew the branch back out. Astonishingly, the end of the branch had turned a deep black, with the very tip revealing an eerie shade of purple. This? Chun Xiaoping collapsed onto the ground. Mr. Qin, this grave must be relocated. The malevolence has begun to shift to purple. If not addressed promptly, it will bring you relentless misfortune, and your family will face great tribulations, potentially even death. Li Mufeng's expression remained composed, unaffected by the gravity of the scene. Whatever you say. Mr. De Li, we shall rely entirely on you. Chun Xiaoping hurriedly dusted himself off, rising to bow respectfully in supplication. I will first set up a small formation to suppress the eruption of malevolence and prevent any corpse transformations from occurring tonight. Li Mufeng stated, rummaging through his bag for materials. He then walked to the positions of Qin, Jin, Sun, Li, and Dui, extracting several 2-inch-long peachwood nails from his satchel, which he drove into these specific locations. Next, he took a measuring line, dipped it in black dog-s blood, and meticulously wounded around the peachwood nails, creating a peculiar pattern above the grave that resembled an intricate design. Difficult to articulate, if professionals were present, they would recognize this as a formation to subdue malevolence. Li Mufeng then instructed Ali to kill the rooster, pouring its blood onto the soil before the grave. While also igniting the paper money and candles. 3 pure ones, awaken the spirit, grant longevity to all, wind, thunder, lightning, and fire, eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. Divine soldiers, heed the command. Li Mufeng deftly performed a series of intricate gestures while reciting a spell, and soon activated the corpse restraining array in that instant. Although Chan Xiaoping could not perceive the changes with his eyes, he felt an unmistakable alteration in the atmosphere, as if the very essence of the space had shifted, though he could not articulate why. After completing the arrangements, Li Mufeng instructed Ali and Amin to descend the mountain and gather personnel, as he planned to assist Chun Xiaoping with the relocation of his family grave during the midnight hour. At this moment, Li Mufeng did not hasten to leave the mountain. He wished to explore further with Chun Xiaoping, for finding a new burial site with auspicious feng shui was paramount. As the saying goes, to help a person is to see them through to the end. To accompany a Buddha is to escort them to the west. Li Mufeng thought to himself. Now that I am here, I shall endeavor to ensure that everything for Chan Xiaoping is executed flawlessly. Chapter 16. The faux white tiger embrace burial is a means of concealment, a vessel for the life force. The vital energy of the sun rises as the wind, ascends as clouds, descends as rain, and flows through the earth, known as the life force. This energy courses through the earth, giving rise to all living things. A person receives their physical form from their parents, who in turn inherit their essence from their ancestors. Thus, if the remains of one's forebears are imbued with life force, then those connected to them will be enveloped in protection and fortune. The essence of life arises from the convergence of yin and yang. These dual energies exist throughout the world, perpetually cycling and renewing. The human body is a gift from one's parents, who themselves are descendants of their own parents. Therefore, the vitality of lineage is preserved through the bones, which embody the essence of yin and yang. Even as the flesh decays after death, the bones endure. If these bones are interred in a favorable location, they will gather energy and thus bless the living descendants, who will be influenced by this life force. In modern discourse, theories such as the L-particle entanglement propose that the universe's smallest units are interconnected. The entanglement between the L-particles and the remains of parents and their children is significantly stronger than that between non-direct relatives. If the remains are buried in an excellent feng shui site, the descendants will experience a favorable state. Conversely, if the ancestors' bones lie in a dark place teeming with vermin, the descendants may suffer from nightmares and misfortune. Of course, these assertions remain unproven. Belief is subjective. As Li Mufeng wandered the mountainside, Chun Xiaoping followed closely, captivated by Li Mufeng's insights into feng shui. He eagerly posed numerous questions, filled with admiration for Li Mufeng's knowledge. After traversing nearly the entirety of the mountain, Li Mufeng finally uncovered a relatively auspicious site for burial in an inconspicuous location near the base of the mountain. The terrain on either side resembled two coiled tigers, a veritable nexus for wealth, a configuration reminiscent of the white tiger embrace. Though not perfectly so, as a businessman, Chun Xiaoping primarily sought prosperity. Although this was merely a semblance of the white tiger embrace, it would greatly benefit his business, aptly termed a faux white tiger embrace. It is understood that true white tiger embrace feng shui sites often house the remains of the wealthiest ancestors. Such immense fortune is not something an ordinary person like Chen Xiaoping could command. In selecting burial sites, it is essential to strike a balance. An excessive pursuit of perfection can lead to adverse effects. Therefore, feng shui practitioners often emphasize the importance of fate, selecting the most suitable site within a given range. Naturally, some affluent individuals engage feng shui masters to scout locations, seeking the finest feng shui configurations, which is not without merit. After all, the most favorable sites often demand time and resources beyond the means of the average person. Mr. Chen, your family is quite fortunate to have encountered this auspicious site. It is indeed a blessing for the Chen clan, Li Mufeng remarked with a smile, evidently pleased with the location. Should your father's remains be interred here? It would elevate your business to new heights, Mr. Li. What do you think of this? Chen Xiaoping inquired, curiosity etched on his face as he gazed toward the site Li Mufeng had indicated. The terrain was level, with clear demarcations, resembling the embrace of two tigers in feng shui. The white tiger is associated with wealth, symbolizing dual fortunes encircling one in prosperity. Li Mufeng stroked his beard and elaborated on the origins of this feng shui. Is it truly so effective? Chen Xiaoping exclaimed, elated. I cannot thank you enough, Mr. Li. He quickly marked the site with a sign. Although the ancestral mountain of the Chen family village permits burials for all with the Chen surname, any excavation requires prior consultation with the village head and relevant authorities. Rest assured, an old Taoist would never deceive you. Just remember, once you prosper, do not engage in wrongdoing. Rather, commit acts of kindness to ensure lasting fortune. Li Mufeng said confidently, casting a glance toward a nearby thicket, where a faint aura flickered, feigning ignorance. Thus, after identifying the burial site, the two descended the mountain, as their figures faded from view. An old farmer clad in a faded Zhongshan suit emerged from the dense underbrush, his murky eye radiating boundless resentment as he glared daggers at Chen Xiaoping's retreating form. Moments later, he vanished into the forest. Li Mufeng had already sensed the presence of Lei Laojiu in the underbrush, but chose not to alert him. As a seasoned practitioner of the world, he understood the importance of evidence. Although he could discern the aura of a practitioner emanating from Lei Laojiu, without proof, he could not unjustly accuse someone of wrongdoing. After all, he could merely be passing by. Li Mufeng pondered as he walked, planning to draw out the snake from its lair at midnight, capturing both the perpetrator and the evidence. Before long, they returned to the village, where Chen Xiaoping and Ali quickly set out to finalize the necessary arrangements for the new burial site. Amin, having sustained injuries the previous night, was advised to rest at home for the afternoon. After approximately 2 hours, Chen Xiaoping returned with Ali to Mr. Li. Everything is in order. The paperwork has been stamped. I have recruited 7 or 8 strong men from the village to accompany us up the mountain at midnight. Excellent. Just a word of caution. Some unexpected events may occur tonight. Ensure everyone stays close together as you ascend. We must avoid any mishaps, Li Mufeng advised. He reflected that as long as Lei Laojiu did not cause trouble, all would be well. Should he dare to harm the innocent, Li Mufeng would not hesitate to deal with him. Dealing with a corpse handler would be a trivial matter for Li Mufeng. Yet he was reluctant to add to the cycle of violence. Moreover, it was most suitable to schedule the relocation of graves at midnight. That evening, a gathering of villagers congregated outside the door of Grandpa Wang's house, comprised of those offering their assistance, along with some curious onlookers eager to partake in the commotion in rural areas. Whenever a family hosts a wedding or funeral, neighbors relish the opportunity to join in the festivities. In many rural communities, the passing of elders is often referred to as a joyous farewell, with the elders imparting that such occasions should be viewed as positive events, warranting neither excessive sorrow nor grief. The elderly gentleman has peacefully passed away, embarking on his final journey, which can be considered a joyous event for him. A crowd of onlookers gathered at the doorstep of Grandpa Wang's home, engaging in lively discussions, sharing trivial banter, and occasionally bursting into laughter. Some wore beaming smiles, while others indulged in the fruits and snacks laid out on the table. As the saying goes, human sorrow is not universally shared. Chen Xiaoping observed the smiles on the faces of the villagers reveling in the commotion, feeling a profound complexity of emotions within. After Grandpa Wang's demise, he seemed to have little attachment left to this village. Chapter 17. Relocation of the grave. The hour of the rat swiftly approached, and the moonlight tonight was particularly cold. June nights were generally clear, with the occasional sound of cicadas echoing in the mountains, accompanied by gentle breezes. Chen Xiaoping led the group up the mountain, accompanied by several robust men carrying tools and a brand-new pitch-black coffin. Aside from Li Mufeng and a few others, Li Mufeng had previously mentioned that his father's coffin might be old and decayed, so it was best to replace it with a new one. The sturdy men from the village appeared quite strong and were known for their diligence. When it came time to excavate the grave, they would require their assistance, and Chen Xiaoping had promised them 200 yuan each. What does 200 yuan signify in that era? It could be said that for many families, a single 100 yuan note was sufficient for a joyous celebration during the new year. Digging a grave in the dead of night is rather eerie, remarked one burly man in his 40s, puffing on the cigarette Chen Xiaoping had offered him. Jokingly, "Brother Niu, Mr. Li is a renowned master. He has calculated that tonight is the most auspicious time," Chen Xiaoping exclaimed, leading the way and addressing those behind him. "Rest assured, my brothers, if everything goes smoothly tonight, I, Chen Xiaoping, will be sure to express my gratitude to each one of you." Chen Xiaoping was known for his generosity and lavishness. Many villagers had benefited from his kindness, and given the relatively simple and sincere nature of the local folk, they were always willing to lend a helping hand when asked. Upon reaching the burial site, the time was precisely 1:15 midnight, as anticipated. Li Mufeng discovered that the formation had been tampered with. Several peachwood nails had been removed, and the ink lines had been torn away. Leaving no trace, Li Mufeng squinted. It seemed that someone could no longer restrain themselves from intervening. He distributed a yellow talisman to each person, which could protect them from malevolent influences in critical moments. Li Mufeng then retrieved 3 incense sticks from his cloth bag. Rather than lighting them with fire, he performed a simple maneuver, causing the incense to ignite spontaneously, leaving the onlookers in a W.E.M. or Li is truly remarkable. They exclaimed, "Indeed, he doesn't even need fire to light the incense. It ignites on its own." Li Mufeng placed the incense in a southeastern position, forming a hand gesture while reciting, "Ancestral spirits of the Chen family. I am Li Mufeng, the 19th successor of the Qixing Dao lineage. Today, at the behest of Chen Xiaoping, I have come to relocate the grave to protect the descendants of the Chen family." Offering this incense as tribute, as he concluded his incantation, 2 of the incense sticks abruptly snapped, leaving one intact. The incense burned unevenly. Li Mufeng's gaze turned cold. "I have arrived. Whether you accept it or not is irrelevant. If you do not, I will force you to." He then waved his hand, commanding, "Begin the excavation." Upon hearing Li Mufeng's orders, everyone eagerly grabbed their tools and started digging. Before long, they discovered that the soil they unearthed was black, with a dark liquid seeping from it. The burly men digging the grave appeared somewhat apprehensive, retreating a few steps. "Continue, but be careful not to let your skin come into contact with the black liquid," Li Mufeng cautioned, surveying the surroundings. However, the villagers were still hesitant, shrinking back in fear. Witnessing this, Chen Xiaoping boldly declared, "Everyone, endure a little longer. Once this task is complete, I will reward each of you with 500 yuan. With such generous compensation, courageous men will surely emerge." The burly men resumed their work, emboldened by the promise of 500 yuan, making the grave seem less daunting. Soon, the coffin lid began to surface, and together, they hoisted the coffin up, revealing a severely decayed coffin that had been ravaged by insects, its condition alarming. Li Mufeng noticed dark purple malevolent energy coiling around the coffin. "Open the coffin," Li Mufeng commanded with a stern expression. 2 men approached the coffin, using hammers and pry bars to remove the coffin nails. Due to the passage of time, a gap quickly formed in the coffin lid. "Everyone, step back," Li Mufeng shouted, prompting the crowd to retreat 3 meters. He approached the coffin, placed his right hand on the lid, and with a forceful motion, he lifted it off, letting it fall to the side. What lay inside the coffin elicited gasps of horror from the onlookers. Within the coffin squirmed several centipedes, nearly 2 feet long, crawling over the skeletal remains, alongside a palm-sized, grayish toad croaking loudly. Years of decay had rendered the bones almost unrecognizable. They should have been white or yellowish, yet now they appeared a terrifying shade of black. As the coffin lid was opened, the centipedes began to emerge, quickly advancing toward the crowd. Li Mufeng swiftly drew several peachwood nails, flicking his wrist to send them flying, pinning the advancing centipedes to the ground. The centipedes writhed in agony, thrashing about, showing no signs of stopping. "Be cautious, everyone. Avoid being bitten by the centipedes, Li Mufeng warned. In a flash, he produced more peachwood nails and dealt with the remaining centipedes using the same technique. Mr. Li, where did these centipedes come from? They look terrifying, Chen Xiaoping said, visibly shaken. Centipedes are indeed malevolent creatures. Someone must have deliberately placed them inside, Li Mufeng replied with a serious tone. The presence of such malevolent beings in the coffin prevents the deceased soul from finding peace. Fortunately, due to your ancestors' good deeds, a toad is guarding the coffin, which has delayed the accumulation of malevolent energy. Iron folk beliefs. A toad appearing in a coffin is considered auspicious. It has long been said that the golden toad brings wealth. So the presence of a toad or frog in a coffin is a harbinger of prosperity for future generations. The toad guarding the coffin was indeed the centipede's natural enemy, and it was likely that a stalemate had prolonged the buildup of malevolent energy in the grave. Otherwise, given time, the malevolent energy contained within this grave could have spelled doom for the entire Qin family. Suddenly, a strange aura enveloped the area, causing Li Mufeng to become alert. Suddenly, the sound of peculiar bells rang out, followed by a chilling roar. Two figures lunged forward, and the air thickened with a sense of ominous energy and the stench of decay. Several men were caught off guard and knocked to the ground. Li Mufeng swiftly leaped into action, using his twin swords to send the corpses flying. Upon glancing up, he was taken aback to see two foul-smelling corpse-like creatures charging toward the crowd. The corpses had pallid skin, white pupils, sunken eye sockets, and fine white hairs sprouting from their necks, their nails sharp and menacing. Recognizing the level of decay in these creatures, Li Mufeng quickly discerned that one was a spirit corpse, while the other was an iron corpse. With a cold snort, he summoned his peachwood sword, moving with agility. The wooden sword struck the two corpses with the force of a freight train, sending them crashing to the ground. Though they fell, they seemed unfazed, quickly rising again and brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. Unless you reveal yourself, do not blame me for destroying your spirit corpse and iron corpse, Li Mufeng shouted, following up with two swift kicks that sent the creatures flying once more. Be cautious, Boss Qin. Ali and a Ming swiftly drew their daggers, positioning themselves protectively around Chen Xiaoping. However, the legs of these two men appeared to weaken, trembling slightly, while Chen Xiaoping and several villagers collapsed in terror. Unable to move, it quickly became apparent to everyone that one of the corpses was that of Lei Lao Heir's deceased son from the village. With another eerie chime of the bells, the spirit and iron corpses charged forward with even greater speed. Li Mufeng's expression hardened. He activated the Li Hua Qixing Ju, channeling his spiritual energy. A fiery sword aura slashed through the spirit corpse, obliterating it into countless fragments. The iron corpse, seemingly possessing some intelligence, dodged the attack and retreated to a distance, wary of further confrontation. The scene turned tense, creating a standoff. Unless you reveal yourself, do not blame me for destroying your iron corpse, Li Mufeng coldly remarked. Master, please wait. I shall come out at once. An aged voice emerged from the thicket, and as the onlookers turned to investigate, they indeed found it was Lei Lao Heir. The midnight breeze was cool, and the moonlight cast a chilling glow. In that moment, Lei Lao Heir staggered forth from the underbrush, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his complexion ashen, and his face etched with terror. He gazed at Li Mufeng with palpable fear, exclaiming, I know it is you, the corpse-raising Lei family. Li Mufeng, his expression devoid of emotion, replied, May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? Why do you interfere with my quest for vengeance against Chen Xiaoping? Lei Lao Heir stood a few meters away, performing a customary gesture of respect often seen among martial artists, his demeanor cautious. Chapter 18. The Return of the Soul. Noticing that Lei Lao Heir bore injuries himself, Li Mufeng, in his haughty and indifferent manner, declared, I am Li Mufeng of the Seven-Star Sect. Have you heard of me? Li Mufeng, the Taoist of the 5 extraordinary figures of Huaxia? Lei Lao Heir's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 decades ago, the name Li Mufeng reverberated throughout the martial world, heralded as one of Huaxia's top-tier figures. I have encountered you, esteemed elder. I was blind to your greatness. Lei Lao Heir gazed at Li Mufeng in sheer trepidation, his form trembling involuntarily. Li Mufeng was indeed a master of the Huaxia metaphysical realm, one who had left even the leaders of Longhu Mountain and Maoshan at a loss. This was akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Who was Li Mufeng? He single-handedly challenged the myriad specters of the Wangwazong sect, silencing them into submission. In his youth, Lei Lao Er had heard whispers of such feats, and at this moment, the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Stripping him of any courage to strike, the villagers, recognizing Lei Lao Er, erupted in anger, hurling accusations. Lei Lao Er, you scoundrel! Why unleash these monsters upon us? Why must you bring harm upon us? Lei Lao ran. Feeling somewhat cornered, Lei Lao Er realized the might of Li Mufeng, whose prowess he had previously only heard of but now witnessed firsthand. With a mere flick of his wrist, Li Mufeng had shattered one of his walking corpses. And Lei Lao Er could not doubt that, should he wish, Li Mufeng could easily obliterate his iron corpse as well. The thought of confronting such a formidable opponent felt akin to challenging an aircraft with a mere hoe, an exercise in futility. The destruction of a corpse puppet would also result in a backlash against the necromancer, severely depleting his essence. Not to mention, this iron corpse was crafted from the body of his son, Lei Laishun, and he could not bear the thought of his son's remains being cleaved by Li Mufeng's blade. Should the iron corpse be destroyed, it would greatly harm Lei Lao Er's foundational skills. Uncle Lei, so all of this was your doing? Upon seeing Lei Lao Er, Chen Xiaoping quickly rose, his voice laced with anger. Your son worked under me 3 years ago. Though he was often reckless and impertinent, I took him in, considering our neighborhood ties, and I have never wronged him. Lei Laishun had once labored under Chen Xiaoping's employ, and due to their shared origins, Chen Xiaoping had treated him well. However, Lei Laishun's fondness for drink often led to trouble, which Chen Xiaoping would strive to mitigate. Before the incident, he had indulged in much alcohol. Chen Xiaoping continued, his fury palpable. The examining physician had even provided a report, which I have shown you that I regarded you as a senior and compensated your family accordingly. Why then do you seek to harm me? My Lei family has but one son, and he worked for you for so long. You promised me you would take good care of him, Lei Lao Er retorted angrily. And what was the outcome? He fell from a height of 7 or 8 stories, his brains splattered upon the ground. The argument escalated, leaving Li Mufeng feeling exasperated. Such disputes yielded no resolution. Lei Lao Er, have you ever inquired about your son's spectral essence? Recalling a technique for summoning souls from afar, Li Mufeng pondered that as long as he possessed the deceased's birth details and physical remnants, he could invoke a summoning spell to bring the soul back. With an aloof expression, he inquired, Lei Lao Er, when I beheld my son's remains, his soul had long since vanished. Very well, today I shall use the soul summoning art to bring your son's spirit back. You may question him directly, Li Mufeng sighed. Please provide me with your son's birth details. Lei Lao Er hastily relayed his son's birth date and name, Lei Laishun. After calculating, Li Mufeng discovered that Lei Laishun's soul had yet to undergo the cycle of reincarnation. Thus, he advanced toward the direction of Lei Laishun's corpse, which, bereft of Lei Lao Er's control, remained stationary. The iron corpse exuded a terrifying, dense aura of death, its vacant eyes betraying no signs of life. Li Mufeng extracted a strand of hair from the iron corpse, wrapped it in a yellow talisman, and folded it into a triangular shape. He then clasped his hands together, pressing the talisman with his thumbs while his remaining fingers began to weave intricate and esoteric gestures. Spirit of the flag, heed my command. Those who traverse the paper shall arrive, and those who cross the mountain shall come. Wandering souls, lost true essence. Fractured spirits, return to form. I summon the remnant soul of Lei Laishun. Gather the 7 spirits and manifest in shadow. 1,000 miles to meet. Divine soldiers, rush forth as commanded. As a series of complex hand movements accompanied Li Mufeng's incantations, he cast the yellow talisman into the air. Where it ignited in flames of vibrant yellow, the air around them seemed to shift subtly. Lei Laishun, return to your essence. Having completed his incantation, Li Mufeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, awaiting the return of Lei Laishun's spirit, while the onlookers anxiously scanned their surroundings. Moments later, a chilling breeze swept through, causing Chen Xiaoping and the others to shiver. It is here. A glint of anticipation flickered in Li Mufeng's eyes, while Lei Lao Er trembled with excitement. A blue glow, moving swiftly, approached from the distance. It was indeed the soul of Lei Laishun. The crowd, lacking the ability to perceive the ethereal, could not see the spectral figure, leaving only Li Mufeng and Lei Lao Er aware of the apparition. Laishun, is that you? Lei Lao Er exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Father, I am unworthy. I have returned." The soul knelt before Lei Lao Air. Sorrow etched upon its visage. The two, one living, one spectral, began their first conversation since the divide of life and death, while the villagers observed the eerie spectacle of Lei Lao Air conversing with the air. Feeling a chilling sense of dread, following this incident, it seemed likely that the villagers would come to believe in the existence of such phenomena. "Lai Shun, tell me how you met your end. Why did your spirit not return?" Lei Lao Air inquired, awaiting his son's response. Surveying the onlookers and then his own corpse transformed into an iron monstrosity, Lai Shun understood that his father had attributed the blame for his death to Qian Zhaoping. "Father, my demise was not caused by Brother Zhaoping. It was due to my own folly. That fateful day, after drinking, I went to install windows and doors without securing my safety harness properly, which led to my tragic fall. Brother Zhaoping treated me well and always looked after me. You should not seek retribution against him. Where has your soul been these past years?" Lei Lao Air pressed further. "The place where I fell was a site of malevolence. Once my soul departed, it became ensnared there, trapped as an earthbound spirit, unable to return." Lai Shun lamented, "My son, you have suffered greatly. It was my mistake to blame Qin Zhaoping." Lei Lao Air wept openly. "Father, please ensure my remains are properly buried. Thanks to Mr. Li's summoning spell, I have been freed from that place, but I fear I must depart soon. I cannot bear the thought of my corpse harming others." Lai Shun beseeched, his spirit trembling with sorrow. "Very well, I shall honor your request," Lei Lao Air replied, a profound transformation washing over him as his anger and hatred dissipated. Turning to Li Mufeng, he bowed respectfully. "Mr. Li, I humbly ask you to guide my son's spirit. Thank you for revealing the truth to this old man. I will ensure my son's remains are treated with dignity, and as for myself, I leave my fate in your hands." At that moment, Lei Lao Air appeared to age years in an instant. His countenance softened, the burdens of misunderstanding and resentment beginning to lift. Lei Lao Air, given your heartfelt longing for your son and your lack of malice, I shall grant you clemency this day. However, should I discover that you dare to engage in nefarious practices again, I will not spare you." Li Mufeng stated in a measured tone. "Go and apologize to Qian Zhaoping. Let this matter rest. I shall remember this." Lei Lao knelt deeply on the ground, expressing his gratitude with a profound bow. Upon witnessing this, Li Mufeng recited a passage from a rebirth incantation, guiding the soul of Lai Shun to the afterlife. As the incantation concluded, Lai Shun's spirit gradually began to turn translucent. He waved goodbye to his father with reluctance, ultimately vanishing into the night. "Pingzi, it is my fault. I am truly sorry." Chapter 19. The Lei Family Corpse Control Technique. "Pingzi, I, Lei Lao, have wronged you. My son's death is not your doing. I apologize." Lei Lao approached Qian Zhaoping and bowed deeply. "It is I who have wronged you." At this moment, Lei Lao felt a heavy weight in his heart, having created a significant blunder by ruining someone's ancestral grave. A tale so absurd that it would be hard to believe. "Uncle, it's all right as long as you understand the truth." Qian Zhaoping hastily supported Lei Lao. Though anger simmered within him, his innate kindness prevailed. He had overheard the conversation between Li Mufeng and Lei Lao and understood that Lai Shun's spirit had just returned. Lei Lao must also realize that his son's demise was unrelated to Qian Zhaoping. Observing the aged face of Lei Lao, the sorrow etched upon it stirred deep empathy within Qian Zhaoping. Yes, Pingzi, it is my fault that I wrongly accused you. Please take care of your father's grave properly. As long as I live, I will ensure that no one disturbs your father's resting place. Let this be my way of atoning for my sins." Lei Lao spoke with earnest sincerity. Upon hearing these words, Qian Zhaoping felt a wave of relief wash over him. In that moment, the grudges between them dissipated like mist. Li Mufeng gently patted Qian Zhaoping on the shoulder, wanting to offer some words of comfort, but he swallowed them back. "Then I shall trouble Uncle Lei." Qian Zhaoping bowed respectfully to Lei Lao and then turned to Li Mufeng, inquiring with deference. "Mr. Li, may we proceed with the relocation of the grave now?" If Lei Lao truly wished to guard the grave for Qian Zhaoping's family, the animosity could indeed be considered resolved. Take this talisman for dispelling malevolent energy. Affix it to the new coffin before burial. The previous remains were tainted with quite a bit of malevolent energy, and this talisman will aid in cleansing the remnants, ensuring your household remains unaffected. Li Mufeng produced a yellow talisman and handed it to Chan Xiaoping. Thank you, Mr. Li. Chen Xiaoping gratefully accepted the talisman and then turned to the newly brought coffin, affixing the yellow dispelling talisman to the once ominous-looking casket, which now seemed less frightening. All is well. I kindly ask everyone to continue assisting with the grave relocation. I shall raise each person's pay by an additional 100. With his spirits lifted and the matter resolved, Chen Xiaoping felt a weight lifted off his chest and increased the workers' wages. Each person now received 600, a sum equivalent to 2 or 3 months' earnings in the village. The crowd rejoiced, eagerly rising to work with renewed vigor. In no time, a new grave pit was excavated. Li Mufeng observed Lei Lair, who sat in silent sorrow, hugging his knees, lost in thought. Lei Lair, are you the only remaining member of the corpse-controlling Lei family? Li Mufeng broke the silence with a question. Mr. Li, you may not be aware, but I am a branch of the corpse-controlling Lei family. During the war, our clan scattered in search of safety, and we almost lost contact entirely. After enduring great hardship, we have finally found a semblance of peace, gradually distancing ourselves from the world of the undead. Lei Lair replied with a hint of melancholy. Now that I am aging and my son has met with an untimely end, the corpse-controlling Lei family may slowly fade from existence. A touch of bitterness crossed his face as he shook his head in resignation. Do you know the Shangxi corpse-controlling Huang family? Li Mufeng inquired with curiosity. Are you referring to old Huang? In my youth, I had a few encounters with him. He is quite an interesting character. We shared a decent rapport. Lei Lair reminisced about the Shangxi Huang family. Are you planning to visit him? Indeed, the world is small. Both the Lei and Huang families are corpse handlers, so how could we not know each other? Old Huang and I have maintained a good relationship. I intended to visit him and young Huang, but I cannot help but worry about my dear apprentice. Li Mufeng chuckled, recalling something amusing. Perhaps I shall save that visit for another time when I can enjoy a drink with him. My new apprentice awaits my return. Li Mufeng's thoughts lingered on Ziwei, prompting him to refrain from prolonging his stay. Before long, a new grave was visible to all. The next day, Chen Xiaoping bid farewell to his fellow villagers and proceeded to the memorial hall of Old Wang. Offering 3 sticks of incense and burning some paper money, he repeatedly instructed the village chief to manage Old Wang's funeral before planning to leave the village and return to Hangzhou. As everyone packed their belongings and prepared to board the vehicle, Lei Lair unexpectedly appeared before them, clutching a cloth bag and hastily approaching. Mr. Li, please wait. Mr. Li, I am grateful for your assistance in liberating my son's soul and performing the rite of passage. I have nothing else with which to repay you. Here, I wish to present you with my family's ancestral corpse-controlling secrets, along with this corpse-controlling bell, Lei Lair said sincerely. After much contemplation the previous night, Lei Lair made this decision. Oh, but I cannot accept this. Li Mufeng rejoiced internally, though he feigned reluctance. At this moment, he thought to himself, I sincerely hope this man does not change his mind. Imparting the corpse control technique to Ziwei would be a valuable skill. After all, should she ever find herself in a conflict, having a few controlled corpses to assist her would provide her with an added layer of protection. Mr. Li, you may not know, but I have no descendants left. My old bones cannot withstand much longer. These relics will serve me no purpose. While my Lei family's corpse-controlling technique may not be the most profound, it is indeed a rare and useful skill. If it were to be lost with me, I would have no face to meet my ancestors in the afterlife. You mentioned taking on an apprentice last night. Consider these teachings and the corpse-controlling bell as a welcome gift for your student. Please, do not refuse. The grief from losing his son had left Lei Lair somewhat disheartened. If you say so, then I would be remiss to decline. To let ancestral teachings fade into oblivion would be a grave misfortune. I shall accept this on behalf of my apprentice. Thank you, Brother Lei. Li Mufeng declared as he accepted the items. He thought to himself, others can attest that this was a gift from Lei Lair. I did not seize it. Brother Lei. I also have a few talismans to offer you. They may prove useful in critical moments. Li Mufeng, wishing to show gratitude, retrieved several thunder and fire talismans from his bag and presented them to Lei Lair. Lei Lair did not decline this time. Li Mufeng's gifts were certainly of quality. Thank you, Mr. Li. I shall accept these. Lei Lair respectfully bowed and accepted the items with both hands. Until we meet again. Brother Lei. Farewell, Uncle Lei. As the vehicle started and slowly departed from the village, the return journey was smooth, and soon, as darkness fell, they entered the streets of Hangzhou. After some time, They arrived at the entrance of the Yunshui Huafu community. Chen Xiaoping led Li Mufeng to Zhang Jianjun's door and knocked. "Oh, Mr. Li, you have returned. Please, come in." Lu Yi greeted them warmly, inviting them inside upon seeing Li Mufeng and Chen Xiaoping. Chen Xiaoping waved his hand, saying, "Lu Aunt, I shall not come in this time. I owe a debt of gratitude to M.R.Li for resolving my family's matters. I have yet to return home, so I will head back first and visit you later." "Well, do check on your mother's condition," Li Mufeng interjected. "Here are some calming talismans to protect against malevolent spirits. Please take them." After handling the ancestral grave matters, Li Mufeng was aware that Chen Xiaoping's mother should be fine. "Thank you, Mr. Li," Chen Xiaoping said, accepting the talismans with both hands. He expressed his gratitude and then made his way home. That moment, I had also been discharged from the hospital. After several days of observation, the doctor declared me fit for discharge, allowing me to return home for rehabilitation. Upon entering the house, I found myself in the living room, playing with some toys, and Louis was the only one present. My health had mostly returned to normal, and I was no longer in any serious condition. Li Mufeng looked at me with affectionate eyes. He thought to himself, "This precious apprentice must be watched closely in the future." Louis walked to the phone and called Zhang Jianjun, informing him of Mr. Li's return. This time, Zhang Jianjun was likely finishing up his work. Normally, he would go straight to the hospital after work. But upon hearing M.R.Li had arrived, he quickly indicated he would return shortly. "Louis, prepare a few extra dishes tonight. It is a rare occasion for M.R.Li to dine at home." Zhang Jianjun exchanged a few words with Aunt Lu before hastily ending the call. "Ziwei, Master has returned," Li Mufeng said, gazing at me with a look of deep affection. "Master, you are here. Ziwei has missed you so much," I exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards Li Mufeng with outstretched arms, eager for a hug. My delight evident. At that moment, Li Mufeng's face blossomed with a radiant smile. Chapter 20. The end of 3 years. Li Mufeng lifted me up, playing with me in sheer delight. This old man's eyes were filled with love. How could I not be endearing, being the charming Ziwei? With my adorable nature, Li Mufeng would certainly never allow anyone to bully me, for his heart was almost melting at the sight of me. Before I turned 3, my interactions with Li Mufeng had been limited, yet perhaps due to some inexplicable fate, I felt an uncanny closeness to him, devoid of any sense of distance. Li Mufeng sat on the living room sofa, playfully teasing me and engaging in conversation. After a while, Zhang Jianjun returned, carrying some fine ingredients, and upon seeing Li Mufeng back from Shaanxi, he hurried over to greet him warmly. "Mr. Li, you've graced us with your presence." "What an honor!" he exclaimed, laughter echoing in his voice. "Brother Zhang, you flatter me." "It is I who am intruding," Li Mufeng replied heartily. "Has Hongxiu not given birth yet?" he inquired, waving his hand dismissively. "Not yet. The doctor says it might still be 10 days to half a month before any signs of labor. She initially wanted to come and see you, Mr. Li, but I stopped her," Zhang Jianjun explained slowly, his eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. "She knows you've come to take Ziwei away, and she cannot bear to part with her." Upon saying this, Zhang Jianjun's gaze revealed a profound sense of sorrow, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. For the past 3 years, Zhang Jianjun had essentially raised me as his own daughter. "I understand. Before we leave, let us take Ziwei to the hospital to visit Hongxiu," Li Mufeng suggested after a moment of contemplation. He was well aware of the deep bond he shared with Hongxiu, having nurtured me for 3 years, and it would be remiss not to allow her one last glimpse of me. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and it was Chen Xiaoping, appearing at the door with 2 bottles of fine Maotai liquor and a beaming smile. "Brother Zhang, Mr. Li is visiting tonight. I brought 2 bottles of exquisite wine for you to entertain him," he said, handing the bottles to Zhang Jianjun. Once inside, he produced a bank card from his pocket. "Mr. Li, here is 100,000 yuan. Please accept it. I owe you so much, thanks to you. My father is at peace now. When I returned home, my mother's health had improved significantly. She even mentioned having a good night's sleep and feeling rejuvenated." "I will accept the wine, but the money is unnecessary," Li Mufeng replied with a smile. "You've seen Ziwei grow up, and besides, you and my brother Jianjun are neighbors. As the saying goes, a close neighbor is better than a distant relative. This trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning." Li Mufeng was not disinterested in money, but he regarded Chen Xiaoping as someone who had watched me grow, and considering his recent trip to Shaanxi where he acquired the Lei family's corpse-controlling techniques, He felt no need to accept the money. Indeed, Brother Chen, since you've brought the wine, you must heed him our lis words and join us for dinner tonight. Let us drink together in honor of Mr. Zhang Jianjun said, smiling as he accepted the wine. Please invite your mother, wife, and children to join us for dinner. With Mr.Li here, I've bought plenty of food. There's no need for formality between us. Mr. Li, you absolutely must accept this money. It is a token of my gratitude. Without you, I might not have survived this ordeal, Chen Xiaoping insisted gratefully. He was a principled man, always seeking to repay kindness. This is a trivial matter. Just enjoy a good meal and drink with me tonight. Li Mufeng waved his hand dismissively, signaling that the money should not be discussed further. Chen Xiaoping was a man of good character and kindness, and Li Mufeng had indeed gained much from his trip, so he had no intention of accepting his money. Very well. I shall heed the words of Mr. Zhang and Brother Zhang. I shall comply. Chen Xiaoping laughed heartily, feeling light-hearted, especially since his mother's health had markedly improved. Returning home, Chen Xiaoping invited his family over for dinner. They were all familiar with each other after years of living in close proximity. Li Mufeng glanced at Chen Xiaoping's mother, noticing that the grayish hue of her complexion had dissipated, and she appeared vibrant, free from the lingering negative energies that had once plagued her. As the few of them lounged on the sofa in the living room, Li Mufeng shared insights about feng shui and daily precautions. Soon, Aunt Lu had prepared the dishes, calling everyone to the table for dinner. That evening, laughter and joy filled the the dining table. Zhang Jianjun poured countless toasts, acutely aware that the 3-year period had come to an end, and Li Mufeng was there to take me away. A wave of reluctance washed over him, and he felt a pang of sadness. Brother Zhang, Ziwei's destiny does not permit her to remain with you long-term. Her fate is too formidable. When she grows up, I will ensure she returns to visit you, Li Mufeng comforted, patting Zhang Jianjun's shoulder. Mr. Li, from now on, I entrust Ziwei to you. Allow me to toast you, Zhang Jianjun said, his eyes reddening as he raised his glass and downed the contents in one gulp. Aunt Lu indeed possessed remarkable culinary skills, and everyone praised her cooking. The 2 bottles of fine wine that Chen Xiaoping had brought were emptied completely. The group was soon flushed with warmth from the drinks. Especially Chen Xiaoping and his wife, who frequently raised their glasses in gratitude towards Li Mufeng and Zhang Jianjun as the night wore on. They chatted until the early hours, with Li Mufeng staying over at Zhang Jianjun's home. The next morning, Li Mufeng called Zhang Jianjun early to discuss a few matters. 3 years have passed, and I truly appreciate the effort you and Hongxiu have put into raising my disciple. Ziwei, I understand the hardships you've faced, but this girl's destiny is extraordinary, destined for a life beyond the ordinary. Today, I shall take Ziwei back to Ganzhou. Until she turns 18, she may not have the opportunity to see you. However, I will ensure she visits you once she is of age, he explained. Though Li Mufeng was a man of the Tao, he was not devoid of compassion and understood the affection Zhang Jianjun and Nailan Hongxiu felt for me. Mr. Li, I know that Ziwei is indeed exceptional. She has always been different from other children. You need not say more. My wife and I will honor your wishes, Zhang Jianjun replied, his eyes glistening with sadness. For the past few years, this couple had had no children of their own and had treated me as their beloved daughter, ensuring I had the best of everything, fearful that I would suffer even the slightest grievance. It would be a lie to say they weren't saddened by my departure. After a brief conversation, Aunt Lu soon brought my meager belongings to the living room. My luggage was minimal, consisting of a few changes of clothes and some snacks. Mr. Li, here is some money. Please take it in the future, when we are not by Ziwei's side. I hope you will take good care of her. Zhang Jianjun said, presenting a bank card with both hands. Brother Zhang, while I, Li Mufeng, am not in need of money, I appreciate this gesture of goodwill. I will accept this on behalf of Ziwei and keep it for her when she comes of age. Li Mufeng acknowledged, no longer refusing the offer. Ziwei, come here. Soon, Master will take you to see your mother Hongxiu, and then we will return to Ganzhou together, Li Mufeng called, gesturing for me to approach. Master, where's Ganzhou? Is it fun? I asked innocently. Of course it's fun. You'll see when we get there, he replied cheerfully, resembling a whimsical old man leading a child astray. Yea, at that young age, I understood little of the pain of separation. I merely perceived it as an adventure to a new place. Before long, after bidding farewell to Aunt Lu, we visited the hospital to see Mother Hongxiu. She looked at me with sorrow, embracing me tearfully, yet did not restrain me excessively. I returned the embrace, kissing her cheek gently. "Brother Zhang, this farewell may be long, but may we meet again in the future," Zhang Jianjun said as he escorted us to the train station. "Mr. Li, I entrust Ziwei to you from now on. When she is old enough to understand, please convey to her that no matter what happens in the future, both Hongxiu and I will always be her parents," Zhang Jianjun said, his eyes reddening as he glanced at me and gently stroked my head. Li Mufeng nodded in response, not uttering a word. "Ziwei, you must listen to your master from now on. Do you understand?" Zhang Jianjun said, affectionately pinching my cheek as he gazed at me with love. "Okay, Daddy," I replied. Zhang Jianjun's hand lingered in the air, motionless. The mere utterance of "Dad" from my lips pierced through his composure. He escorted us to the ticket gate, waved his hand, and turned away, no longer casting a glance in my direction. Yet, under the scorching sun, I observed the sunlight illuminating his form, causing his silhouette to tremble ever so slightly. Behind that figure, this resilient man was already shedding tears. Chapter 21. The old courtyard of Guangzhou. The journey from Hangzhou to Guangzhou was quite lengthy, with trains being the preferred mode of transportation at that time. I sat by the window, exhilarated by the rapidly passing scenery, while Li Mufeng rested his eyes in his seat. Across from us sat a young couple. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, while the woman seemed a few years younger. The man had a fair complexion and a strikingly handsome face, exuding an air of competence, dressed in a blue shirt and black trousers. The woman was captivating. Adorned with light makeup, her shoulder-length hair cascading elegantly, and she curiously regarded me, both of them impeccably attired. Master Li Mufeng glanced at the couple's features and noted the man's well-defined eyebrows, their tips gracefully arched. His lips a rich red, a round and full forehead, and his eyes sparkling with vitality, although there was a slight darkness around his parental palace. The woman possessed a high-nosed bridge, clear eyes, slender and neatly shaped eyebrows, full lips, and plump earlobes. According to the physiognomy records in the four symbols Dajian, the man was destined for a prosperous career, with promising prospects between his 30s and 40s. While the woman exhibited traits of a prosperous spouse, both being upright and kind-hearted individuals. However, the man's parental palace hinted at potential health issues concerning his father. Li Mufeng merely glanced and refrained from elaborating further, opting to close his eyes once more to rest. "Little sister, what is your name? How old are you this year?" the woman inquired, her voice sweet as she playfully patted my head. "My name is Li Ziwei, and I am 3 years old," I replied, my voice high-pitched and innocent, my curious eyes surveying the lovely lady before me. "May I ask where you are headed?" Li Mufeng took the opportunity to engage when he noticed the woman's interest. "We are traveling to Guangzhou, Ingtan," the man replied politely upon hearing Li Mufeng's question. Through their conversation, we learned that the man's surname was Wang and his wife's surname was Su. They hailed from Guangdong province. The man's family was politically inclined, with his father, now in his 50s, holding a leadership position in the region, likely to retire in a few years. Recently, however, his father had fallen gravely ill without apparent cause, slipping into a coma that no major hospital could remedy. Despite normal medical examinations, the situation seemed perplexing. At this juncture, his relatives suggested that it might be a rare ailment and recommended seeking a skilled practitioner in Longhushan, Jiangxi, for his father's treatment. Upon hearing this, Master pondered that Longhushan's reputation had indeed blossomed lately, attracting individuals from Guangdong seeking guidance. Observing the man's demeanor and appearance, he did not strike one as a nefarious character. Upon reaching Longhushan, the locals may not be able to resolve your issue immediately. If they are unable to assist you, seek out an elder named Zhao Changfeng, who will heed my introduction and accompany you," Li Mufeng advised, ensuring they would not return empty-handed. The man, realizing he had encountered someone of great wisdom, expressed profound gratitude and earnestly pleaded, "Mr. Li, would you accompany me to Guangdong? I beseech your help for my father. The Wang family will surely reward you handsomely, Mr. Wang. The priests of Longhushan are quite adept at handling such matters and are more experienced in healing. I recommend you engage their services directly. Unless the situation is exceedingly complex, they should be able to resolve it." Li Mufeng declined the request to travel to Guangdong, redirecting them to Zhao Changfeng of Longhushan. Li Mufeng thought to himself, "I have yet to return home to Guangzhou. Why would I immediately journey to Guangdong? Not even the King of Heaven could persuade me." His priority was to return to Guangzhou, and no amount of persuasion would alter his resolve. "Zhao Changfeng, a seasoned practitioner in his 60s, had forged a strong friendship with Li Mufeng during their travels in their youth. Having since returned to his sect, he had attained a position of respect. His skills were commendable, and his character just, ensuring that any assistance he provided would be effective. Moreover, after a lengthy period of busy engagements in Hebei, Li Mufeng yearned to return to a quieter existence. Then we are grateful to you, Mr. Li. Mr. Wang and his wife expressed their thanks to Li Mufeng. Li Mufeng waved dismissively, indicating no need for formality, and turned to me with a fond smile, gently tousling my hair. I couldn't help but notice that everyone seemed to delight in patting my head without uttering a word. I pondered whether this habit could change. Shortly, the train arrived in Guangzhou, and we prepared to disembark. Master gathered our luggage and waved farewell to Mr. Wang and Ms. Su. The couple promptly rose, bowing respectfully as we parted ways. This was my first visit to Guangzhou, which would later become my hometown. Guangzhou is a grand city with over 2,000 years of history, often referred to as the Song City of Jiangnan. Its expansive land is nestled among the Wui Mountains, the Luoshao Mountains, the Julian Mountains of the Nanling Range, and the Dayuling. The most significant river in the area is the Gan River, rendering it a bountiful land blessed by both mountains and waters, making it the province's largest city in terms of land area and population. Historically, Wang Yangming once governed the southern region of Guangzhou, and during the Southern Song dynasty, the poet Xian Qiji famously penned his renowned lines at the Yugu platform. Beneath the Yugu platform, the clear river flows. How many travelers have shed tears? Truly, it can be said, one city of Guangzhou, half the history of the Song dynasty. As for why Li Mufeng resided here, it was many years later that I came to understand the reasons. Upon alighting the train, Master hailed a taxi, leading me directly to our home. Soon, after approximately half an hour, the taxi halted at a riverside courtyard. Ziwei, we have arrived home, Li Mufeng announced, affectionately patting my head. After settling the fare, he guided me to the entrance of the courtyard. The abode, adorned with green bricks and white tiles, exuded an antique charm, resembling an ancient Sihiyuan. The entrance walls and the door, having been renovated, appeared less worn. Inside the courtyard stood a stone table, several stone benches, and two unidentifiable trees, creating an atmosphere of spaciousness and brightness. The courtyard gate was left ajar as Li Mufeng called out, "Niu Dali, come quickly and meet my newly accepted disciple." In a moment, a man, towering nearly 6 feet tall, emerged from the main room. He appeared to be in his 20s, with short, jet-black hair, a strong and chiseled jawline, exuding an impressive handsomeness and robust physique. His muscular arms suggested formidable strength, clad in tight-fitting black attire that hinted at his extraordinary capabilities. The newcomer, named Niu Dali, had been saved by Li Mufeng during his earlier travels. Though he was not a disciple of Master Li, "Mr. Li, you have returned," Niu Dali exclaimed eagerly, rushing over to take the luggage from Master's hands. Gazing at me, the curious 3-year-old, Niu Dali ruffled my twin ponytails and chuckled. "This little girl is simply adorable. Indeed, this is my disciple, Li Ziwei. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for her daily needs, as she will live with us, and we shall become one family," Li Mufeng said, his mood buoyant as he spoke with Niu Dali while leading me into the house. Before long, my room was arranged, and Niu Dali swiftly prepared a meal, inviting Master and me to dine. The table was laid with a few home-cooked meat and vegetable dishes, all delightfully aromatic and visually appealing. Master poured himself a cup of wine and also filled one for Niu Dali. After sipping, he inquired, "I have not returned in 3 years. Have there been any notable occurrences or visitors seeking me?" Having been absent for a while, Li Mufeng was curious about any developments at home. "Numerous individuals have sought your presence over the past 3 years. Some came for feng shui consultations, others to exorcise spirits or seek healing. I turned them all away, stating you were traveling and would be away for an extended period. I directed them to Longhushan instead," Niu Dali recounted with a grin. "Indeed, it seems that Longhushan has profited from the referrals we made, resulting in substantial earnings. The sect's development has flourished significantly, and the treatment of disciples has improved greatly compared to the past." He added cheerfully, "It appears that Longhushan's business is thriving, and we have made our contribution," Master mused, taking another sip of wine. "In these 3 years, have any particularly unusual matters arisen?" Chapter 22. Anecdotes of cultivation. Niu Dali pondered carefully, realizing that nothing particularly remarkable had transpired. Suddenly, As if recollecting something, he spoke in a solemn tone. Earlier this year, the head of the Morong family in Ganzhou, Morong Zhang, passed away. Currently, the head of the family is his eldest son, Morong Feng. After assuming his position, he visited here to deliver a formal greeting. I hope that upon your return, you might find time to meet with the Morong family. Has Morong Zhang really departed from this world? What a pity! He was quite an admirable person, Li Mufeng remarked with a hint of sorrow. How did he meet his end? Morong Zhang was in his 70s, a venerable elder held in high esteem. And he shared a certain camaraderie with Li Mufeng over the years, having shared many a drink together. The Morong family is a prominent lineage, and it stands to reason that Morong Zhang, occupying such a lofty position, would have had personal physicians and would have taken great care of his health. It should not have been an issue for him to live another decade or so. Just before heading to Yinbei, I had encountered Morong Zhang, and he seemed to be in good spirits. Upon hearing of my old friend's demise, I couldn't help but lament the unpredictability of fate. I am uncertain of the circumstances surrounding his death. In any case, the newly appointed head of the Morong family, Morong Feng, mentioned that it was due to the resurgence of an old ailment, and that all efforts to save him were in vain, Niu Dali stated matter-of-factly. Indeed, each individual has their own destiny and karmic ties. Li Mufeng seemed to contemplate something, turning eagerly to me. Zai, starting tomorrow, would you like to learn the art of cultivation from your master? After years of relentless endeavor, Li Mufeng had long to find a suitable disciple to inherit the legacy of the 7-star Tao. Given my youthful brilliance and keen intelligence, should I awaken early, I could indeed lay a solid foundation. Absolutely, master. Does learning martial arts mean I can fight against monsters? I exclaimed with excitement. I am unsure why. At the tender age of 3, I possessed such an eloquent tongue. Nonetheless, Niu Dali often remarked that my intellect surpassed that of ordinary children, as I could engage in delightful conversations with anyone. My words as sweet as honey. Certainly, mastering the arts that your teacher imparts will enable you to subdue demons and vanquish malevolent spirits in the future. After ruffling my hair, Li Mufeng stated with a serious expression. Li Mufeng mused to himself, the legacy of the 7-star Tao has persisted for nearly a millennium. Capturing a demon should pose no significant challenge, so long as one avoids provoking those ancient and formidable fiends. How wonderful! Ziwei wishes to learn. I shouted in a fit of excitement, eager to confront the supernatural. Niu Dali looked at me with affectionate indulgence, patting my head, his eyes filled with love. Thus began my enchanting life in Ganzhou alongside Master and Niu Dali, as I officially embarked on the journey of learning the profound arts of cultivation. The days of practice were indeed arduous. Initially, Li Mufeng procured a plethora of medicinal substances, which Niu Dali would brew into potions for my daily baths. At first, each immersion was quite distressing, the potent herbal essence causing me to wail incessantly. Yet, as a mere child, I was no match for these two men. Every time I attempted to escape the scalding medicinal bath, they would firmly push me back down. Eventually, I learned that these concoctions were sourced from various celestial treasures by Li Mufeng, all intended to lay the best foundation for me. Regrettably, I was unaware of my fortune and would emit cries akin to a slaughtered pig during each session. While other children recited the 300 Tang poems, I instead memorized ancient texts and incantations pertaining to cultivation. Li Mufeng once told me that Taoist incantations are a crucial aspect of the cultivation path. They represent a language created by the divine and can be employed in conjunction with talismans, seals, formations, and magical artifacts. They serve as a means of communication between the divine and the spiritual energies of the universe, as well as a fundamental tool for practitioners. Before I turned 6, I engaged in daily recitations of various incantations, and I had largely memorized them. After I turned 6, Li Mufeng began introducing me to an eclectic array of texts, some of which I struggled to comprehend. Nevertheless, he patiently explained their meanings to me. Gradually, I became enlightened in the various aspects of mountain medicine, destiny, and divination, mastering them one by one. However, my understanding of mountain medicine and divination was rather eclectic, with many concepts drawn from texts not belonging to our 7-star Tao lineage, resembling content from other sections. After all, I could recognize the term Miaojiang medicine, which was clearly from another tradition. Li Mufeng later explained that the 7-star Tao had few remaining legacies, and through his diligent efforts over the years, he had managed to compile a comprehensive collection of relevant texts from the Shinmen sect regarding mountain medicine and divination. Subsequently, He taught me the core techniques of the seven-star Tao, namely the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju and the Xixiang Dns Hu. Li Mufeng aptly claimed that all previous training was merely to better equip me with these two essential skills. He would also occasionally have Niu Dali train my physical abilities, and sometimes Niu Dali would practice alongside me. However, he focused on martial arts while I concentrated more on spiritual energy. Li Mufeng remarked that Niu Dali could not cultivate the same methods I was learning, urging me to hone my skills and strive to surpass him. Throughout the years of learning and growing under the guidance of Li Mufeng and Niu Dali, each day was filled with immense joy. Every morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves of the courtyard trees, illuminating my youthful face, the adorable me with pigtails would rise to commence a day of training. We would traverse the undulating mountains at times and churn through the broad Gone River at others. My petite frame seemed to harbor boundless energy, and I never complained, appearing perpetually tireless as the years flowed by. We experienced the passage of seasons, and the once tender visage of mine began to bear the marks of rigorous training. Each session served to temper my will and skills, as both Master and Niu Dali eagerly anticipated the day I would emerge from my cocoon as a butterfly. The skin on my face and arms gradually assumed a sun-kissed hue, while the rest of my complexion remained fair, and my palms bore numerous rough calluses. From time to time, Li Mufeng would take me out to broaden my horizons. Engaging in activities such as exorcising spirits, capturing demons, performing rites for the deceased, and assessing feng shui, which enriched my understanding considerably. As the saying goes, one cannot truly understand something until one has experienced it. Accompanying my master on these endeavors fortified my spirit. Initially, I harbored a fear of corpses, yet over time, my trepidation towards spirits and monsters diminished, and my curiosity about the world around me blossomed. In truth, within the infinite darkness, myriad secrets lay hidden, waiting for me to uncover them. These days of arduous training and experiences etched themselves deeply into my soul. Li Ziwei, endowed with exceptional talent, am destined to lead the seven-star Tao to unparalleled heights. I, Li Ziwei, am fated to accomplish great deeds within this realm. Just as I was lost in endless musings about my splendid future, a sharp sound interrupted me as Li Mufeng struck my head with a book. "What are you daydreaming about? I instructed you to recite this incantation, and you dare to fall asleep? Look at how many days you have been struggling with this passage." Li Mufeng scolded, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "Master, I cannot help it. I do feel a bit drowsy," I replied, gazing up at him with an innocent, pitiful expression. "Drowsy? It is morning. Did you not just have breakfast? With an attitude like yours, how do you expect to lead the seven-star Tao to greatness?" Li Mufeng, infuriated, struck me on the head with the book once more. "Master, did you not say I was exceptionally gifted? Please do not hit me. If you do, you will be left without a disciple." I pouted and acted adorably, insisting that I would recite it immediately. Yuanqi Shenwei Hua Luojiang, Du Tianzhi Chada Lingguan. Hua Che San Wu De Lei Gong. Shou Ming San Qing Jiang Gui Chong. Shou Ji Jin Bien Sun Shi Jie. Shen Pai Jin Jia Xian Wei Ling. Lu Shui Feng Dai Hu Shen Xing. Shuang Mu Hua Jing Yao Tian Di. Qing Ku San Tian Zhao Shang Di. Su Yu Ju Di Ju Shang Ling In Ya Feng Zui Jiang San Qian. Hu Shou Pai Shou Bing Bai Wan. Zhou Hua Xing Feng Qian Ho Wei. Chuan Shan Pi Shi Zhui Yao Jing. Qi Qing Dao Yu Ji Shi Jian. Fu Ti Yuan Guang Tong Shi Yi. Ji Bing Chu Xia Ru Dian Shan. Shou Wen Shi Du Fu Kun and Mo Fei Ting Yun Wu Bian Su Kong. Hao Ling Lei Ting Hong Pai Li. San Jiet Mo Jegong Shou. Shi Fong Wai Dao Shi Gui Da. Wajin Chi Qing Wang Lai Lin. De Ci Lei Wei Jia Yong Hu. Tai Yi Lei Sheng Ing Hua Tian Zun. Have you already memorized it? You dare to toy with me? It seems you seek punishment. As I recited the Lingguan incantation in one breath, Li Mufeng promptly produced a ruler and aimed it at my backside. Understanding that I had been teasing him, I cried out, "Master, spare my life. Uncle Niu, save me." I quickly sprang to my feet and dashed behind Niu Dali in the courtyard. Seeing me attempt to flee, Li Mufeng raised an eyebrow and said, "If I intend to punish you, do you think Niu Dali can save you? Zhao, quickly move aside. Do not drag me down." Niu Dali hastily pushed me away and hurriedly departed. Before long, the ruler struck my backside with a resounding crack, and cries of anguish filled the air. "He has struck me. That mad old man is hitting me. Everyone, come quickly," I shouted incessantly. "How cruel! This old man truly has no mercy. Nyo Dali leaned against the kitchen wall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. In truth, Li Mufeng's strikes were far from painful. I merely feigned my cries for effect. Chapter 23. Approaching adulthood, time flies. Like a fleeting shadow, 14 years have swiftly passed, and this year I am on the cusp of turning 18. My height has transformed from that of a small child to an elegant young woman. Now standing at 168 centimeters. Ziwei, come here and help me with this, Nyo Dali called out to me again. Coming. Over these years spent under Master Li Mufeng's guidance, I have lived a joyful life. Though it has not been without its hardships, and I have certainly received my fair share of beatings. While attending school, I also learned the skills that my master imparted. At times, when I struggled to grasp a concept, I faced punishment or went without meals. Perhaps influenced by my master's teachings, I have always been more mature than my peers, exhibiting a precocious intelligence that is often referred to as early maturity. I sometimes wonder if the frequent spankings from that old man have contributed to my perception that my behind is both larger and firmer than most. However, when it comes to academic pursuits at school, I find myself devoid of any talent. Conversely, my interest in the skills taught by my master has flourished, and I grasp them with remarkable speed. My master often praises me for my aptitude. Although I endure beatings, I have nonetheless made commendable progress in my studies. Li Mufeng may not voice his satisfaction, but I am certain he harbors a sense of approval in his heart. At school, no boy dares to provoke me. During my first year of high school, a classmate with dyed blonde hair attempted to court me. After school, he cornered me at the school gate, brandishing a love letter to confess his feelings. That boy was notorious for his poor academic performance and often irritated various girls. In my eyes, he was no different from a fool. I vividly recall that day when, as he pushed me against the wall with intentions of a forced kiss, I smiled and, before several other boys in the class, broke his shin bone. The look in the eyes of the other boys was akin to witnessing a demon. The following day, my master came to the school, paying nearly 2,000 yuan to resolve the situation. Since then, very few boys in the class have dared to approach me. They now take detours to avoid crossing my path. My only outstanding subject is physical education. I am not jesting when I say I could claim the top spot in the entire school. Occasionally, I accompany my master on errands or tasks, during which I have learned a great deal. The knowledge imparted by Li Mufeng encompasses far more than just the 7 stars of leaving fire and the 4 symbols of great transformation. It is difficult to quantify precisely how much I have absorbed over these 10 years spent with my master. It is hard to imagine the treasures Li Mufeng must have collected during his earlier travels in the martial world, but I have become a veritable Lang of skills and knowledge. As the saying goes, one who associates with the virtuous will become virtuous, while one who associates with the sinister will become sinister. Thus, many of the habits I have developed, such as brawling, bear the unmistakable influence of Li Mufeng. This cannot be laid solely at my feet, as it is my master's diligent training that has shaped me. He has a penchant for wielding the ruler against my backside. Not to mention the techniques from prominent schools such as the pure yang sword technique from Zhongnan Mountain, the Lei clan's corpse-controlling techniques from Xiangxi, and the principles of talisman crafting from Maoshan. Over the years, I have perused dozens of manuals and techniques from various sections. The old man possesses an abundance of books, which I sometimes treat as extracurricular reading. The 7 stars of leaving fire is divided into 7 layers, belonging to the internal cultivation methods of the 7 stars path. Each layer presents considerable challenges, primarily relying on the absorption of the essence of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, internalizing it into a form of energy akin to an aura. This aura resembles strands of white silk, not the kind found in stockings. It can be stored in the dantian and readily transferred throughout the body for combat. Master Li Mufeng has reached the 6th layer of cultivation, while I have only attained the completion of the 1st layer over the past decade. I am uncertain of the true strength of the 7 stars of leaving fire, but my master has mentioned that mastering the 7th layer could offer a glimpse into the threshold of the Tao. Unfortunately, we currently reside in an age of spiritual decline, where the spiritual energy between heaven and earth is exceedingly sparse, impeding the pace of cultivation. My master insists that with persistent effort and dedication, should I encounter great opportunities or fortuitous encounters in the future, my progress could accelerate dramatically, allowing me to advance at an astonishing rate. I have spent 10 years mastering the 4 symbols of great transformation, reciting it until it is ingrained in my heart. After all, I am a girl of exceptional talent, a him. In truth, Li Mufeng is rather strict, especially when teaching me skills. Exhibiting an unyielding demeanor, Y Master has also introduced me to various esteemed techniques over the years, including the I Ching, Ziwei Doshu, Meihua Ishu, Mai Physiognomy, Bagua Lu Yao, and Bazhai Feng Shui, among others. In summary, I have diligently studied a plethora of skills, including physiognomy, feng shui, talisman crafting, swordsmanship, corpse control, and combat techniques. My master often says, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in battle." While learning the four symbols of great transformation, my master frequently allowed me time to digest and review the material before requiring me to memorize it. If I failed to recite it accurately, I was deprived of meals and sometimes subjected to punishment. He would make me run laps by the river, often accompanied by Nyo Dali. Thus, along the banks of the Gan River and amidst the surrounding mountains and forests, one could often spot a sun-kissed man leading a girl with tan skin on long runs, sometimes lasting over an hour. Having grown up by the Gan River, Nyo Dali has also taught me how to swim proficiently. In terms of aquatic abilities, very few girls can rival my skills. Have I been beaten? Rarely. I am my master's precious female disciple, and he treats me with considerable affection. Would I boast about being punished? I certainly would not. His strictness stems from a desire for me to establish a solid foundation in my skills. Some of his most frequently uttered advice has been compiled into a collection by me. If your skills are not up to par today, when you venture into the world tomorrow and encounter enemies or rivals, they will not show you mercy. That could lead to a matter of life and death. My name, Li Mufeng, is a golden signboard in the martial world. If you fail to hone your skills, are you planning to tarnish my reputation and ruin the years of renown I have built? If you do not endure the hardships of learning today, you will suffer the hardships of life later. Doesn't that sound familiar? As his name suggests, Nyo Dali possesses tremendous strength. I once witnessed him effortlessly lifting several hundred pounds. My master recounted that during his early years in the martial world, he encountered Nyo Dali, who had been grievously injured while being pursued by enemies. At the time, he was merely a teenager, and my master recognized his natural talent and innate strength during their fight, leading him to rescue him and keep him by his side ever since. Nyo Dali is deeply grateful for this and has faithfully assisted my master with his daily needs. My master has instructed Nyo Dali to help me train my physical abilities, be it running, weight-bearing runs in the mountains, swimming in the river to cultivate energy, or practicing combat techniques, all purportedly for my future cultivation. My master asserts that without a robust physique, a cultivator is merely a bookworm. All in all, my impressive physical condition is largely due to Nyo Dali's companionship in training. 14 years later, I stand on the brink of 18, a girl with sun-kissed skin, radiant in health as if sculpted by the sun's rays. My angular features exude vitality. Bright, expressive eyes shimmer like clear lakes, adorned with gently curled lashes and flowing dark hair. I possess a tall and toned figure, my smile infectious and radiant. I have transformed from a small, fierce girl into a striking, confident young woman, and I am quite pleased with my appearance. Although Nyo Dali insists I resemble a little delinquent, my strength has also increased rapidly. After years of training, though I may appear slender, my body is filled with explosive power. This becomes evident during sparring sessions with Nyo Dali, where I can occasionally execute a perfect throw, sending him flying despite his towering height of over 180 centimeters and weight nearing 200 pounds. During strength tests, I can demolish a punching bag with a single blow, and lifting over 100 pounds is merely child's play for me. In summary, if one were to regard me as an ordinary girl, they would likely find themselves at a disadvantage in the future. Upon closer inspection, one might notice subtle calluses on my palms and the backs of my hands. Were it not for Nyo Dali secretly administering various ointments to care for and soothe my hands, my calluses would surely rival those of men working on construction sites. As for my physique, I occasionally take time to admire myself in the mirror. My long, lustrous hair cascades over my shoulders. My sun-kissed skin is smooth and radiant, an embodiment of health. After years of training, my body is infused with strength, my waist adorned with well-defined abdominal muscles. Yet, unlike the bulky muscles of men, my strength is concealed, elegant in its form. Occasionally, as I gaze at my reflection, the subtle outlines of my abs visible, I cannot help but murmur to myself, "This girl has an incredible figure, truly exceptional. Nyo Dali has gradually matured over the years, his handsome, dark visage now embodying a robust and resolute demeanor, with an increasing number of whiskers adorning his jawline. Thanks to years of rigorous training, his physique rivals that of any fitness instructor. In my heart, he occupies a space akin to that of an uncle, yet also resembles an elder brother. Since childhood, whenever my master would punish me or deny me food, Nyo Dali would stealthily come in the dead of night to deliver sustenance. Each time my master caught him, he would unleash a barrage of kicks, sending Nyo Dali soaring across the room, declaring that his indulgence only harmed me, and that he should bear the brunt of the punishment on my behalf. Nyo Dali would invariably leave the encounter howling in pain. Years later, I came to realize that this old chap was merely putting on a show for my benefit, orchestrating various acts of self-sacrifice that tugged at my conscience. Naturally, as I progressed, the frequency of my punishments dwindled, and my cultivation flourished. I had assumed that my master would always be there to safeguard us, but the blissful moments are invariably fleeting. Chapter 24. The master goes far away. Li Mufeng and Nyo Dali. Having spent years in guidance and companionship, had become akin to family in my heart, the two most significant individuals in my life. My master, often stern and serious in our presence, contrasted sharply with Nyo Dali, who, though appearing aloof, was a warm-hearted soul with a cool exterior, embodying humor and wit. I often teased Nyo Dali for his lack of romantic pursuits, following my master while remaining single. Whenever this topic arose, Nyo Dali would feign hardship, lamenting that my master failed to find him a partner. My master, upon hearing this, would retort with exasperation, questioning whether he had a physical ailment preventing him from seeking a girlfriend. Thus, we lived our days, occasionally taking on small local jobs and venturing out for some fresh art. As time passed, I was on the cusp of a significant event, the college entrance examination. On the eve of my 18th birthday, my master summoned Nyo Dali and me, his countenance transformed from its usual demeanor to one of gravity. He spoke sternly, informing us that he might need to embark on a journey. Rumors suggested the emergence of a legendary sword tomb in the Changbai mountain area, and the two most crucial artifacts of the Qixing Dao lineage, the Qixing sword and the Qixing sword manual, had yet to be located. He indicated that he might travel to northeast China to investigate. Mr. Li, how long will you be gone? I inquired, along with Nyo Dali, our faces etched with concern. After so many years, my master rarely appeared so solemn, and his absence would surely leave us unsettled. This journey could take several months. Countless extraordinary individuals are flocking to this site, and the tomb remains partially unearthed. During my absence, Ji Wei, you and Nyo Dali must take care of yourselves. Li Mufeng instructed. He then produced a bank card from his pocket, stating it contained some funds, with a password of 6 sixes, emphasizing that we must look after ourselves in the coming days. After handing the card to Nyo Dali, who accepted it eagerly as if fearing a change of heart, my master continued, Ji Wei, with the examination approaching, should you excel, pursue your university studies with peace of mind. Should you not succeed, do not dwell on it. Simply strive to do your best. You have acquired various skills over the years. If any business opportunities arise, you may handle them alongside Nyo Dali. Moreover, you must diligently practice the Li Hua Qixing Ju, aiming for a breakthrough to the second stage. My master's serious tone filled me with a sense of gravity. Elated, I exclaimed, Master, may I take on jobs independently? Of course, as long as you do not encounter particularly troublesome matters, I have faith that you and Nyo Dali can manage, he replied with a smile. The thought of being able to work independently brought me immense joy. I, Li Ji Wei, the celestial master, was poised to make my debut, and I reveled in the anticipation. Take this. It may prove useful for future endeavors, my master said, handing me a cloth bag containing an assortment of items. Inside, I discovered a peachwood sword, a Qixing compass, and some vermilion powder and talismans, tools that would be invaluable in our tasks. This peachwood sword has accompanied me for many years. Today, it is a gift for your 18th birthday? My master said kindly, Thank you, master. I exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. This sword, having been with my master for so long, was indeed a rare treasure, while the other items, though not particularly precious, held their own significance, after all. During our jobs, I had occasionally discreetly tucked away a few talismans into my bag. Ji Wei, in your youth, I sealed your innate yin-yang eyes. Now that you have reached adulthood, I shall no longer keep them sealed. Once opened, You will be able to perceive the yin and yang, dispel malevolent spirits, so be prepared, my master stated with solemnity. Master, please help me unlock my yin-yang eyes, I implored, excitement bubbling within me. After all the skills I had learned, was I finally ready to step into my own? To think I had innate yin-yang eyes. Would that mean I could see spirits without needing to open my celestial eyes? My master remained silent, his hands weaving a complex gesture as he chanted incantations. Heavenly clarity, earthly purity, yin and yang defined. Open the celestial eyes, with yin murky and yang bright. Command. As he finished the incantation, he traced my eyes with his fingers. And in an instant, a warm current surged into them, momentarily plunging my surroundings into darkness. After about a minute, I slowly opened my eyes, the world regaining its clarity. I looked around, but nothing seemed different. It appeared as though there had been no significant change. Master, how do I use my yin-yang eyes? Why can't I see any spirits? I asked, a hint of impatience creeping into my voice. With a sharp slap to my head, my master retorted, do you not consider where we are? What spirits would dare venture into our home? I pondered this. Indeed, it would be akin to a thief attempting to rob a police station, an act of sheer folly. The Qixing Dao lineage emphasizes righting wrongs and upholding justice. We must never engage in actions that disrupt the natural order, Li Mufeng said with rare seriousness. Of course, if you encounter genuine danger, remember that self-preservation is paramount. Do not sacrifice your life for trivial matters, he added. I appreciated this sentiment, recalling his previous words that in Taoism, there are no rigid doctrines. If faced with peril, it is better for a companion to perish than for the Taoist to fall. Niu Dali, while I am away, you must look after Ji Wei, ensuring her well-being and comfort, so she does not go hungry or cold, my master said, his concern for me touching my heart deeply. His words moved me profoundly. How could I not feel a surge of emotion? All right, master. Please take care of yourself while you're away. I will diligently practice, I said, fighting back tears. The prospect of being separated from my master for an extended period filled me with sadness, and my eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Do not let Ji Wei engage in fights or cause harm to others, lest you find yourselves in a predicament requiring compensation, my master added, as if struck by a sudden thought. Actually, master, you could have omitted that last remark, I replied with a hint of exasperation. Indeed, Mr. Li, please exercise caution while you are out. I will ensure Ji Wei is well taken care of, Niu Dali assured, equally reluctant to part. Very well, Li Mufeng waved his hand dismissively and slowly stepped inside the house. The following morning, upon noticing we had yet to rise, Li Mufeng set off for northeast China. After a few minutes of silence outside, Niu Dali and I cautiously peeked out of the house. Niu uncle, why do I hear the call of magpies so early? Has the old man already left? I whispered. Yes, he left a short while ago. Niu Dali replied with a grin. Really? Did he truly depart? Rest assured, he is indeed gone. Niu Dali affirmed resolutely. Ha ha ha, we are free. This feels exhilarating, I exclaimed, racing into the main room, joyfully leaping with abandon. Ha ha ha, Ji Wei, keep it down. Just imagine, if your parents told you they wouldn't be home today and left you alone, would you not feel elated, like a bird released from its cage? Regret? Surely, that would be an act, with the old man's pressure lifted. The very air felt sweeter. Niu uncle, go check how much money the old man left us. I urged Niu Dali to investigate the bank card. All right, I'll do that right now, by midday. Niu Dali returned home, his expression one of dismay, shouting, Ji Wei, we are in trouble. This is bad. What is wrong? Why the panic? I asked, sensing his distress. The bank card that old Li gave us only has 1,500 yuan. We'll run out of food in a month. What? I exclaimed, with such a meager sum, it barely suffices for a meal. Have you confirmed the amount? I inquired earnestly. Indeed, I have checked thoroughly. I visited several counters, and this is all there is. 1,500. How long has the old man been gone? Can we still catch up with him? It has been over 2 hours. There's no way we can pursue him now. We must conserve our resources. Lamented Niu Dali, his face drawn with despair. Our financial authority rests entirely in the hands of Li Mufeng. With his departure, we may not last much longer. Uncle Niu, what shall we do? I sighed dejectedly. The earlier exhilaration evaporating in an instant. I have no idea. That old man must have done this on purpose. On a green train heading northeast, an unassuming old Taoist, clad in simple attire and carrying a gray cloth bag, sat quietly by the window of the sleeper compartment. This was none other than the old Taoist Li Imuefeng. Yes, he gazed out at the fleeting landscapes beyond the window. A joyful memory seemed to strike him, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Is that so? Do you think you two can outmatch me?" Chapter 25. The visit of Murong Feng after my master departed. The spirits of Niu Dali and I plummeted from initial delight to utter despondency. Over the course of the subsequent month, our meals dwindled from 3 dishes per meal to 2, and ultimately to just 1. In the final days of the month, we resorted to eating steamed buns daily. Niu Dali, starved and dizzy, presented a picture of malnutrition and despair. With our supplies nearly exhausted, I realized that I needed to take action to earn some money. "Uncle Niu, we must find a way to earn." I mustered my spirits and spoke to Niu Dali. "You're right, Ziwei. Can a living person really perish from holding in their urine?" Upon hearing my words, Niu Dali's eyes seemed to rekindle with hope. "We can make money." After all these years of training from our master, I refused to believe otherwise. Both Niu Dali and I began to pray fervently each day for business to come knocking at our door. Otherwise, I, Li Ziwei, would starve before I even completed my training. "Is anyone there?" A voice called from outside the door. Niu Dali and I rushed out, initially thinking it might be a potential customer, only to find a beggar in tattered clothes. "Little girl, please have mercy. I haven't eaten in days." A mixture of emotions swirled within me. I longed to ask him if his group needed more members. In truth, I had 2 others eager to join us. Observing his ragged appearance and gaunt frame, I gritted my teeth and returned home to fetch him 2 steamed buns. To be honest, those buns were the last morsels we could scrape together. Thank you. Thank you." At that moment, I truly felt that misfortune had compounded upon us, as we lost 2 more buns. Days passed, and both of us began to feel lightheaded. Our legs weakened. One day, several individuals arrived at the small courtyard. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit, followed by several similarly attired men. "Is Li Qianbei at home?" Murong Feng knocked on the door, and upon receiving no response, he called out a few times in the courtyard. I, with my head bowed, was studying while my stomach growled in hunger. Niu Dali lay languidly on the living room recliner, appearing utterly defeated. "Wait, is someone looking for Li Qianbei?" Upon hearing a voice at the door, Niu Dali and I exchanged glances, our eyes gleaming with the ferocity of wolves. Fortune finally favored us. Business had come knocking. If our training had previously reached a 10 in speed, then the urgency we now felt propelled us to a 12. If we hesitated even a moment longer, the opportunity might slip away. In a flash, we darted out of the house and into the courtyard. The suited men called a few more times and were about to turn away when a gust of wind swept through. And suddenly, they could barely discern our figures as we appeared before them. The middle-aged man's eyes widened with a flicker of fear. "Experts. These 2 are definitely experts. Their speed is astonishing." He was profoundly shaken by our rapidity and presence. Silently marveling at our capabilities, however, both Niu Dali and I were not in the best of states. After days of subsisting solely on thin noodles or steamed buns, our complexions had begun to pale, betraying signs of malnutrition. The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, his posture upright. His square face bore dignified features, and he wore platinum-rimmed glasses. His short hair was streaked with a few strands of silver, and he stood impeccably in polished shoes, spotless and shining. "Is Li Qianbei available?" he inquired. "I am Murong Feng, the current head of the Murong family, and I come seeking your assistance on a pressing matter." The visitor was none other than Murong Feng, flanked by several younger men whose appearances suggested they were his attendants. "Murong Feng?" "The Murong family." Niu Dali and I exchanged a knowing glance, our intentions solidifying in an instant. We hurried forward to welcome them, recognizing the significance of this guest. He felt as though the god of wealth had graced our doorstep. The Murong family was a prominent clan. Prosperity was imminent. "Mr. Murong, I apologize. My master has ventured into the realm beyond and may not return for some time. However, I am Li Ziwei, his sole disciple, having trained under him for many years. Please, do share your concerns." I replied warmly and courteously. Upon hearing this, Murong Feng scrutinized me, taking note of my youthful appearance, which suggested I was merely a student. Doubt flickered in his mind, but recalling our earlier display, he hesitated to depart. Indeed, Mr. Morong, Li Ziwei is the sole disciple of Mr. Li. Her abilities are substantial, No Dali quickly interjected, eager to bolster my standing. Having previously met Morong Feng, No Dali was familiar with him. When Morong Feng had ascended to head of the family, he had once invited my master to a banquet. Upon hearing No Dali's words, Morong Feng's expression softened considerably. So the young lady is Mr. Li's disciple. Why apologies? Morong Feng quickly responded, in that case, I shall disclose the matter to you, and see if Miss Ziwei could assist in resolving it. Should you succeed, I, Morong Feng, will undoubtedly offer a generous reward. Mr. Morong, you are too kind. Please, do share your concerns. I gestured dismissively, adopting a serious tone. Morong Feng then began to recount the situation. Over the years since he had become head of the family, he had diligently worked to expand the Morong family's business, which had flourished remarkably, positioning them as one of the foremost families in Ganzhou. In recent years, the Morong family's ventures had spanned real estate, finance, and hospitality, nearly monopolizing various sectors within Ganzhou. However, starting this year, multiple real estate projects managed by the Morong family had encountered a series of troubling incidents. Initially, strange artifacts were unearthed at construction sites, followed by several workers tragically falling to their deaths from elevated platforms. While one accident could be deemed unfortunate, the occurrence of multiple incidents at the same site suggested something more sinister at play. Morong Feng promptly ordered a halt to operations for investigation, but after extensive probing, no issues were uncovered, prompting him to seek our assistance here. After hearing his account, I contemplated the matter. Such occurrences were likely the result of encountering something unclean. Naturally, as long as it was not an exceptionally terrifying entity, I believe my current skills would suffice to address the issue. Mr. Morong, from what you've described, these incidents are likely due to abnormal causes, which ordinary methods may not resolve, I stated solemnly. The implication was clear. This was a task best left to us. Seeking help elsewhere would be futile. Indeed, Miss Ziwei, Morong Feng eagerly concurred, we have also enlisted some practitioners to perform rituals. Yet despite their efforts, the situation remains unchanged, with workers continuing to face peril. Morong Feng appeared quite anxious, clearly troubled by the situation. Fear not. My companion and I shall accompany you to investigate and assist in resolving this issue. I gestured reassuringly, indicating to Morong Feng that he need not worry. I was capable of handling it. I thought to myself, given the circumstances, we had no choice but to proceed. After all, if we did not act soon, we would find ourselves without food. Morong Feng's face lit up with joy. Are both of you able to depart at once? We can take you there to assess the situation, should the matter be resolved. The Morong family will be most grateful, certainly. Please allow me a moment to gather a few items, I replied, turning to head inside, intending to take along some talismans. Over the years, I had accompanied my master on various assignments, accumulating a modicum of experience. However, this would be my first solo endeavor, necessitating thorough preparation, and of course, the years of cultivation had not been in vain. When encountering various supernatural entities, it is not to say that I can certainly defeat them, but I undoubtedly possess the ability to protect myself. After all, there was a time when I helped my master carry a cloth bag and discreetly acquired quite a few Blue Thunder talismans from within. If I find myself in an insurmountable situation, I shall simply unleash those talismans upon them. Upon entering the room, I donned a feng shui compass, slung over my shoulder the time-worn, oil-slicked peachwood sword gifted by my master, and hastily stuffed some commonly used vermilion powder and talismans into my satchel. I quickly stepped out to summon Uncle Nyo. Let us depart, Mr. Morong. We are ready to set off. I smiled faintly and addressed Morong Feng. Chapter 26. The Ghost Locking Formation. At this moment, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. Uncle Nyo and I were seated in Morong Feng's vehicle, heading directly to the construction site where he had encountered trouble. Uncle Nyo and I could not help but marvel at the wealth of the Morong family. The vehicle we were in was an elongated luxury sedan, with genuine leather sofas that felt exquisite to the touch. Sitting in it was akin to lounging on a fine couch. As the car glided along, the sounds of the wind outside were nearly inaudible, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and stability. This was my first time venturing out on my own for a task. Previously, I had always followed my master, assisting with various chores and rarely had much to do. However, I had gleaned considerable experience over the years spent with him, so I did not feel overly anxious. Miss Ziwei, may I inquire how old you are this year? Morong Feng asked politely. Sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat subdued, I am 18, and I have been learning my craft from my master for over 14 years. I replied courteously, casting a glance at Morong Feng. This was my first client, after all, an auspicious figure. It was imperative not to offend him. At your age, you must still be in school? Morong Feng continued, seemingly unperturbed by my age. Indeed, I am in my final year of high school, with the college entrance examination coming up in June. Since today is Saturday, we have a break. I observed Morong Feng's curiosity and patiently explained. Oh, still in school, is it? How wonderful! How wonderful! Morong Feng's expression shifted slightly, and he engaged in somewhat awkward small talk. Before long, the car fell silent. Morong Feng felt quite uncertain, and the atmosphere in the vehicle became increasingly awkward. Is this merely a high school girl who is still studying? Can she truly handle matters? Morong Feng pondered, his mind racing with questions. I could easily guess his thoughts. I mused that once we arrived, I would demonstrate my capabilities to enlighten him. After approximately 40 minutes, the car reached the newly developed area on the opposite side of the Gan River. The construction site for Morong Feng's newly developed property lay within this area, which is nestled against a mountain known as Tianlong Mountain. The development area is situated near the banks of the Gan River, with mountains to the east and the river to the west. I surveyed the surroundings and mused that the choice of location for this development was quite commendable. Upon disembarking, Uncle Nyo and I followed Morong Feng toward the construction site, which was strategically located by the riverside, flanked by mountains. Mr. Morong, the feng shui of this construction site is indeed quite favorable. It must have been guided by a feng shui master, I presume? I inquired. Miss Ziwei, have you discerned something? Please, do share, Morong Feng replied with a slight smile, seemingly testing my knowledge. This location, bordered by mountains and water, constitutes an exceptional feng shui arrangement. As the ancients said, a mountain behind offers support, while water in front embraces. The mountains enhance vitality, and the water cultivates wealth. Ideally, the entrance should face east towards the water, as the best orientation in feng shui is towards the direction of wealth, inviting prosperity. Noticing a flicker of surprise in his eyes, I continued, Guopu once stated in the burial classic, water is paramount, followed by wind. Hence, a site near water emphasizes the notion of embracing. Therefore, if the location is surrounded by water, it is beneficial for the prosperity of the household. I articulated my observations in one breath, then calmly regarded Morong Feng. Indeed, Miss Ziwei has hit the nail on the head, Morong Feng exclaimed, astonished by my insight. This 18-year-old girl truly comprehends the intricacies of feng shui. At this moment, Morong Feng began to believe that I possessed genuine talent and knowledge. However, he was perhaps unaware that this feng shui was rather ordinary, not particularly rare in its configuration. It could merely be regarded as a moderately good feng shui. Even a novice practitioner with a year or two of experience could identify such a site. Of course, I would not divulge such details to Morong Feng. He then suggested we proceed to inspect the construction site. This was a large-scale development. Judging by the number of foundations, I estimated that this community would encompass at least 30 buildings. Several of the buildings had already been completed, while others were still under construction. As I walked, I retrieved the 7-star compass given to me by my master, and following the principles of the 4 symbols Great Transformation technique, I meticulously examined the layout of the buildings on site. Morong Feng observed my measured progress without interrupting my scrutiny. According to the records of the 4 symbols Great Transformation technique, the orientation of entrances should prioritize the life door, opening door, and rest door, while avoiding dead doors, alarming doors, and harm doors. However, the corresponding life and dead doors vary for different house types. For instance, in a house facing north with a life door located in the northeast, the dead door would be situated in the southwest. Similarly, for a house facing south, if the life door is in the west, the dead door would be in the east. This development site is configured in a west-facing, east-oriented feng shui arrangement, with the life door in the northwest and the dead door in the southeast. Upon inspecting the entrances of these buildings, I noted that they had not strictly adhered to the feng shui layout for their orientations, which could be seen as a flaw in this location. Upon reaching a particular building, the compass needle began to waver and oscillate, indicating a disturbance in the magnetic field. I sensed an undercurrent of yin energy. This is the one, I proclaimed, gazing up at the partially constructed building. If I am not mistaken, This is where the issue lies, Mr. Morong. Morong Fong looked somewhat astonished. Indeed, Miss Siwei, you are impressive. You have already discerned the problem without my prompting. The energy in this location was chaotic, subtly infused with a trace of yin energy. Years of study, coupled with my innate yin-yang vision, had made me quite familiar with various energies. Every energy in this world possesses its own distinct characteristics. The living exude yang energy, while spirits give off yin energy and resentment. There are also the demonic energies of animals and the corpse energy of the deceased, among others. Each type of energy is marked by clear traits. But I shall refrain from elaborating further here. Miss Siwei, shall we proceed upstairs to investigate? Morong Fong asked anxiously. Patience, during the day, malevolent spirits typically lie in wait, making themselves hard to detect. They are more active at night. Here, I will first set up a formation. At midnight, we can await their arrival. I spoke with a serious tone. Mr. Morong, please send someone to procure some black dog blood and rooster blood. I wish to establish a ghost locking formation here to prevent any malevolent entities from escaping tonight. The so-called ghost locking formation is, in essence, an array that utilizes the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to confine spirits. If a spirit attempts to breach the formation, it will inevitably be obstructed by the forces at the edges of the array. We cannot allow these entities to escape. If they do, it will indeed become quite troublesome to track them down later. Very well, I shall arrange for that, Morong Fong replied, immediately dispatching someone to gather the necessary items. Soon, the black dog blood and rooster blood were procured. I proceeded to begin the setup of the ghost locking formation. Spirits belong to the realm of yin, thus they predominantly choose to operate during the night. Although some more powerful spirits can also manifest during the day. The ghost locking formation relies on the power of the 28 lunar mansions, arranging 28 coins according to their positions to achieve remarkable effects. Coins, having absorbed considerable yang energy from living beings throughout the ages, combined with the formation, create a barrier of yang energy to deter spirits, of course. The arrangement also necessitates the inclusion of black dog blood and rooster blood, both of which are rich in yang energy. Additionally, the corresponding incantations must be recited during the formation process. This formation lacks offensive capabilities, yet its binding effects are exceptional. I shall mention in passing that not all coins possess yang energy. Some coins excavated from tombs may carry significant yin energy, collectively referred to as yin coins. Nowadays, many people have a penchant for wearing coins, believing they can ward off evil. If the coins are yang coins, there may indeed be some efficacy. However, if they are yin coins, the result will be counterproductive. Thus, it is advisable to understand the origins of the coins before wearing them. After a while, the ghost locking formation was successfully arranged. I returned to Uncle Nyo and Morong Fong, speaking earnestly. Mr. Morong, we shall return here tonight, have set the formation. You must assign someone to guard this area and ensure that no one disrupts the ghost locking formation. At midnight, we shall return to assist you in resolving the issue. Very well, Miss Siwei. Let us first enjoy a meal together and take a moment to rest, Morong Fong replied. His demeanor transformed into one of greater respect as he observed my adeptness in arranging the formation. That sounds splendid, I spoke softly, yet my heart was filled with anticipation. At last, a grand feast awaited us. Upon hearing the mention of dining, Nyo Dali's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fortunately, we were both individuals of considerable decorum. Despite our hunger, we refrained from immediately displaying our eagerness. Chapter 27. An exorbitant consumption tonight? Morong Fong instructed the driver to bring the car to an exquisitely decorated and lavish restaurant. This establishment was a grand complex that combined dining, lodging, and entertainment, a place we had passed by before but had never ventured into, as the opulence of its decor had always deterred us from indulging in its offerings. The driver swiftly parked the vehicle, and as we disembarked, a well-dressed gentleman in a tailored suit approached, bowing respectfully to Morong Fong. Chairman, welcome. Please, this way? Morong Fong nodded in acknowledgement, saying little, while Nyo Dali and I followed him through the restaurant's grand entrance. The dining hall was adorned in resplendent gold and splendor, exuding an air of sophistication. It was precisely mealtime, and the staff were bustling about, attending to the diners. The gentleman was the restaurant's manager, who had been informed in advance about the chairman's arrival, thus ensuring all preparations were in place. He led us into a vast and antiquated luxurious private room, elegantly decorated with a large calligraphy scroll adorning the wall, exquisite embroidered screens, and a designated area for playing the guzheng. The incense burner on the tea table emitted wisps of fragrant smoke, creating an atmosphere of tranquility. This place is truly remarkable, evoking a sense of serenity, I thought. Shortly thereafter, a waitress arrived to pour tea for us, inquiring if it was time to serve the dishes. Noticing the time, which was approaching 6 in the evening, Morong Fong gestured for the meal to be brought forth. Moments later, an array of meticulously prepared dishes was presented before you. As Nyodali and I gazed at the sumptuous feast, tears welled in our eyes. Family, who understands? We are not unaccustomed to fine dining. Yet after such a prolonged hunger, witnessing this spread overwhelmed me. The table was laden with lobster, abalone, Wuyuan red carp, Poyang Lake silverfish, Jinshan Lake hairy crabs, roasted duck, matsutake chicken pot, dompo pork, and many other dishes whose names eluded me. Having been deprived of meat for so long, Nyodali and I could no longer contain our excitement, our eyes gleaming with desire. Mr. Morong, tonight's exertions may require substantial energy replenishment. We must ensure we have sufficient strength. Nyodali stated with utmost seriousness. I shot him a glance, thinking, what great exertion do you speak of? Are you not merely following my lead? Coughing lightly, I nudged Nyodali to maintain decorum, for after years of accompanying my master, I had witnessed many grand occasions. Any lapse in manners could tarnish my master's reputations. Ziwei, Nyo, there is no need for formality. Please, enjoy the meal while it's hot, Morong Fong warmly encouraged us. Seizing the moment, Nyodali eagerly picked up his chopsticks, ready to indulge, only to have them slip from his grasp and land directly in Morong Feng's bowl of soup. Morong Fong stared at Nyodali in astonishment, while Nyodali's face flushed crimson with embarrassment, as if he could drill a hole into the floor to hide. Waiter, please bring another pair of chopsticks, Morong Fong quickly called out, by the way. Master Ziwei, what made you choose to become a Taoist? Morong Fong posed a rather peculiar question. I was momentarily taken aback, for I had never pondered this before. Shouldn't you ask Li Mufeng instead? What choice did I have? Seeing my silence, Morong Fong engaged in small talk, and we began to eat. However, soon his initial surprise morphed into a hint of awkwardness as Nyodali and I, initially displaying some restraint, gradually descended into a state of gluttony, our mouths smeared with food. Eventually, we resorted to using our hands to devour the lobster and crabs, completely disregarding Morong Feng's presence. Ziwei, this crab is delectable. It's large, with plenty of roe and exquisite meat. Uncle Dolly, could you please move that roasted duck? I can't quite reach it. Hey, Ziwei, don't hog it. That crab is mine. You already had more than I did. Not at all. We both had 3. Morong Fong mused to himself. It seems tonight's consumption will indeed be substantial. With a calm demeanor, he reflected, those with extraordinary talents often disregard trifles, displaying their true nature. Anyone witnessing us would surely wonder if we had just been released from confinement. In no time, Nyodali and I had polished off the entire table of dishes, leaving it in a state of utter disarray, particularly the remnants of crab shells, shrimp shells, and various bones piled high. With a contented burp, I noticed that Nyodali appeared unable to eat another bite, slumped in his seat, grinning as he munched on fruit. Mr. Morong, my apologies. I hope we haven't embarrassed you. Tonight's consumption may indeed be quite considerable. Realizing our conduct had been somewhat unrefined, I offered an awkward smile, and no need for concern. I'm grateful for your company tonight. If the dishes are insufficient, I can always request the kitchen to prepare more, Morong Fong replied graciously to no need. We are quite full, Nyodali and I hastily declined, for we genuinely could not consume another morsel. After dining, Morong Fong escorted us to a private room in the restaurant to sip tea and rest, engaging us in casual conversation. I gleaned further details about the real estate project. It turned out that the local government in Ganzhou had initiated plans last year to develop several real estate projects in the economic zone, aiming to establish a new city. Consequently, they had released land for sale, with the parcel Morong Fong was currently developing being the most sought after. To secure the land, a public auction was held, during which several prominent families approached Morong Fong privately, hoping he would relinquish the parcel, but he had gracefully declined their offers. At the auction, Morong Fong, determined to secure the land, continuously raised his bid, even at the risk of offending several influential families, ultimately winning the development rights. Should this land be developed into housing, its value could multiply fivefold, signifying a substantial profit. However, as the auctioneer confirmed Murong Feng's acquisition, he sensed numerous envious and resentful gazes fixated upon him, with several families attempting to undermine his business in retaliation. Clearly, building houses is indeed a lucrative venture, I remarked. Master Ziwei, do you believe this situation arises from someone wishing to harm me? Murong Feng inquired, his expression laced with concern. At present, it remained uncertain. We would only discern the truth later that night. I had no leads and could only wait until around midnight to assess the situation on site. Niu Dali languidly sipped the fine tea the waitress had prepared, nibbling on fruits and pastries on the table. I mused that he seemed more like a tourist than a participant in this endeavor. Casting a disapproving glance at Niu Dali, I noted his nonchalant demeanor. Mr. Murong, have you heard the saying, people fear ghosts 3 parts, but ghosts fear people 7 parts? I queried with a smile. Chapter 28. The red-clad malevolent spirit. The night enveloped the land like a vast black curtain, and the wind from the river occasionally blew, reminiscent of a chilling breath from the underworld, stirring an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Soon, it was past 11 o'clock, and Niu Dali and I stood by the riverbank, gazing at the construction site, while Murong Feng informed us he could only accompany us this far. He would not enter the site tonight. Should we finish our tasks, we could return to the restaurant to rest. For he had already made arrangements with the staff. I gestured for him to return and wait for us, turning to lead Niu Dali into the building under construction. Observing the inky darkness of the night, I couldn't help but reflect. The weather is ominous, the moon obscured, and the winds howling. Perfect for a heist? No, wait, perfect for ghost hunting. I retrieved a few talismans and handed them to Niu Dali. Uncle Dali, keep these talismans for your protection. If any malevolent spirits approach, take care of yourself. Niu Dali accepted the talismans and tucked them away in his left hand. He held a powerful flashlight, and from his waist, he produced a baton, adopting an appearance as if ready to confront a gang. I rolled my eyes at him, thinking, what good is a baton against evil spirits? Of course, I kept this thought to myself. I too grasped a flashlight in my left hand, retrieving the peachwood sword gifted by my master with my right, and ascended the staircase with deliberate steps. The stairwell was devoid of any lighting due to the work stoppage. Shrouded in utter darkness, only the distant lights of other buildings illuminated our surroundings, and occasionally, we caught glimpses of faint glimmers through the windows. Before long, we arrived at the 14th floor, where each of the 6 apartments was spacious. Estimated to exceed 100 square meters, at present, the structure had merely been erected with a basic framework. The interiors were still adorned with bare cement walls, and neither doors nor windows had been installed. Standing in this high-rise without doors or windows, the river breeze was fierce, as if it might swoop down at any moment to tear us apart. The night wind swept in from every direction through the open windows, and now and then, we could hear peculiar sounds, reminiscent of whispers carried by the wind, interspersed with eerie calls echoing from unknown sources, akin to the chilling cries of malevolent spirits, instilling a sense of terror and unease. Suddenly, I sensed a disturbance in the air, an unnameable chill wafting past, causing the hairs on my neck to stand on end. A shiver of dread coursed through me. Be cautious, something approaches, I whispered as I nudged Niu Dali with my elbow, urging him to listen. This malevolent energy belongs to the realm of Yin, while the vitality of humans is Yang. When Yin energy becomes overwhelming, it can weaken or extinguish Yang. I instructed Niu Dali to turn off his flashlight and suggested we conceal ourselves in a corner, patiently awaiting the unknown presence that seemed to linger on this very floor. In the darkness, it felt as though the Yang fire on my shoulder was flickering precariously, on the verge of extinguishing. Much like the relationship between water and fire, when humidity is excessive, flames struggle to ignite and may even die out unexpectedly. Zai, why do I suddenly feel a chill? Niu Dali remarked, sensing a drop in temperature and perceiving something amiss. Sure, speak quietly and wait patiently. I gestured for him to remain silent, wary of alarming any lurking threats. Master rarely took Niu Dali along on his errands, so he had little experience with such scenarios. At this moment, Niu Dali pressed himself against the wall, scarcely daring to breathe, tightly gripping his baton as he followed me cautiously. Out of nowhere, a red figure glided through the room ahead, vanishing in an instant. It's here, I hissed, drawing my peachwood sword in preparation for battle. "What coming?" Nyodali exclaimed, his eyes darting around. "I don't see anything." "Zai," I groaned, feeling a pang of regret. I had forgotten to grant Nyodali the ability to see the unseen. I retrieved 2 willow leaves from my bag, forming hand seals as I chanted, "Yin Yang Mirror, reveal thy form. Heaven and earth, obey my will." In harmony with Yin and Yang, open the eyes of the law. Heed my command. Upon completing the incantation, I brushed the willow leaves across his eyes, and Nyodali's eyes flew open, his vision sharpening in the dark. There are numerous folk tales regarding the opening of the yin-yang eyes, with a few prevalent methods. The first involves cow tears, believed to enable one to see malevolent entities when applied to the eyelids. Note, it must be applied to the eyelids, not the eyes themselves. The second method involves willow leaves, which are considered powerful in revealing the unseen due to their yin properties. The third suggests applying soil from a grave to the eyelids as a means to perceive what should not be seen. Of course, these methods are mere folklore and remain unverified. If you see anything sinister, do not act rashly. Follow my lead, I cautioned him, concerned for his safety. Although Nyodali was skilled in combat, facing supernatural beings required a mastery he had yet to attain. Nyodali nodded nervously, barely daring to breathe. Suddenly, another figure darted past, and this time, my yin-yang vision proved effective. Both Nyodali and I could see clearly. Nyodali's eyes widened in horror. "Zai, there's a ghost." A red-clad male ghost. The ghost, dressed in red, turned to glare at us with malice. "Damn it, we've been discovered." I warned, "Don't shout." I was astounded. Such a loud outburst would surely attract attention. The red-clad spirit drifted closer, halting 3 meters away, curiously inspecting us. Upon noticing the peachwood sword in my grasp, it seemed momentarily hesitant. Indeed, this was a formidable red ghost. Encountering such a powerful spirit on my first outing was quite the ordeal. Master had informed me that spirits could be categorized into various ranks: ordinary souls, vengeful spirits, malevolent ghosts, ghost generals, ghost kings, and celestial ghosts. Ordinary malevolent ghosts were manageable, but a red-clad malevolent ghost was known to be far more dangerous. Red is a color associated with potent and concentrated energy, and folklore suggests that those who die in red clothing have their souls bound together, forming vengeful spirits due to the lingering power of the color. Thus, red-clad malevolent ghosts are among the most fearsome of their kind. "How delightful! A little girl!" The red-clad male ghost grinned, his voice dripping with temptation. "Why not allow me to feast upon your yang energy and elevate my power?" The specter appeared gaunt, yet aside from his pallid complexion, I had to admit that he possessed a certain charm. Sharp eyebrows, a pronounced nose, thin lips, and captivating eyes, reminiscent of a celebrity from Korea. In that moment, I found it difficult to articulate my feelings. I nearly stood frozen, until Nyodali nudged me awake. "Snap out of it. Don't daze off, goodness." I almost fell under his spell. The red malevolent ghost indeed wielded a powerful allure, capable of clouding my judgment. As a disciple of the 7 Stars path, my resolve is usually unwavering. If not for this enchantment, I would not have been so easily swayed by his allure. As the ghost extended its sharp claws, lunging towards me, I felt an oppressive, chilling energy assault my skin. In that instant, I bit down on my tongue, the metallic taste of blood igniting my senses, restoring my ability to move. Just as its claws neared my neck, I chanted the pure yang sword technique, sweeping my peachwood sword upwards, unleashing a wave of pure yang energy that forced the ghost back several paces. The ghost's fury surged, and with a howl of wrath, it transformed into a crimson blur. Rushing towards me, I felt as though I were ensnared by an overwhelming force, each movement becoming laborious. In an instant, I found myself locked in a fierce struggle with the red malevolent ghost, whose speed and ferocity were formidable. I aimed a strike at its chest, only for it to deftly evade and strike me from the side, sending me hurtling away. In that moment, it felt as though a massive truck had collided with me, slamming me into the wall and leaving me in agony, blood spilling from my lips. I feel as if my bones might shatter. Chapter 29. Fierce battle with the red ghost. This red malevolent ghost was indeed powerful. My first encounter with such a fierce spirit was overwhelming. Seeing my struggle, Nyodali rushed to assist, but his baton failed to inflict significant damage. and he too was sent crashing into the concrete wall. Nyodali, be careful, with my left hand. I curled my fingers and invoked the power of the Lihua 7 Stars technique. A surge of energy coursed through my body, restoring my strength, though pain still lingered in my chest. Armed with my peachwood sword, I charged back into the fray, executing a series of sword strikes against the red ghost. Its speed was astonishing, and several times I felt the sting of its claws on my arms. Yet, my swordsmanship forced it to retreat, landing several hits of my own. However, the ghost's rage only intensified, culminating in a chilling scream. The red ghost suddenly ascended into the air, its garments transforming into a flurry of scarlet sleeves as it rushed towards me, a fierce aura radiating from it. I realized this was its ultimate attack. As I attempted to evade the crimson sleeves hurtling toward me, I discovered, to my dismay, that my legs had been ensnared by 2 of these very sleeves without my realization. In an instant, I found myself unable to move. Subsequently, the red sleeves, with a frenzied force, slammed me against the ceiling and the walls. For a fleeting moment, I felt as though my bones might shatter, blood oozing from the corners of my mouth. While my entire body throbbed painfully, soon, I crumpled to the ground, nearly immobilized, when yet another crimson sleeve hurtled toward my chest. Seeing the rapid approach of the sleeve aimed at my heart, I braced for impact. Out of nowhere, Nyodali appeared, swinging a baton at the malevolent specter clad in red, simultaneously hurling the thunder talisman I had previously given him at the oncoming sleeve. The baton was instantly ensnared and flung aside. But the talisman struck true, landing squarely upon the crimson sleeve that was racing toward me. With a thunderous roar, the talisman ignited under the influence of the malevolent energy, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning that engulfed the red sleeve. It was severed in 2, and the sleeves that had bound my legs recoiled as if jolted by an unseen force, releasing me from their grip. Ziwei, are you all right? Uncle Dolly called out, his concern evident. I'm fine, Dolly. I just got a bit singed, I replied, spitting out a mouthful of blood as I retrieved a fire talisman and a thunder talisman, preparing to catch the specter off guard with their combined might. Having been struck by the thunder talisman, the specter seemed wary of lightning and turned to flee. Just as it was about to escape the room, the ghost-locking formation emitted a flash of yellow light. And with a resounding crash, the specter was hurled back by the barrier. Trying to run? It wouldn't be that easy. I summoned the power of the 7 stars of fire, propelling myself to the right of the specter and swiftly unleashing 2 talismans. Upon seeing the approaching talismans, which flew at him like arrows released from a bow, the specter immediately attempted to evade. It quickly adjusted its position, retreating, but the fire talisman missed while the thunder talisman struck squarely against its chest. With a booming sound, a massive surge of lightning erupted, sending the specter flying, emitting a wretched scream. This time, the specter, having sustained severe injuries, appeared considerably diminished, its once vibrant red form now dulled. Now, the specter regarded me with a wary gaze. Its eyes devoid of murderous intent, replaced instead with a hint of fear. Realizing it could not escape the ghost-locking formation, and having witnessed my formidable thunder and fire talismans, it was filled with a mix of anger and trepidation. Fearful of being struck again. What is it that you want? The specter snarled, its face contorted and raged. So you can speak. I had thought you mute, I taunted, inching closer. Come, I'll stand right here. Come and absorb my young energy. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll take you down with me. The specter's expression shifted dramatically as it perceived my advancing stance. It seemed to contemplate dragging me down with it if escape was impossible. Noticing its intent to resist, I produced 7 or 8 thunder and fire talismans, waving them teasingly before it. You come here and show me how you plan to take me down with you. The specter's face transformed into a comical grimace, once fearsome and terrifying, now resembling that of a beleaguered individual. You're cheating. Where did you acquire so many talismans? It lamented. At this moment, Nyodali, emboldened by my advantage, produced several thunder talismans from his possession, brandishing them mockingly in the air. I have a whole stack here. If you need more, I have plenty in my pocket. Heh. The specter's desperation was palpable. It seemed ready to concede defeat, facing 2 individuals who wielded talismans as if they were mere playthings. Spare me, female exorcist. the specter cried, collapsing to its knees in surrender. I was foolish. Seeing the specter as submission, Dolly and I exchanged amused glances. The wise recognize the times. After all, speak. Who sent you here? I demanded, straightening my posture and gripping my peachwood sword, my expression stern. Forgive me, female exorcist. I do not know who it was. I was trapped within an artifact until I was released and found myself here. This place is ensnared by a peculiar formation, preventing my escape, the specter explained, its voice quivering. Upon hearing this, I scrutinized my surroundings and indeed noticed that the corners of the 14th floor were inscribed with runes, forming a barrier of malevolent energy, making it exceedingly difficult for the specter to leave. The specter was not lying. It appeared that someone had deliberately unleashed this specter, confining it here to obstruct Murong Feng's construction efforts. Do you remember who brought you here? I inquired, my tone cold and unwavering, determined to extract the truth. I did not see the person's face, but I sensed a strong aura of malevolence emanating from them. Should I encounter them again, I would recognize that aura. The specter trembled in response. How did you die? I asked out of curiosity, for despite being merely a ghost, this specter possessed a striking appearance, reminiscent of a once popular young star. Without hesitation, the specter began recounting its tale. That moment, Nyo Dolly produced a bag of sunflower seeds, handing them to me. Earlier, while sipping tea, there had been a platter of snacks, and it seemed that Dolly had taken some with him, accepted the seeds, and settled down beside Dolly, munching on the snacks while listening to the specter's story. The specter, known as Chuncheng, had lived during the Republic of China era and was a performer in a theatrical troupe. His master had given him his name, having found him abandoned by the roadside, orphaned. Chuncheng was taken in by his master, who had a daughter named Jiang Ruai. The two had grown up together, their bond deepening over the years. Chuncheng possessed extraordinary talent in the performing arts, mastering various forms of traditional Chinese opera under his master's guidance. Together, they often performed, with Chuncheng as the leading male and Ruai as the principal female role, their chemistry captivating audiences, who frequently jested about their compatibility. As the warlords clashed, the son of a warlord, Zhang Shaoshai, attended one of their performances and was utterly entranced by Ruai, who displayed a mesmerizing array of emotions on stage. Zhang Shaoshai became a frequent patron, showering Ruai with lavish gifts and eventually seeking her hand in marriage. However, Chuncheng's master, concerned about his daughter's youth and her affection for Chuncheng, refused Zhang's proposal. In a fit of rage, Zhang Shaoshai brandished a pistol, threatening Chuncheng's master and the entire troupe, declaring his intent to claim Ruai for himself within 3 days, or he would destroy their theater. Having spoken, young Master Zhang turned and departed, leaving Master Jiang to swiftly relay the matter to Jiang Ruai, who found herself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed. Ruai, with her heart solely devoted to Chuncheng and the art of performance, was naturally taken aback by this coercion, and promptly confided in Chuncheng about the troubling situation. Chuncheng, equally distressed, pondered deeply and resolved to elope with Ruai, forsaking the opera troupe and this place altogether. Thus, on that fateful night, Chuncheng and Ruai busily packed their belongings in preparation for their escape. However, unbeknownst to them, young Master Zhang had anticipated their flight and had already stationed informants in the vicinity. Consequently, the pair barely made it a short distance before being captured by Zhang's men. That evening, the other members of the troupe cowered on the ground, trembling in fear, while young Master Zhang sat imperiously in a grand chair, with Master Jiang standing beside him, visibly shaking. Suddenly, young Master Zhang rose and struck Chuncheng across the face with a resounding slap. "Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly?" he demanded, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Chuncheng's forehead. "Ready to pull the trigger? Do you believe I would not kill you?" "Stop, young master," Jiang Ruai cried, her face etched with sorrow and despair. "I will marry. I beseech you, young master, spare them. That's more like it. Did you hear that, lad?" Young Master Zhang retorted, finally holstering his gun, addressing Chuncheng with disdain. "Ruai, how can you?" Chuncheng exclaimed, panic-stricken. "Brother Chuncheng, there is no need for further words. Our fates in this life have reached their end," Ruai declared, turning away with tears streaming down her face, unable to bear the sight of Chuncheng. "Ruai, you cannot marry him," Chuncheng shouted, his heart shattered, while Ruai's own heart ached with anguish. "In due course, Young Master Zhang's bridal sedan would arrive 3 days hence to collect Jiang Ruai, leaving Chunxing heartbroken and vowing to confront Zhang with fervor. Yet he was restrained by the others. On the night of their wedding, a drunken young Master Zhang stumbled into his chamber, calling out for Ruai in a stupor. There he beheld Ruai, adorned in resplendent bridal attire, quietly reclining in bed, her head covered by a red veil, utterly stilled. As he approached, lifting her veil, he was met with the horrifying sight of her ashen face. She had taken poison and succumbed to death. Young Master Zhang was struck with shock and hastily summoned help. The news of Ruai's demise swiftly reached the opera troupe, plunging all into profound sorrow. Soon after, upon hearing the tragic news, Chunxing, clad in a red garment, met his end by hurling himself against the stone lion at the entrance of young Master Zhang's residence on a quiet night. In time, Chunxing discovered that he had transformed into a vengeful spirit clad in red, and thus infiltrated young Master Zhang's abode, leaving no living soul unscathed and wreaking havoc upon his household. From that moment forth, Chunxing's spirit lingered within the estate, which gradually fell into disrepair. After many years, a middle-aged Taoist seeking refuge from the rain stumbled upon the dilapidated mansion. Upon encountering Chunxing's malevolent presence, the Taoist employed various means to subdue him, ultimately imprisoning him within a magical artifact. Decades later, Chunxing was released from his confinement. Hearing this tale, both I and Yodali found ourselves with tears in our eyes, deeply moved. Chunxing truly is a hopeless romantic. Yodali, overcome with emotion, appeared to be on the verge of tears, revealing that he too was a sentimental soul. Once the story concluded, I took a moment to steady my emotions before speaking. Chunxing, I hold great sympathy for your plight, but many years have passed. Miss Ruai must surely have reincarnated by now. I advise you to let go. You too are a wretched soul, and today, I shall not take your life. The red-clad malevolent spirit, Chunxing, offered a faint smile. Revered master, I have long since relinquished my attachments. However, as a spirit of vengeance, I cannot reincarnate due to the lingering resentment within me, and thus I am condemned to wander this realm, enduring endless solitude. It is well known that once transformed into a vengeful spirit, one carries with him a burden of resentment. Until that resentment dissipates, they cannot enter the cycle of reincarnation. The average person is unable to subdue a red-clad malevolent spirit, and might even find themselves harmed in the process. If encountered by a skilled practitioner, the common choice would be to exterminate the spirit outright. It is indeed a predicament fraught with difficulty. Very well. I shall offer you two choices. Either I dispel your resentment and guide you into reincarnation, or you may follow me in cultivation. Should fortune favor you in the future, I shall impart unto you the methods of cultivation. Though you are a spirit, you may yet walk the righteous path. I spoke earnestly, recalling the words of my master, who had previously mentioned that above vengeful spirits exist ghost generals, ghost kings, and ghost immortals. Should one achieve the rank of ghost general, they could walk freely under the sun. Should one ascend to the rank of ghost king or higher, they could restore their corporeal form with celestial treasures and live among the living without hindrance, enjoying a life akin to that of ordinary humans. As for ghost immortals, my master had remarked that they are nearly impossible to find in the mortal realm. Grateful for the benevolence of the female celestial master, Chunxing is willing to follow the celestial master in cultivation and vows never to betray you, he said, hastily kneeling and bowing in gratitude. My master had previously taught me a technique from the Maoshan school that allows one to seal spirits within a piece of yin jade for nourishment, enabling it to be carried at all times. After rummaging through my bag for some time, I finally unearthed a piece of ordinary yin jade. I will now recite a spell to draw you into this jade. Do not resist. You shall temporarily reside within this jade and diligently cultivate, I explained, waving the jade in my hand. All is at the behest of the female celestial master. Chunxing nodded in agreement. I swiftly formed hand seals and chanted an obscure incantation. Chunxing felt a pull, drawing him toward the yin jade. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of red light and entered the jade. I will call for you if needed. Otherwise, remain within. I instructed. I shall teach you a spell that will allow you to communicate with me should any matters arise. Having successfully completed my first task, albeit with considerable injuries to both myself and Yodali, I felt relatively unscathed due to our robust physiques, though we were left with some pain. After consuming a healing pill given to us by my master, we decided to return downstairs and rest. I glanced at my electronic watch. It was already past 3 in the morning. Had we not been delayed by Chuanqing's tale, we could have finished our business within an hour. Uncle Niu, let us return and rest, and I am quite fatigued. Chapter 31. We have struck it rich after departing from the site. Niu Dali and I walked for a while until we returned to the luxurious hotel where we had previously rested. The hotel operates 24 hours, and upon seeing us return, the lobby manager hurried over to greet us. Noting our disheveled appearances and visible injuries, he handed each of us a room key and escorted us to the elevator, leading us to our accommodations. Please rest well. The chairman has instructed that should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform us, the lobby manager said respectfully. Thank you for your assistance, Niu Dali and I replied, waving our hands in acknowledgement before retiring to our respective rooms. By the time we reached the hotel, it was already 4 in the morning, and fatigue overtook me, leading me to a deep slumber. The following day, I awoke at 10 o'clock. The hotel bedding was indeed exceptional. It was far more comfortable than my own bed at home. I mused that if we were to earn money in the future, we must replace our household bedding and linens. After refreshing myself, I knocked on Niu Dali's door. Uncle Dali, are you awake? After knocking for some time without a response, I took the elevator downstairs to the lobby, where the manager greeted me once more. Miss Li, Mr. Niu and Mr. Murong are already dining. Let me take you there, he said, guiding me toward the restaurant. Upon entering, I was greeted by the sight of a beautiful waitress pouring tea in a private room. Niu Dali and Murong Feng were already engaged in conversation, with an array of breakfast dishes spread across the table. Niu Dali appeared to have eaten quite a bit already, having set down his chopsticks, animatedly recounting the events of the previous night. That, of course, Niu Dali made no mention of our injuries. He, like me, was quite concerned with appearances. A master cannot be injured. That is inconceivable. Taoist ZY, you have arrived. I will have the kitchen prepare more dishes. Please sit and enjoy your meal, Murong Feng said, now somewhat awed by Niu Dali's exaggerated retelling of my confrontation with the red-clad female ghost. No longer daring to underestimate me, I must admit, Niu Dali's ability to embellish stories is quite remarkable. Mr. Murong, please do not stand on ceremony. There is plenty on the table. I shall make do with a bit, I replied, grabbing a bun and starting to eat. The waitress quickly approached to refill my tea. I heard from Mr. Niu that you subdued a red-clad malevolent spirit last night? Murong Feng inquired, seeking confirmation that the matter had been resolved. Indeed, Mr. Murong. The situation stemmed from that red-clad malevolent spirit. However, I have successfully subdued him, I replied between bites. This spirit was deliberately placed there to obstruct your construction progress. While I have contained him, I cannot guarantee that he will not cause further trouble. Do you know who is trying to harm me? Murong Feng clenched his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yesterday, I inquired about that ghostly entity. It revealed that it was trapped within a building by a Taoist. As for who that Taoist is, it was oblivious. I advised him to bolster security measures at the construction site, ensuring no unauthorized individuals could access the premises, whether by day or night. This way, if the entity could not penetrate the site, the impact and disturbances to you would be minimized. After I finished speaking, I grabbed another meat bun from the table and began to eat it with soy milk. Meat buns paired with soy milk were my favorite breakfast. Upon hearing my words, Murong Feng immediately took out his phone and dialed a number, instructing the site to implement a 24-hour access control system, prohibiting all non-construction personnel from entering. Murong Feng's efficiency was indeed commendable. I nodded in agreement and continued, I suspect you may have offended someone, and they are intentionally targeting you. Be vigilant. Should any further issues arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Seemingly struck by a thought, Murong Feng inquired if he could glimpse the male ghost in red attire. The red-clad spirit was somewhat notorious. In a sealed, dark environment, it could manifest even in daylight. I understood the curiosity brewing within Murong Feng. Thus I asked the waiter to step outside and proceeded to extinguish all the lights, drawing the curtains closed, before using willow leaves to help Murong Feng open his third eye. Mr. Murong, are you prepared? Do not be startled, that I said with a grin. Then I gestured mystically and recited an incantation to summon the red-clad spirit. A flash of crimson light erupted from the jade pendant, revealing Chunqing standing by the table, a visage of cold severity, clad in red, with a pallid complexion and jet-black eyes, exuding an aura that was far from welcoming. The temperature in the room plummeted. Morong Fong was visibly shaken, his face turning pale as he exclaimed, "That's enough, that's enough. Fear not, Mr. Morong. This spirit has been subdued and will no longer pose a threat," I replied with a faint smile, subsequently retracting Chuncheng. I opened the curtains and turned the lights back on, gradually restoring normalcy to the room. Morong Fong exhaled deeply, praising my skills profusely, and promptly inquired about our fee. After a moment's contemplation, I raised a finger, thinking that 1,000 yuan would suffice. With my and Yodali's monthly expenses hovering around 2,000. This sum would sustain us for half a month, especially since assisting others had only consumed a single evening. 100,000. How could I accept such a sum? The last time I consulted someone for feng shui, it cost no less. Morong Fong expressed disbelief as he hurriedly exited to arrange the payment. Yodali and I exchanged glances, momentarily frozen in place. Yodali's eyes darted around, struggling to contain his elation. "Dali uncle, we've struck it rich," I whispered, suppressing my own exhilaration. "We're rich. We're rich," Yodali exclaimed, fists clenched in the air, his face lit up with sheer joy, laughing heartily. Did Morong Fong truly act so generously? Is assisting others this lucrative? Others charge far more for feng shui consultations. Is the method my master taught truly this profitable? I was astounded, bombarded by countless questions in my mind. 100,000. "Help me, Yodali, pinch my flesh." I silently pleaded that, of course, such thoughts would remain hidden from Morong Fong. Soon, he returned with 15,000 yuan in cash. Yodali and I maintained a facade of calmness, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation, all while desperately trying to mask our nearly overwhelmed excitement. Morong Fong placed a black bag on the table, pushing its contents toward us. "Taoist Ziwei, here is 15,000 yuan in cash. Please accept it as a token of my gratitude for your invaluable assistance. I have added an additional 5,000 as a thank you. Fe.it is no wonder that Morong Fong excelled in business. His approach was remarkably adept. Although we regarded wealth as inconsequential, his words were undeniably pleasing to the ear. "Well then, we shall not refuse your generosity." "Thank you, head of the Morong family," I replied with a composed smile. Gesturing for Yodali to accept the money, he restrained his excitement, trembling as he collected the cash from the black bag. "By the way, Miss Ziwei, do you have a mobile number? May I have your contact information? In case further matters arise, I would like to reach you." Morong Fong, having seen us accept the money, sought to exchange contact details. "I am still a student and cannot use a mobile phone for now. Please take my home landline." I instructed Dali to provide him with the number. After a bit more casual conversation and a light meal, Dali and I enjoyed a hearty breakfast and lunch before Morong Fong arranged for us to be escorted back to the courtyard. The driver dropped us at the entrance and departed. We swiftly turned and secured the door behind us. "Ziwei, ha ha ha, we've struck it rich." Dali could no longer contain himself, shouting in excitement. "Ha ha ha, Uncle Dali. We finally have money." I echoed his enthusiasm. Chapter 32. The copper coins of the 5 emperors. "I'll go deposit the money shortly. For the foreseeable future, we need not worry about hunger," Dali chuckled, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Heaven knows how we had managed up to this point. Earning 15,000 for the first time and capturing a red-clad male ghost was indeed a bountiful harvest. In reality, it hadn't even taken much time to accrue such wealth, and we found ourselves exhilarated for quite a while. Once we regained our composure, we began to devise a plan for generating income. We resolved to officially open for business, accepting all matters, big or small, as long as time permitted. We genuinely needed to earn money. This financial security was something we had to secure for ourselves. Unfortunately, our master was rather stingy, and Dali and I were determined to work hard for our living, relying solely on our own efforts. The fees for services rendered would be standardized, starting at 100,000. Thus commenced our money-making endeavor. High school life was rather pleasant, aside from the endless classes and assignments. Recently, I found my mind wandering during lessons. With only 2 months left until the college entrance examination, my thoughts were consumed with the pursuit of profit. I couldn't help it. I was simply not cut out for academic endeavors. If we could secure 7 or 8 contracts each month, we should be able to earn a considerable income. While attending classes, I often pondered how to expand our business, frequently lost in thought. Lizy, can you answer this question? What is the difference between the present perfect tense and the past perfect tense? The English teacher, a woman in her 30s with striking features and a gentle yet stern demeanor, called on me unexpectedly. Alas, I stood up, crafting a response on the fly. The present perfect tense is for things completed in the present, while the past perfect tense is for things completed in the past. Laughter erupted from the class, particularly from a few boys who found my answer particularly amusing. I turned to glare at the rowdy boys in the corner, my gaze icy as I scrutinized them. The boys quickly averted their eyes, cowed by my stare. If that is the case, what are you doing? Are you aware that the college entrance examination is approaching? You don't even understand this concept? The teacher admonished me with a fierce glare. You will stand for the remainder of the class. Very well, I accepted my fate. I stood there, yet my thoughts lingered on the situation concerning Morong Fong. I suspected that the individual targeting him would not relent easily. They would likely continue their assaults. This was not a sustainable approach. It needed to be resolved once and for all. Thus, I remained with my eyes fixed on the blackboard while my mind wandered. Contemplating future business opportunities, the self-study session was rather dull. The school was merely 2 to 3 kilometers from the courtyard, along well-lit main roads. I had applied for day school, which meant I returned home after evening study sessions. Classes typically ended around 9:30, and I was bold enough not to fear walking home at night. Cultivators generally emanate a potent aura, their yang energy significantly more intense than that of ordinary individuals. Typically, spirits seek out those with weaker yang energy. A ghost approaching me would be akin to courting disaster. Moreover, I presumed that common criminals would hardly stand a chance against me. Upon returning home that night, I thoroughly rummaged through my belongings, intending to pack everything useful into a single bag for future endeavors. From now on, I would carry this bag whenever I set out on business. With the acquisition of such comprehensive items, I feel a certain sense of reassurance. It is wise to be prepared for potential misfortunes. The peachwood sword bestowed upon me by my master appears to possess a considerable age. Its ancient blade intricately engraved with a multitude of runes. My master recounted that this sword was once instrumental in vanquishing a nefarious sect in the mountainous regions of Sichuan, acquired serendipitously. He stated that this sword inherently possesses the ability to counter malevolent spirits, and for many years, he has kept it close at hand. Recently, having observed him procure a superior magical sword, he decided to pass this one to me as a gift for my 18th birthday. Intended for my protection, I harbor grave suspicions that he simply deemed this sword unworthy after acquiring something better. Before his departure, my master bestowed upon me an abundance of items, ranging from a feng shui 7-star compass, superior talismans and ink brushes, to various everyday talismans and papers, as well as an assortment of peculiar magical instruments that he seldom employed. In the corner of his room lay a large, dust-covered chest, which I had never dared to explore before. Now that he is gone, I ponder whether it would be acceptable to take a cursory glance inside. Initially hesitant, I deliberated for quite some time. After all, his belongings are, in essence, mine. If, hypothetically, my master were to pass away, would it not fall upon me to carry on the legacy of the 7 Stars Tao? Of course, such thoughts must remain concealed from that old man, lest I face his wrath. Having resolved this internal conflict, I began to rummage through the items in search of anything I might find useful. Oh dear master, please do not hold it against me. I merely seek items of practical value. This item appears promising. I casually picked up several coins, which, unlike ordinary copper coins, exude an aura of antiquity and possess a palpable essence of pure yang energy. A spark ignited in my eyes. Lo and behold, these are genuine Dawu D copper coins. The Dawu D coins are distinguished from their lesser counterparts and ordinary coins. Many Taoist artifacts are crafted from copper coins. For instance, certain talismans from Longhu Mountain utilize coin swords. Copper coins, having circulated as currency for millennia and passed through the hands of countless individuals, have absorbed a significant amount of vital yang energy, making them excellent for dispelling malevolent entities. The Dawu D coins specifically refer to the following: the Qin Baliang, Han Wuzhu, Tang Kaiyuan Tongbao, Song Song Yuan Tongbao, and Ming Yongla Tongbao. These Dawu D coins have a longer historical significance than the lesser versions, rendering them true magical artifacts. In contrast, the commonly referenced Wu D coins typically denote the lesser variety. Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongjing Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. These lesser coins were minted during the Qing dynasty. Their historical significance is relatively recent, and due to the prosperity of that era, they are more abundant. While the lesser Wu Di coins also possess protective properties, they pale in comparison to the efficacy of the Dawu Di coins. Indeed, the genuine Dawu Di coins are exceedingly rare, let alone a complete SETM. Master undoubtedly possessed a wealth of valuable items. These coins are exquisite antiques that would surely fetch a handsome price in the market should I ever find myself in need of funds. This thought elicited a chuckle from me. For now, however, the Dawu Di coins will serve a practical purpose, and I promptly stowed them in my bag. After an extensive search, I gathered a considerable assortment of useful talismans and artifacts into my pack. Feeling satisfied with my findings, I ceased my exploration. Suddenly, a thought struck me. I retrieved the pale yellow jade pendant that I had worn since childhood and scrutinized its material and patterns. My master had insisted that I keep it close, emphasizing its importance, yet he had never elaborated on its purpose. Over the years, I had attempted various methods to discern its properties, but it seemed to harbor a formidable restriction that thwarted my efforts. After much futile investigation, I abandoned the endeavor. Swiftly, I settled into a cross-legged position and initiated the practice of the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju. As instructed by my master, I had reached the critical threshold of the first level and was determined to advance to the second level at the earliest opportunity, so that I might possess some confidence when confronted with more formidable adversaries. The memory of Chunqing hurling me toward the ceiling with a red sleeve made me feel somewhat embarrassed. After approximately 2 hours of cultivation, fatigue began to set in, and I perceived no signs of progress, prompting me to return to my bed and succumb to slumber. Ziwei, you must persevere in your cultivation so that I may see you again soon. In my dreams, I beheld the silhouette of a man clad in white. The figure was exceedingly indistinct, yet it seemed to be imparting some urgent message, though I struggled to discern its clarity. I longed to penetrate the haze that enveloped me. Chapter 33. High school life. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, I found myself compelled to rise early for school and attend morning self-study sessions. I truly detest rising at such an hour. In April, the weather in Ganzhou has become quite pleasant, though a slight chill still lingers in the early morning air. The roads are refreshingly cool, adorned with dew that has condensed from the previous night, infusing the atmosphere with a damp fragrance. Few pedestrians grace the streets at this hour. As one who must attend morning self-study, I often rise before the roosters crow and retire later than the dogs. I am perpetually short on sleep, yet my youth sustains me, allowing me to endure. I have developed the habit of jogging to school, and this short distance presents no challenge, serving as an excellent warm-up for my morning exercise. Compared to the rigorous training sessions led by Nyodali, this routine feels exceedingly simple. Through countless mornings and nights, I have traversed this path, and my physical condition undoubtedly surpasses that of my peers. Upon arriving at the classroom for self-study, I found myself ensnared by an overwhelming drowsiness, as if my mind had been seized by some external force. Within the classroom, some students recited various English texts. Classical poetry and essays. My mind seemed to succumb to a relentless lullaby, and I felt myself teetering on the brink of slumber. At that moment, I overheard snippets of conversation. Have you heard? The results of the mock exam will be announced today. During breakfast, I overheard Wan, seated at the adjacent table, conversing with Wang Xiaoli, who sat in front of me. What should we do? I'm so nervous. The college entrance examination is imminent. Wang Xiaoli's face was etched with worry, and she appeared exceedingly anxious. I too felt a pang of apprehension, hoping for a better outcome this time. Wan echoed her sentiments, offering silent prayers. Upon hearing their words, I felt somewhat exasperated. I had never harbored such academic anxieties throughout my schooling. My master had once stated, if you pass, you proceed. If you fail, you do not. One must marvel at the enlightenment of such a perspective. I have always found my master's words to be profoundly wise. Furthermore, Wan and Wang Xiaoli rank among the bottom 10 in the class, with one position in the bottom 15. I fail to comprehend what troubles them. I, at least, hold the 5th position in the class, albeit from the bottom. Why should I fret? Why create anxiety where none is warranted? During the day, our homeroom teacher entered the classroom, clutching a stack of exam papers, ready to announce the results. To my astonishment, I discovered that I had placed 8th from the bottom in this exam. However, I had improved by 3 places, which left me quite content. As for Wan, she ranked 7th from the bottom, while Wang Xiaoli was 9th. Upon seeing their scores, Both began to cry quietly, their heads resting on their desks. Our trio formed the bottom 7, 8, and 9 group, yet my mindset remained untroubled, unlike theirs. At this moment, I paid them no heed. Instead, I took a pen and began sketching lines and peculiar patterns in my notebook. I had nearly mastered the techniques for drawing talismans, as taught by my master in the 4 symbols de yin technique. However, I always struggled with the intricacies of crafting the Maoshan Thunder talismans. The power of Maoshan talismans is formidable, particularly those from the Jingyi sect, which specializes in talismanic arts. Thus, mastering the art of drawing thunder talismans is significantly more challenging than that of ordinary talismans. This difficulty primarily stems from my insufficient mental focus, as creating thunder talismans requires a high degree of spiritual concentration. By employing a talisman brush to combine the lines of the talisman, one can harness the thunderous energies of heaven and earth, imbuing them with special techniques and mental power, and condensing them into a talismanic design on paper. In an instant, I felt myself entering a state of profound enlightenment. As I continued to draw, I sensed a gathering of wondrous spiritual energy on the paper, as if a sudden epiphany had washed over me. Eureka! The thunder talisman has been successfully created. I gazed at my notebook, where the most fundamental thunder talisman pattern had materialized before me. It is widely acknowledged that talismans are typically drawn on yellow paper or talismanic paper. In reality, authentic talismanic paper is crafted by grinding eggshells and straw together, mixed with egg whites. Only talismans drawn on such specialized paper can achieve their maximum efficacy and better concentrate spiritual energy. It is worth noting that I was currently using ordinary draft paper. I had astonishingly succeeded in drawing a thunder talisman on plain paper. Truly, I must be a genius. Ha ha ha. I could not restrain my laughter while classmates regarded me with expressions of disbelief. Suddenly, I sensed something was amiss. Oh no! We are still in class. A sharp gaze bore down upon me from the front of the classroom. Lizway, stand up. The homeroom teacher was seething with rage, exclaiming, "You ranked 8th from the bottom. What are you grinning about? Are you proud of such a score?" The teacher, a woman in her 40s with short hair and a somewhat plump face, exuded an intimidating presence. Whenever she called my name, it was typically accompanied by a sharp edge of anger. To be honest, I had grown accustomed to her reprimands, which were always delivered with a unique rationale. For heaven's sake, I made progress this time. Didn't I? I thought. You will rewrite the mistakes from this exam 10 times after school, she scolded. More copying. From freshman year to senior year, can't you try something new? All right, teacher. I nodded quickly, my mind racing with thoughts of successfully drawing the thunder talisman, allowing me to create them independently in the future. In battle, possessing an abundance of talismans could significantly conserve energy, practically a method of cheating, to put it bluntly. Fine, I'll just copy, I sighed, as rewriting mistakes had become routine for me. While I immersed myself in the joy of my thunder talisman's success, I diligently copied the errors. After the afternoon classes, dinner time arrived, and everyone headed out to eat, leaving me alone in the classroom. In a moment of distraction, a tall and handsome boy cautiously placed a bento on my desk. Lizway, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I specially got this meal from the cafeteria for you. Make sure to eat, he said, his face tinged with shyness. Dressed in a white t-shirt and fitted sports pants, complemented by white sneakers, he looked remarkably charming, akin to a leading man from a romantic drama. Before I could express my gratitude, he hurriedly dashed out, vanishing in an instant. The boy was Lin Xian, a reticent individual who kept to himself in class, rarely engaging with others. The girls often remarked on his good looks, frequently discussing how he resembled a celebrity from the islands. I held no particular negative impression of him. Most boys in class dared not provoke me, yet he occasionally approached to converse. The incident involving the broken leg had cast a shadow over the boys, who privately nicknamed me Purple Demon. Lin Xian was one of the few who dared to initiate conversation with me, sometimes bringing me small gifts, only to swiftly retreat without waiting for a response. Lin Xian was strikingly handsome, with simple attire that could not conceal his allure. Each time I saw him, I couldn't help but steal an extra glance. His sharp brows and starry eyes, high-nosed bridge and deep-set gaze resembled a sky sprinkled with stars, captivating countless girls. Standing at approximately 1.78 meters, he possessed an upright posture and fair skin. His usual silence lent him an air of mystery. Indeed, he was quite the catch. Occasionally, girls would surreptitiously slip love notes into his desk, but he never glanced at them, simply tearing them up and tossing them in the trash. It was precisely this behavior that made me feel he was rather different from the rest. Could it be that he has feelings for me? I pondered aloud while continuing to copy my mistakes. Chapter 34. The target emerges in recent times. Since we began earning money, our lives had been flourishing splendidly. Nyodali and I no longer had to worry about meals. About a week later, Nyodali received a call from Morongfeng, requesting us to visit once more. On the call, Morongfeng conveyed that there had been another incident at the construction site. Uncle Nyo instructed him to send a car for us around 10 at night. As it was a weekday, I had no day off and was still attending classes. By the time I finished my evening study session, I anticipated arriving home around 9:50 p.m. Around 8 p.m., Morongfeng personally accompanied the driver to our home, arriving early to wait. Nyodali engaged in casual conversation with Morongfeng over tea, trying to discern what had transpired. Morongfeng's forehead was furrowed with concern. Approximately 9:50 p.m., I ran home as usual and spotted the luxury car parked at the entrance. Upon entering, I found Morongfeng and Nyodali chatting in the foyer. "Mr. Morong, what brings you here?" I quickly greeted as I entered, taking a seat and grabbing a piece of fruit. "Little Master Ziwei, there's been another incident. A worker at the site has gone mad, biting anyone he sees," Morongfeng recounted, detailing the events that had unfolded that very afternoon. After resolving the issue with the ghost in red, everything at the construction site had returned to normal, allowing the project to resume. However, this state lasted only until this morning. This afternoon, one of the workers suddenly went berserk. Initially, he was disoriented and babbling incoherently, but soon he became violent, attacking anyone in sight like a zombie. Several people had already been bitten. The other workers, seeing no other option, banded together to restrain him with coarse ropes, binding him tightly. Yet, the atmosphere among the workers was unstable, leading to a temporary halt in operations due to this incident. Upon hearing this, I surmised that the adversary's attempts to undermine Morongfeng were far from over. It seemed the time had come to confront the individual orchestrating these disturbances, or else this turmoil would continue indefinitely. "Mr. Morong, let us head over to see the worker now," I declared, turning to retrieve my bag of talismans from my room. "Thank you for your assistance." Morongfeng expressed his gratitude. "We take their money to resolve their calamities. This matter must be thoroughly addressed." Nyodali hurriedly followed me, and we swiftly set off for the construction site. By the time we arrived, it was already 10:30 p.m. Morongfeng led me to the makeshift dormitory where the workers rested, where I encountered the tightly bound worker. He was emanating a foul aura, his eyes sunken, dark circles present, veins bulging on his neck, and his face contorted in a grotesque scream. Despite his desperate struggles, the ropes held firm. I approached him to assess his condition. He was still alive, yet seemingly under the control of some malevolent force, driven to bloodlust. Could it be a cursed insect? I mused internally. I swiftly retrieved a silver needle from my bag and plunged it into his brow. In an instant, I drew out several more needles, swiftly inserting them into various acupoints on his neck and chest. The worker immediately seemed to lose strength and slumped, ceasing his struggles. Seeing him still, I leaned closer, examining his eyelids, which were veined with blood, with traces of black blood swirling within. After checking the worker's pulse, I retrieved another silver needle, aimed at the middle finger, and carefully inserted it, squeezing out a few drops of black blood, signaling someone to fetch a bowl. Once I completed this, I scrutinized the black blood. It emitted a strange odor, a blend of putridness akin to corpse blood and a hint of fishiness. The medical text from Miaojiang record. In the western regions, there exists an insect known as the incorpse. This insect thrives within decaying corpses, residing between graves, hidden by day and emerging at dusk. If a living person becomes infected, they become bloodthirsty, losing their sanity, their blood resembling that of a corpse, dark as ink and foul as fish. The remedy involves grinding glutinous rice into a paste, applying it to the heart area, and brewing a concoction of mugwort, peach leaves, and fuduzu for 7 days to expel the insect. It was evident that this was indeed the incorpse insect. Could it be that the perpetrator had enlisted a master from Miaojiang? "Mr. Morong, this worker has fallen victim to a curse involving the incorpse insect. Once infected, a person loses their sanity and attacks others like a zombie." I said gravely. Morong Feng's expression shifted. This curse, to an ordinary person, was an invisible weapon of death. What shall we do, Taoist Ziwei? He inquired. No worries. I can break this curse. I conveyed the remedy to Morong Feng, instructing him to send someone to treat those already bitten. Additionally, I emphasized that any expelled substance must not be touched by hand and must be left under the sun for 2 hours to eradicate the insect. After much contemplation, I realized that the security at the construction site had indeed tightened recently, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to infiltrate. Therefore, the adversary resorted to this method of cursing the workers. Rather than allowing this to continue, it might be prudent to remove the security at night. I conceived a bold hypothesis. Once security was withdrawn, those intent on causing harm could potentially infiltrate the site again at night, deploying even more formidable means of sabotage. After some deliberation, I deemed this approach feasible. I firmly believe that rather than passively awaiting our fate, it is far better to take decisive action. Thus, I confided my thoughts to Morong Feng, who wholeheartedly agreed with this course of action and instructed us to exercise utmost caution. Niu Dali also expressed his concurrence. Before long, Morong Feng issued orders to arrange for the treatment of the injured workers, subsequently allowing them to disperse for. The security team was also dismissed for the night, plunging the construction site into darkness once more. That night, with the moon obscured and the wind howling, it was the perfect opportunity to apprehend the individual behind these nefarious deeds. Niu Dali and I stealthily ascended to a secluded corner on the rooftop of the building, where we concealed ourselves, maintaining a vantage point over the area. The building stood tall, and Morong Feng had ordered all the lights to be extinguished, causing personnel to gradually depart. At that moment, Niu Dali and I sat on the rooftop, feeling the night breeze, awaiting the arrival of our quarry. The site was clearly visible, and although several entrances were shrouded in darkness, careful observation allowed us to discern any movement. The only drawback was the strain on our eyes, as we needed to remain vigilant and alert. After approximately 2 hours of waiting, the wind on the rooftop grew fierce, and the temperature dropped in the early morning hours. June nights, while not exceedingly cold, still left us weary and drowsy. Despite our efforts, we hadn't spotted a single figure. Ziwei, your plan is truly unreliable. Niu Dali lamented, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. Uncle Niu, they lurk in the shadows while we are exposed. If we don't confront them directly, this situation will persist, I whispered, though I too was beginning to feel drowsy. However, having come this far, we could not afford to give up. Another hour passed, and Niu Dali succumbed to sleep against the wall. I too struggled to keep my eyes open, yawning repeatedly. Glancing at my electronic watch, I noted it was already 4:30 in the morning. At this hour, it seemed unlikely that our adversary would make an appearance tonight. Just as I was about to rouse Niu Dali and leave, I suddenly sensed movement below. I nudged Niu Dali. Uncle Niu, wake up! Startled awake, Niu Dali rubbed his bleary eyes. Just as he was about to voice his annoyance at my disturbance, I noticed a shadow darting swiftly into the construction site. Someone's coming in, I whispered urgently to Niu Dali. Instantly alert, Niu Dali retrieved his baton from his waist, readying himself for action. We cannot let this person escape. The shadow slipped into our building, and we quickly moved into the darkness, patiently awaiting its emergence. Soon, the soft sound of footsteps echoed as the figure approached the 14th floor. I signaled to Niu Dali, and we stepped out to block the intruder's path. Halt, I commanded sharply. At that moment, a soothing voice emanated from the jade pendant in my bag. Ziwei Tianshi. It is this person who has imprisoned me here. I recognize his aura. Ah, you finally arrived, I said coldly, my eyes glinting with icy resolve. Who are you, and what brings you here? The intruder, a man clad in black, was dressed in stealthy attire that blended seamlessly with the night. The darkness obscured his face, and upon seeing us block his path, he barked, "Who are you? That question should be directed at you." I retorted, "The red-clothed malevolent spirit ahead has harmed others, and this afternoon, you unleashed sinister insects to torment the workers. Now, reveal your identity." The man's gaze darkened, his eyes turning menacing as he regarded us with a murderous glare. "So, it is you who has been thwarting my plans," he hissed, his expression growing cold as he drew a sharp sword from his waist. "You are but a child. I advise you not to meddle further, lest you face dire consequences. Spare me the theatrics. Let us see who is stronger, I replied, uninterested in further dialogue. Without hesitation, I brandished my peachwood sword and charged at him. My master once said, if you can strike, do not waste your breath. Chapter 35. The centipede, the black-clad man, his demeanor unyielding, saw me charging and swiftly swung his sword with a force that seemed capable of cleaving mountains. I crouched low and executed a horizontal slash, successfully deflecting his attack. However, my wrist tingled painfully, and I felt blood seeping from my palm. He followed up with another slash, the blade slicing through the air like a tempest. I barely managed to evade, the force of the impact reverberating through the atmosphere as I staggered back several paces. This opponent possessed immense strength. I had underestimated him from the outset. Witnessing my struggle, Nyo Dali darted forward, wielding his baton with great ferocity against the black-clad man. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed sharply, sparks flying in all directions. Nyo Dali's strikes rained down like a tempest, effectively neutralizing the black-clad man's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Nyo Dali swung his baton toward the man's face. In a split second, the black-clad man, unable to evade, raised his left arm to block the blow. A sickening crack resonated as Nyo Dali's baton connected, indicating that the man's arm had likely been broken. He let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling as he stumbled, his footing becoming unstable. Remarkably, Nyo Dali's combat prowess, combined with his sheer strength, allowed him to maintain the upper hand against this formidable foe. While he may not excel against supernatural entities, when it came to physical confrontations, he was undeniably a force to be reckoned with. Realizing he could not contend with both of us, the black-clad man retreated, seeking to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" I called out, brandishing my peachwood sword as I swiftly advanced to intercept him. With a few swift motions, he hurled several metallic projectiles in our direction. I quickly sidestepped, hearing the sound of the projectiles embedding themselves in the wall, leaving behind several gaping holes. That was close. He truly is ruthless. If struck by those projectiles, I would surely suffer grievous wounds. I remained vigilant, joining forces with Nyo Dali to block the black-clad man's escape. You choose to tread the path of hell when heaven is at your disposal. Do not blame me for the consequences. The black-clad man gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain as he spoke. I was taken aback by his audacity. How could he threaten us in a 2-against-1 situation? Suddenly, he produced several peculiar bottles, opening them to unleash a swarm of buzzing, unidentified insects that flew towards Nyo Dali and me. "Dali uncle, be careful," I exclaimed, pulling out a blue fire talisman. After incanting the appropriate spells, I launched the talisman into the air. Upon detonation, a powerful inferno engulfed the approaching insects. The cacophony of sounds echoed as my flames incinerated the malevolent creatures, causing them to plummet. However, a few managed to evade and were now heading toward us. I quickly pulled Nyo Dali back, executing the first sword technique of the pure Yang sword art, Fire Cloud Overhead. This sword technique comprises 9 forms, each more advanced than the last. At my current level, I could only manage the first 2 forms. Channeling my spiritual energy, I unleashed a flurry of golden sparks from my peachwood sword, effortlessly cleaving the remaining insects in 2. The pure Yang sword art. "You hail from Zhongnan Mountain?" the black-clad man exclaimed in disbelief. "No, that cannot be. Zhongnan Mountain is a Taoist sanctuary that does not accept female disciples. Who are you, truly? Why do you care who I am?" "Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity," I replied icily, pointing my sword menacingly at him. "Humph, you are oblivious to your own demise. You leave me no choice," the man retorted, his resolve hardening. With that, he drew his left arm behind his back. Sheathing his sword, he then formed an obscure hand seal and spat a mouthful of blood, his pallor deepening as beads of sweat formed on his brow. "You will provide the opportunity for me to summon my life-bound insect. Your deaths will not be in vain." The man clad in black began to writhe in an odd manner, emitting a low, guttural roar. The blood that spilled from his heart transformed into an eerie mist of crimson. Suddenly, a repulsive centipede, grotesque and elongated, crawled forth from his mouth. This centipede was about the thickness of 3 fingers, entirely jet black, moving with astonishing speed, its myriad legs scuttling across the ground at a pace barely perceptible to the naked eye. Before I could fully comprehend the situation, the centipede lunged towards me in an instant. Should it sink its fangs into me, I felt that my life would surely be forfeit. The creature's south tail brushed perilously close to my garments. In a heartbeat, I summoned my spiritual energy to its zenith and swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly escaping its grasp. "Uncle Dolly, be careful. Do not let this centipede harm you," I called out to Nyo Dolly. The centipede, moving with blinding speed, pursued both Nyo Dolly and me as we darted about in a frenzy. In a fleeting moment, I was swept aside by the centipede's tail, sent flying a considerable distance. If it were an ordinary centipede, I could easily repel it with quicklime or realgar. However, this one was colossal and had been refined into a life-bound insect, rendering conventional methods utterly ineffective. "Little girl, how effective is my life-bound insect?" the man in black queried, noticing our trepidation towards the centipede. In haste, I unleashed 2 streams of sword energy to obstruct the centipede. The energy struck its back, leaving merely a white mark, failing to inflict any real damage. "This centipede's body is as hard as gold and stone. Blades and swords cannot wound it," the man in black remarked, visibly pleased with his life-bound insect. Even breaking into a grin, I thought to myself, is this man foolish? He is spewing blood and has a severed left hand. Yet he finds humor in this. I immediately channeled all my spiritual energy, causing my peachwood sword to dance, creating a dazzling array of sword shadows. Employing the pure yang sword technique, I unleashed the fire cloud and the long rainbow, sending forth several sword flowers that, like meteors, enveloped the centipede, generating immense noise upon impact. Did I strike it? I scrutinized the position of the centipede closely. It appeared unscathed, merely halted by the sword energy's obstruction. I mused silently. It seems the centipede's shell is exceedingly resilient. Even my sword techniques may struggle to harm it. The centipede moved with blinding speed, consuming much energy. We could not afford to linger. If Nyo Dolly and I were bitten, it would become exceedingly troublesome. "Uncle Dolly, you confront it directly. I shall handle the centipede," I shouted. "All right," my master once said, "when faced with adversity, unleash the thunder talismans." I refuse to believe that I cannot overcome a mere centipede with my master's talismans. I retrieved several thunder talismans from my pocket, instantly channeling them towards the centipede. The blue lightning surged forth like ethereal serpents, twisting and darting towards the monstrous centipede. It seemed to possess a sudden awareness, evading the electricity with frantic agility, fearful of being struck. For a moment, my talismans did not connect. No, this centipede is controlled by the man in black. If I could keep him preoccupied, the centipede's reaction time should diminish. "Uncle Dolly, keep him occupied. Do not allow him a moment to control the centipede," I urged. Seizing the opportunity, the centipede lunged at my face with ferocity and speed. I rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a collision with its maw. Beads of cold sweat forming on my brow. Sensing my struggle, Nyo Dolly's eyes glimmered with determination. Adjusting his stance, he charged at the man in black like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his baton. The man in black had scarcely a moment to react, raising his sword in defense, only to be sent staggering several paces back by Nyo Dolly's powerful blow. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Nyo Dolly understood we could no longer afford to linger. We needed a swift resolution. In the blink of an eye, he executed a series of combined baton strikes against the man in black. As the saying goes, one force can subdue 10 techniques. One thunder can shatter myriad methods. I had once witnessed Nyo Dolly lifting a stone table weighing at least 800 pounds. An ordinary human could hardly withstand a single blow from him. The man in black, a practitioner in his own right, was significantly more formidable than the average person. Yet he was no match for Nyo Dolly. In a brief moment, Nyo Dolly gained the upper hand. However, while he could repel the man in black, he could not swiftly subdue him. During this interval of relentless assault, I noticed the centipede's movements had grown less agile than before, just as I suspected. Without the man's control, the centipede's responsiveness had slowed. Seizing this opportunity, I leaped into the air, launching several sword flowers at it. The centipede was driven back to a corner. I wasted no time, unleashing a series of blue thunder talismans, which struck the centipede's back. Chapter 36. A triumphant initial battle. The bolts of blue lightning connected with the centipede. At that moment, the man in black seemed to suffer immensely, spewing blood and turning as pale as a sheet of paper. It appeared that the bond between a life-bound insect and its master was profound. Most life-bound insects were cultivated through the blood of their masters, tightly entwined with their fates. After sustaining 2 or 3 strikes from the lightning, the centipede lay lifeless, its charred body emitting a plume of black smoke, the air thick with the scent of burnt flesh. The centipede, covered in thick, keratinous layers, had been seared to a crisp, reminiscent of the odor of singed nails. Following a few more coughs of blood, the man in black's footing became unsteadied. In a moment of carelessness, he was struck in the chest by Nyo Dali's baton, staggering several steps back before suddenly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, I could not help but marvel. Is kneeling now in vogue? The last time, the man in red knelt when he was outmatched, and now this man in black follows suit. Oh dear, I find it hard to bear. Speak, who are you? I pressed the peachwood sword against his throat, my gaze icy and filled with murderous intent. Though I had never taken a life, in this scenario, I had to maintain an imposing presence. I am a practitioner of sorcery from Wanzego in western Sichuan. Zaxi Nima. I was commissioned by Zhao Demon, the head of the Zhao family, to deal with Murong Feng. He instructed me to thwart the development of the Murong family's property, intending to acquire it at a low price once Murong Feng abandons this place. The man in black replied weakly, blood trickling from his lips. Upon hearing his confession, I immediately struck him across the face with my sword, leaving a red mark akin to a branding iron. Why are you hitting me? The man in black lamented, his face contorted in confusion. He did not comprehend why he was being struck after answering my inquiry. Zaxi Nima, you dare to insult me? I retorted, striking him again, adding several more red lines to his visage. Zaxi Nima is my name. Please listen to me. It means auspicious son in the language of our ethnic minority. He hurriedly explained, his eyes brimming with tears of grievance. Oh, I see. That is your name, I said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't he ask? He protested, growing increasingly aggrieved. With a swift motion, I struck him again. Must I pry the truth from you? Is it not within your capacity to speak for yourself? I demanded, my gaze icy, a hint of menace flickering in my eyes. Yes, you are right. It was my failure to clarify, he acquiesced, utterly speechless. Who established the red-clad specter? I suddenly inquired. That was during my previous endeavors in Yinbei, when I stumbled upon an ancient residence and discovered that ghostly entity. It took considerable effort and assistance to subdue it. The man in black replied gravely, a cautious expression crossing his face. Nyo Dali, with a fierce glare, interjected, How much did the Zhao family pay you? The Zhao family has already given me 200,000, promising an additional 300,000 upon completion of the task. The man in black answered, his face displaying terror. I swear I speak the truth. I am not lying. Please, do not strike me again. Very well. I shall not strike you further. Do not be anxious. How do you intend to handle this matter? I inquired, smiling benignly at Zaxi Nima, my expression laden with significance, while gently stroking the blade of my peachwood sword against his face. Please, esteemed lady and warrior, spare me. I am willing to offer you the full 20,000 I received. Zaxi Nima is indeed a wanderer of the world. Possessing a keen understanding of the ways of the realm, he immediately spoke up. You think 20,000 can buy your life? Do you take me for a beggar? With a swift motion, I unleashed a flurry of strikes towards him. Afterward, a twinge of embarrassment washed over me. I had just vowed not to strike him again. Did you not promise to refrain from violence? I inquired. I still have over 100,000 in savings, which I can offer as well. I implore you to accept it. Tears streamed down Zaxi Nima's face as he hastily added, filled with regret at that moment. He lamented the loss he faced with the Zhao family. Not only had he earned nothing, but he was left with nothing but the remnants of his dignity. As practitioners of the path, how could we be so avaricious? I declared with an earnest expression. Zaxi Nima clenched his teeth, as if struck by a sudden thought. He quickly retrieved an ancient blue token from his waist and exclaimed, Mistress, this token was bestowed upon me during my travels when I encountered an ancient temple. This token is impervious to fire and water, and I have yet to discern its secrets, but it appears to be a treasure of sorts. I am willing to offer it to you. Now that is more like it, but remember, this is your own volition, not something I coerced you into. I replied coldly, fixing my gaze on Zaxi Nima. Indeed, these are all offerings from a humble man. I beseech you, let me go. I vow to return to Sichuan and never engage in this matter again. Zaxi Nima spoke submissively, his expression sincere. Let it be noted by all that he offered this willingly. I did not solicit the token from him. Thus, I reached out to accept the token. It was heavy, and in the dim light, its material remained unclear. Since that is the case, I shall let you go this time. Should I discover that you employ sorcery to harm others again, I shall not show mercy. A cold, murderous intent flickered in my eyes as I directed my gaze towards Zaxi Nima's neck and said icily. Zaxi Nima felt a chill sweep across his throat and hastily produced 2 bank cards, declaring that one was provided by the Zhao family with a password of 6/8, while the other was his own. Revealing its password as well, I did not reach out to take them. Instead, I glanced at Nyodali, who promptly understood and retrieved the cards back. Let today's events be concluded. You may leave. I sheathed my peachwood sword behind me, and relayed to the head of the Zhao family that he should cease his actions. If he continues to provoke me, I will retaliate. Point 1 comes, I shall kill one. A pair comes, I shall kill a pair. Should he persist in his malevolence, I shall deal with him accordingly. I threatened. I thought to myself, if the Zhao family dares to stir trouble again, what will become of my upcoming examinations? I am already burning the midnight oil as it is. Such business matters, if they persist in causing disruptions, will overwhelm both Nyodali and me, especially with the imminent exams. I do not wish to squander too much time on this matter. Moreover, we have already accrued sufficient profit from the past 2 encounters, more than enough for the short term. Thank you for your mercy. I shall certainly convey to Zhao Demon that he should retract his actions. Zaxi Nima expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply in a gesture befitting the world of martial arts. My master is Li Mufeng of the 7-Star Sect. What, do you still intend to seek revenge in the future? I replied with a smile, my expression playful. I would not dare. It is an honor to meet the esteemed disciple of Taoist Li. I have long admired your reputation. Zaxi Nima, at that moment, felt as though he might perish from anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After all, he was facing a disciple of Li Mufeng. Zaxi Nima's master had once warned him of the great figures in the martial world known as the 5 absolutes of Huaxia, whom one must never provoke. These included the leader of Maoshan, Mao Wuqian, Zhao Changyi from Longhu Mountain, Wang Tai'er of the Zhongnan Mountains, Zhang Wuji of Wudong, and Li Mufeng of the 7-Star Sect. Each was a figure of great renown within the realm of Huaxia's mystical arts. Particularly Li Mufeng, whose mastery was profound and character eccentric. It was said that even the highest-ranking Mao Wuqian could only match him evenly. Zaxi Nima realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. Gentlemen, I shall take my leave now. Zaxi Nima, increasingly fearful, reflected on how he had merely passed through Ganzhou to take on a job, only to encounter a disciple of the 5 absolutes of Huaxia. What wretched luck he had. With these thoughts, Zaxi Nima abandoned any notion of revenge, hastily rising to depart, eager to escape this tumultuous place. Begone! Nyodali and I did not attempt to stop him. My master had taught me that in the world of martial arts, one should always leave a line of retreat, never to sever ties completely. Once he had left, Nyodali and I exchanged triumphant high-fives, bursting into hearty laughter. This was my first direct confrontation with a practitioner. Though the victory was somewhat disheveled, the outcome was not unsatisfactory. Haha, Ziwei, we executed that beautifully. We made over 300,000 and obtained a token. Nyodali laughed heartily. Uncle Nyo, I have conceived a remarkable idea for making money. I grinned mischievously, considering that earning through legitimate work was one thing, but engaging in acts of valor and chivalry, while not entirely out of the question, required a faster elevation of my own cultivation. My current abilities felt somewhat inadequate. Should I encounter seasoned practitioners or formidable foes, my present skills would be insufficient. At that moment, the sky resembled a vast light blue drapery, slowly awakening from the darkness. The distant mountains appeared vaguely outlined in the softening dawn light. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and the east was beginning to blush with the first hints of daybreak. Though Nyodali and I felt jubilant, fatigue weighed heavily upon us. We hurried outside to hail a cab, eager to return home. Help! I still have early study to attend. Chapter 37. Breakthrough in Realms. Upon returning home, I promptly took a shower and prepared to head to school for early study. Before leaving, I briefed Nyodali on a few matters, instructing him to rest well and to return a call to Morong Fong. informing him of the events that transpired. As for the compensation Morong Fong intended to provide, I told him to decide at his discretion. As we had already achieved considerable gains, I sought to cultivate a relationship with Morong Fong, given his extensive network and experience in the business realm, hoping he could introduce us to potential opportunities in the future. Of course, I did not forget to remind him to check the balance on Zaxi Nima's bank cards at the bank and to withdraw the funds promptly. Nyo Dali readily agreed. Since discovering this lucrative venture, he had become particularly proactive, eager to expand our business endeavors. I hurried to school for early study, utterly exhausted. During early study sessions, the teachers typically took a seat on the platform, rarely moving around. Seizing the opportunity, I indulged in a much-needed nap, my drool flowing freely. After a long night, I found myself in a daze throughout the day, drifting in and out of consciousness. Soon, the day passed, and my spirits gradually revived. Finally, the end of the evening study session arrived, and as soon as the bell rang, I grabbed my bag and headed straight home without delay. Upon arriving home, I noticed Morong Feng's vehicle waiting. Seeing me return, he quickly rose to greet me. "Little Master Ziwei, you're back? Hello, Mr. Morong. Nyo uncle has briefed you on the events, I presume." I found a chair to sit upon and picked up an apple from the table, starting to munch on it. Having barely eaten all day, I was famished. "Mr. Nyo has informed me about the situation. Thanks to your timely intervention, Little Master Ziwei, I have prepared 20,000 for you." Morong Fong gestured to his attendant, who brought forth the prepared cash. The attendant produced a black bag from his luggage and placed it on the table. As he opened it, it revealed 20 stacks of 100 yuan bills, undeniably tempting. "Mr. Morong, you are far too kind. You've already compensated us previously. I cannot accept this again." I waved my hand, hastily declining. "Little Master Ziwei, please do not be modest. Had you not dealt with the sorcerer sent by the Zhao family, I would have incurred significant losses." A glint of severity crossed Morong Feng's eyes. "I had a confrontation with the Zhao family during the bidding for this property, and to my shock, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. Might I request your assistance in teaching the Zhao family a lesson? My master has taught us the way, emphasizing that we must never wield our skills to harm ordinary people. Otherwise, we shall face tremendous karmic retribution in the future. Mr. Morong, my master has instructed us to only take action against practitioners. We cannot target ordinary people, as that would betray the very principles of the 7-star sect." I firmly rejected Morong Feng's request. "If we were to assist you in dealing with the Zhao family, we would be no different from Zaxi Nima." "Very well," Morong Feng replied, somewhat disheartened, refraining from pressing the matter further. "Mr. Morong, you need not worry. The practitioner sent by the Zhao family has already been defeated. He should not interfere in this matter any longer. I have also conveyed to him to inform the Zhao family to cease their despicable tactics, or I shall not show mercy. You may contact the Zhao family to inform them that you are aware of this matter. Should they dare to act improperly again, you may report them directly to the authorities and initiate a thorough investigation into their actions. It is unlikely that Zhao Demon will err again and continue to stir up trouble." "That is reassuring. Master Ziwei has indeed considered the matter thoroughly." Morong Feng was immediately filled with joy and expressed his gratitude. "By the way, Master Morong, in the future, if anyone encounters situations that cannot be resolved by ordinary means, I hope you will assist in introducing some business opportunities. I have only recently embarked on my journey and still lack sufficient reputation. I need more practice." I promptly requested Morong Feng to help me secure some business. "That is only natural. Rest assured, I personally witnessed Master Ziwei's capabilities this time. I will certainly promote you within our circle." Morong Feng replied with a smile, readily agreeing to my request. "Thus, I am truly grateful." Before long, Morong Feng departed the courtyard accompanied by his attendants. Suddenly, Nyo Dali realized something and exclaimed, "Ziwei, you forgot to take Morong Feng's money." "Uncle Dali, why are you so surprised? He purposely left the money behind." I shot Nyo Dali a glance. The money had been sitting on the table all along, and Nyo Dali had been casting glances at that pile of cash. When Morong Feng left, he had not seen Nyo Dali remind him about it. "Shall I collect it then?" Nyo Dali hurriedly approached to gather the money, his face lighting up with a grin as he inhaled the scent of the bills. Morong Feng is indeed generous. He is a person of great ambition. I praised him a few times. It is well known that many merchants are driven by profit, and Morong Feng understands that maintaining a closer relationship with us may lead to future opportunities for assistance. For him, it is solely beneficial, With no drawbacks, a train bound for western Sichuan was traversing the rugged railway. A despondent Zaxi Nima was holding a mobile phone, attempting to contact Zhao Demon. Mr. Zhao, I strongly advise you not to provoke Morong Feng any further. The Morong family is backed by formidable individuals, powers that neither you nor I can contend with. I have suffered a significant loss this time. I urge you to cease your actions, or do not blame me for failing to warn you. Mr. Zaxi, what do you mean by that? Where are you now? Shall we meet to discuss? At that moment, Zhao Demon was in his study, reading, and upon receiving Zaxi Nima's call, he felt a pang of anxiety. Meeting is unnecessary. I am already on my way back to western Sichuan. Morong Feng is not someone you can provoke. It would be wise for you to withdraw. Otherwise, the Zhao family will inevitably meet its demise. I am not joking. After succinctly stating his warning, Zaxi hung up the phone. Zhao Demon's mind went blank. Zaxi Nima had been introduced by a friend, and he had inquired about his capabilities. Zaxi Nima was known for his ruthless approach and had never failed before. It was unexpected that he would falter against the Morong family. Through the phone, Zhao Demon sensed Zaxi Nima's fear. He was merely an ordinary person, and if even someone like Zaxi Nima was terrified enough to retreat, Zhao Demon, regardless of his audacity, would not dare to act against Morong Feng. Recalling Zaxi Nima's earlier words, a cold sweat broke out on Zhao Demon's brow. His hands began to tremble with fear. With Zaxi Nima expressing such concerns, Zhao Demon had no choice but to believe that he had indeed attracted considerable trouble. That night, Zhao Demon could not find sleep in the study. Zhao Demon appeared to have made a significant decision. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Prepare the car for tomorrow morning. I am going to visit the Morong family. At that moment, Neodali was counting the 20,000 cash, displaying a satisfied smile while occasionally emitting an odd chuckle. Each crisp 100 yuan bill radiated a captivating glow under the light. After concluding my meeting with Morong Feng, I returned to my room. Seated cross-legged, gazing upward, and practiced the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju. Following my recent confrontation with Zaxi Nima, I sensed a subtle shift in my realm. Indeed, practical experience is the most effective means of advancement. I channeled my entire spiritual energy, relentlessly impacting the various meridians within my body. In the tranquil room, I felt as though I was merging with the fire elemental energy in the environment. The Li Hua Qi Xing Ju's energy is rather potent. As it surged through my meridians, a searing pain radiated from various points along my extraordinary meridians, as if my body were being crushed. I gritted my teeth in agony, beads of sweat forming on my brow. Yet my will remained unyieldingly steadfast. My master had once said that the human body contains 8 extraordinary meridians, which, due to daily environmental and dietary influences, are often obstructed. Each time I cleared a meridian, my body underwent a transformation. The principle of the human meridian system is that when it is unblocked, one can achieve great things. My master instructed that the essence of the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju lies in continuously harnessing the spiritual energy generated through cultivation to unblock each meridian systematically. With each unblocked meridian, the amount of spiritual energy the body can store increases, the speed of energy circulation quickens, and the quality of the energy improves. As for what spiritual energy is, my master explained that it is a form of energy present in the world, which can only be accessed, captured, absorbed, and exhaled through the cultivation process. The existence of spiritual energy can manifest in various forms. For instance, the commonly known 5 elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, represent a typical type of spiritual energy, also referred to as 5 elemental energy. Naturally, other forms of spiritual energy exist, such as yin qi, which is also a manifestation of spiritual energy, and likewise, malevolent energy, demonic energy, and toxic energy are special displays of spiritual energy. The Li Hua Qi Xing Ju that I cultivate connects me with the fire elemental energy of the universe, transforming it into a usable form of cultivation. When perfected, one can compress fire elemental energy to its utmost, unleashing the southern bright Li Hua, capable of incinerating all. I exerted my full strength into the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju, guiding the energy to strike at the critical barriers within me. At this moment, sweat streamed down my forehead, and my clothes began to dampen. A great heat radiated from my body, becoming nearly unbearable. A turbulent fire elemental energy surged through my meridians at an astonishing speed, impacting the obstructions. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. In a vague sense, I felt as though I was on the brink of a breakthrough. With each surge of energy, I experienced a pain that penetrated to the bone, as if my meridians were about to be torn apart and melted by the heat. I even cried out in pain. Ah! With a resounding cry of anguish, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy cleared a stagnated meridian within me. Subsequently, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over my body. I had finally broken through. After such a long period of cultivation, I had ascended to the second layer of the Li Hua Qi Xing Ju. I could feel my hearing and vision had improved. Even through the wall, I could hear Nyodali counting the money in the hall. Through the window, the scenery of the endless night appeared slightly clearer to me. I could perceive certain sights in the darkness. Although not as distinct as in daylight, it was sufficient for me to move about without hindrance, an ability I previously lacked. Upon sensing these changes within my body, I was filled with delight, and no longer would my movements be hindered by the night. Retaining good vision in the dark would provide me with a significant advantage in future nocturnal battles. I felt an abundance of spiritual energy within me. If the energy stored in the first layer of my dantian was akin to a hair's width, then the energy stored in the second layer was approximately the thickness of a chopstick. This was indeed a qualitative leap. Suddenly, a foul odor wafted through the air. I sensed a release of dark impurities from my body, accompanied by a cramping sensation in my lower abdomen. Oh no! I dashed like an arrow, akin to a fleeting shadow, and bolted into the restroom. A series of indescribable sounds ensued. After all, I am a lady, and I shall refrain from elaborating here. Subsequently, there was a cacophony of splashing water. After about half an hour, I emerged from the bathroom, refreshed. Nyodali stared at me, seemingly taken aback, as if he sensed something different about me but couldn't articulate it. Zue, you seem to have undergone some transformation? I can't quite put my finger on it. You appear paler and more beautiful. Uncle Dolly gazed at me in astonishment at my change. Uncle Dolly, I have broken through to the second layer. Hee hee, I exclaimed joyfully, feeling light and invigorated. Ha ha, that's wonderful. You have finally achieved a breakthrough. Nyodali responded with great excitement. It seems that my recent battle with Zaxi Nima has awakened some latent potential within me. And by chance, I managed to successfully break through to the second layer. It appears that the benefits of combat significantly enhance one's cultivation. With a beaming smile, I sat down while drying my hair with a towel, feeling a boundless energy coursing through me. Indeed, Ziwei is exceptionally gifted. This will greatly increase our chances of success in future endeavors. Nyodali seemed unable to detach any thought from the prospect of making money. I sensed that if this continued, he would inevitably become obsessed with wealth. Uncle Dolly, I feel an inexhaustible energy within me. Why not accompany me for some practice? I opened my mouth to inquire, my entire being infused with an explosive force. Very well, I shall accompany you in practice. Nyodali grinned widely, carefully stowing away the banknotes before locking them up again, checking the lock once more for good measure before finally relaxing. In an instant, we found ourselves in the courtyard of the Sihiyuan. Uncle Dolly, unleash your full strength upon me. Do not hold back. I regarded Nyodali with utmost confidence, beckoning him with a gesture. All right, brace yourself. With a heavy right foot, Nyodali stomped the ground, and like a bolt of lightning, he charged forward with a punch. I could see his fist, seemingly propelled by a fierce gale, hurtling toward me. Indeed, Uncle Dolly was not to be underestimated. His physical prowess was such that most ordinary cultivators could scarcely withstand his innate strength. I couldn't help but straighten my posture, relying solely on my physical strength to retaliate. With a resounding crash, our fists collided, creating a shockwave that sent us both staggering back. Dolly retreated 3 or 4 steps, while I was pushed back 7 or 8. Clearly, relying purely on physical might was insufficient to directly confront Uncle Dolly's extraordinary powers. Ziwei, you've made progress, Dolly exclaimed proudly. I only used 60% of my strength, and you didn't get knocked away this time. Uncle Dolly, exert yourself. I waved my slightly numb arm, a surge of defiance igniting within me. Once more, Uncle Dolly shifted his stance and unleashed a flurry of punches. I swiftly dodged and countered, and in the midst of evasion, I noted that my speed had markedly improved compared to before. Evidently, the enhancement of my cultivation had significantly augmented my agility. After over 20 exchanges, I realized that Uncle Dolly had been holding back. He had not fought with his full capacity. Internally, I began to channel my spiritual energy. gathering it in my arms as I prepared to counterattack. At that moment, Uncle Dolly, unaware of my newfound power, continued his assault just as before. I summoned 50% of my spiritual energy, converging it into my punch, and struck back at Uncle Dolly. That a louder explosion resonated, and this time, he was forced back several steps while I remained firmly rooted in place. Well done, Ziwei. Now I shall take this seriously. Watch closely. My sudden surge of power ignited Uncle Dolly's competitive spirit, and a fierce determination began to shine in his eyes. Uncle Dolly proceeded to unleash a furious barrage, and I summoned my own spiritual energy to defend against his relentless onslaught. However, I could distinctly feel that the force behind his punches had more than doubled. Sensing my apparent ease, Uncle Dolly leaped into the air, delivering a thunderous blow that struck with the force of a tempest. In that moment, I perceived that his punch carried an overwhelming, indomitable will, unleashing the power of the mighty, first form. Strength to move mountains, might to dominate the world. I adopted a serious expression, not daring to underestimate him. Uncle Dolly practiced martial arts, and while cultivators could wield spiritual energy with tremendous might, martial artists who reached mastery could cultivate inner strength, allowing them to unleash tremendous power through their physical form. Historically, many martial artists have entered the path through their martial prowess. For instance, the legendary Guan Yu achieved divinity through his martial skills, and Zhang Sanfeng of Wudong became renowned for his internal martial arts. Without hesitation, I summoned all my spiritual energy and launched a powerful punch, my fist seemingly imbued with formidable force, meeting Uncle Dolly's strike head-on. Boom. Another deafening crash echoed, and neither of us gained the upper hand. Both staggering back several steps. That's enough. That's enough. Uncle Dolly rubbed his fist, signaling for a ceasefire. Ziwei, your cultivation method is indeed impressive. I just utilized 90% of my strength, yet we remain evenly matched. Upon hearing this, I was inwardly astonished. Uncle Dolly was truly formidable. I had exerted my utmost effort, yet he still held back. If he were to unleash the subsequent techniques of his mighty fist, I feared I would be at a disadvantage. Should Uncle Dolly possess a magical artifact capable of countering evil entities, paired with his martial prowess, he would undoubtedly make an excellent ally. However, I was left pondering where to procure such an artifact for him. Chapter 39. Two cunning old foxes. Uncle Dolly, you are truly remarkable. Your martial arts are so powerful, I proclaimed. I believe I should acquire a magical artifact for you. If you were to possess one while undertaking tasks, your capabilities would be immensely enhanced. I lavished praise upon him, eager to bolster his spirits. If Uncle Dolly were equipped with a superior artifact, it would undoubtedly prove beneficial in the future. Delighted by my compliments, Uncle Dolly beamed with satisfaction, his eyes narrowing into slits of joy. Since ancient times, men have relished being praised, particularly by women, as it greatly satisfies their vanity, and Uncle Dolly was no exception. I previously gifted me an ordinary staff, but I found it useful for wielding, so I never bothered to use it. It has lain at the bottom of my trunk for many years. Sometimes, during the new year when making dumplings, I would use it to roll the dough, he sheepishly admitted, scratching his head. Why on earth would you not utilize such a fine item? Quickly, bring out the staff given to you by your master. I wish to see it. I urged him eagerly. Uncle Dolly's expression turned slightly awkward, and his face darkened. He turned and entered his room, rummaging around for quite some time. The sound of clattering echoed, leading one to wonder if he were moving house. After more than 20 minutes, Uncle Dolly emerged from the back room, holding a deep brown cylindrical short staff. He sheepishly smiled, wiping the thick layer of dust from it before handing it to me. I accepted it and examined it closely. The staff was a deep brown color, adorned with various inscriptions, with 2 lines of text inscribed: to vanquish evil and exorcise demons, Ming Marshal; to execute and interrogate ghosts, Zhu Marshal. The staff was crafted from peach wood, exuding a mysterious aura and a fragrant wooden scent. Wait a moment. The inscriptions on this staff are drawn using the talisman techniques of Maoshan. This is the Maoshan demon exorcising staff. Uncle Dolly, this is a superior Maoshan magical artifact. You are truly squandering a treasure, I exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing the staff. The demon exorcising staff, also known as the ghost interrogation staff, is a renowned artifact of the Maoshan sect, made from peach wood and inscribed with various talismanic arrays. As its name suggests, It possesses an innate ability to counter ghosts and evil spirits. The staff, crafted from deep brown lightning-struck wood. My heavens! This is a lightning-struck wood demon exorcising staff. Truly, my master has exquisite taste. To think such a magical artifact has been relegated to the bottom of a trunk, used as a rolling pin during the new year. I couldn't help but feel exasperated at Uncle Dolly's navet. Uncle Dolly, this is a demon exorcising staff made from top-quality lightning-struck wood. It is incredibly sturdy. Ordinary blades cannot even scratch it from now on. Use this staff instead of the ordinary one. The latter poses no threat to evil spirits, I patiently explained to Uncle Dolly. This black staff is so useful. I always thought it was just a wooden stick, not nearly as effective as my flail, Uncle Dolly replied with a foolish grin, scratching his head. This staff is likely no less effective than my peachwood sword. I couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Reflecting on this, I realized I should take the time to search through my home more thoroughly. I had a strong suspicion that my master had hidden many valuable items around the house. Yet I had yet to uncover them. With Uncle Dolly casually producing a superior Maoshan magical artifact, I could only imagine how many other treasures were still concealed within the house. Murong Feng resided in a villa complex at the heart of Ganzhou City, a place characterized by its comfortable environment and scenic beauty. Amidst the bustling urban landscape, it was astonishing to find such an expansive villa complex, inhabited only by the affluent elite. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, Murong Feng was leisurely enjoying tea in his study when the butler rushed in from outside, announcing, "Master, the head of the Zhao family has come to pay a visit and is currently waiting in the living room." A look of suspicion crossed Murong Feng's face. Why had Zhao Demon come to see him so soon? Was he perhaps taking the initiative to confront him directly? He quickly donned his outerwear and rose to his feet. Murong Feng specifically instructed the butler to enhance security measures around the villa. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, the security team was to be ready to respond at a moment's notice, in a hurry. Murong Feng made his way to the living room, where he found Zhao Demon waiting. Upon seeing Murong Feng approach, Zhao Demon promptly stood up, a smile plastered across his face as he greeted him. "Murong brother, it's good to see you. I, Zhao Demon, am here today to express my sincere apologies, having failed to recognize the gravity of the situation." Zhao Demon awkwardly began. "Oh, brother Zhao, what do you mean by that?" Murong Feng narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Indeed, the young master Ziwei had not misled him. Zhao Demon was so frightened that he came to apologize in person. The reputation of Li Mufeng from the Seven Stars Sect is truly well-deserved. "Brother Murong, let us speak plainly. The incidents that occurred at your construction site were instigated by me. It was indeed inappropriate for me, Zhao Demon, to act in such a manner, and I have come today to seek your forgiveness. I hope you can overlook this transgression and grant me some leniency." Having been in business for many years, Zhao Demon was well aware of the terrifying capabilities of those who practice cultivation, and at this moment, he felt a sense of trepidation. A friend of his had once offended a cultivator, resulting in the ruin of his business and the demise of his entire family. "Since Brother Zhao is so candid, let us be forthright," Murong Feng said, taking a sip of tea, his expression turning cold as he spoke slowly. "In the realm of business, we must engage in fair competition. You hiring someone to disrupt my construction site is something you should never have done." Acknowledging the matter openly, Murong Feng shared his thoughts directly. "Brother Murong, you are correct that it was indeed unwise of me to act in such a manner. My primary purpose in coming here today is to apologize to you." Every time Zhao Demon recalled the fate of his friend who had offended a cultivator, cold sweat would break out on his forehead. "Oh, an apology? Let us see the sincerity of your contrition," Murong Feng said with a smile. Zhao Demon was momentarily at a loss, uncertain of Murong Feng's intentions. "I, Zhao Demon, am willing to compensate you for all losses incurred as a result of this incident, including delays in construction, labor costs, and compensation and relocation fees for the affected workers," Zhao Demon stated earnestly. "Oh?" Murong Feng continued to sip his tea, not immediately responding to Zhao Demon's words. An awkward silence ensued. Zhao Demon quickly understood and spoke up. "Additionally, I am prepared to offer an extra 2 million as compensation. This incident has caused you trouble, Brother Murong." Both men were seasoned veterans of the business world, able to discern each other's thoughts through mere words. "Brother Zhao, you are too kind. As the saying goes, no harm, no foul. Let us consider this matter closed as you suggested. If I, Murong Feng, were to hold on to this issue, it would only make me seem petty, Morong Feng replied with a smile. Morong Feng was not one to harbor grudges. In the eyes of a businessman, profit was paramount. Thank you for your magnanimity. Brother Morong, should you require my assistance in the future, I, Zhao Demon, will certainly do my utmost. Satisfied with Morong Feng's acceptance of his compensation terms, Zhao Demon hastily swore an oath, eager to shift the conversation away from the matter. Brother, you flatter me. Morong Feng waved his hand dismissively. Indeed, those who had long navigated the business world were astute individuals. The atmosphere became considerably more relaxed as the two exchanged pleasantries and discussed potential collaborative projects. Eventually, Zhao Demon rose to take his leave. Morong Feng also stood, seeing him off, and after some cordial exchanges, they bid each other farewell. On his way back, Zhao Demon wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Finally able to ease the tension in his heart. Chapter 40. Someone jumped with just a month left until the college entrance examination. The classroom's blackboard had been counting down for quite some time. The students in the class were diligently studying, eager to remain seated and review their materials. During this recent period, I found myself with little else to attend to, allowing me some leisure time. Aside from attending school, I returned home to practice in recent days. A few classmates had begun circulating a class yearbook. It had become quite fashionable to write in these yearbooks, which included each person's name, phone number, zodiac sign, preferences, home address, and QQ number, along with blank spaces for well-wishes. To my astonishment, aside from Lin Xian handing me a blank yearbook, not a single person in the class had asked me to contribute. This left me somewhat irritated. Was it not enough that I had reprimanded a few boys? Was it not sufficient that my grades were poor, placing me at the bottom of the rankings? Was it not enough that I occasionally dozed off in class? Was it not enough that I tended to ignore my classmates? It seems these reasons were indeed quite ample. Upon reflection, I realized that I had hardly spoken to anyone during my high school years, primarily because I believed my thoughts were far more mature than those of my peers. The ideas of these classmates often struck me as particularly juvenile, yet if asked for my opinions about them, I found I had none. At this moment, I felt a tinge of disappointment. For several fleeting moments, I felt as though this classroom did not belong to me, that perhaps I should not even be attending school. However, Lin Xian's gesture of giving me a yearbook provided me with a modicum of comfort. I diligently filled in every blank of the yearbook Lin Xian had given me. My master had advised against disclosing my birth date to anyone, so I concocted a random date instead. After completing it, I realized I had not included reading among my interests. I contemplated removing it, but then thought it would mar the aesthetics of the page. Never mind. I decided to leave it as is. That I had no intention of purchasing such frivolities, nor had I engaged in meaningful conversations with these classmates. I preferred solitude, and they all seemed to fear me, which deterred me from involving myself in such trivial matters. After all, should I ask someone else to write in my yearbook, and they declined, where would my face go? After class, I approached Lin Xian's desk and handed him the completed yearbook. He shyly accepted it and promptly placed it in his desk. At that moment, classmate Wang Wenfeng arrived, eager to make a joke, but I immediately shot him a cold glare, causing him to cover his mouth in silence. During freshman year, when I had interrupted that boy with the yellow hair, Wang Wenfeng had witnessed the scene and still shuddered at the memory's brutality. Later, rumors circulated among the class regarding that incident, with some boys daring to provoke me, until one day, when I smashed a classmate's desk, creating a hole the size of a soccer ball, and he trembled in fear, unable to utter a word. Afterward, everyone kept their mouths shut, for they had come to fear me. My features were quite delicate and attractive. I usually wore my hair in a ponytail, appearing slender and demure like a willow swaying in the wind. They could hardly fathom how a girl who seemed so graceful and fragile could harbor such violence. After handing the yearbook to Lin Xian, I returned to my seat, intending to rest my head for a brief nap. Approximately 10 minutes later, a deafening crash echoed through the school, followed by a cacophony of shouts and screams. Moments later, the corridor outside the classroom was teeming with students. Someone jumped from the building. What the heck? Someone in Class 7 of the third year jumped. Upon hearing this, nearly all the students rushed out of the classroom to witness the scene, myself included. Outside the teaching building, many students formed a large circle. Some were merely onlookers. Others gasped in shock, while a few girls wept. Several teachers had rushed over to disperse the crowd. Everyone back to class, immediately now. Return to the classroom and do not loiter here, shouted Director Ma. holding a megaphone. On the ground lay a horrific sight, a lifeless body that I gazed at the ghastly scene, recognizing the girl in the white dress as my classmate Su Xiaoping. She lay still in a pool of blood, her body stark against the hard concrete surface. Su Xiaoping's eyes were wide open, her head having struck the ground with such force that blood and a viscous white substance splattered across the pavement, reminiscent of tofu that had fallen from a great height, an utterly heart-wrenching sight. The image of her fall was terrifying, particularly the condition of her head, which was unrecognizable. Even I felt a chill run down my spine at the sight. It is advisable that anyone who encounters such a scene in the future should avoid looking, as it is profoundly unsettling. From the position of the body, I sensed a heavy aura of resentment gathering. At this rate, Su Xiaoping harbored deep grievances in her heart. I speculated that there must have been some hidden circumstances surrounding her leap. As the class bell rang, all students were hurried back to their classrooms. Some curious individuals peered through the windows, only to be scolded by the teachers for their prying. A few girls appeared utterly terrified, their faces pale. After about 10 minutes, the sounds of police sirens and ambulances echoed outside. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the ambulance faded, and the police began to inquire about the deceased. The police first approached our homeroom teacher to gather information about Su Xiaoping. Not long after the teacher was taken away for questioning, the classroom erupted into chaos. At this juncture, discussions began to swirl within the classroom, with two girls sitting beside me chattering away in hushed tones, their voices rising above the commotion. Have you heard? Su Xiaoping committed suicide because she experienced a heartbreak. I heard she was pregnant and had an abortion last weekend. What? Is that true? Don't spout nonsense. Do not speak carelessly. I have heard that she could not bear it because her parents are on the verge of divorce. You are Su Xiaoping's deskmate. Do you know the situation? How would I know? Recently, she has been staring blankly at her exam papers and assignments every day, never uttering a word to me. Aren't you in the same dormitory as her? Do you have any insights into the matter? The whispers of the crowd are fearsome. I have heard numerous versions, yet none are convincing. I cannot shake the feeling that there is something amiss in this matter. After a while, the head teacher and two police officers returned to the classroom. One of the officers was tall and robust, while the other was of average height, both clad in crisp police uniforms. Exuding an air of authority, the head teacher spoke first, introducing the two as Officer Wang and Officer Liu from the Public Security Bureau. They will be asking everyone some questions shortly, so if anyone has relevant information, please raise your hand to respond. Officer Wang stepped forward. Hello, students, I am Wang Long, responsible for investigating this case of suicide, and beside me is my colleague, Officer Liu Bing. We will pose some questions and hope for your cooperation in this investigation. Does anyone know if Su Xiaoping has been acting unusually lately? Wang Long inquired while jotting down notes. A few students raised their hands, and he called upon them one by one to speak. She has been increasingly distracted and daydreaming in class. She hardly speaks anymore and sometimes cries while resting her head on her desk. Does anyone know if Su Xiaoping was in a romantic relationship? Officer Wang continued to question. At that moment, no one in the class raised their hand. After a pause, he asked again, anyone who spoke to Su Xiaoping in the last 24 hours, please stand up. Following his request, 4 or 5 students gradually stood. Officer Wang called them out one by one for further questioning, and the head teacher followed them outside, leaving the rest of us to study in the classroom. With only 20 days remaining until the college entrance examination, I pondered what we had discussed. She borrowed my thermos. Did she say anything? She said nothing, but I could tell she has been very unhappy lately. This questioning continued for quite some time, with students providing trivial details, and it seemed the two officers gleaned very little from it. I felt I could summon the spirit of the deceased, Su Xiaoping, for further questioning. Yet speaking of it would surely invite disbelief, and as we are educated individuals, it would not be wise to disrupt our peers' understanding. I lost track of time, and it was probably around 6 or 7 in the evening when the officers departed. Yet, perhaps unbeknownst to everyone, a palpable resentment began to coalesce at the spot where she had jumped. Chapter 41. The 7th night of the soul's return after the next class, when we went outside to look again. Su Xiaoping's body had vanished. The area was cordoned off with police tape, preventing anyone from entering the scene. This was the first time I had witnessed someone so close to me perish. Although she was merely a classmate, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. Life is singular for each individual. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no necessity for one to resort to suicide. If their parents were to learn of this, how heartbroken they would be. having painstakingly raised their child to 17 or 18 years of age, only for her to vanish just before the pivotal challenge of the college entrance examination. Sometimes, I wonder, do those who take their own lives regret their decision during the fall? What thoughts occupy their minds in that moment? The head teacher later addressed the class, instructing everyone not to post any information online or to discuss the matter excessively at school. In the following days, police frequently visited the school to inquire further. Su Xiaoping's parents knelt at the school gate, clutching her portrait. During these days, we learned from the head teacher that Su Xiaoping's suicide was attributed to overwhelming academic pressure that she could no longer bear. Soon, the 7th day since Su Xiaoping's death arrived. After study hall, I returned to the site of her passing and felt a strong presence of resentment. I realized with concern that tonight marked the 7th night of her soul's return. Something was bound to happen. Students leaving study hall chose to avoid the spot where Su Xiaoping had taken her life. Yet I stood there, contemplating for a long while. I resolved that I must uncover the truth behind her death. Thus, I approached a girl from my class, Xiaoli, and said, "Xiaoli, I forgot to bring my house keys, and my family is out. May I stay in the girls' dormitory with you for the night?" The high school dormitories accommodate 8 students in bunk beds. Although they are single beds, we could manage to sleep closely enough. Of course, Ziwei, Xiaoli replied, a kind-hearted girl who, though not very talkative, excelled in both academics and character. "Thank you, Xiaoli." I gleefully linked arms with her as we made our way to the girls' dormitory. Our class's female dormitories were located on the 2nd floor of Building 5, comprising 5 or 6 similar rooms. Most girls in our class resided in the dormitory, while those living nearby opted for day school. Upon entering the dormitory, I noticed the girls were busy with their evening routines, and one of them, "Wang Lanlan," remarked, "Ziwei, are you staying in our dorm tonight?" "Yes. There's no one at home, and I forgot my keys, so I'm crashing here for the night with Xiaoli, since I was borrowing accommodation from them." I made an effort to be particularly courteous. "Hey, do you think Su Xiaoping will return to school tonight since it's her 7th night?" a curious girl asked. Ghost stories were often popular among high school girls, and the 7th night of the soul's return was a widely circulated tale. "Stop talking nonsense. There are no ghosts," another girl interjected. "You all didn't have any conflicts with her, did you? If you've done nothing wrong, you needn't fear a ghost's arrival," someone chimed in. "What is there to fear? We never bullied her, but those girls in her dorm certainly did," Lu Shujia insinuated. "Shujia, don't speak carelessly. It could lead to trouble," Wang Lanlan quickly cautioned. Su Xiaoping's dorm was next door in room 207, while I was in 208. During study hall, after sensing the resentment, I felt certain that something would happen tonight. Regarding their earlier comments about someone bullying her, I suspected that room 207 would most likely be the source of the trouble. I was carrying my everyday bag, not the one filled with talismans, so if anything were to occur tonight, I would have to rely solely on my own abilities. The dormitory buzzed with chatter for quite some time, and I lay beside Xiaoli, my eyes constantly scanning the window outside. The lights in the dormitory had been turned off, and outside, only a pale street lamp cast a faint glow. Soon, sleepiness washed over me, and my eyelids began to droop, just as I had fallen asleep. A piercing scream erupted from next door. I immediately rolled off my bed and dashed towards the door, flinging it open to enter room 207. Even from outside the window, I could sense a dense, chilling aura of resentment filling the room. I shouted, "Open the door! Let me in!" I called out for what felt like an eternity, but no one responded. Only the cacophony of frantic screams and various unsettling noises from within. Strangely, aside from me, it seemed that no one else in the entire dormitory heard these sounds. The silence was eerie. Could it be that the resentment had formed a barrier, isolating the internal sounds? I decided I could not wait any longer, and with a powerful kick, I burst the door open with a loud bang. Inside the dormitory, the girls were all screaming, clutching their blankets over their heads, trembling in fear. "Xiaoping, spare us! Xiaoping, do not harm me!" I beheld Su Xiaoping, draped in white, her body radiating a potent aura of resentment, glaring menacingly at the others, her eyes flashing with intense hatred. Su Xiaoping's visage was terrifying. Her head smeared with blood, resembling the very image of her death after the fall. How frightful she appeared. "You all must die." Su Xiaoping's hand waved, and the blankets and pillows of the girls were inexplicably yanked away. The girls, clad in thin pajamas, huddled under their sheets, trembling and too frightened to raise their heads. Just as Su Xiaoping reached for one of the girls, intent on causing her harm, I shouted, "Su Xiaoping, stop!" I quickly gestured and rushed forward to intercept her. Liz Wei, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Su Xiaoping glared at me with a vengeful expression, her eyes filled with murderous intent, her hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, brimming with malice. Su Xiaoping, I know there is more to your death than meets the eye, that I am here to help you, I urged her. Help me? Why did you not assist me when these people tormented me? Now that I am dead, what need have I for your help? They must pay the price for their actions. They must pay with their lives. After saying this, Su Xiaoping charged at me, her hands coalescing with resentment, transforming into sharp claws that exuded a chilling aura. I hastily activated the 7 stars of distant fire technique, casting several flickers of flame. Su Xiaoping seemed to fear that the fire would touch her, swiftly dodging to evade it. Her fury escalated, a myriad of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. In an instant, her figure became a blur. And I urgently pushed the 7 stars of distant fire to its limits, managing to evade her assault. Yet I found myself unarmed and without talismans. Grappling with the malevolent spirit felt daunting. It seemed imperative that I discover a method to unleash attacks independent of weapons. Just as I momentarily lowered my guard, Su Xiaoping launched a fierce strike, a wave of ghostly energy slamming into my chest, sending me hurtling backward into the steel pillar of a dormitory bunk bed. I felt as though the steel would bend from the impact. Blood spilled from the corner of my mouth. Su Xiaoping, do you truly believe I cannot contend with you? I fixed her with a steely gaze, my expression frigid. Without a weapon in hand, suffering such a severe blow was disheartening. Su Xiaoping had only just transformed into a ghost. And while she was formidable, I found it challenging to contend with her bare-handed. My anger swelled. Arrogance! Su Xiaoping lunged at me once more. I quickly unleashed several fire blades from the 7 stars of distant fire. Attempting to repel her, Su Xiaoping charged again, and I channeled the technique, gathering 2 blazing energies into my fists, engaging her in a fierce struggle. At that moment, I began to grasp the vital role that weapons played in exorcising spirits. With a few careless moments, I was once again forcefully sent flying, crashing against the dormitory wall. Su Xiaoping, do not test my patience. I spat another mouthful of blood, fire igniting in my eyes. Chapter 42. Bullying in the dormitory with flames burning in my gaze. I glared fiercely at Su Xiaoping, seething with rage. However, unbeknownst to me, I noticed blood trickling from my lips, seeping into the pale yellow jade pendant I had worn since childhood. The pendant began to flicker faintly. Yet no extraordinary phenomena occurred. At that moment, I charged forward, determined to engage Su Xiaoping in battle once more. The ghostly energy surrounding her surged, yet no one noticed my unusual state. Suddenly, the thought of the 9-character true words from the secret blessings of the 6 Jia crossed my mind. The 9-character true words, also known as the 6 Jia secret blessings, encompass the formidable powers of the Taoist deities, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, capable of exorcising evil and vanquishing ghosts, harnessing their strength to combat malevolent entities. In an instant, I retreated, forming peculiar hand gestures, beginning to chant the incantation. Lin, Bing, Do, Ji, Jia, Jian, Lai, Qian, Xing, with each word articulated in harmony with the technique. I felt a powerful energy coalesce at my fingertips. Upon completing the incantation, I clasped my hands together, aligning my index fingers, and directed the force born from the 9-character true words at Su Xiaoping. Suddenly, a flash of golden light surged forth, the immense power striking Su Xiaoping at an almost unavoidable speed. Ah! Su Xiaoping screamed in agony, her wails piercing the ears of those present in the dormitory. Upon being struck by the golden light, the resentment within her seemed to tear open a fissure. Leaking forth, she instantly lost her capacity to retaliate, collapsing to the ground as if bereft of strength. The 9-character true words, a divine art from the 6 Jia secret blessings, naturally inflicted great damage upon ordinary spirits. Su Xiaoping, having only recently passed, possessed considerable ghostly power, yet she had not yet reached the level of a malevolent spirit. Currently, she was merely at the level of a vengeful ghost, if left unchecked. As she continued to harm others, in due time, she would undoubtedly evolve into a powerful malevolent entity. At that point, her classmates would be in peril. Su Xiaoping, why would you harm your roommates? We are all classmates. After all, seeing her temporarily unable to resist, I ventured to inquire, "Ha, roommates? Classmates? Do you even know what they did to me?" Su Xiaoping retorted, her face twisted in hatred. Although she was currently incapable of inflicting harm on others, her bitterness lingered. I surmised that her demise was closely intertwined with her roommates. The others in the dormitory trembled in fear, having never anticipated that Su Xiaoping would return as a ghost seeking vengeance against them. It appeared there were many hidden truths within this matter. Speak. What truly transpired? I leaned against the edge of a bed, sitting down as I questioned Su Xiaoping, eager to uncover the events that had unfolded. Su Xiaoping raised her bloodied and mangled head to glance at me, then furiously recounted the events that transpired. Su Xiaoping was born in a rural area, her family not well off, with her parents working away from home while she was raised by her grandparents. From a young age, she excelled academically, bringing pride to her family, and she was also remarkably beautiful. Despite her modest clothing, she could not conceal the aura of youthful purity and vibrancy she exuded. Resembling a delicate lotus blossom emerging from the water, I in the same dormitory, Li Wan harbored feelings for a boy named Zhang Jie. Zhang Jie was a top student, excelling both academically and athletically. Being exceptionally handsome and hailing from a well-off family, Li Wan regarded him as her Prince Charming, harboring a long-standing crush. However, one day, Li Wan discovered that Zhang Jie frequently brought gifts to Su Xiaoping. Whether books or snacks, Zhang Jie had feelings for Su Xiaoping, who, in turn, admired him greatly, for he was so outstanding and charming. It would be a lie to claim she did not like him. Yet, Su Xiaoping had never reciprocated or dared to speak with Zhang Jie, knowing that her priority was to study hard and gain admission to university. Zhang Jie often expressed goodwill towards Su Xiaoping, seldom acknowledging Li Wan, which greatly fueled Li Wan's jealousy. Li Wan appeared quiet and delicate, with a slender frame and above-average grades, seemingly harmless. However, unbeknownst to many, Li Wan came from a privileged background and possessed a knack for winning people over. She had formed numerous connections within the school, particularly among her dormitory mates, who had all benefited from her kindness, rendering them obedient to her whims. Su Xiaoping, however, was different from the others. She never sought to curry favor with Li Wan, further igniting Li Wan's discontent. Consequently, Li Wan frequently mocked Su Xiaoping, verbally berating her, and even inciting the dormitory residents to ostracize her. One day, Zhang Jie wrote a letter to Su Xiaoping, expressing his affection for her, stating that in his eyes, she was the sunshine and dew of his heart, a pure and flawless flower. Zhang Jie hoped to apply to the same university as her. Upon receiving the letter, Su Xiaoping's heart raced, her excitement palpable each time she encountered Zhang Jie, until one day, when Li Wan discovered the letter hidden beneath Su Xiaoping's pillow. After reading it, Li Wan could no longer suppress her jealousy and fury. For Zhang Jie had confessed his feelings for Su Xiaoping. In that moment, jealousy warped her perception. One evening, while Su Xiaoping was bathing, Li Wan, along with her roommates, cornered her in the bathroom, capturing numerous indecent photos of her with their phones and subjecting her to various humiliations. Some forced her to kneel, others tugged at her hair, slapped her, and kicked her. In short, that night, Su Xiaoping lost all dignity, enduring a barrage of insults. She cried throughout the night, pleading with Li Wan to delete the photos. Yet Li Wan paid her no heed. Su Xiaoping thought of the upcoming college entrance examination, believing she would soon escape their clutches. She dared not confront Li Wan and thus swallowed her pride in silence. Yet, she never imagined that Li Wan had no intention of letting her off the hook. Soon, an incident occurred that shattered Su Xiaoping. Li Wan shared Su Xiaoping's indecent photos with a male student who was a close friend. Consequently, he disseminated the photos further. Before long, malicious rumors about Su Xiaoping began to circulate. Some claimed the photos depicted her engaging in illicit activities, while others suggested she was a manipulative seductress, or that she was being supported by wealthy older men. And an array of similar slanders flooded in, inflicting immense suffering upon Su Xiaoping. Each time she overheard others gossiping about her, she would cover her ears, racked with pain, if the gossip and slander were akin to dirty water splashed upon her. Then Zhang Jie's distrust was the final dagger plunged into her heart. That day, after Zhang Jie handed her a letter, he walked away coldly, the contents merely a few terse words. "I never expected you to be such a person." Su Xiaoping broke down. She was filled with hatred. Hatred for those who harmed her, especially Li Wan. If it weren't for her instigating the others to isolate her, she would not have reached this point. If her photos had not been leaked, Zhang Jie would not have looked at her that way. She was originally meant to be the most exquisite and pure flower in Zhang Jie's heart. Yet in the end, she was regarded as a promiscuous individual. Consumed by hatred towards Li Wan and her roommates, she resolved to end her life, leaping from the building. Upon hearing this, I looked at Li Wan with newfound respect. Is this Li Wan even human? After uttering these words, Su Xiaoping's face once again contorted with boundless rage, as she spoke each word through gritted teeth. Li Ziwei, tell me, should I kill them? Chapter 43. The truth revealed. Upon hearing these harrowing tales, I clenched my teeth in disgust. Li Wan is truly inhuman. Having driven the once happy Su Xiaoping to such a state, of course you should. I exclaimed indignantly, Ziwei, help me. You made Su Xiaoping spare me. I realize my mistakes. Upon hearing this, Li Wan burst into tears, hastily kneeling and bowing her head to Su Xiaoping in a plea for forgiveness. Her forehead soon marked with blood from her fervent apologies. The other girls in the dormitory also knelt in repentance before Su Xiaoping, proclaiming, Xiaoping, I was wrong. It was Li Wan who forced me. I didn't want this. Yes, Xiaoping, I understand my mistakes. Voices of contrition echoed throughout the room, and as I observed the scene, I was filled with profound emotion. As the saying goes, jealousy can distort one's very being. Li Wan must face the consequences of her actions, along with all those who participated in this affair. They all must bear the repercussions of their deeds. After some contemplation, I proposed a suggestion to Su Xiaoping. Xiaoping? What if they confess to the police, detailing their actions and restoring your honor? As for the punishment, let it be decided by the authorities. What do you think? I spoke with an expression of sympathy. Addressing Su Xiaoping's spirit. Are we to let them get away with causing my leap from the building? Su Xiaoping retorted, still filled with resentment. They have indeed sinned, but their crimes do not warrant death. After all, the choice to jump was yours. If they must pay with their lives, that seems rather unjust. I attempted to reason with her. To be frank, while bullying is abhorrent, there exist laws in this world that govern human actions. Thus, I addressed the assembly. Li Wan and the rest of you, tomorrow you will confess to the police, disclosing all that you have done to Su Xiaoping, and admit your wrongdoings in front of the entire class, thereby restoring Su Xiaoping's honor. Upon hearing this, Li Wan and the others quickly agreed, and Su Xiaoping's expression softened considerably. Xiaoping, let them go for today. If they fail to go to the police tomorrow and clear your name, those who have wronged you, you may do as you wish with them. I want to intervene. Dispose of them as you see fit. I deliberately raised my voice, ensuring all present heard my words. Li Wan, now gripped by fear, proclaimed, I will confess. I will acknowledge my wrongs. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I truly understand my mistakes. Li Wan wept in terror, and the other girls were similarly shaken, their faces pale with fright. I nodded at Su Xiaoping, and she rose, casting a grateful glance in my direction before drifting out of the window. Once Su Xiaoping departed, the resentment in the dormitory gradually dissipated. Watching the panicked girls, I felt a deep sense of reflection. The bond of schoolmates should be cherished, yet the jealousy among girls can distort their very nature. It is astonishing that girls of 17 or 18 could commit such outrageous acts. Su Xiaoping had originally performed well academically. Under normal circumstances, attending a good university would have posed no challenge. Alas, at such a vibrant age, she met her untimely demise, while those who perpetrated these wrongs roamed free. I sighed deeply, turning to leave dormitory 207. Not all spirits are malevolent. Often, the transformation into a vengeful ghost is rooted in circumstance. My master once said that slaughter is not the sole remedy. If one can alleviate a spirit's grievances, allowing it to relinquish its obsessions and reincarnate, then that is the truest merit. The following day, Li Wan took the initiative to report to the police. Eager to confess certain matters, in the morning, several officers arrived, escorting Li Wan and a few other girls from dormitory 207. After an entire day of investigation, the truth soon came to light. That evening, Li Wan and several girls recounted the entire sequence of events before the entire class, weeping profusely as they expressed their remorse. Zhang Jie's heart shattered upon hearing their words, filled with regret as tears streamed down his face like beads from a broken string. The classmates were equally astonished. While they were aware that Su Xiaoping's roommates were not particularly fond of her, occasionally speaking ill of her. The ultimate revelation of the truth left everyone in shock. At that moment, I spotted Su Xiaoping's spirit, clad in a white dress, standing in the corner of the classroom. Today, she bore no bloody head. She listened intently to the confessions, witnessing Zhang Jie's sorrowful tears. Finally achieving her vindication posthumously, she alternated between laughter and tears. As I observed Su Xiaoping's resentment gradually fade, she stood in the corner, engulfed in pain. Zhang Jie appeared tormented. He must desperately wish to apologize to Su Xiaoping, yearning for her forgiveness for his misunderstandings, hoping for the redemption of his guilty soul. Regrettably, I would not extend my assistance, for the paths of humans and spirits diverge. At times, one must face the consequences of their own actions. I did not kill Bo Ran, yet Bo Ran perished because of me. Language, after all, is a double-edged sword, and trust between individuals is invaluable. Had Zhang Jie steadfastly stood by Su Xiaoping, supporting and believing in her, I am certain she would not have met such a tragic fate. After self-study, as I walked home, I sensed a chilling presence trailing behind me, and I recognized it was her. I turned to face her silhouette and spoke with concern. Everything has been resolved. You have seen it. They will receive the punishment they deserve. Su Xiaoping's figure slowly materialized, and she replied gracefully, "Thank you, Li Ziwei, do not thank me. I am a practitioner, and I wish for no further tragedies to unfold." I waved my hand dismissively, stating, "This matter is concluded. I hope you can release your obsessions and attain reincarnation soon." "Yes, thank you, Li Ziwei. However, I wish to return home and see my parents." Su Xiaoping's spirit spoke with a lingering reluctance. "That is permissible. Before your reincarnation, there should still be some time to go. Visit your parents. I hope that in your next life, you shall live a safe, healthy, and joyous existence." I replied softly, "Thank you, Ziwei. You are quite kind. If I were still alive, I would certainly hope we could be good friends. Farewell." Su Xiaoping expressed her gratitude. "Farewell?" I suddenly realized something felt amiss. Perhaps I had misspoken. It might be best not to say goodbye. A soft chuckle escaped Su Xiaoping as I inadvertently made her laugh with a poor joke, and then her figure drifted away, gradually vanishing into the darkness. "May you find a favorable reincarnation," I murmured to myself. Upon returning home, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Niu Dali, noticing I had not returned the previous night, inquired about the events that had transpired. I recounted the entire ordeal, and Niu Dali seethed with rage, cursing on Su Xiaoping's behalf. After conversing with Uncle Dali for a while, I took a shower and retreated to my room. I hadn't slept well the previous night, having been awake until late. Today, I had no intention of practicing, as my next breakthrough was still far off. As I fell asleep, the pale yellow jade pendant around my neck began to emit a faint yellow glow once more. "Ziwei, are you well? Can you hear me? Ziwei, you must practice diligently. This way, I can see you soon. Ziwei, I truly long to see you." The next day, I awoke with the sensation of having experienced an exceedingly long dream, in which someone kept calling my name, yet I was unable to discern who it was. I tried to recall the details, but nothing came to mind. Chapter 44. The high school graduation season. Time flew swiftly. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye, and we successfully completed our college entrance examination. I felt I had performed quite well, my self-assurance soaring, as I had devoted myself entirely to preparation during that month. My master had once said to do my utmost. I truly exerted myself. If I were unable to achieve success, it could not be blamed on me. After the examinations, our class organized a graduation dinner, attended by all classmates except Zhang Jie, and I thought to myself that Zhang Jie likely wished to avoid revisiting those painful memories. After finishing our meal, the classmates in our group ventured to a grand KTV venue, where we all sang together. Some were weeping inconsolably, others were inebriated, while some continued to sing endlessly, and a multitude engaged in animated conversations. Personally, I felt indifferent to this separation among classmates, as my social interactions during our studies were minimal, and they seldom reached out to me. "What are your plans for the summer after graduation?" Lin Xian approached me with a glass of beer, sitting down beside me. After clinking our glasses together, he bashfully exclaimed, "What? It's too noisy. I can't hear you." I asked, "What are your plans for the summer after graduation?" Lin Xian leaned closer to my ear, shouting loudly, and in that moment, I felt my ears flush. Truthfully, I had heard him just fine. I initially didn't wish to engage in an extensive conversation, yet he seemed eager to chat. I haven't made any plans yet, I responded, raising my voice and leaning towards him. Lin Xian exuded a faint scent of laundry detergent, refreshingly pleasant, and I found myself involuntarily inhaling it a couple more times. In truth, I do not consider myself a person who is captivated by appearances. I have always held this belief, thinking that perhaps my thoughts are simply a tad more vivid than others. Would you like to sing a song? I replied hastily, I'm not very good at it. After consuming several bottles of alcohol, the intoxicating effects soon left me feeling somewhat dazed. I seldom drink, as I hardly indulge during my practice, thus my tolerance is not commendable. That moment, I felt a bit tipsy. So I reclined on the sofa, squinting my eyes to rest. Occasionally, I felt my head bumping against Lin Xian's shoulder as he remained still, seemingly concerned that I might fall should I doze off. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, some individuals began to depart, while others opted to stay at the KTV for the night. Given that my home was nearby, I knew I had to return. Rubbing my eyes, I stood up to leave. Lin Xian promptly got up and followed me outside, expressing his concern that it was unsafe for a girl to return home alone at night, and he wished to accompany me. How could I refuse? A handsome guy wanting to escort me left me with no reason to decline. Beneath the streetlights, our figures walked side by side, our strides steady. This was a moment belonging to our youthful days. As we strolled, we engaged in a myriad of conversations. I realized I had rarely experienced such profound exchanges with the boys in our class. This felt like my first. I found Lin Xian quite agreeable, and our dialogue provided me with deeper insights into his character. Perhaps he was not as dull as I had initially perceived. Lin Xian, it seemed, was not particularly shy either. Perhaps the alcohol had emboldened him. As he spoke with a delightful wit, often eliciting hearty laughter from me, we seemed to walk for an eternity, and I relished this journey, the faint effects of alcohol rendering me somewhat entranced. I had hoped this day would culminate beautifully, yet life has its unpredictable turns. Even while walking, we encountered trouble from a drunken ruffian. As we passed a late-night snack stall, a group of tattooed youths whistled at me, calling out, "Hey little sister, come over and share a drink with us." Upon hearing this, I felt a shiver run down my spine and rolled my eyes, my fists clenched tightly. Had Lin Xian not been there, I would have certainly intervened and taught them a lesson. "You all better shut your mouths. Show some respect." Lin Xian rebuked them with a serious expression. To my surprise, he had come to my rescue. Oh my, I suddenly felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. Wow, this guy is quite manly. There were at least 4 or 5 of them, yet he dared to confront them. Lin Xian appeared utterly unafraid. I thought to myself, "What did you say, kid? Looking for trouble?" shouted a young man with a tattoo of a qilin on his arm, suddenly standing up and drunkenly pointing at Lin Xian. The tattooed man approached us, and the others quickly rose, surrounding us. The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Xian immediately shielded me behind him. For the first time, I found myself hiding behind this slender boy. In that moment, I felt a sense of protection wash over me. Though it was somewhat strange and uncomfortable. Did I, Li Ziwei, truly need his protection? After all, during my first battle in the red attire, I had charged ahead of Niu Dali. I should not need safeguarding. Just then, someone reached towards my chest, intending to make unwelcome advances. I was poised to retaliate when I suddenly sensed a shift in Lin Xian's demeanor. An aura of familiar spiritual energy emanated from him. To my astonishment, it was Taoist spiritual energy. Lin Xian, this fellow, was also a practitioner. In less than a minute, all 5 of them were sent flying. Though they sustained minor injuries, Lin Xian's strikes were precise, inflicting only enough pain to serve as a lesson. Get lost? Lin Xian feigned a fierce demeanor, which, I must admit, looked rather attractive. The group of young thugs hastily scrambled to their feet, fear evident in their eyes as they fled without a backward glance. "Are you all right?" Lin Xian looked at me with genuine concern, his expression filled with care. "I'm fine. You were so impressive just now. You scared them away in no time. Truly remarkable." I gazed at him with admiration, my eyes sparkling. It was nothing. I learned a bit of martial arts when I was younger, so dealing with them was no trouble at all. I rarely resort to violence, but I couldn't allow them to bully you." Lin Xian replied, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "Thank you, Lin Xian. I'm grateful for your thoughtful escort. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do." I spoke gently, feeling a bit theatrical in that moment. After uttering those words, I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be considered a bit too much? No, certainly not. How could I possibly be overdramatic? Ziwei, it's all right. Rest assured, everything is fine now. At that moment, Lin Xian must have felt immense pleasure from my praises and admiration. Though our journey was slow, time seemed to pass swiftly, and Lin Xian eventually escorted me to my doorstep. I've arrived home. You should head back. I flashed a sweet smile, winking at Lin Xian. All right, then take care and rest early. Lin Xian returned my smile, revealing his charming, sunny demeanor. Upon returning home, I felt an overwhelming sense of joy, not merely due to my experience with Lin Xian. Upon discovering that he was also a practitioner, I felt less solitary. Moreover, he was my classmate. He had escorted me home today, and he appeared quite handsome. However, we had already graduated. Would I ever see him again? My mind began to spiral with such thoughts, and throughout that night, Lin Xian's handsome smile lingered in my mind. Chapter 45. Departure to Deep City Summer Vacation has finally arrived. I am free at last. No more early morning or late evening study sessions. I couldn't help but revel in this newfound freedom. It felt absolutely delightful. On the very first morning after the exams, Murong Feng arrived at our courtyard, laden with bags and packages. Ziwei, my little master, have you finished your college entrance exams? Murong Feng's expression resembled that of someone celebrating a joyous occasion, as he came to extend his congratulations. I have. What brings you here today, Mr. Murong? I responded courteously, urging him to take a seat. In a moment, I prepared a cup of tea for him. After all, he was our benefactor, and I felt it essential to observe the proper etiquette, as our future business endeavors would undoubtedly rely on him. Last time, the head of the Zhao family personally came to my home to apologize, and he even compensated me with an additional 2 million. I believe half of that should rightly belong to you, my little master Ziwei, so I brought you 1 million as a token of my gratitude. Murong Feng declared as he produced a bank card from his waist, inscribed with the password. Insisting that I accept it, I was momentarily taken aback. On the very first day after the exams, Murong Feng was gifting me 1 million. It was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. I grinned widely, exchanging polite gestures with him, while I discreetly signaled to Nyodali. Without hesitation, he swiftly accepted the card. Oh, and by the way, I brought you both new smartphones, one for you and one for Mr. Nyo. Nowadays, everyone is using phones for communication, making it much more convenient. Murong Feng presented us with 2 of the latest models. One cannot deny that Murong Feng is adept at handling relationships and conducting business. His generous gifts, money and phones, were enough to impress even someone like me, who typically does not place much value on material possessions. He truly knows how to make a favorable impression. Yet, I suspected his visit was not solely to deliver gifts. Otherwise, he could have sent someone else to do it. So, I tactfully inquired, Mr. Murong, do you have other matters to discuss? Murmuring with laughter, Murong Feng exclaimed, Indeed, nothing can escape the keen eyes of Master Ziwei. I have come here today with a matter that may require your assistance. I knew it. One does not visit the Sambao Hall without a purpose. There must be some ulterior motive behind this, yet it seems to be a gift-giving affair. How could such fortune be so readily available? Nevertheless, please tell me what the situation entails, and I shall see if I am capable of addressing it. I took a moment to steady my exuberant heart, intending to grasp the specifics of the matter at hand. Thus, Murong Feng slowly began to unfold the tale. In the realm of commerce, Murong Feng had an essential client named Zhou Chuanfu, a prominent dealer in antiques and jewelry. Zhou Chuanfu's business was vast, with dealings spanning all of China, and Murong Feng had numerous transactions with him. Recently, however, attempts to contact Zhou Chuanfu had proven futile. His calls went unanswered, and his messages received no reply, rendering him as unreachable as if he had vanished. This was exceedingly peculiar. Consequently, Murong Feng sought information from associates within Zhou's corporate group and learned that a calamity had befallen Zhou's household, an immense one at that. First, both of Zhou Chuanfu's parents had lost consciousness, and subsequently, his wife followed suit. They had all fallen into a state akin to that of vegetative existence. The medical staff reported that their vital signs were stable, yet they remained unresponsive. Zhou Chuanfu himself was plagued by sleepless nights and lacked vitality by day. Utterly exhausted and burdened by tremendous psychological strain, in desperation, he sought masters to resolve the situation, yet their efforts yielded little success. Murong Feng, recalling my capabilities, had intended to approach me after my examinations concluded. Having shared a long-standing friendship with Zhou Chuanfu, he was deeply concerned for his well-being, as their business dealings were tightly interwoven. Morong Feng remarked that Zhou Chuanfu was a man of great integrity, capable and judicious in his actions, assuring me that financial concerns were not to be my worry. Upon hearing Morong Feng's account, I furrowed my brow in contemplation. A vegetative state, stable vital signs. Such matters could only be understood through first-hand observation. The mere symptoms conveyed through words could not pinpoint the issues accurately. I promptly called for Dali and briefed him on the situation. Upon hearing the details, Uncle Dali exclaimed, "I know that Zhou Chuanfu. I've seen him on the news. We must attend to this business." Morong Feng was elated. "If that is the case, let us make our way there. I would appreciate an introduction when the time comes." Unlike Dali, whose excitement was palpable, I remained composed. Our expertise lay in confronting the supernatural, not in healing the afflicted. Though my master's teachings included texts on the medicinal practices of Miaojiang, I had yet to apply such knowledge in practice. And thus, I did not feel particularly confident regarding this endeavor. "Excellent. Time is of the essence. Can you both prepare swiftly? I shall arrange for your flight this afternoon." "A flight?" Dali and I exclaimed in unison. For we had yet to experience air travel. I neglected to mention earlier, Zhou Chuanfu is from Guangdong province and resides in Shenzhen. It would be far too time-consuming to travel otherwise. Understanding the urgency, I replied, "Then I must thank you." Morong Feng, I pondered, realizing we were bound for Shenzhen, a city I had only glimpsed on television but never visited. Shenzhen, located in southern China, had transformed from a humble village into a bustling metropolis, playing a significant role in the nation's economy due to its continuous development and thriving import-export industries. As we prepared to depart for Shenzhen, both Uncle Dali and I felt a surge of anticipation. Promptly retreating to our rooms to pack, in truth, there was little to gather. Our purpose was to conduct business, not indulge in leisure. I packed a bag containing essential talismans and a few changes of clothing. The talismans posed no issues, and even my soul sword, a peachwood blade, could be checked without concern. Uncle Dali emerged with a single carry-on bag filled with clothes and documents, devoid of anything superfluous. Observing our efficient packing, I remarked, "It seems we are of one mind. We both embrace simplicity in our endeavors." Morong Feng, taken aback by our swiftness, noted the time. Barely 10 minutes had passed, and we were ready. "It is still before noon," he chuckled, inviting us to lunch before escorting us to the airport in the afternoon. With the courtyard locked securely, we boarded Morong Feng's vehicle. This marked our first journey beyond the familiar. We ensured all doors and windows were secured, lest we return to find our home ransacked, a fate that would surely draw ire from our master. Morong Feng had arranged an opulent lunch, and our camaraderie had blossomed to the point where he no longer referred to me as Master Ziwei, but often as Little Master Ziwei. Having aided Morong Feng significantly during his construction project, we had forged a bond of mutual benefit. He had brought us business, and in turn, I had helped him cultivate valuable connections. By mid-afternoon, Morong Feng instructed his driver to take us to the airport. Uncle Dali, newly equipped with a smartphone, was busy taking selfies, appearing as though he had never encountered such technology before. Both Uncle Dali and I now possessed phones. I mused whether Lin Xian had one as well. If he did, we could communicate at any time. But I quickly quelled those thoughts. "Lai Ziwei, do not be swayed so easily by a man. They will only hinder your swiftness with a blade." I reminded myself to remain composed, resolute against temptation, though Lin Xian's visage stubbornly lingered in my mind. As the aircraft prepared for takeoff, both Uncle Dali and I switched off our phones. Suddenly, a powerful roar filled the cabin as we ascended into the clouds. "Shenzhen, here we come." Chapter 46. Onward to the Zhou family. As the airplane circled above the airport, I gazed through the window, taking in the breathtaking scenery. The sun was setting, casting a warm, red glow upon the vast ocean, transforming the waters into a canvas of shimmering hues. Flecks of light danced upon the surface, accompanied by vessels sailing gracefully across the waves. "Uncle, look, there lies the sea," I exclaimed, my excitement bubbling over in the distance. A city adorned with towering architecture emerged, a port city of our homeland, separated from Shenzhen by a mere bay. The skyline was impressive, a testament to its prosperity. "Ziwei, you've never seen the ocean before?" Uncle Dali inquired, curiosity evident in his voice as he pulled out his phone to capture the moment. Do you not know whether I have? I shot him an exasperated glance. Shenzhen was a cosmopolitan city, and from my aerial vantage point, I observed its remarkable topography. A convergence of three dragons, an auspicious location, surrounded by mountains and water, with numerous extraordinary buildings interspersed throughout. The more I gazed, the more I marveled at the grandeur of this city. Its vast array of geomantic configurations truly astounding. Had I not been soaring through the skies, many of these features would have eluded my notice from the ground. The sight left me breathless. It was hard to fathom that such magnificent arrangements could be crafted by human hands. This city was, without doubt, extraordinary. Morong Feng had already contacted Zhou Chuanfu, and upon landing, I received a text message from him, directing me to a phone number to contact for our pickup. I sighed, appreciating Morong Feng's meticulous arrangements for our arrival in Shenzhen. As we exited the airport, I dialed the unfamiliar number, and the call was promptly answered. "Hello, is this Miss Li?" A youthful voice inquired, melodious and engaging. "Yes, this is Li Ziwei. Mr. Morong Feng instructed me to reach out to this number," I replied, my tone crisp and devoid of excessive emotion. "Indeed, my name isn't Xiaobei, and I am Mr. Zhou's assistant. I am currently waiting for you at the exit, holding a sign. Do you see me?" Upon hearing these words, I quickly turned my gaze toward the exit. A large whiteboard prominently displayed the words "Warm Welcome to Li Ziwei," held aloft by a young man in his 20s. The young man's face was thin, and he sported a baseball cap, dressed in an undeniably casual denim style. In an airport or train station, discovering one's name being brandished aloft usually elicits embarrassment for the person involved, while others remain unaffected. I felt a twinge of awkwardness, yet I made my way directly toward him, with Niu Dali closely following behind me. Clad in sunglasses. An Xiaobei? "Hello, I am Li Ziwei," I greeted him with a smile. Despite my presence right before him, he still held the sign aloft. "I am Niu Dali." Niu Dali coldly introduced himself, having recently acquired a pair of sunglasses that were perfectly suited for the occasion. Realizing his oversight, he hastily lowered the sign, warmly urging us to get into the car. I didn't expect Miss Ziwei to be so young, and Xiaobei, with slightly tanned skin and pleasant features, exuded a healthy, sun-kissed aura. "Yes, I just graduated from high school this year," I replied with a smile. "Thank you for your assistance." "You're welcome, Miss Ziwei. I shall take you both to Mr. Zhou's residence now," and Xiaobei said politely, promptly starting the vehicle. To be honest, I was not particularly fond of being addressed as Miss Ziwei. It sounded rather odd to me. As the car departed from the airport, it felt as if we were transitioning from the suburbs into the bustling city center, with the scenery outside the window constantly shifting. The environment flanking the road transformed from various factories into towering office buildings, gradually giving way to vibrant shopping malls adorned with dazzling neon lights. "Mr. Dodin, are you a native of Deep City?" "I am originally from Malaysia, currently working here," and Xiaobei replied with a polite smile. The streets were teeming with attractive young people, and I couldn't help but muse that this truly was a city for the youth. After approximately 40 minutes of travel, we arrived at the entrance of a lavish villa nestled in a wealthy district at the heart of the city. This grand estate was surrounded by exquisite greenery, filled with countless unknown plants and towering trees, creating a lush and tranquil environment. At this moment, nightfall began to descend, and Xiaobei led us directly into the villa, and I began to take in my surroundings. The villa was brightly lit, its decor remarkably exquisite. Upon entering, one was greeted by a spacious and grand living room, its soaring ceiling adorned with several luxurious crystal chandeliers that exuded opulence. The living room was furnished with lavish sofas and an array of furniture, with antiques and jade artifacts meticulously arranged according to feng shui principles, radiating an air of extravagance. In the living room, there was also a large fish tank housing an array of beautiful koi, which were a delight to behold. I had seldom encountered such lavish scenes. This was a sight I had only ever witnessed on television, making it my first encounter in reality. I retrieved my 7-star feng shui compass and strolled about, keenly examining the feng shui layout of the house. This villa faced south and was categorized as a Kan residence. Upon entering, I immediately noticed the artificial lake outside and the rolling hills in the distance. The property subtly embodied the principles of the 9 palaces flying stars in feng shui, evidently having been guided by a knowledgeable expert. According to the insights of the 4 symbols de yin technique pertaining to residential feng shui, The wealth positions of this house should be located in the true south and true north. After a few steps, I glanced around and observed that the wealth position in the true south was adorned with a jade dragon tortoise, while the wealth position in the true north featured the fish tank filled with vibrant koi. I carefully counted. There were 9 in total. Additionally, in the living room's annual wealth position stood a golden 3-legged toad. The dragon tortoise attracts wealth, and the toad also serves to generate and absorb financial fortune. The koi were specifically raised as feng shui wealth fish, and with a count of 9, it was indeed auspicious. As the saying goes, mountains signify nobility, while water signifies wealth. With the fish tank positioned in the wealth position and containing 9 koi, I couldn't help but think that such meticulously arranged feng shui would surely lead to prosperity for the owner. Feng shui objects must be placed in the most suitable positions to yield optimal results. Misplaced items can sometimes yield adverse effects, negatively impacting the entire home's feng shui atmosphere. However, the owner of this house was Zhou Chuanfu, a jewelry magnate, making it entirely reasonable for such careful planning. Zhou Chuanfu was someone one typically only encountered on television. Wealthy individuals often place great emphasis on feng shui. Within their homes, they usually engage experts to arrange high-quality feng shui. Yet, as I observed the terrain of this location, I noticed that the feng shui lake to the south possessed a subtle leak. Though the leak appeared slow, I could vaguely sense a pulling force emanating from beneath the earth, gradually siphoning the lake's feng shui energy. Mr. N, when was this lake constructed? It appears quite beautiful. It was built about 2 or 3 years ago, and Xiaobei responded. Given the rate of absorption, if this continues for another 10 to 20 years, by the time the energy of this lake is entirely drawn out, the terrain here may undergo some transformation. It is likely that in a few years, this artificial lake will eventually become a stagnant pool, devoid of vitality. The feng shui here will dissipate, transforming into a desolate area. Feng shui theory states that qi disperses with the wind, while water halts it. The ancients gathered it to prevent dispersion and guided it to maintain stillness, thus coining the term feng shui. Essentially, the core of feng shui is qi. What the ancients referred to as feng shui is actually the gathering of qi, allowing it to flow according to specific patterns. However, qi is finite. Even the dragon's energy of a dragon vein can decline, as is the natural order. Once the energy of this lake is depleted, the area will gradually head toward decline. Chapter 47. The loss of one soul and 2 spirits. Just as I was surveying my surroundings, and Xiaobei approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man appeared to be in his 40s, dressed impeccably, with a stern and serious demeanor that exuded an air of competence. Mr. Zhou, this is Master Li Ziwei. She is the sole disciple of Mr. Li Mufeng of the 7 Stars School, introduced by Morong Feng, and Xiaobei provided an introduction. Dali stood silently behind me. Miss Ziwei, this is Mr. Zhou Chuanfu's brother, Zhou Quangwai. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I greeted him politely, also taking a moment to assess his appearance. Hello, I am Niu Dali. Mr. Zhou, it is a pleasure to meet you. Niu Dali nervously rubbed his hands together, displaying a hint of excitement as he sought to shake hands. Hello. Zhou Quangwai nodded slightly, his demeanor not overly enthusiastic, merely engaging in casual pleasantries. Zhou Quangwai had a broad forehead, high and shiny, with thick eyebrows and large fleshy ears. A slightly prominent nose suggested strong financial prospects, intelligence, and the capacity to accommodate others. However, the furrow in his brow, tinged with a subtle darkness, indicated possible issues in his fraternal relationships, and the area associated with his parents appeared somewhat dim. Zhou Quangwai cast a brief scrutinizing glance at me, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Mr. Zhou, we have come at the invitation of Morong Feng, who mentioned that Mr. Zhou Chuanfu is unwell, hence our assistance, No Dali stated. Noticing Zhou Quangwai's lukewarm reception toward him, Dali's expression darkened. After all, he was the one seeking our help. Showing us a glum demeanor was unwarranted. What kind of master could a 17 or 18-year-old girl be? Mr. Zhou, at the age of 7. You nearly drowned, and you married at 24 without children, am I correct? I boldly revealed my observations based on his features. Zhou Quangwai's face turned pale upon hearing this, while the latter details were manageable. The incident from when he was 7 was known to very few. My sincere apologies. I was remiss. Zhou Quangwai quickly clasped his hands in apology. Realizing his earlier error, I mused to myself that Zhou Quangwai was someone who could bend and stretch, indicating that those who achieve great things must possess a broader capacity. He promptly invited us to sit down. instructing the servants to serve us tea, and then proceeded to outline the situation. And Xiaobei stood to the side, maintaining a respectful demeanor without interjecting. It turned out that initially, Zhou Chuanfu's family members had begun to experience health issues, with both his parents and wife suddenly falling into comas, requiring hospitalization in a private clinic. Zhou Chuanfu was overwhelmed with worry, yet there had been no improvement. Approximately 2 weeks ago, he frequently awoke in the middle of the night from nightmares, often crying out, "Let me go. Please, just let me go." Initially, the family believed that his deteriorating condition was a result of excessive labor and poor sleep. However, as this state persisted, his health began to decline significantly, and he lost considerable weight. About a week ago, Zhou Chuanfu suddenly fell into a coma and has remained unconscious ever since. Zhou Quangwai consulted numerous renowned doctors, all of whom reported that Zhou Chuanfu's vital signs were normal and there were no apparent health issues. Some masters and sorcerers from the streets also came to perform various rituals, yet none yielded any improvement. I couldn't help but think that there must be something peculiar at play. "Mr. Zhou, if it's convenient, could you take me to see him?" I suggested, believing that witnessing Zhou Chuanfu's condition firsthand would be more informative than mere words. "Please, follow me," Zhou Quangwai replied, rising promptly to lead us to a bedroom on the second floor. Upon entering, I used my yin-yang eye to observe, and my brows furrowed in response to the overwhelming presence of malevolent energy. Zhou Chuanfu lay on the bed, receiving intravenous fluids, completely unresponsive. As I surveyed the room, the thick aura of dark energy lingered, coiling ominously above his head in the area known as the Mingong or Life Palace. Approaching Zhou Chuanfu's bedside, I employed certain techniques from Miaojiang medicine to assess his condition. His breathing and pulse were still normal, albeit showing signs of weakness. While his bodily functions remained intact, he resembled a living corpse. Astonishingly, one of his 3 souls and 2 of his 7 spirits were missing, and a sinister energy was gradually corroding his body. No wonder he had been in a coma for so long. If his lost souls and spirits could not be retrieved, coupled with the damage inflicted by this malevolent energy, Zhou Chuanfu would inevitably transition from a state of false death to true death in due course. The situation was indeed rather troublesome. "Mr. Zhou, one of your brother's souls and 2 spirits are missing. Has he come into contact with any unclean objects or offended anyone?" I inquired gravely. Upon hearing my words, everyone stood in stunned silence. "What, 1 soul and 2 spirits are missing?" Zhou Quangwai exclaimed in disbelief. For an ordinary person, if you were to abruptly tell a materialist that ghosts exist, they would likely dismiss you as delusional or question your sanity. Zhou Quangwai, having lived in a modern first-tier city and being part of the elite societal class, naturally found it difficult to grasp the occurrence of such supernatural phenomena before his very eyes. I patiently offered an explanation. The concept of the 3 souls and 7 spirits encompasses the heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul, collectively referred to as the human soul. The 7 spirits include the first spirit, Tian Chong, the second spirit, Ling Hui, the third spirit, Qi, the fourth spirit, Li, the fifth spirit, Zhong Shu, the sixth spirit, Jing, and the 7th spirit, Ying. Each soul and spirit has distinct meanings and manifests in different parts of the body. The soul governs a person's spirit, while the spirits govern the body. You may have heard of the saying that in rural areas, many villages have a guardian known as the Zhenhunren or soul guardian. This individual often displays sluggish behavior and mental instability, occasionally accompanied by physical disabilities, yet they help with all village affairs, regardless of whether they are joyous or mournful, seeking no monetary reward. Only food suffices for their satisfaction. Such individuals serve as the village guardians. Typically, those who occupy this role either carry great sins from past lives or were notorious figures. In this life, they seek redemption by sacrificing 1 soul and 2 spirits, living selflessly and innocently, to protect their village and dissipate past malevolence. Thus, if a normal person loses a portion of their souls or spirits, they will not die immediately, as each soul and spirit governs a specific function of the body. After my explanation, although Zhou Quangwai found it hard to comprehend, he refrained from voicing skepticism, especially since numerous experts had been unable to provide insights into Zhou Chuanfu's condition. "Master Ziwei, what should we do in such a situation?" Zhou Quangwai asked anxiously. At that moment, I realized I needed to find the lost souls and spirits of Zhou Chuanfu, yet I was uncertain about the cause of their disappearance and where they might be located. "Mr. Zhou Chuanfu, has he encountered any unclean entities? I suddenly recalled something and hastily questioned Zhou Quangwai, and why brother is straightforward, generous, and loyal. He seldom offends anyone in business. It's unlikely he has been persecuted. Zhou Quangwai replied, his expression laden with emotion. Nevertheless, after voicing this, he appeared to recall something, hesitating as if unsure whether to divulge it. Mr. Zhou, have you remembered something? You must clarify this matter. Otherwise, it could hinder your brother's treatment and lead to complications. I insisted sternly, sensing he held back information. I suspected that as Zhou Chuanfu's only brother, he knew more than he let on. In fact, when my brother first took over the business, we were on the brink of bankruptcy. Struggling immensely. At that time, he traveled to Nanyang for business negotiations, as the company intended to open new stores there, and he spent some time in Nanyang. Upon his return from Nanyang, his fortune seemed to change dramatically, and our business began to flourish. After several years of development, our family business expanded significantly. My brother once drunkenly confided in me that the reason our business thrived later was that he had encountered a powerful master in Nanyang who provided him with the Yin talisman. He warned me never to disclose this secret to anyone. Seemingly resolute, Zhou Quangwai recounted these events. What? A Yin talisman from Nanyang? I exclaimed in astonishment. I had previously heard from my master that such malevolent objects stemmed from mysterious sorcery in Nanyang. Yet I never anticipated encountering such matters upon my first visit to Shenzhen. Chapter 48. The Yin Talisman of Nanyang. My master once informed me that the Yin Talisman is the most enigmatic and malevolent form of ancient sorcery from Nanyang. It indeed possesses the capability to reverse one's fortunes, but any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The Yin Talisman, also known as a Buddha talisman, is crafted from spirits or objects of a sinister nature, empowered by adept sorcerers or masters. Its applications are vast, ranging from the pursuit of wealth, love, enhancing personal fortune, to increasing one's allure. In reality, many famous celebrities have secretly sought Yin talismans, swiftly transforming from obscure figures into top-tier stars. Such tales are widely circulated in the community. Additionally, some affluent individuals may seek Yin talismans to enhance their charm in pursuit of personal aspirations. I speculated that Zhou Chuanfu likely sought the Yin talisman to improve his financial prospects, hoping it would help him amass greater wealth. Do you know where this Yin talisman is kept? I inquired of Zhou Quangwai, and my brother has never disclosed that to me, he replied helplessly. Although the Yin talisman is also referred to as a Buddha talisman, it fundamentally contradicts the teachings of Buddhism, leading legitimate temples to reject such artifacts. On the contrary, it conflicts with the principles followed by Buddhism, violating moral standards, and long-term users may face severe karmic repercussions. Moreover, the materials used to create Yin talismans are considerably sinister, primarily comprising corpse oil, grave soil, cremated ashes, coffin nails, and in some cases, malevolent spirits or minor ghosts are infused to enhance the talisman's efficacy. Many are aware that while Yin talismans can aid individuals in achieving their goals, the corresponding costs can be exorbitant. This is because maintaining the talisman requires the user's own blood, and the talisman must not be exposed to sunlight or touched by others to prevent contamination. Furthermore, the user must strictly adhere to the contractual obligations established during the talisman's use. Otherwise, they risk backlash, mildly resulting in physical harm or severely leading to the loss of life or soul. Mr. Zhou, if my deductions are correct, your brother must have provoked the malevolent spirit within the Yin talisman, resulting in a backlash that led to the loss of his soul. To rescue Mr. Zhou Chuanfu and his family, we must first locate this Yin talisman. I articulated my thoughts aloud. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quangwai expressed his helplessness, stating, unfortunately, my brother never revealed to me where the Yin talisman is. My master taught me a technique called observing qi, which enables one to discern changes in the energy field of a location and identify the presence of unique energies. Although my current cultivation is insufficient, if I combine it with my yin-yang eye, I should be able to perceive the energy field within a 100-meter radius. Is this house where your brother usually resides? I inquired, knowing that individuals who harbor malevolent objects often hide them in discreet places. This villa is indeed where he primarily lives, though he owns several other properties in Shenzhen. However, he spends the most time here. Zhou Quangwai spoke with great urgency, revealing his deep concern for the safety of his brother. If Zhou Quanfeng typically spent the most time here, then the place where the Yin is worshipped is likely hidden somewhere within this house. Mr. Zhou, I possess a technique for observing energies. Perhaps I can locate the position of this Een. After a moment's contemplation, I reasoned that if this Een were indeed enshrined within the house, I would surely uncover some clues. I must trouble Master Ziwei then. At this juncture, Zhou Quanguai had nearly come to believe that the troubles befalling his brother were linked to this Een. I placed a calming talisman upon Zhou Chuanfeng's forehead, a charm designed to temporarily stabilize his other souls, thus averting the risk of dissolution. The house comprised 3 floors, with Zhou Quanfeng residing on the second. The total area of the residence was approximately 400 square meters, a considerable expanse indeed. Channeling all my spiritual energy, I began to focus my mental power into my eyes while silently reciting the incantation for the energy observation technique. Upon closer inspection, my pupils had transformed into a striking black and white, an unsettling sight. Within the realm of residential feng shui, there exists a school known as the 8 Mansions Feng Shui method. It bears resemblance to the Xian Kong Flying Stars method, also referred to as the 9 Palaces Flying Stars method, as both categorize the terrain into 9 distinct positions, with the central point serving as the eye, while the surrounding arrangement adheres strictly to the 8 trigrams. Hence, the term 9 Palaces 8 trigrams is often heard. This house is classified as a South-Northcan residence and among the 8 trigrams. The positions of Kuan, Dui, Li, and Sun primarily represent the Een aspects, indicating that the Een positions of this house are mainly located in the due west, due south, southwest, and southeast. Calculating according to the auspicious and inauspicious positions of the 8 Mansions Feng Shui. The most probable locations for the Een would be in the Li position, which signifies major misfortune, the absolute death direction, namely the southwest, or the Kuan position in the due west, which denotes minor misfortune, the calamity direction. Only these 2 locations could exert influence over the Master's body and spirit. Other areas would be unsuitable for the enshrinement of such ominous objects. I meticulously examined the corresponding rooms in these 2 directions, finding no trace of malevolent energy or anything amiss. After observing for quite some time, I noted the absence of any anomalies. This shouldn't be, I muttered to myself, based on the rooms corresponding to these 2 directions. Although the due west and southwest are indeed in positions, the respective rooms had been designated as bedrooms or rest areas. During the afternoon hours, sunlight could readily penetrate the house, clearly indicating that neither environment suited the worship of Een. Such worship must never be exposed to sunlight. With this realization, a bold hypothesis began to form in my mind. The villa might possess a basement, as everyone returned to the sofa area in the living room to rest. Witnessing my fruitless wandering, they settled down to sip tea. Only Nyo Dali engaged the others in lively conversation about my abilities, his hands never idle as he munched on the fruits laid out on the table. Master Ziwei, have you discovered anything? Zhou Quanguai, noticing my pause, quickly rose. Mr. Zhou, does this house have a basement? I have found no signs from the 1st to the 3rd floor. I boldly speculate that there must be a basement. The basement? Zhou Quanguai pondered for a moment, and then his expression shifted as if he suddenly recalled something. Indeed, there is a wine cellar in the house, but my brother mainly uses it for storing wine. I rarely go there and had nearly forgotten about its existence. I will take you there right away. Without delay, Zhou Quanguai led me onward, with Nyo Dali and Xiaobei hastily following, seemingly eager to see what the scene from the South Seas looked like. Dali uncle, if anything seems amiss, please ensure the safety of the others. I exchanged a glance with Nyo Dali, who was preparing to accompany us to the wine cellar. Very well, Ziwei. With Uncle Nyo on the job, we are well protected. Nyo Dali patted his ghost-busting staff. I shot him an exasperated look. After all, he still possessed several talismans I had given him previously. If need be, he could use them to strike. Curiosity coursed through both Nyo Dali and me. After all, we had never encountered a Een from the South Seas and were unsure of its potency. Chapter 49. Fierce Battle with the Ghostly Entity. Soon, Zhou Quanguai led us to a secluded corner of the backyard and pressed a white switch on the wall with a creak. The floor began to rise like a door, unfolding to reveal a dimly lit staircase that descended before us. Zhou Quanguai was the first to venture down, feeling along the wall for something. The sound of a click. The lights below illuminated, allowing us to discern the nature of this underground passage. The corridor, approximately 5 to 6 meters long, was lined with high-quality moisture-proof materials, displaying a pale yellow hue. Upon traversing the passage, we arrived at a spacious area resembling a wine cellar, prompting gasps of astonishment from Nyo Dali and Xiaobei. and myself, dumb why heavens, there's an overwhelming quantity of wine, Nyo Dali exclaimed, inhaling sharply. Before us lay a nearly 200 square meter space, adorned with several elegantly designed crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, while the walls were lined with racks brimming with an assortment of white wines, red wines, and spirits. In the center of the open space, numerous oak barrels stood alongside jars of reddish-brown liquor, sealed with red cloth and clay, filling the air with the rich aroma of alcohol. The extravagance of the wealthy is truly unparalleled. This is aged Mutai, vintage Mutai, Romani Conti, and even Remy Martin Black Pearl. My goodness! Nyo Dali could hardly contain his astonishment. An Xiaobei wore an expression of sheer shock, while Zhou Quangguai remained remarkably composed in the face of such opulence. Cough, cough. I cleared my throat, signaling Nyo Dali to maintain his composure and not appear overly awestruck, why lack of knowledge regarding wines rendered them no more remarkable to me than ordinary erguotu. The wine cellar was vast, and merely taking a cursory glance consumed several minutes. I activated my yin-yang eyes to survey the environment and the energy of the cellar. Soon, in the southwest corner, I discovered a hidden door, behind which I sensed a chilling presence. Come quickly! I found something! I called out urgently as the others hurried over. They beheld an iron door emerging in the southwest corner. Though it was secured with a lock, Uncle Dali, unlock it! I dared not be complacent and had already retrieved my peachwood sword from my bag. With a firm grip on the lock, Nyo Dali shook it vigorously and then yanked it forcefully. The lock was yanked open effortlessly, showcasing Nyo Dali's extraordinary strength. Such locks could hardly withstand his might. I quickly instructed everyone to step back, and with a loud clang, I pulled the door open and swiftly sidestepped. The wave of dense energy surged forth, and the scene within was soon revealed to us all. We were met with a bizarre sight. A shrine resembling an altar, adorned with raw cuts of beef and lamb, along with unrecognizable meats and fruits. An incense burner was filled with ash from spent incense sticks, and a copper basin within was dark brown, exuding a foul odor. The meat began to emit a putrid stench, with white maggots crawling atop it. The center of the shrine lay the very inn. I approached, intent on examining it more closely, only to be met by a sudden burst of formidable energy. A shadowy figure lunged towards me. In that fleeting moment, I found myself unable to evade. I swiftly raised my peachwood sword in defense, only to be struck by an overwhelming force that sent me flying backward. I crashed into the wine racks, which buckled under the impact, causing several valuable bottles to topple and shatter upon the ground. Ziwei, be careful not to break the wine, Nyo Dali shouted anxiously. Everyone be cautious. A malevolent entity has emerged. My body ached unbearably, prompting me to shout a warning. Creak, creak, creak. In an instant, the grotesque entity transformed into a palpable apparition, distinctly resembling a man. His visage was ashen, resembling parchment, marred by a gaping wound atop his head, from which oozed a grotesque amalgamation of sanguine substances. The sight within that gash was both horrifying and repulsive. He bore two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes bulged unnaturally, as if they might detach from their sockets at any moment. Truly, this was the most terrifying and nauseating specter I had ever encountered. For a fleeting moment, I struggled to suppress my urge to retch, grappling internally to acclimate to this ghastly scene. Seizing the opportunity while my guard was down, the repulsive fiend suddenly enveloped me in a chilling gust. Hurling me forcefully against the wall with a resounding crash, the impact left me disoriented, my mouth askew, and I expelled a mouthful of blood, exclaiming in agony, "How painful, Zai! Be careful!" Nyo Dali shouted anxiously, charging towards the malevolent being. Indeed, the specters from the southern seas appeared particularly revolting, shrouded in a thick miasma of malevolence and striking with insidious intent, causing me considerable distress. Nyo Dali, having encountered ghosts before, displayed a remarkable composure. Wielding his ghost-busting staff and aiming a powerful blow at the spirit's head, but the entity deftly evaded his strike. Seizing a moment of distraction, the ghost transformed into a mere afterimage and struck Nyo Dali with a force that sent him hurtling backward. Like a mere paper doll, several meters away, I must admit, the specter's speed and strength were formidable. Meanwhile, Zhou Guangwei and Xiaobei were so paralyzed by fear that their legs turned to jelly, leaving them rooted in place with expressions of despair, drenched in cold sweat. Having recently experienced a breakthrough, I was eager to test my newfound strength. Rising to my feet and massaging the searing pain in my chest, I swiftly brandished my peachwood sword and darted forward, channeling the spiritual energy of the Li Hua Qi Xingju, unleashing the fire cloud spreading across the sky from the pure yang sword technique. The sensation following my breakthrough was markedly superior to my previous state. The fiery blossoms I conjured were far more substantial and potent than those of the first layer. Several flames struck the specter. Eliciting a shrill, anguished wail, I acknowledged my earlier carelessness. The grotesque being had overwhelmed my senses, and my mental fortitude was still adjusting to the horror. Niu Dali, having intercepted its path, wielded his staff with great force. Striking the specter from behind in an instant, the staff erupted with a brilliant yellow aura, revealing profound mystic rhythms, imbuing it with immense power. It became apparent that the malevolent energy of the ghost had activated the true capability of this artifact. The male spirit was sent flying, its ghostly essence dissipating under the might of that blow. Uncle Dali, you've struck gold. That staff's power is simply extraordinary. I felt a twinge of envy, realizing my peachwood sword paled in comparison to his weapon. If Master were present, he would surely beam with delight, proclaiming that Miao Shan's artifacts could hardly be inferior. Ha ha, Mr. Li's gift is indeed exceptional and quite effective. Ziwei, observe closely. Allow me to handle this specter. With remarkable swiftness, Niu Dali, forged by years of training and endowed with innate strength, re-engaged the ghost in combat. After several exchanges, the specter found itself at a disadvantage, having sustained several solid blows. Perceiving Niu Dali's prowess, the ghost shifted its focus towards Xiaobei and Zhou Guangwei, who turned pale with fright. The entity, cunningly targeting the vulnerable, sought to exploit their fear. Niu Dali quickly maneuvered to shield them, delivering additional strikes that caught the ghost off guard, resulting in piercing screams. Uncle Dali, don't kill it. We need it alive. I recalled that Zhou Guangquan and his family's souls were still bound to this malevolent being, fearing for their lives should Niu Dali's blows prove too lethal. At that moment, Niu Dali, brandishing his staff with formidable confidence, unleashed a barrage of strikes. His demeanor oscillated between commanding shouts and deft evasions, seamlessly transitioning between offense and defense. Undoubtedly, the staff was perfectly suited for him. Despite his colorful language, which lent him an air of a street brawler, it was evident that the destruction of his precious liquor was a source of great distress for him. Although the ghost's attacks lacked potency, its rapid movements and treacherous strikes posed a significant threat, resulting in numerous bottles of fine wine shattering upon the ground. Niu Dali's eyes flared with indignation upon witnessing the loss of his prized bottles, which he lamented had never been tasted in his lifetime. You wretched creature, do you have any idea how precious that wine was to me? That black pearl is simply unattainable. He continued to rain blows upon the entity. Yet it managed to evade his onslaught. You scoundrel, you've shattered bottles I've never had the pleasure of tasting. This infuriates me. Zhou Guangwei and Xiaobei, initially paralyzed with fear, now stared in astonishment as the ghost-hunting scene took on a less terrifying hue. To my surprise, Niu Dali's speed slightly outmatched that of the specter, revealing a crucial insight gained from recent battles. Speed, alongside combat prowess, is paramount. I resolved to enhance my own swiftness in the future. For in the realm of martial arts, speed is indeed unrivaled. Before long, Niu Dali landed several more blows, and the specter howled in agony, its form nearing dissolution, becoming increasingly translucent. The male spirit, once formidable, now exhibited signs of agitation. Its earlier ferocity waning, a series of sword blossoms erupted forth, and the specter emitted a chilling scream, the energy of the Li Hua Qi Xingju wreaking havoc on its ghostly essence. Niu Dali and I flanked the entity, forcing it into a defensive position. Suddenly, the specter transformed into a wisp of black mist, attempting to flee outdoors. Uncle Dali, intercept him. I swiftly hurled a lightning talisman towards the exit, obstructing its escape, and leveled my peachwood sword at the ghost. Will you not surrender? Realizing it was outmatched, the ghost seethed with rage, baring its teeth in a furious snarl. Observing its escalating agitation, I lunged forward, striking the ghost on the head with my sword. The moment my weapon made contact, it writhed in pain, revealing the remarkable efficacy of the peachwood sword against malevolent entities. As its ghostly essence sizzled like water meeting molten iron. Seeing this, Nyo Dali leapt into action, as the staff glimmered with an aura of profound energy, poised to descend upon the specter's head. The ghost's eyes widened with terror, its form trembling uncontrollably. In a moment of desperation, the male spirit knelt, pleading for mercy. The ghost-busting staff was a formidable weapon, a veritable bane to its existence. A single blow could shatter its very essence. Recognizing its capitulation, Nyo Dali refrained from delivering the fatal blow. The man seemed to mumble, though I could not comprehend his words, as the ghost hailed from the southern seas, and I was unfamiliar with its language. I called out to Xiaobei and Zhou Quangwai, "Which of you understands the southern tongue?" I do. And Xiaobei, having regained his composure upon witnessing my subjugation of the spirit, gradually regained his ability to move. "Translate for me what he says." I pointed my sword at the male spirit, my expression icy. Should it dare to resort to trickery, I would not hesitate to strike it down. "Master, he implores you to spare him. He is willing to return the souls of Zhou Quangquan and his family," and Xiaobei related after conversing with the specter. Upon hearing this, the ghost cast a pitiful glance my way, its eyes brimming with a plea for clemency. "Have him release Zhou Quangquan and his family's souls. I shall utilize the soul-retrieving talisman to collect them." I commanded that I retrieved a few yellow soul-collecting talismans from my bag, which are part of the Four Symbols Great Transformation technique. These talismans serve as vessels to temporarily gather a person's soul within them. However, the drawing method is quite intricate and time-consuming. I possess only a handful. An Xiaobei immediately began communicating with the man, while the spirit, filled with trepidation, glanced at me. Subsequently, he unleashed a wave of ghostly energy upon the Yin talisman. Soon, several orbs of white light emerged from within, representing the lost soul and spirits of Zhou Chuanfu, as well as those of his parents and wife. I hastily recited an incantation to collect the orbs. "You must convey to him that I need to first confine him within the jade pendant, ensuring he offers no resistance. Once Zhou Chuanfu is stabilized, I shall refrain from taking his life. Otherwise, I shall execute him on the spot." Seeing that the souls had been retrieved, I grew anxious about potential complications and urged. And Xiaobei quickly relayed a few words, and the man seemed to nod in agreement, and Xiaobei signaled that it was permissible. Thus, I invoked the incantation and swiftly ensnared the man's ghostly form within the Yin jade. The atmosphere instantly calmed, and we all exhaled in relief. After subduing this spirit, I indicated to everyone that it was safe to proceed. The longer a soul remains separated from its body, the greater the harm inflicted upon the living. I was apprehensive about unforeseen developments, contemplating the urgency of rescuing Zhou Chuanfu. Zhou Quangwai stood frozen, as if he had just witnessed a cinematic spectacle, still in a daze. "Mr. Zhou, do not linger. Let us ascend promptly." Such occurrences would surely be met with disbelief if recounted. Despite Zhou Quangwai's previous prowess in the business realm, he had never encountered such a scene. Upon hearing my call, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly followed us upstairs. Though his steps were notably slow, as if he lacked strength, An Xiaobei supported Zhou Quangwai from the side. Even with Zhou Quangwai's extensive experience, the earlier spectacle had frightened him considerably. It is entirely natural to feel weak-kneed upon witnessing a ghost for the first time. Upon returning to Zhou Chuanfu's bedroom, I first removed the calming talisman I had previously set in place. Then, I extracted vermilion powder, red thread, a soul-attracting talisman, and the earlier soul-collecting talismans from my bag. I released Zhou Chuanfu's soul and spirits from the soul-collecting talisman and promptly placed the soul-attracting talisman upon his forehead. Soon, the glowing orbs of his soul and spirits seemed drawn by an inexplicable force. Drifting into his brow, "Uncle Dali, quickly, help me bind Mr. Zhou's pinky finger with the red thread." I gestured urgently, then swiftly tore open Zhou Chuanfu's shirt to draw a calming talisman upon his chest using the vermilion powder. Uncle Dali complied, wrapping Zhou Chuanfu's pinky fingers with red thread as instructed. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. From the yellow springs to the 9 netherworlds, summon the souls and invite the guiding spirits. I beseech you, expedite the search as the young one delivers the soul, ensuring a stable possession. Urgent as the law commands. I command. My master had taught me that once the soul is drawn into the body, it remains unstable, necessitating the immediate binding of the patient's pinky fingers with red thread for 24 hours, followed by drawing a calming talisman on the chest. This ensures that the soul does not depart once more. After a flurry of activity, I finally completed the soul invitation process, wiping the fine sweat from my forehead. All is well. Zhou Chuanfu's complexion improved slightly, and the dark energy enveloping his forehead gradually dissipated. However, I recalled the Yin talisman stored in the wine cellar, a creation forged from various malevolent materials that must be destroyed. Otherwise, if it fell into the wrong hands, it could easily be repurposed to create more vengeful spirits, ultimately becoming a source of harm. Mr. Zhou, your brother should awaken shortly, but given the prolonged separation of his spirit, he will require ample rest. Additionally, you should have the doctor prescribe some calming herbal medicine. After about a week, he should gradually recover. I addressed Zhou Quangwai. Thank you, Master Ziwei. Zhou Quangwai expressed profound gratitude, having personally witnessed the unfolding events, and thus held great confidence in my abilities. As for the Yin talisman in the basement, it must be destroyed to prevent future calamities should it be acquired by those with ill intentions. My tone was stern at this moment. This matter rests entirely in your hands. By the way, Master Ziwei, my parents and sister-in-law are still at the hospital. Shall we? No matter. Please take me there at once. I did not hesitate. Saving lives was paramount. Upon arriving at the hospital, I also drew the souls of Zhou Quangwai's parents and sister-in-law into their bodies. Simultaneously inscribing calming spells, I believed it would not be long before they regained their health. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Quangwai seemed to recall something and quickly spoke up. Thank you both for your efforts today. And Xiaobei, please take Master Ziwei and Mr. Niu out for dinner later, and also arrange accommodations for them tonight. And Xiaobei nodded eagerly. Understood. Mr. Zhou, by the way, take Mr. Niu down to select a couple of good wines. Zhou Quangwai added with a smile. Upon hearing this, Niu Dali's face brightened with delight. Chapter 51. The Wildcat in the Woods. The material of the Yin talisman contained elements of coffin wood. Upon obtaining the talisman, I invoked the 7 stars of leaving fire technique, conjuring a flame that swiftly engulfed the talisman. Soon, the charred remnants were reduced to a pile of white ash. Examining the residue on the ground, I concluded that it had indeed been destroyed and rendered ineffective. Turning to Niu Dali, I found him perusing the various bottles in the wine cellar, sampling this one and inspecting that one. Eventually, he selected a fine Maodai and an unknown red wine, leaving with a look of satisfaction. After wrapping up these tasks, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and Xiaobei drove us along the deep city avenue, where the night scenery was truly breathtaking, with numerous skyscrapers illuminated by brilliant lights. Feeling somewhat fatigued as I gazed at the beautiful view, I couldn't help but wonder what Lin Xian was doing at that moment. I picked up my phone and checked QQ, noticing a friend request from a simple cartoon avatar with the username Wildcat in the Woods. The note read, Ziwei, this is Lin Xian. Please accept my request. Wildcat in the Woods? I chuckled, covering my mouth. Lin Xian, who appeared to be a tall fellow at around 6 feet, with a rather shy demeanor, had chosen such an intriguing username. Why not Feverish Wildcat? My own username was quite straightforward and normal. 7 stars female Taoist. Ziwei, this is Lin Xian. What are you up to? Uncle Niu and I have come to Deep City. That far? Is it fun there? Yes, quite enjoyable. You should come visit when you have the chance. I might just do that. Lin Xian seemed genuinely intent on visiting me. I joked. I'll be back in a couple of days, I quickly replied. All right, I'll come find you when you return. Setting my phone down, I pondered the need to eventually inform Lin Xian that I too was a practitioner. I did not wish for him to someday feel that I was not being forthright or was deceiving him. Yet, it seemed Lin Xian was quite eager to reach out to me. Barely a day had passed, and he could not resist contacting me. A sudden sweetness flickered in my heart at this thought. Oh no, could it be that I've developed feelings for him? No. My master admonished that men only serve to impede my sword-drawing speed. Just as I was lost in my musings, the car soon pulled up to a lovely foreign restaurant's parking lot. And Xiaobei promptly opened the door, courteously inviting us to dine. This fellow, and Xiaobei, was rather handsome himself, sunny and charming, his smile quite captivating. Master Ziwei, shall we dine here tonight? He exuded a distinct charm typical of southern gentlemen. Dressed fashionably, far more stylish than the gentleman from Ganzhou. Yes, that works. This was a music restaurant owned by foreigners, with both indoor and outdoor seating. Uncle Nyo suggested we sit outside, where a foreign band was performing, featuring a beautiful female singer whose voice was enchanting. An Xiaobei inquired if we had any dietary restrictions. None. We are not picky eaters. Our lineage does not abstain from meat or vegetables, which left An Xiaobei quite surprised. He might assume that practitioners adhere strictly to a vegetarian diet. My master had mentioned that within the Xinmin, certain sects are particularly stringent about not taking life, especially those associated with Buddhist practices, such as the Chuanjin Taoism of Mount Zhongnan, known for its vegetarianism. Other sects might observe fasting on specific dates, but not all Taoist teachings mandate a strict vegetarian diet. Many disciples are permitted to marry and have families. Our 7 Stars sect is notably lenient, with few restrictions. Soon, an array of delectable dishes was presented by the waitstaff, and Uncle Nyo poured us fine wine. I usually abstained from alcohol, but Uncle Nyo encouraged. In the world of cultivation, a bit of drink is essential. You may choose not to drink, but you must know how. Thus, I accompanied Uncle Nyo and An Xiaobei to enjoy some red wine. Speaking of which, the flavor of this wine is quite delightful. It is smooth and silky on the palate, leaving a lingering fragrance that combines a subtle fruity aroma with various herbal notes. However, upon the first sip, there is a slight astringency. This wine must be savored slowly. Red wine requires a bit of time to breathe. Do not drink it right after opening. Rather, have some dishes first, and you'll find the taste transforms beautifully. Uncle Nyo has already picked up a piece of crab stir-fried with garlic and is indulging heartily. Uncle Nyo, you seem to possess a wealth of knowledge. I expressed my curiosity, noticing that Uncle Nyo appears to have a considerable understanding of wine. Haha, in my younger days, I traveled extensively and have tasted countless fine wines. However, in recent years, following Mr. Li, I seldom get to enjoy such exquisite wines. This wine seems to evoke some memories for Uncle Dali, as he robustly raised his baijiu glass to clink with An Xiaobei to Mr. Nyo. This toast is for you. An Xiaobei, taken aback, quickly raised his glass in return. The culinary offerings in Shanxing are indeed abundant, with seafood being the most prevalent. More than half of the dishes on the table are seafood, some of which I have never seen before. Having not eaten at such a late hour, I too felt a pang of hunger. The 3 of us, sipping wine, relishing the delicacies, and engaging in conversation, created a wonderfully pleasant atmosphere. During our chat, I learned that An Xiaobei had grown up in the Nanyang region. His ancestral roots trace back to Fujian, where his grandfather had ventured to earn a living. Eventually, they settled there. In recent years, the southern provinces implemented various open policies, leading to widespread opportunities. An Xiaobei harbors a fervent desire to return to Huaxia and establish a career, prompting his decision to develop in southern Huaxia. After living in Malaysia until the age of 17 or 18, he moved south for work, brimming with enthusiasm. He first ventured to Gangcheng, where he worked as a valet in a nightclub, subsequently trying his hand in various fields such as catering, hospitality, security, and as a hotel bellboy. In short, he has dabbled in a multitude of professions. Later, through a fortuitous turn of events, he began working closely with Mr. Zhou Quanfeng. Due to his efficient work ethic and quick wit, Mr. Zhou decided to keep him close by. I couldn't help but admire An Xiaobei for having weathered his share of hardships. Presently, aside from his striking looks, there is an air of maturity in his gaze, a rarity for someone of his age. As the effects of the alcohol set in, I glanced at An Xiaobei and thought of Lin Xian. I wonder what Lin Xian is up to now. Soon, both bottles of baijiu and a bottle of red wine were emptied, and I felt a slight intoxication. Uncle Nyo and An Xiaobei had each consumed half a bottle of baijiu, along with a considerable amount of red wine. An Xiaobei's alcohol tolerance is truly impressive. Despite having drunk so much, he showed no signs of inebriation. Meanwhile, Uncle Nyo was becoming a bit animated, chattering away with An Xiaobei about who knows what. After settling the bill, An Xiaobei called for a designated driver. I leaned against the car window to rest while Uncle Nyo began to bond with An Xiaobei as if they were long-lost brothers. Ah, my younger brother, you must come to Ganzhou to visit me sometime. I will show you the local customs and culture. Uncle Dali's speech was becoming a bit slurred. It was evident that he had truly enjoyed himself tonight. Brother Nyo, I will definitely make a trip to Ganzhou if the opportunity arises. Shortly after, we returned to the hotel. My room was adjacent to Uncle Dali's, and I poured myself a glass of water, gulping it down eagerly before locking my door. Uncle Dolly and Xiaobei were still conversing at the entrance. I couldn't quite catch what they were saying, and soon after, the sounds faded away. I recalled that spirit from Nanyang still lingering within the Yin Jade, so I focused my spiritual energy to investigate, only to find that the spirit had vanished. I immediately summoned the red-clad ghost. Chunsheng, Chunsheng, what happened? Where is that spirit I collected? Within the Yin Jade, only Chunsheng remained. There were no other spirits in sight. That spirit disappeared. Chapter 52. Longpu Azen Zi Tianshi, that spirit was quite noisy once it entered. I found it bothersome and couldn't understand what it was saying, so I devoured it. I hope Zi Tianshi will not take offense. The red-clad ghost, Chunsheng, wore a guilty expression, cautiously glancing at me. Devoured? I was taken aback for a moment. Can you consume spirits to enhance your cultivation? I observed that Chunsheng seemed more solid than when I first summoned him, piquing my curiosity, and I scrutinized his transformation closely. What you may not know, Tianshi, is that ghost cultivators inherently possess the ability to absorb energy and resentment. It is our instinct. The ghostly form itself is a manifestation of ghostly energy, or what you refer to as energy or resentment, which can naturally be directly consumed to enhance cultivation. Chunsheng explained slowly. Is it truly possible? Wouldn't that be akin to cheating? Haha, how splendid. Chunsheng, I have conceived a bold idea. I felt a surge of excitement. Please share, Zi Tianshi, Chunsheng inquired, unaware of my thoughts. In the future, if I encounter spirits that cannot be subdued, I shall hand them over to you for consumption. You should cultivate diligently, striving to reach the realm of ghost generals as soon as possible. My eyes narrowed into a smile. Chunsheng's ability to consume spirits for advancement presented a shortcut to his cultivation. If he could devour more spirits, I firmly believe that in due time, he could attain the level you mentioned. A glimmer of aspiration crossed Chunsheng's face. He too wished to grow stronger. Very well, I will keep an eye out for this. You may return to the Yin Jade now, and henceforth, there's no need to call me Tianshi. Simply refer to me as Zed. I patted my modest chest and readily agreed. Understood, Z Tianshi. Chunsheng promptly bowed to me. I said, call me Z. Is Chunsheng not quite bright, unable to comprehend simple instructions? All right, Z Tianshi. Fine, Z. The fair-faced Chunsheng suddenly turned crimson, vanishing in a flash of red light back into the Yin Jade. I considered him an ally, yet he insisted on addressing me as Tianshi. If my master were here, I would surely ask him why spirits blush. It is quite peculiar. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, after washing up, I headed downstairs, ready for breakfast, only to find Xiaobei and Zhou Quangu waiting for us in the hotel lobby. Zi Shifu, did you rest well last night? Upon seeing me, Zhou Quangu quickly stood up and greeted me with a smile. Mr. Zhou, good morning. I slept quite well. I yawned, recalling that I had chatted with Lin Xian for quite some time on QQ last night, though I couldn't quite remember the specifics of our conversation. It seemed we had discussed the possibility of camping together. That's good to hear. By the way, my brother woke up early this morning. Soon we shall enjoy some southern morning tea together. He is waiting for us over there. His health is still somewhat fragile, so he couldn't come to greet you personally. I hope you won't hold it against him. Zi Shifu, Zhou Quangu said apologetically. I must admit, Zhou Quangu's manner of speaking is impeccable, covering all bases. No worries, Mr. Zhou. Your brother has just recovered from a serious illness and should indeed rest a little longer. I completely understand. Zhou Quanfeng truly is a formidable individual. I had assumed he would require at least 24 hours to awaken, yet here he was, up and about after just one night of rest. Able to walk and eat, I took out my phone and called Uncle Dolly. Uncle Dolly, hurry down. Mr. Zhou and Dayan are waiting for us to dine. Give me 3 minutes. I'll be right down. Uncle Dolly promptly agreed upon hearing that food was ready. In less than 3 minutes, he appeared at the elevator entrance, smiling as he approached us. Here I am. When it comes to enthusiasm for dining, I must say, Uncle Dolly ranks second. No one dares to claim the first place. We all hopped into the car, which sped us to an exceptionally upscale morning tea restaurant. If the place Morong Fong took us to for our last meal could be considered 5-star, then this establishment surely deserves a 7-star rating. Luxurious. Those were the only 2 words that echoed in my mind. Soon, a young and attractive waitress escorted us to a lavish private room. Upon entering, I spotted Zhou Quanfeng and a young gentleman waiting for us. Zi Shifu, Mr. Niu, thank you both for saving my life. Zhou Quanfeng quickly stood to bow in gratitude. He looked notably better than the previous day. His spirits restored somewhat, and the dark aura on his forehead had nearly dissipated entirely. Mr. Zhou, I am relieved to see you well. However, please take care to rest adequately in the coming days. Do not overexert yourself, as that will facilitate a quicker recovery. I waved my hand and, with a smile, found a seat to sit down, courteously stating that Niu Dali also greeted Zhou Chuanfu before settling into a chair of his own. Soon, the waiter arrived, pouring us tea and swiftly presenting an array of exquisite snacks. The food was served in steaming bamboo baskets, featuring many items I had never seen before. These delicacies were crafted with great finesse. Albeit in modest portions, I mused to myself that, given such quantities, Niu Dali could likely consume a dozen or 20 servings on his own. Zhou Chuanfu promptly encouraged us to eat while chatting. Lifting a cup of tea to sip slowly, I picked up a shrimp dumpling with my chopsticks and, casting a glance, scrutinized the young man seated next to Zhou Chuanfu. He appeared to be around 20 years old, dressed in a well-fitted suit with a tie, and his features were strikingly refined. His physique leaned towards the slender side, exuding a certain delicate charm. Judging by his appearance, he bore a resemblance to Zhou Chuanfu. Suggesting he was likely Zhou's son. Mr. Zhou, could you enlighten me about the circumstances surrounding this matter? Where did you acquire the Yin talisman, and how did the situation escalate to this point? I inquired. Curiosity piqued as I took a sip of tea. I Weishan master, this tale is rather lengthy. Zhou Chuanfu sighed deeply. In truth, 6 or 7 years ago, the Zhou family was merely an ordinary jewelry merchant. Initially, they opened a few jewelry shops in Hong Kong, and the business was rather lukewarm. However, as time passed, various industries ignited a price war, and the Zhou family's business suffered malicious attacks and pressures from competitors, compounded by a continuous loss of clients, sending them spiraling towards bankruptcy. In such dire circumstances, Zhou Chuanfu resolved to seek financing in Nanyang and simultaneously explore the local market. There, he fortuitously met a Nanyang man named Guda, and they hit it off immediately. Guda not only accompanied Zhou Chuanfu throughout his market exploration, but also invested a sum of money, hoping to collaborate and acquire a share of the Zhou family's business. Given Zhou Chuanfu's extreme difficulties at the time, securing this funding could indeed revitalize their situation. However, Zhou Chuanfu was quite cautious and did not immediately agree to the partnership, as the business landscape was far from favorable, and the family had been incurring losses for 2 consecutive years. Guda offered Zhou Chuanfu some advice, suggesting he knew a powerful master who might assist him in turning his fortune around. Zhou Chuanfu had not dismissed the thought that the business troubles could stem from bad luck, so he approached the master with a mix of skepticism and hope. The master, known as Long Pue Zhan, resided in a dilapidated temple by the banks of the Chiang Mai River. Upon first encountering Long Pue Zhan, Zhou Chuanfu found it peculiar. No matter how he looked at the man, he could not seem to remember his face. Strictly speaking, Long Pue Zhan was a practitioner of dark arts. Chapter 53. The origin of the Yin talisman. After Gudu explained the purpose of their visit to Long Pue Zhan, the master assured that he had the capability to alter Zhou Chuanfu's fortune. Indeed, he could assist Zhou in unlocking immense financial success, propelling his career to new heights, but the process would require Zhou to adhere to certain prohibitions. Failure to do so could result in dire consequences. I can help you defy fate and change your luck, but you must agree to one condition, Long Pue Zhan said, hands clasped together. An enigmatic expression on his face, turned out that the condition for his assistance was that Zhou Chuanfu needed to agree to partner with Guda and sell a portion of his shares to him. This stipulation took Zhou Chuanfu by surprise. After contemplating, he realized that not only would he acquire an investment, but he could also change his fortune. Rather than watching his enterprise edge towards collapse, he thought it better to grasp at any potential salvation. Master, I accept your condition. I beseech you to save me, Zhou Chuanfu exclaimed. Long Pue Zhan and Guda exchanged a knowing smile, seemingly reaching a mutual understanding. Long Pue Zhan then collected some of Zhou Chuanfu's nails and hair, along with a few drops of his blood, instructing them to rest in the village for a few days, assuring them they could return for the talisman that would alter his fortune. During those days, Guda took Zhou Chuanfu on a tour of the local culture. During this time, Zhou and Gu reached a cooperative agreement, with Zhou willing to sell approximately 30% of his equity to Guda, who even organized a small banquet for the collaboration. Soon, Long Pue Zhan completed the talisman, the Yin talisman. He instructed Zhou Chuanfu that the talisman needed to be nourished every 7 days, requiring fresh beef or lamb, along with incense and fruits as offerings. Most importantly, he emphasized that Zhou must provide a few drops of his own blood each week. This is imperative. If you forget to nourish the talisman or violate its sanctity, you will invite backlash. Long Pue Zhan cautioned once more. Thank you, Master. I shall remember. Zhou Chuanfu replied, his face alight with joy as he accepted the talisman. The talisman was believed to sustain spirit entities, and if it received consistent offerings, those spirits would naturally aid in altering a person's fortune to achieve their desires. However, if the offerings were not upheld, the individual would suffer the consequences of their broken promises. Desperation drove Zhou Chuanfu to agree to this arrangement. After obtaining the talisman, it wasn't long before he returned to Hong Kong, utilizing the funds from Gouda to redevelop new product concepts. Zhou leveraged media and magazine advertisements to rapidly elevate his brand's visibility, ultimately becoming the largest jewelry company in Hong Kong. Within a few years, Zhou Chuanfu expanded his operations across various countries and cities in Asia, propelling his conglomerate into a period of rapid growth, establishing it as the largest jewelry group in all of Asia. In a short time, nearly every Chinese person recognized the Zhou family's jewelry brand. However, the good times were fleeting. As the offerings continued, Zhou Chuanfu's health began to decline. He frequently experienced fainting spells and required hospitalization. About a month ago, he was hospitalized for nearly half a month before being discharged, after which he neglected to nourish the talisman, leading to a series of unfortunate events for his family. Initially, his parents fell into comas, followed by his wife. Within 3 days of his discharge, Zhou Chuanfu himself collapsed again. This time, he did not awaken until just recently. We are largely familiar with the subsequent events. Saiwaishan Master, I wish to inquire, if you have subdued the spirits within the talisman, will they continue to affect me in the future? Zhou Chuanfu asked, a note of concern in his voice. With the spirits gone and the talisman destroyed, naturally, the corresponding effects will cease. This includes the talisman's influence on your financial fortune and its adverse effects on your health. I reassured him. Mr. Zhou, you needn't worry. The talisman has been destroyed, and there will be no further negative repercussions. However, the ability to enhance your fortune is also lost. I explained sincerely. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuanfu was elated. For years, I have harbored this worry. The group has grown tremendously, and even without the talisman, I trust we will not suffer significant repercussions, he stated with unwavering confidence. Indeed, Zhou Chuanfu's conglomerate has evolved into a formidable entity. The short-term impact will likely be minimal. I concurred. Mr. Zhou, our traditional feng shui practices can also help individuals enhance their fortunes. It is not solely relying on the dark arts from Nanyang. After all, such methods often come at the cost of one's moral integrity. My master has often stated that while Nanyang's techniques may yield swift results, many of their practices contravene the natural order, and even practitioners may suffer severe backlash and consequences in the long run. Is that truly the case? Zhou Chuanfu expressed his excitement, appearing tremendously agitated. Absolutely. Mr. Zhou, you must understand that our Chinese culture, with its millennia of history, is profound and expansive, particularly in the study of feng shui for both ancestral and residential homes, a tradition that has never ceased. I declared, my face aglow with passion and pride, dismissing the dark arts from Nanyang with disdain. How could our Chinese methods possibly be inferior to those from Nanyang? Upon hearing my words, Zhou Chuanfu felt a wave of relief wash over him, quickly gesturing to his brother Zhou Kuanghua. Kuanghua, hurry and present the prepared payment to Ziwei Tian Master and Mr. Niu. Zhou Kuanghua, upon hearing this, promptly rose and retrieved a bank card from his pocket, inscribed with 6/8. Ziwei Tian Master, Mr. Niu, here are 2 million. You have traveled a great distance, and I sincerely appreciate your efforts. Please accept this and do not refuse. Zhou Chuanfu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I was taken aback. Was Zhou Chuanfu truly this generous? To know, Morong Feng had only bestowed a mere 150,000 on the first occasion. Upon hearing this, Niu Dali's face lit up with delight as he promptly exclaimed, Mr. Zhou, you are too kind. If that is the case, we shall graciously accept it. Should we require anything further in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to us. With that, he swiftly took the card and tucked it into his pocket, his hand pressing firmly against it as if fearing it might slip away. 2 million. At that moment, both Niu Dali and I were struggling to contain our overwhelming joy. It was hard to believe that just over a month ago, We had survived on a meager 1,500 given by our master. Now, we had finally started to earn money. Zhou Chuanfu urged us not to decline, and in unison, Niu Dali and I thought, what a joke. How could we possibly refuse? Seeing us accept the bank card, Zhou Chuanfu smiled faintly, finally putting his mind at ease. Then, seeming a bit bashful, Zhou Chuanfu spoke again. Master Ziwei, I have a small request, if possible. I would like the two of you to visit our group headquarters to assess the feng shui. Of course, I would not expect you to do this pro bono. If you're willing, I would be happy to offer an additional 100,000, hoping you could assist us in arranging and improving the feng shui of our company headquarters. Zhou Chuanfu's request was anticipated. Even without him mentioning it, I would have suggested visiting. Niu Dali, brimming with enthusiasm, let out a hearty laugh. Mr. Zhou, you needn't say such things. In that case, we shall impose on you for a few more days. Without a moment's hesitation, Niu Dali agreed on my behalf upon hearing there was an additional 100,000 to be earned. It was evident that he was becoming increasingly adept in business. How had I never noticed before that Niu Dali was indeed a skilled negotiator? Then it shall be my pleasure. Pinyin, Xiaobei, please take Master Ziwei and Mr. Niu on a tour around the city. Zhou Chuanfu said, his joy palpable as he directed his son and in Xiaobei. So. His son was named Zhou Pinyin in prosperity. However, Zhou Pinyin occasionally cast furtive glances in my direction, and whenever our eyes met, he would quickly avert his gaze. What was going on? Was there something on my face? I discreetly checked my appearance. Aside from my hair being slightly damp from my morning shower, I was simply wearing a plain green dress, nothing particularly noteworthy. Why had I not realized until now that I seemed to attract attention? Why did this young man keep stealing glances at me? Had he never seen a beauty before? Admittedly, I conceded that I was indeed quite attractive. Chapter 54. The Seaside Villa. After everyone enjoyed a delightful dim sum breakfast, Zhou Chuanfu invited in Xiaobei and his son Zhou Pinyin to accompany us on a tour of the city. Naturally, Niu Dali and I would not refuse the offer of additional guides. Zhou Pinyin, being Zhou Chuanfu's only son, was 21 years old and currently a student. Master Ziwei, how old are you? Zhou Pinyin asked me somewhat awkwardly, his gaze occasionally drifting over me but never daring to meet my eyes directly. I am 18, and have just recently celebrated my birthday, I replied, feigning innocence in my tone. At that moment, Niu Dali, who was drinking water, choked and sprayed it everywhere. Does he really have to react so dramatically? I thought to myself, is everything all right, Uncle Niu? I feigned concern, patting his back vigorously, suspecting he was merely taken aback by my voice. Oh, I'm fine, just swallowed wrong, Niu Dali said nonchalantly, quickly adopting a facade of indifference. Ziwei, you are so young. May I call you Sister Ziwei from now on? Zhou Pinyin seemed eager to bridge the gap between us with his inquiry. Of course, Brother Pinyin. You are already 4 years my senior, so just call me Ziwei. I responded with a sweet, naive smile. All right, Ziwei, Zhou Pinyin said, his face lighting up with genuine joy, causing his body to tremble slightly at the mention of Brother Pinyin. Niu Dali once again sprayed water everywhere. One must admit, he was the son of one of Asia's leading jewelry magnates. Indeed, a privileged heir. If I could cultivate a closer relationship with him, he might introduce me to lucrative business opportunities in the future. Zhou Pinyin proposed that we spend the night at a seaside villa, returning to the city the next day to discuss further matters. Being my first visit to this coastal city, I was eager to see the ocean. At my age, the allure of the sea was undeniable, and having never seen it before, I readily agreed. Niu Dali also enthusiastically concurred, expressing a desire to savor some fresh seafood. Thus, the vehicle soon propelled us toward the seaside, and Xiaobei was driving, while Niu Dali occupied the passenger seat, engaging in lively banter with his brother. Their conversation seemed to revolve around their escapades from the previous night. Truly, Niu Dali was a youthful spirit at heart. Zhou Pinyin and I sat in the back, where he made small talk with me. As the car journey progressed, I felt drowsy and soon dozed off against the seat. The journey went smoothly, and as we arrived at the seaside, I awoke just as the car came to a halt. Oh no. How did I end up leaning on Zhou Pinyin's shoulder? Ziwei, you're awake. Let us get out, he said gently, his eyes reflecting an indescribable warmth. Oh, all right, Brother Pinyin. I hurriedly got up, feeling slightly embarrassed for having fallen asleep on a stranger. Not far from where we stood was a stunning beach, and my excitement surged as I skipped eagerly toward the ocean like a joyful bird. Before me, the deep blue waters sparkled under the sun, exuding an aura of vastness and depth in the distance. Several large ships were at work, while waves lapped rhythmically against the shore. The soft, white sand occasionally kissed by the tide felt cool and refreshing beneath my bare feet. Listening to the sound of the waves and feeling the salty breeze caressing my face, I found an unparalleled sense of tranquility. Brother Pinyin, what is your dream? I turned to him, who had been walking closely behind me. Huh? A dream? I haven't really thought about it, he replied, seemingly caught off guard by my question. Considering all he had in life was what many would deem a lifelong dream. My dream is to write a book when I grow old, chronicling my life experiences and insights, leaving a legacy for future generations. I declared passionately, you could start writing now. Publishing a book is quite feasible, Zhou Pingyan remarked, seemingly not grasping the depth of my true aspirations. Brother Pingyan, my experiences are still too limited. I need to encounter more in life. I always feel that something significant awaits me, something I must accomplish. I recalled a recurring dream from my youth, where a voice beckoned me to grow stronger, as if I had a mission to fulfill. I believed that dream was real because it had appeared to me time and again. It seems we're nearing mealtime. Let us go enjoy some seafood, Nyodali suggested, eager to eat. Is Nyodali destined to be a glutton? I mused internally, exasperated. Having just enjoyed dim sum at 10 in the morning, he had already devoured most of it himself, and now, only 2 hours later, he was clamoring for more food. Let us go. Ziwei, it seems Uncle Nyo is hungry, Zhou Pingyan said with a grin. Okay, whatever you say, Brother Pingyan, I replied, having grown accustomed to our playful banter. Zhou Pingyan led us to a restaurant perched on a cliff, aptly named for its breathtaking location. Our table offered a magnificent view of the endless, crystal-clear sea, enhancing the dining experience immensely. Zhou Pingyan ordered an abundance of dishes: lobster, abalone, crab, scallops, shrimp, conch, various fish, and other seafood delicacies that I couldn't even name. An extravagant feast indeed. The cliffside restaurant's scenery was truly breathtaking, paired with an array of sumptuous dishes, creating an atmosphere of pure delight. For a moment, I lost track of my surroundings. Nyodali was relishing the meal while exclaiming, "Indeed, the seafood by the sea is fresh. This is what we savor." Given that we had only just enjoyed breakfast, it was remarkable to witness Nyodali's hearty appetite. The three of us could hardly keep up, merely picking at our food while engaging in conversation. By the way, Brother Pingyan, where do you attend university? I casually inquired as we chatted. I'm studying in Gangsheng, and just started my summer break, he replied. If you ever wish to visit Gangsheng, be sure to contact me. Zhou Pingyan's eyes appeared exceptionally clear, and the angles of his jawline were quite striking. Is the harbor city enjoyable? I inquired, my eyes blinking with curiosity. I had never visited, having only seen it on television, particularly during the heyday of TVB dramas. The harbor city is bustling and economically vibrant, being a special economic zone that attracts a multitude of enterprises and diverse crowds from around the globe. In fact, traveling from Shenzhen is quite convenient. It takes approximately an hour to arrive. Zhou Pingyan patiently began to introduce me to the city, elaborating on its history, economy, attractions, and cuisine. In the afternoon, Zhou Pingyan also took me to experience some recreational activities at sea, making the day feel remarkably fulfilling. And of course, Nyodali was quite resistant to these amusement endeavors. Whenever we ventured out, he would remain on the shore, chatting with Xiaobei. Time by the seaside flew by swiftly. After dining, Zhou Pingyan asked Xiaobei to drive us to a beautiful seaside villa, suggesting we rest there for the night before returning to the city the following day to explore feng shui. The night at the seaside villa was incredibly tranquil. Just 50 meters from the back door of the villa lay the beach, where Nyodali and Xiaobei and Zhou Pingyan enjoyed barbecuing and drinking beer in the yard behind the villa. I sat on a beach chair on the second floor, feeling an inner peace as I gazed at the ocean, my mind drifting to Lin Xian. What are you doing? I'm at the seaside today. Staying by the beach, I messaged Lin Xian, sharing some photos of the shore. Before long, the QQ avatar popped up, indicating he had quickly replied, I've been busy all day and just got home. The seaside photos you sent are beautiful. Lin Xian's straightforwardness left me at a loss for words. I drank too much last night. Did we discuss anything inappropriate? I tentatively probed, fully aware that the chat log held all the answers. There was nothing inappropriate. It was evident you were quite excited. Even inebriated, you were quite endearing, Lin Xian responded promptly. I replied, then set my phone aside, I vaguely remember drinking excessively and engaging in a myriad of nonsensical conversations with him. A glance at the chat history revealed some rather cringeworthy remarks. Chapter 55. Feng Shui of the factory. The seaside atmosphere was immensely relaxing and invigorating, providing a much-needed respite for the tense mind. Perhaps this is why so many people are drawn to the coast. However, as I scanned the sea, I noticed several elusive spirits occasionally emerging on the surface. Under the scrutiny of my unique perception, those entities flickered with an eerie green luminescence, reminiscent of ghostly lights upon the water. My master once mentioned that rivers, lakes, and seas can be treacherous. Occasionally, tourists may venture into the water, sometimes with tragic consequences. Those who perish in such waters often become water ghosts, wandering the seas, many transforming into earthbound spirits. Yet during the day, these water ghosts pose little threat to the living. However, when night falls and swimmers enter the water, these spirits may seek a substitute, hoping to break free from their earthly bindings and be reborn, while the newly deceased assume the role of the next earthbound spirit, perpetuating this cycle of reincarnation. Thus, swimming at night is generally ill-advised. Should one choose to do so, it is ultimately a matter of personal luck. I merely passed through, not intending to interfere. Downstairs, the trio indulged in food and drink. Creating quite the ruckus, I began meditating and practicing upstairs. However, the lack of fire elemental energy at the seaside seemed unsuitable for my cultivation, prompting me to quickly join their revelry. Eventually, we all drank heartily. Zhou Pingyan and I were quite inebriated, while in Xiaobei and Yodali, with their higher tolerance, remained sober. That night was filled with joy, and we all felt thoroughly relaxed. I vaguely remember drinking too much and not knowing who carried me back to my room. The next morning, after washing up, I went downstairs to find Xiaobei had already returned with breakfast. Nyodali and Zhou Pingyan were still resting. Angu, why are you up so early? I asked. Taking a bite of a bun. I've been accustomed to rising early for years. Seeing you all still asleep, I went out to get breakfast, and Xiaobei replied. Come, eat while it's still warm. His nurturing nature, cultivated over the years, was truly commendable. Angu, where are your family? I inquired, curious, while munching on abun. My parents are still in Malaysia. I'm the only one in Shenzhen. I usually return to spend the holidays with them. He explained, pouring me a cup of soy milk and handing me utensils. I accepted the utensils with gratitude and began my breakfast. The meal was hearty, featuring buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. I am not picky when it comes to food. My typical breakfast consists of buns and soy milk. As we chatted casually, I couldn't help but think of my parents. In truth, I realized I had scant memories of them, since I was old enough to remember. I had been living with my master and Yodali. My master had told me that I was abandoned by my parents, later adopted by a couple for 3 years before returning to my master in Guangzhou. I struggled to recall much before the age of 3. My master had also mentioned that certain individuals cannot be read or predicted, including one's biological parents or direct relatives. I had secretly attempted to deduce my past a few times, but to no avail. I observed the position of my parental palace, noting that it appeared normal, indicating that my parents were likely in good health. My master often said that destiny has its design, and some matters are simply beyond our control. Subsequently, I ceased my attempts at divination. Over the years, my master and Uncle Nyo have become my family. I regard them as the most significant figures in my life. Around 10 in the morning, Nyodali and Zhou Pingyan finally emerged from their slumber, rubbing their sleepy eyes. Their quality of sleep was enviable. After breakfast, I received a call from Zhou Quanfeng, who requested our presence at his corporate headquarters that afternoon to assess the feng shui of his office. I readily agreed. The itinerary was quite packed. In the morning, we strolled along the beach, purchasing some shell-crafted trinkets and local specialties before deciding to head back. By early afternoon, we returned to the city. After a leisurely lunch with Xiaobei and Zhou Pingyan, we drove straight to Zhou Chuanfeng's corporate headquarters. Upon arriving at the factory, I was astounded by the opulence of this large-scale jewelry factory. It appeared to cover several thousand square meters, producing jewelry for export around the globe. Nyodali and I stood at the entrance, marveling at its grandeur. The factory's location was somewhat remote, not particularly bustling, with many of the passing vehicles being large semi-trucks laden with sizable containers, while pedestrians were scarce. Once inside the factory, Zhou Quanfeng soon descended to greet us. Master Ziwei, I kindly ask you to thoroughly examine the feng shui of this factory today. I entrust this matter to you. he said, approaching us with courtesy, accompanied by Zhou Quange and two men who seemed to be executives from other companies. Today, Zhou Quanfeng appeared much improved. He seemed to be in good health. Mr. Zhou, there is no need for formalities. I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. I assured him that I waved my hand, signaling Zhou Quanfeng to refrain from being overly polite. After all, accepting remuneration entails a responsibility to alleviate burdens. As long as there are no transgressions against heaven and earth, I would exert myself to fulfill the client's requests. Merely assessing the feng shui of a factory is not a difficult task for me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, I retrieved my feng shui compass from my bag and began to survey the factory grounds. My master once remarked that the principles governing the feng shui of factories are akin to those of residential feng shui, with the paramount concern being the concealment of wind and the gathering of qi. A factory should ideally be situated with a supportive backdrop. If there is no natural mountain, a tall building behind would suffice. Furthermore, the factory's front should be characterized by an unobstructed view conducive to the accumulation of wealth from all directions. It is preferable that the main office building's foreground is devoid of excessive barriers, allowing for a broad and level vista. If the entrance to the factory is flanked by a river or a road, or is adjacent to a plaza, park, or parking lot, such arrangements signify an expansive layout, inviting fortune like a rising tide. Additionally, according to the principles of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, the distribution of the factory's layout and the positions of its personnel are also quite significant. According to the trigrams, the position of Qin signifies heaven, typically representing the core personnel of the factory, making the boss's or chairman's office the ideal location. The position of Qin signifies water, often associated with the factory's second-in-command, usually the vice-chairman or general manager. Similarly, Jin represents mountain, denoting the optimal location for the technical core team. Sun symbolizes wind, indicating the best position for the packaging department, while Dui represents marsh, suitable for the raw materials or public relations departments. Jin embodies thunder, typically signifying the workspace for the workshop director or deputy director. Li is associated with fire, marking the prime spot for the sales department. And Kuren represents the earth, indicating the best locations for finance, capital, or finished goods storage. When selecting the site for the main office building, it is advisable to choose a location in the Azure Dragon position among the 4 cardinal directions, while avoiding the White Tiger position, as the former attracts nobility, whereas the latter is associated with hostility. The oppressive energy of the White Tiger position can lead to encounters with petty individuals, adversely affecting both health and financial prospects. Observing the layout of the factory, I noted its neat and orderly arrangement, with the Xuanwu position backed by the highest peak of the deep city, Mount Wu. Upon entering the factory, one is greeted by an enormous stone sculpture of an elephant. In front of the main office building lies a plaza, with a fountain at its center, where water shoots up from all sides, cascading into the mouth of a dragon tortoise. The factory's main entrance faces a primary thoroughfare running east to west, while the terrain in front is open, revealing the vast and magnificent sea. This choice of location must have been guided by a knowledgeable individual. Mr. Zhou, you must have consulted an expert before selecting this site for your factory, correct? I candidly expressed my thoughts. What feng shui do you think I observed at this factory? Astonishingly, it subtly comprises 3 feng shui configurations: the mountain encircled by water formation, the abundant wealth configuration, and the water gathering in the hall arrangement. Chapter 56. Bone reading and Fate Master Ziwei indeed possesses an astute eye, discerning the intricacies at a glance. Could you elucidate the nuances of this? Zhou Quanfeng seemed eager to witness my expertise. The site is enveloped by mountains, exuding a sense of grandeur, while the vast sea lies ahead. The open terrain, with mountains behind and the sea in front, creates a conducive environment for qi. The entrance layout also suggests the dynamics of the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, featuring an elephant attracting wealth and a dragon tortoise drawing in fortune. If I am not mistaken, your factory already embodies 3 feng shui configurations: the mountain encircled by water, the abundant wealth, and the water gathering in the hall. The convergence of these 3 configurations undoubtedly creates an auspicious place for collecting qi. Remarkable, remarkable. Zhou Quanfeng clapped his hands in astonishment, filled with admiration. He had not anticipated that Master Ziwei, despite his youth, would be so erudite, excelling not only in exorcism but also in the art of feng shui. You flatter me, Mr. Zhou. These configurations are not exceedingly complex, hence they do not pose a challenge for me. They merely coincide with a fortuitous alignment of timing, location, and harmony among people, resulting in the amalgamation of three configurations. Drawing in chi like a rainbow.it appears that the Zhou family's prosperity indeed has its reasons in this world. A feng shui master capable of orchestrating such a harmonious blend of configurations is likely a formidable expert in the field. Master Ziwei, if what you say is true, my feng shui must be excellent, and therefore, no further adjustments are necessary. Zhou Quanfeng chuckled, clearly pleased with my earlier remarks. Mr. Zhou, I must conduct a thorough examination. After all, even the most perfect environment will inevitably undergo changes over time, and feng shui is no exception, I responded earnestly, then proceeded to enter the office building to scrutinize every detail of the factory. Master Ziwei speaks wisely. Zhou Quanfeng and his companions quickly followed closely behind me, attentively listening to and recording every word I uttered. The lobby of the office building was lavishly adorned, featuring golden paintings, golden chandeliers, a golden reception desk, dark gold sofas, and newly decorated wallpaper, alongside numerous exquisite exhibits of gold and jade artifacts. In the very center of the lobby, I was astonished to behold a staff entirely crafted from gold. The staff was intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, gleaming brilliantly, a true masterpiece among gold. Both Niu Dali and I were left speechless, marveling at the exquisite craftsmanship. The factory lobby concealed its own mysteries. I mused, no wonder this is the domain of a jewelry and gold conglomerate. The entrance lobby embodies the renowned feng shui configuration. Gold abounds. This configuration significantly aids in accumulating wealth, yielding a remarkably impressive effect. However, achieving such a layout demands considerable human resources, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to replicate. Yet, this feng shui configuration has a drawback that many may not recognize. While it gathers immense mental energy from the interplay of yin and yang, the metal element is associated with aggression in the five elements. Prolonged exposure to an excess of metal can lead to irritability and volatile tempers, ultimately affecting the health of the lungs within the human body over time. Mr. Zhou, this is indeed the feng shui configuration of gold abounds, correct? I mused internally, realizing that such an arrangement is beyond the means of the average person, as the amount of gold required is staggering. Zhou Chuanfeng's face immediately displayed a look of astonishment, and I understood that my assessment was accurate. Master Ziwei is correct. This was indeed the suggestion of that feng shui master from before. Zhou Quanfeng replied respectfully, his admiration for me growing deeper. Mr. Zhou, if I am not mistaken, the excessive metal energy here has likely begun to exert some negative effects on people's health. You may not be aware, but extremes tend to invite reversals. When the metal energy in this place surpasses the threshold that the human body can bear, adverse effects will inevitably arise, I stated gravely. In the five elements, metal signifies aggression and wealth accumulation, while also making individuals prone to anger. How did you know? Many workers on this floor have been hospitalized or resigned due to health issues over the past 2 years. Staff on this level typically leave after just 3 to 5 months due to health or mental reasons. Zhou Quanfeng exclaimed in astonishment, unprepared for my precise insights. In truth, the interplay of yin and yang and the five elements are interconnected. There is no need to pursue extremes. The method for resolution is quite simple. The five elements interact, as is widely known. Fire counters metal, and metal counters wood. However, it is also true that wood can deplete metal. You could replace the golden light fixtures overhead with crystal ones and plant bamboo, cacti, or orchids in the east position of this floor. This would help mitigate the adverse influence of metal on individuals. I provided some suggestions, all of which were techniques my master had previously taught me for balancing excessive elemental energies. Understood. Master Ziwei. Thank you for your guidance. Zhou Quanfeng instructed his aides to record everything. The elevator swiftly ascended floor by floor, and I meticulously observed each level. In truth, there were not many significant issues. Most were minor adjustments that could be easily addressed. I pointed out areas that required modification, and Zhou Quanfeng had them all noted down. Soon, we arrived at the top floor, the highest level of Zhou Chuanfeng's office within the building. Typically, the office of a company's owner is situated in the most vital feng shui position. Upon entering Zhou Chuanfeng's office, Niu Dali couldn't help but exclaim, "This is incredibly luxurious." Zhou Chuanfeng's private office was remarkably spacious, likely exceeding 80 square meters, larger than some people's homes. The overall design embraced a traditional Chinese style, with an enormous redwood bookshelf displaying numerous blue and white porcelain pieces, antiques, and decorative objects. The office featured a vast floor-to-ceiling glass window, through which the expansive sea could be seen, offering a breathtaking view. On either side of the window stood two towering money trees. I couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur. On the lavish office desk, a computer sits elegantly alongside several potted green plants. A central corridor divides the space, leading to a suite of exquisitely crafted mahogany sofas on the opposite side. In front of the sofas rests a delicate mahogany tea tray, adorned with a refined set of high-end tea utensils. Suddenly, a painting captures my attention. Behind the boss's desk hangs a colossal portrait depicting a vividly lifelike dragon soaring through the clouds. Undoubtedly a masterpiece of a distinguished artist, exuding an air of grandeur. Overall, the feng shui of this office appears to be in order. However, while the untrained eye may be easily impressed, a discerning expert recognizes the subtleties. The layout and orientation of Zhou Quanfus's office seem to violate numerous prohibitions. The placement of mahogany furniture in a position associated with misfortune is also questionable. Mr. Zhou, what is your birth date? I pondered for a moment before asking. Master Ziwei, I was born on September 26, 1950, around 10 in the morning. He replied. I calculated his destiny, realizing Zhou Quanfus belongs to the year of the tiger. According to the bone-counting fortune-telling method, his bone weight astonishingly amounts to 6 taels and 1 dot. Each individual's birth date encompasses certain latent fortunes, and this bone counting is merely one of many divination techniques. Indeed, there are also methods such as the I Ching, 8 trigrams, and purple star astrology, all of which adhere to similar logical principles. I contemplated the implications of a 6 tael and 1 bone weight. Not to be a scholar on the imperial list. Destined to be a wealthy man in this world, endowed with intelligence and well-versed in scriptures, fame and honor are assured. Zhou Quanfus's fate truly indicates a born tycoon. Mr. Zhou, there are significant issues with the feng shui in your office. Could this also be the advice given by that master? I asked, narrowing my eyes. If this feng shui was indeed suggested by that master, then he certainly harbored ill intentions. This painting in the office also poses a considerable problem. Chapter 57. The Dragon and Tiger Duel. Master Ziwei, the layout of this office was not always like this. We later undertook comprehensive renovations and replaced the furniture. The previous feng shui master passed away, and we have since struggled to find a suitable expert, Zhou Quanfus explained, possibly suspecting that the recent renovations had gone awry. If Zhou Quanfus had conducted the renovations himself, it would make sense. A reputable feng shui master would not deliberately design a problematic feng shui unless wishing to cause harm. Mr. Zhou, you may not be aware. I began to explain the principles of feng shui in the office. In general, office seating orientations fall into 4 categories. Auspicious seat facing auspicious direction, auspicious seat facing inauspicious direction, inauspicious seat facing auspicious direction, and inauspicious seat facing inauspicious direction. The ideal scenario is an auspicious seat facing an auspicious direction, with the second best being an auspicious seat facing an inauspicious direction. Zhou Quanfus's position, however, is an auspicious seat facing an inauspicious direction, which is not inherently detrimental. For specific industries, such as public security and law, an auspicious seat facing an inauspicious direction, or even an inauspicious seat facing inauspicious direction, can be advantageous. Yet, your industry, being conventional in jewelry and gold, does not benefit from this orientation. Over time, business may suffer repercussions. Zhou Quanfus listened attentively, ensuring that the details were meticulously recorded. I scrutinized the compass directions, noting that Zhou Quanfus's seat is positioned to the west and facing east, categorizing it as an auspicious seat facing an inauspicious direction. Furthermore, mahogany is regarded as a superior type of wooden furniture. In the realm of feng shui, the denser and purer the material, the greater its capacity to harbor spiritual energy. Mahogany exemplifies this quality. But its placement is critical. If mahogany is situated in an auspicious location, its positive energy is amplified. Conversely, your mahogany sofa and tea table are placed in the office's inauspicious zone, thereby intensifying negative energies. If possible, relocating the mahogany sofa and tea table to an auspicious position would be ideal. Alternatively, replacing the mahogany with leather furniture could also be considered, depending on your preference. I continued, in feng shui, every item possesses its unique energetic influence, and the placement of mahogany furniture is indeed of great importance. Zhou Quanfus's expression grew increasingly serious as he nodded vigorously, instructing his associates to record my words verbatim. Additionally, antiquities are considered in many valuable antiques, if obtained through dubious means, may carry substantial negative energy, making them unsuitable for office placement. Prolonged exposure to such items can adversely affect one's physical health. You might consider displaying authentic jade carvings or acquiring a wealth-attracting golden toad instead. I glanced at the various valuable antiques adorning the wooden shelves, occasionally sensing a faint aura of negative energy, and spoke gently, "Very well. I shall arrange for the immediate removal of these antiques." Zhou Quanfus appeared to realize that I had detected some antiques of questionable origin. This situation is rather understandable. Many may have experienced a chilling sensation while visiting museums or exhibitions of unearthed artifacts, largely due to the presence of negative energy in those spaces. Finally, my gaze fixated on the painting, "The Ascending Dragon." "Mr. Zhou, have you ever heard of the dragon and tiger duel?" I inquired gravely. "Master Ziwei." "What do you mean?" Zhou Quanfus responded, his eyes locked on the painting, visibly tense. "Did you hang this painting yourself, or was it a gift from someone else?" I asked with curiosity. If it was self-hung, it would be excusable. However, if it was a gift from someone with ulterior motives, that would be concerning. "This painting was given to me by a dear friend," Zhou Quanfus quickly clarified, not daring to conceal anything. "The dragon symbolizes supreme authority, embodying both nobility and prosperity. As the most esteemed of the 12 zodiac animals, the dragon possesses remarkable protective qualities, and if positioned correctly, it can greatly benefit the owner's fortunes. The ideal locations for displaying a dragon are the due east, due north, due south, and southeast. However, the most critical point is that the dragon and tiger zodiac signs are inherently conflicting, creating a dynamic known as the dragon and tiger duel, which can have significant repercussions for you, as not everyone is suited for the feng shui associated with dragons." I spoke with a serious demeanor. "The coexistence of dragon and tiger is a grave taboo, leading to disputes and conflict. My master once told me that many zodiac signs possess significant meanings, with certain signs being inherently antagonistic towards each other. The dragon and tiger duel is one such aversion, alongside others like snake and rat, tiger and rabbit, and goat and tiger, which often signify discord." Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanfus immediately ordered the removal of the painting without hesitation. "Master Ziwei, thank you for your guidance. I never expected to inadvertently create such a dilemma." Zhou Quanfus appeared genuinely thankful, asking if there were any other considerations to heed. As the saying goes, to accept payment is to alleviate disasters. I felt compelled to communicate all the issues I observed comprehensively, as this would genuinely assist Zhou Quanfus, who I found to be quite amiable. Thus, my final suggestion was to add a sheer curtain to the glass floor-to-ceiling windows. This would help mitigate adverse impacts while also retaining vital energy, preventing the loss of beneficial feng shui. With such adjustments, the office would be free from significant issues. I indeed provided numerous recommendations, albeit minor ones, primarily because the original feng shui of the factory was commendable, having been meticulously designed, thus requiring no substantial alterations. "Master Ziwei, thank you immensely for your insights and assistance. I truly appreciate it." Zhou Quanfus expressed his sincere gratitude. "There is no need for such formality, Mr. Zhou. After further inspection, I found no major issues. The overall situation remained quite favorable." I assured Zhou Quanfus that as long as the feng shui remained undisturbed by human interference, the company's operations would likely continue without significant problems. Upon hearing this, Zhou Quanfus was quite satisfied and promptly instructed his staff to address the existing concerns as I had advised. The terms feng shui, when dissected, reveal an intriguing meaning. Wind and water, one representing temperature and the other humidity. The interplay of temperature and humidity is crucial for the growth of plants, and by extension, it bears significant implications for human well-being. In the Guangdong province, there exists a profound reverence for the esoteric principles of feng shui, particularly among entrepreneurs engaged in business who exhibit an acute sensitivity to these practices. That very evening, Zhou Chuanfu arranged for an extravagant banquet and honored his promise of 1 million to us. Niu Dali, naturally, could hardly contain his delight as we indulged in merriment and feasting with several others. The following day, as we prepared to return to Guangzhou, Zhou Chuanfu kindly arranged our flight tickets. As we were about to depart, Zhou Pingyan and Xiaobei personally escorted us to the boarding gate. Zhou Pingyan stood there, his gaze fixed upon us, reluctant to part ways, observing the reluctance etched on his face. I bid them farewell with a casual grace, although deep inside, I wished to embrace him before we parted. "Brother Pingyan, let us meet again if fate allows," I said. "Ji Wei, do remember to keep in touch." I added. Zhou Ping'an and Xiaobei waved energetically, standing there as we departed, their presence lingering long after we left. Chapter 58. The 5 great masters of Huaxia Zhou Chuanfu had secured us seats in first class. Niu Dali and I sat comfortably, enjoying the snacks and beverages provided by the flight attendants while engaging in light conversation. Jiwei, do you perceive any substantial difference between first class and economy? Niu Dali inquired after munching on a slice of watermelon. I felt that aside from the slightly more spacious seating, there was not much to distinguish the two, and in truth, I found them quite comparable. As my slender frame did not necessitate the extra room, economy class was perfectly acceptable for me. I believe the flight attendants in first class are more attentive, and they tend to be more attractive, Niu Dali said with a mischievous grin, his eyes darting about playfully. Uncle Niu, is there someone who catches your eye? Would you like me to procure her contact information? I teased, recalling that we had recently earned a considerable sum. And Niu Dali could now be considered a diamond bachelor. I was merely jesting. Do I truly appear to be that sort of person? Niu Dali laughed, his cheeks flushing slightly. You are indeed, I retorted without an ounce of hesitation. Before long, the plane landed at Guangzhou Airport. After exiting the airport, we hailed a cab to return home. It felt wonderful to be back after several days away. There was a comforting sense of stability. Niu Dali took the opportunity to visit the bank, dividing our recent earnings into 2 bank cards, one of which he handed to me, each card containing over 2 million. We had initially agreed that any profits would be split evenly. To be honest, I have little affinity for money. It has never held much significance for me. Having spent most of my life training under my master, I have never harbored a strong desire for wealth. Seated in the living room, I pulled out my phone to check QQ messages. I noticed 2 new friend requests and a multitude of unread messages from Zhou Ping'an and Xiaobei. I quickly accepted their requests, and they soon sent me messages. Jiwei, have you arrived home? Zhou Ping'an inquired. Jiwei, this is Xiaobei. Let us stay in touch. My number is XXXXXXXX. He added. I replied to Zhou Ping'an. I'm home now. Then, I opened Lin Xian's chat window and found several messages waiting for me. Jiwei, did you return today? Jiwei, let me know when you're home. I'll come find you. Jiwei, are you still not home? Did you lose your phone? I couldn't help but wonder why this person could not rely on anyone else for assistance. His thoughts were amusingly convoluted. I replied. I'm back. I just arrived home today. Within seconds, he sent back. I'll come find you later. Having just settled in, I was curious about what he wanted. Feeling a bit restless, I decided to meditate and practice my cultivation. Before long, Lin Xian arrived at my home. Carrying a backpack, he still exuded an aura of tall, handsome charm. Recently, I had noticed that he appeared increasingly attractive each time we met. Lin Xian, you're here? I greeted him cheerfully. Oh, Jiwei, is this your male classmate? Niu Dali interjected unexpectedly, sporting an expression that suggested he was enjoying the gossip. Lin Xian, allow me to introduce you. This is Niu Dali. You may call him Uncle Niu, I explained hastily, noticing Niu Dali's amused demeanor. Uncle Dali, this is my classmate Lin Xian. Hello, Uncle Niu, Lin Xian greeted shyly. Hello, little Lin. Feel free to come by any time. Niu Dali responded warmly, before serving us tea and snacks and then leaving, winking at me as he departed. Jiwei, shall we take a walk? Lin Xian suggested, his tone shy. Sure. Let us stroll by the river. The thought of Niu Dali possibly lurking nearby piqued my desire to get outside. We walked side by side along the riverbank without a specific destination. Lin Xian seemed poised to say something but then held back. The riverbank was lined with willow trees, and a white marble railing extended far into the distance, creating a picturesque scene. The scenery along the river was delightful. With the occasional car passing by, and the calm water glistened a vibrant green, instilling a sense of tranquility within. Jiwei. Lin Xian. We both spoke simultaneously, prompting a shared laugh. Lin Xian sheepishly scratched his head. And we nearly spoke over one another again. Why don't you go first? No, you go ahead. Were we truly this in sync? I had intended to confess my identity as a cultivator. Could he be contemplating the same revelation? Jiwei, there is something I've long wanted to share with you. Regardless of whether you believe it, I feel I should not keep this from you. Lin Xian appeared resolute, ready to unveil a secret he had harbored. It's all right. Go ahead. Whatever it is, I will believe you. I offered a sweet smile, thinking that surely there was nothing I could not accept if I were to unleash the vengeful spirit trapped within the dark jade. I would be curious to see how he would react. In truth, I am a cultivator. I am a disciple of the inner sect of Lunghu Mountain. Upon revealing this, Lin Xian's demeanor was earnest, revealing a sincerity that I could sense. I had anticipated he would reveal such a truth. Coincidentally, I had intended to share that I was also a cultivator. It seemed our thoughts aligned perfectly. Disciple of Lunghu Mountain's inner sect? That's quite impressive, I exclaimed, impressed by his status. Ji Wei, I believe you, I said with a slight smile, glancing mischievously at Lin Xian. In truth, I am also a cultivator. Now it was Lin Xian's turn to be taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Ji Wei, you can't be deceiving me, can you? He asked incredulously, clearly astonished by this uncanny coincidence. Remember those thugs we encountered last time? I saw your prowess when you took action, and I sensed the spiritual energy emanating from you. However, it was too late to mention it then, I recalled, observing his reaction closely. Ji Wei, this is truly hard to believe. I thought you might dismiss me as speaking nonsense or engaging in superstition. But I never imagined you were also a cultivator, Lin Xian replied, his belief solidifying upon recalling our previous encounter. Actually, my recent trip to Shansheng was for a business deal, where I helped someone resolve an issue involving a malevolent spirit from Nanyang. Having broached the topic, I decided to lay everything bare. Nanyang's spirit cards? I have heard my master speak of this. It is a form of dark sorcery from Nanyang. It is indeed quite sinister. Though I have yet to encounter such occurrences myself, Lin Xian's understanding deepened as he processed my words. However, my master mentioned that I am now 18 and ready to venture into the world for training. Now, you see, you believe me, right? By the way, which master do you serve? I inquired, my curiosity piqued. My master is Su Chongping, an elder of Lunghu Mountain. I have been training under him for nearly 8 years. Lin Xian stated, his eyes reflecting deep respect and admiration. Su Chongping? I am familiar with him. He is a renowned Tianshi in his 50s and one of the elders at Lunghu Mountain. He is a senior disciple of Zhao Cheng, the head of Lunghu Mountain, and holds a significant position. Had previously met Su Chongping when he visited my home with other elders of Lunghu Mountain. It seemed the world was indeed small. Have I met your master? He has visited my home before? I asked, intrigued. I blinked and, with a cheerful smile, spoke up, no way. My master rarely engages with the world. How could you have met him, by the way? Who is your master? Lin Xian, somewhat astonished, thought to himself that his master was one of the esteemed elders of Lunghu Mountain, and many sought to meet him but found it difficult. How could he possibly be a guest at my home? By the riverside, the fragrant grass was lush, and the river's surface shimmered like scattered stars, sparkling brilliantly. My esteemed master is Li Mufeng of the 7-Star Path. I am his only disciple. Having reached this point in our conversation, I felt there was nothing left to conceal and boldly revealed my master's name. What? Li Mufeng of the 7-Star Path? The very same Li Mufeng whom my master mentioned as one of the 5 absolutes of Huaxia? Good heavens! Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he was astonished to the point of almost dropping his jaw. Chapter 59. Lin Xian versus Niu Dali. What exactly is this title of the 5 absolutes of Huaxia? Why haven't I heard my master mention it? Besides, this 5 absolutes doesn't sound very appealing. What does it even mean? My master has never spoken of this matter. Curiously, I remarked that it was indeed the first time I had heard my master referred to by such a title. Ziwei, you may not be aware, Lin Xian then recounted what his master, Taoist Chongping, had shared regarding the 5 absolutes of Huaxia. Turned out that the 5 absolutes are comprised of Mao Wuqing, the leader of Maoshan, Zhao Changyi, the headmaster of Lunghu Mountain, Wang Taier of the Chuanjin sect from Zhongnan Mountain, Zhang Wuji of Wudong, and Li Mufeng of the 7-Star Path. These individuals gained renown throughout Huaxia over 20 years ago due to their extraordinary cultivation. They vanquished bandits and evil cultivators, safeguarded the dragon vein of Huaxia, and expelled foreign forces encroaching upon our land, becoming the supreme guardians of the cultivation community in Huaxia. Especially my master, Li Mufeng, whose actions are marked by a low-key demeanor and a mysterious personality. Li Mufeng possesses celestial cultivation and sometimes enjoys seeking out individuals for sparring. In his youth, he was a figure whom many in the cultivation world feared due to his penchant for making bets during duels. If someone was reluctant to fight, he would provoke them at this point. Lin Xian, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, my master said many in the martial world have lost significant stakes to him. He is notorious for plucking the feathers of passing wild geese. Plucking the feathers of wild geese. Does that mean geese lose a few feathers when they fly by? This title feels rather unfit, doesn't it? Is Li Mufeng truly like that? I chuckled inwardly. Realizing my master, Li Mufeng, possessed such a character, I couldn't help but think of how serious and upright he looked when instructing me. It seems that all those esoteric manuals and treasures from the seven-star path were acquired during his plucking of feathers. At that moment, a bold idea struck me. I wanted to recruit Lin Xian to join me in our endeavors. Lin Xian, I have a daring proposition. I immediately displayed a sly grin. What audacious idea? Lin Xian appeared to recall some fearful notion. You don't mean to challenge me, do you? Lin Xian thought to himself. Could it be that Ziwei has inherited her master's penchant for competition? What are you thinking? I have no such inclination. I shot him a disdainful glance. What was he imagining? I am a person of integrity. Why would I covet his modest assets? I vowed I merely wanted to partner with him in earning money. I promptly articulated my thoughts, expressing my desire for him to join me and Uncle Dolly in taking on tasks, splitting the earnings so he could gain experience, while we would have an additional capable ally. The primary advantage is that Lin Xian is a disciple of Elder Su Chongping from Longhu Mountain, an elder of equal standing with the headmaster, ensuring Lin Xian's abilities would undoubtedly be commendable. More hands, or rather, more assistants, can only be beneficial. That sounds agreeable. I consent. Lin Xian accepted my proposal without a hint of hesitation. I then led Lin Xian back home to discuss the matter with Niu Dali. Upon hearing this, Niu Dali insisted on assessing Lin Xian's capabilities. Otherwise, if he turned out to be a liability, it would surely be troublesome, as he might distract us from our tasks. What do men fear the most? They most dread being deemed inadequate. Naturally, Lin Xian did not refuse, and thus, a contest between the two men was about to unfold. Ziwei, go close the main door. Niu Dali commanded with a grave expression. Ah, the relentless desire for victory among men. Lin Xian was understandably cautious, as he was unfamiliar with Uncle Dolly's true capabilities. This was also Lin Xian's first encounter with Uncle Dolly. In order to join our group, no, our team, he would undoubtedly strive to showcase his utmost potential. Moreover, with such a stunning beauty like me watching from the sidelines, he would certainly want to impress. If he performed poorly, he would surely lose face. Inner disciple of Longhu Mountain, Lin Xian. Lin Xian performed a gesture of respect customary among martial artists and assumed a stance before combat. Niu Dali, will attack? Brace yourself. Niu Dali wasted no time with idle chatter. Launching a powerful strike with his mighty fist. Caught off guard, Lin Xian thought to himself, why did he strike before finishing his sentence? Realizing the ferocity of Niu Dali's assault, he did not dare underestimate it. He quickly employed an unusual footwork to narrowly evade Niu Dali's attack. Niu Dali moved with remarkable speed and explosive power, yet Lin Xian, like a dancing dragon, seemed to employ a form of evasive technique that made it exceedingly challenging for Uncle to close the distance. The scene grew somewhat comical. Niu Dali pursued while Lin Xian evaded. You little rascal, stop dodging. Let us exchange a few blows. Niu Dali, growing increasingly exasperated, exclaimed. Uncle, that fellow has offended me. Lin Xian felt a bit guilty seeing Niu Dali eager for a direct confrontation. So he straightened his expression and charged at Niu Dali. Lin Xian moved with grace and poise, his boxing technique fluid and interconnected, seamlessly flowing through his strikes, creating an impressive display of skill that matched Niu Dali's ferocity. Well done, Niu Dali, possessing innate strength and an aggressive offensive style, soon pushed Lin Xian back several steps after a mere 10 exchanges. Naturally, Lin Xian's physical prowess could not compete with Niu Dali's. But I could see that Niu Dali was not exerting his full strength. Uncle's strength is indeed formidable. If it comes down to sheer power, I am no match for you. Lin Xian expressed his admiration. Heh, you're not too shabby yourself. Your skills are quite impressive, but if that's all you have, then you still have some ground to cover. Niu Dali chuckled, seemingly taunting Lin Xian. Is that so? Then prepare to witness my master's true techniques. Lin Xian, provoked by Niu Dali's challenge, decided to unleash some of his secret moves. Come on, unleash whatever you've got. Niu Dali's expression turned serious. Not daring to underestimate him, suddenly, Lin Xian stepped into a peculiar stance, reciting an incantation. Heaven and earth, dark and yellow. The universe vast and wild. Sun, moon and stars. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, I beseech the Lord of the Five Thunders to descend upon the mortal realm. Expel evil, heal the sick, and bestow peace. I obey the decree of the Great One. Hastily and in accordance with the law, upon finishing, Lin Xian formed hand seals, his fingers weaving intricate patterns, as a powerful surge of thunderous energy began to gather in the air above. Thunderous roars echoed from the void, and bolts of lightning began to coalesce in the atmosphere, imbued with a terrifying aura, seemingly awaiting Lin Xian's command to strike. Stop, stop, you rascal, you can actually summon thunder. Niu Dali's expression shifted dramatically. If he were to be struck by lightning, he would surely be charred black. Seeing the impending storm, he hastily conceded defeat. Uncle, I acknowledge your prowess. Lin Xian bowed respectfully to Niu Dali. A sly grin on his face. Lin Xian then dispelled the thunder summoning technique, causing the gathered energy to dissipate rapidly. Niu Dali finally regained his composure and no longer appeared so flustered. Lin Xian, that technique of yours is indeed impressive. I find it even more effective than that blue thunder talisman. I remarked curiously. Is this your version of the Five Thunder spell? My master had previously informed me that Longhu Mountain has a close connection to Zhang Daoling, the founder of Taoism, and has inherited numerous esoteric techniques over the millennia. Among these is the formidable Five Thunder spell, which, if cultivated to its zenith, can summon the nine heavens thunder of the celestial realm. Wielding terrifying power, Ziwei, you truly are well versed in such matters. Indeed, this is the Five Thunder spell my master taught me. It can summon heavenly thunder, inflicting great harm on malevolent entities and even causing damage to ordinary individuals. Lin Xian, noticing my insight into his technique, couldn't he help but praise me further. You little rascal, what happened to the martial ethics we spoke of? You're using spells instead of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Niu Dali grumbled, clearly displeased. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's face flushed red, unsure of how to respond. I quickly intervened. Uncle, you possess innate strength. Naturally, Lin Xian cannot compete with you in physical combat. However, Lin Xian is an inner disciple of Longhu Mountain, primarily specializing in Taoist arts, not merely in physical prowess. Logically, this is the reasoning. Upon seeing steps leading down, Uncle Niu's expression brightened slightly. Forget it, you've qualified, and in the future, you're welcome to join us. Let's all make money together. Thank you, Uncle Niu, Lin Xian exclaimed joyfully, his attractive chin curving into a graceful arc as he felt a surge of delight within. Uncle Niu was indeed quite astute in fostering connections. He had just secured us a new ally. Chapter 60, Journey to Chujing. By the way, Lin Xian, what martial arts techniques and footwork were you using earlier? They seemed quite formidable. Lin Xian's footwork had been remarkably impressive. In close combat, it provided a distinct advantage. The fist technique is the heavenly master fist from our Longhu Mountain, a fundamental practice every disciple must cultivate. As for the footwork, it was taught to me by my master. It's called the Blue Butterfly Nine Shadows step. My master mentioned he stumbled upon it by chance. It combines the fluidity of the blue butterfly's movements, and although it isn't a technique from Longhu Mountain, it is exceptionally useful for self-defense. Lin Xian candidly shared his knowledge with me. The Blue Butterfly Nine Shadows step? That truly is impressive. I found myself envious. Such footwork would undoubtedly be advantageous in a fight. If only I could acquire a similar technique someday. Once my master returns, I must inquire if he possesses any skills related to footwork. If Lin Xian's master can teach such a miraculous self-preservation technique to his disciple, surely my master has something to offer as well. He must be keeping it a secret. After a while of chatting, Uncle Niu prepared dinner and invited Lin Xian to stay and dine with us, to which Lin Xian naturally agreed. Uncle Niu's culinary skills were quite commendable. Lately, we had earned a fair amount of money, which had significantly improved our dining standards. Lin Xian, don't hold back. Eat as much as you liked. I served Lin Xian a piece of chicken, then suddenly remembered something and asked, you don't eat vegetarian? Do you? Oh, I have no dietary restrictions. Damn, my master said that in our lineage, we do not abstain from meat or vegetables, and we can marry and have children. However, there are a few things we cannot consume. Beef, black fish, wild goose, and dog meat. These represent loyalty, filial piety, purity, and righteousness in our sect. Lin Xian explained with a smile, that's not too bad. Aside from the occasional beef, I haven't tried the others and have no interest in them. I replied. After dinner, Lin Xian had no intention of lingering. His home was a few kilometers from mine, which wasn't far at all. Having eaten well, we decided to take a stroll to aid digestion. As we walked, Lin Xian occasionally shared stories from his time learning with his master, while I recounted the recent events, including the encounter with the red-clad ghost, which left Lin Xian quite astonished. We walked and chatted for a long time along the road, completely oblivious to fatigue. Laughter erupted frequently, interspersed with playful banter, resembling a pair of love-struck couples. I must admit, I was worried about how you'd perceive me once you discovered I was a Taoist. Lin Xian expressed, feeling quite cheerful that evening. He shared thoughts he had previously kept to himself, now knowing I was a practitioner and had welcomed him into our circle. Hee, you never expected that I am also a female Taoist. Did you? I could empathize with his sentiments, as we were indeed seen as anomalies in the eyes of ordinary people. He walked along the path, occasionally breaking into a silly grin that left me momentarily stunned. I mused inwardly, is this fellow truly foolish? Why does he smile so aimlessly? The night breeze by the riverside was refreshing. Beneath the streetlights, Lin Xian's tall figure exuded a sense of security, walking side by side. Our shadows stretched long under the glow of the lampposts, nearly merging into one eye in that moment. I felt an indescribable sweetness in my heart, akin to savoring honey. I was unaware of Lin Xian's thoughts at that moment. But I knew that if time could be frozen, I would wish for it to remain at this very instant. In the past few days, with little to occupy my time, I practiced meditation at home. Uncle Niu often went out, and I was unaware of his recent endeavors. Lin Xian would occasionally visit, sharing insights from his cultivation journey. When I showcased the red-clad ghost, Chunsheng, to Lin Xian, he was momentarily speechless, utterly impressed. However, Chunsheng felt an innate discomfort emanating from Lin Xian, whose aura resonated with authentic Taoist energy. It took some time for Chunsheng to lower his guard after I reassured him, having finally emerged from the grueling days of our final year. We needed to learn to relish moments of leisure. However, before long, we received a call from Morong Feng, who mentioned that a friend of his was facing some troubles and hoped we could assist. The location was in Chujing. Uncle Niu immediately requested the contact number of the person involved, expressing the need to comprehend the specifics first. Morong Feng replied, I've already provided your numbers to them. They will likely reach out to you soon. I had been somewhat eager for new assignments lately. The following morning, the phone rang and a middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, may I speak with Master Ziwei? I was referred by Mr. Morong. His voice was deep and slightly hoarse. Hello, this is she. The man proceeded to explain his predicament. His surname was Deng, a local from Jingmen. Tragically, his daughter had jumped into the river to commit suicide a few days prior. They had searched within a radius of several kilometers, but had yet to locate her body. Mr. Deng had engaged multiple rescue teams and recovery units, scouring the waters for an extended period. Yet to no avail. Eventually, he hired professional divers to recover the body. Upon surfacing, the divers appeared pale and terrified, revealing that an evil entity was restraining his daughter underwater, and they could do nothing about it. Advising Mr. Deng to seek someone more skilled, Mr. Deng was taken aback, and both he and his wife grew increasingly anxious upon hearing this news. With the 7th day after their daughter's passing fast approaching, if her body could not be interred before then, she would be unable to reincarnate.